Hello, one and all, and welcome to the New Zealand Esports Hyper League for 2022. We have an amazing lineup for you this weekend of some amazing matches. In front of you on your screen, you have the casters, just a set of some amazing casters coming through this weekend. I am Ruben Roberts, aka Opara, joined by...
My name's Tristan Florida, and aka Fleckles if you see me on the Rift. But then again, I don't play ranked much. I'm so bad at it now.
Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, we can be found online if you look hard enough. But yeah, we've got a great lineup for you. It's really exciting. I think it's going to be a great weekend. Like I said, we've got Valorant, we got League of Legends, we got Rocket League. It's going to be great. Let's have a look at the schedule real quick. Yeah.
And the day today will begin with 9:15 a.m. The doors will open. So if you want to grab your seat right now, well, that's a good chance. And opening address will begin at 9:45 a.m. So that's a good time for you to stay in your seats and make sure to watch the game. And the first game will begin at 10 a.m. with Botany Downs Secondary College versus Burnside High School. This is the first game in the League of Legends High School tournament. And so the winner of this will be playing in the finals. And next we will see Mr. Cresswell Minions versus Team Ultra Instinct. And this game is part of the EHL game. Yep. And then after that, we will see the Mount Albert Grammar School versus Maclean's College. And then after that, we will see Tempest versus Natives Esports at 9 p.m. and 6 p.m. my bad. And the day will end at 8:30, but make sure you come back tomorrow for Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday is looking really good as well. Of course, doors open once again at 9:15 with our opening address that you're hearing right now for the Friday show at 9:45. 10 a.m. is going to be Westlake Boys High School versus Maclean's College Premier 1. That is going to be our first high school Valorant game. And then at 12:30, we're going to have Don't Blink versus Waikato Draughts. That's going to be the Valorant New Zealand Esports HyperFibre League. 3 p.m. we're returning to the high school for some Rocket League. Rutherford College Premier 5 versus the losers of our first game from today. At 3:30 we're going to have One Tree Hill College Premier versus the losers of the semi-finals for our high school Valorant tournament here. And then 6 p.m. last match of the day, DNC Gamers versus the Sussy Men for our New Zealand Esports HyperFibre League. But of course, we have Sunday, Tristan.
Yep, and finally, our last day will begin at 8:15 a.m. This is on Sunday, and so you make sure you come to this because this is the finals for all three games: Rocket League, League of Legends, and Valorant. This is gonna be where everything all the players have fought for, everything they've strived for, everything they want. They just want everything in this game right now. So. It will begin at 9 a.m. with the opening address, and then the high school Rocket League final will begin at 9:15 a.m. And at 10 a.m., the high school League of Legends finals will begin. And at 12:30, that would be the NZLOL final game. And then at 3 p.m. is the high school Valorant final, so there's going to be a lot of shooty here. And at 5:30 p.m., that's where the high school league.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. It's going to be a jam-packed, really exciting weekend for you all. I'm really excited personally to see some of the Valorant games. I personally am big into the Valorant here. I'm sure you have a differing opinion there.
I'm pretty excited for the league team because then again, I am repping Maclean's College right now, and we do have a team in here. And I'm so excited to see how my fellow students perform because, you know, they're on stage doing their best. And this is in the high school LOL bracket as well. So
yeah, absolutely. And speaking of the high school LOL bracket, let's go check it out right now. We spoke about it a little bit earlier, but our first match of the day is going to be Botany Downs Secondary College versus Burnside High School.
And then the winner of that match will go up against my school, Maclean's College, in the grand finals.
Yeah,
the high school league.
Absolutely. It's going to look like a really intense match. I mean, Burnside High School, I can talk about them. They're from Christchurch, so kind of repping my city here a little bit. So I got a little bit of bias, but, you know, it's really exciting seeing this young talent in esports come up. And I think you mentioned something about Botany Secondary College that's really exciting.
Oh, an exciting thing about Botany Secondary College is that they do have an ADC from the OPL.
Wow.
And I believe the team is Direwolves.
That's awesome.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I'm pretty excited to see how he performs against high school kids. Because, I mean, imagine if you get diffed by a high schooler, like,
that would be some hype.
That's so embarrassing.
Yeah. But we do also have the NZEHL bracket coming through as well for you. So our first two teams going head-to-head at 12:30 will be Mr. Cresswell's Minions and Team Ultra Instinct. And then our second match will be We Love Cans versus Natives Esports. Now, we were looking at the lineup for these matches here, Tristan, and one team has gone 8-2, and all the rest have gone 7-3. So it looks like, I believe it was We Love Cans, are going to be like the strongest team in our lineup at the moment, at least.
Yep, so I'm pretty sure, like, if you're up against them, you better bring your all. If you don't bring your all, then don't even come at all.
Exactly, you know what I mean? Right. Exactly right. And not only do we have League of Legends happening, but we've also got the Rocket League, the high school Rocket League bracket coming here right now. And that's just going to be a couple of matches. The first match will be today, Mount Albert Grammar versus Maclean's College once again.
Yeah, rep Maclean's.
There we go. And then tomorrow we're going to have Rutherford College versus the losers of match 1. So whoever loses this first match will go up against Rutherford College. Looks like Maclean's College is a pretty strong, at least school college. Yeah,
I mean, we do just churn out the best gamers, you know.
I believe it. I believe it. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. Now, we do have the NZESF Valorant teams coming through. Here's our bracket for that.
Can't wait.
Yep, very exciting stuff. The Valorant matches we're going to be seeing are Don't Blink versus Waikato Draughts. And then, of course, DNC Gamers versus the Sussy Men.
Love
so,
that.
yeah, it's going to be very exciting
I hope they don't do any sussy plays, you know.
Exactly right. Now, I've heard that there's actually an undefeated team in that lineup there. So that's going to be really interesting to see how everyone goes up against literally an undefeated team.
I know, maybe someone could bring him their first L, but, you know, hoping.
Yeah, and then, of course, we have our high school Valorant as well. That bracket is going to be looking quite strong again as we do see Maclean's College coming back once more versus Westlake Boys. So Maclean's College are just rolling through right now.
It's a top in every game, you know how it is, you know how it is.
It's impressive, yeah. And then we have One Tree Hill College versus whoever's going to lose that first semi-finals match. And the grand finals for all of these matches are happening on Sunday. So it's really hype. I'm really excited. I hope everyone out there that's watching and going to be participating, playing, you know, all parts of the production. I hope everyone's really excited. It's going to be big, Tristan.
Yeah, I can't wait. Imagine if like Maclean's gets 3 in the finals. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, that would be very exciting here now.
The principal will be cheering him on.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, come out, come join us. You can see here the stage is getting prepared. So if you want to come and see the show, make sure you come on out. It's going to be an absolute blast.
Yep. Make sure to turn up if you're ready. And yeah, come watch some high schoolers play some games.
Yeah, exactly right. Now, our first match of the day is going to be Botany Downs Secondary College, or also known as BDLD. They're looking like quite a good team, as you've mentioned here. The 5 players coming up at the moment. We got Hopium, Shiesty, Godblitz, Dante, and Obsess.
And the one I was talking about, the challenger, that is Dante. The Dante is the ADC.
Wow.
Can't wait to see how he performs. But there is a lot of pressure on him right now to perform well.
And the name Dante has high level of hopes. I don't know if you know this, but Overwatch League had a player called Dante as well. So
really?
That username just of itself is quite a big name to have.
Damn, he's going to have to carry the mantle of Dante.
Yeah, exactly, you're right.
If you lose, you're going to have to change your name.
But of course, they're going to be going up against Burnside High School here, Mr. Cresswell's team. So they're going to have a challenge on their hand. We'll see if we can get Burnside's bracket coming up here. And Burnside High School also looking quite strong here. They've got LPPO, Calder, Ephemera, Kin and Luna coming through. Mr. Cresswell's minions. Now, the thing we have to talk about with Burnside High School is they are actually not only participating in the high school Esports League, but also the NZEHL. So this team is trying to take all the glory in both League of Legends tournaments here. So really quite interesting to see how good Burnside actually is going to be considering they're in both tournaments.
Yep. I mean, if you're pretty cracked at League, if you're good at high school League, you might as well just take home the gold, be the best in the nation, you know?
Exactly right. If you can take all the glory, that is going to be an absolute blast. And I mean, that's the goal, really. Take all the glory, go home. The prize pool is literally just glory. So being the best in New Zealand, the best high school in New Zealand, one of the best teams in your respective games in New Zealand, it's going to be really cool to see.
Yep. And so, anything else you want to say?
No, I think we've got a great weekend coming up. Make sure you don't go anywhere because we're going to be having our first game coming up very shortly. It's going to be an absolute blast. And yeah, I hope everyone out there is excited.
Yeah, can't wait. Botany versus, what's it again?
Burnside High School.
Botany versus Burnside High School. We can't wait to see how this challenger performs.
Don't go anywhere.
We put in work. Come on. We put in work. Rumbling and steel, did it by the code. 10 toes standing in the fire, and we never fold. I'ma come alive when it's on. Now watch me work.
teams from across the country have battled to be here. The time has come to see which seat of power will reign supreme. This is the New Zealand Esports HyperFibre League.
Morena Tamaki Makoro. My name is Jonathan Arcadian Jansen, and welcome to the New Zealand Esports HyperFibre League. We are here at Sky City Theatre as we kick off the grand final of our New Zealand Esports HyperFibre League and the High School League run by Victory Up. We are super excited to be here, and I hope that you are as excited as I am as we kick into this weekend's matches. Today we've got primarily League of Legends with a little sprinkle of Rocket League, heading into Valorant tomorrow, and then our grand finals on Sunday. And so thank you all for being here as we have the best players from around the country, from the bottom of the South Island to the top of the North Island, who have been competing all season online to earn their spot to be here today. And so as we have these players, this is a celebration for New Zealand Esports, the community members, the participants, and everyone who has managed to be involved in this competition. And so let's hear some hype from the crowd. Are we ready for the games today? Yeah! Woo! Love to hear it. And as we kick off, I want to introduce to you our first game of the day. We have Burnside High School, the High School League Esports League of Legends team. Mr. Cresswell's minions from Burnside High School. Let's bring them out. And as they're hailing from the South Island, they've travelled the furthest to come up here today to compete, represent their schools. Allegedly, one of the best teams the South Island has ever produced for League of Legends. Here they are. We've had Botany Downs Secondary College come out. Botany Downs Secondary College, can everyone a round of applause for Botany Downs? Let's hear it for the players. Different backstory. While Burnside come out, I'll introduce you to Botany Downs, Burnside High School on their way out, and Botany Downs Secondary College, our local competitors. Strong online season through the High School Esports League, and so big competition here today, massive stakes on the line. The winner of today's game will go straight through to the grand final on Sunday. The losers of today's game are going to have to compete again to secure their spot. As we have Burnside High School coming out, here they come, Mr. Cresswell's minions. Let's hear it from the crowd. These are our competitors for today. Take a good look at them. These are the players who are ready, who have travelled, who have prepared, and who have earned their spot here on stage. Can I please get a shake of hands from the captains to show the sportsmanship before we kick off? Ooh. You can feel the tension. We're about to have a fun game today, so as the players prepare to take their stations, we will pass over to our casters on the caster booth up here. Welcome, Opata. Take it away for us through the action for all the games.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. This is going to be an absolute blast. As you said, we have Burnside High School versus Botany Downs Secondary College, and it looks like both teams are really quite phenomenal teams. Burnside High School being the greatest team the South Island has produced. Botany Downs, they've got a pretty good player coming through by the sounds of it.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for the turnout of this game, actually, because we do know that Botany does have a pro player from the OPL, Dante. So yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how he performs in this match, because then again, you are playing in the high school league, so I'm pretty excited to see how he performs, because you are reflecting your school, yeah, and your team.
Exactly right, but of course it is a team-based game, so this whole team, both sides are going to have to go head-to-head, so one player can't quite carry it all, especially in League of Legends. I feel a MOBA like League of Legends, every every little bit counts, you know. If the pro player's up in the top lane, but meanwhile bottom lane is getting run over, it could change the game. What do you expect in terms of character picks we might be seeing coming through?
I'm hoping for like a AoE CC comp, especially like a Leona Misfortune. That's pretty good because you just get caught at once, your whole team is just wiped out in like a few seconds. And I'm pretty excited to see maybe a like off meta pick, maybe a Katarina, maybe. Because, you know, you Shun Po in, you ult, your whole team is gone.
Yeah, oh, fair enough. That would be very exciting to see. I'm hoping to see some big plays, you know, potentially a cheeky jungler getting some really quick levels, trying to take out some of the monsters out in the jungle and see what we can make happen, really, as these teams get prepared. It's going to be exciting. Do you have any thoughts or predictions on how you think this game might go?
I mean, we do know that Burnside is like the best team the South Island has turned up in a while.
Yeah.
But when we look at Botany, they are like, I'm pretty sure they're one of the best in the North Island. Comp. And then again, they do have a pro player, but then again, you're an ADC, you know?
Yeah.
Like, even though your name's literally attack damage carry, you can't carry because you just get one-shotted. So you're just gonna have to hope for your team to just pull their weight and, yeah, just do their best.
That's always the goal, you know, everyone coming together, trying to get the glory here. It's literally quite, what we're seeing on stage right now is North Island versus South Island, which I think that's always been a long rivalry of New Zealand. Personally, I myself am from Christchurch, so it's going to be good to see how Burnside do, you know, maybe bring the rep for Christchurch for myself. It's going to be some good fun here. Tristan, in terms of League of Legends, what do you think is going to be the most vital thing to do first? Is it going to be focusing on destroying towers? Is it going to be maybe trying to quickly gain levels? What's the deal here?
I'm gonna have to say that you're going to have to get a really good lane bully comp in your bot lane, mid lane, and top lane. Because if you're able to do that, then you can just knock off the turret platings, get those early gold in your pocket, and, you know, that one longsword that you need could turn the tide of a battle, especially when you're fighting for objective or dragons or something. And that rift is pretty important.
Cool. So getting those critical moments, you know, taking out those monsters that will be popping up throughout the jungle can be critical here. So we'll probably see teams heading towards like the Rift here or the Baron, all of that. Yeah, it's going to be exciting. And of course, when the Elemental Dragons come out, that can completely change the field, change the pace of the game.
Oh, yeah, especially the addition of the Hex Tech Dragon. It's so strong, not gonna lie. Especially with that, I think it was 9 extra attack haste and attack speed. That's pretty big, especially when it can stack up to 4 times if you are down 2 dragons, and especially that soul just brings back Static Shiv, which I really miss as an item.
Fair enough. And speaking of items are going to be crucial coming through to this. Do you think there's anything that it's probably hard to predict, but is there any sort of critical item that these players might be searching for, trying to really get quick?
I think number 1, if you're a AD top laner, you're gonna need a Gore Drinker. You just go straight in, pop that item, and half your HP is back. Especially now with the, I think it was the durability patch. Like, you can't one-shot anyone anymore, especially people like Kiana. They're just not a good pick anymore.
Right, no, fair enough, yeah. These patches always can change a meta in an instant, so yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these teams adapt and potentially try bring a bit of change, a change of pace here. I'm wondering whether we could maybe get a wee bit of a recap of the teams on the screen, maybe just quickly go through the 2 teams again. That would be exciting. Of course, we've got Botany College versus Burnside High School. So these 2 teams they're both looking very strong. Auckland team, Botany College here, Botany Downs Secondary College. They've got Obsess, Dante, Godblitz, Shiesty, and Hopium. And I think Botany Downs Secondary College, if they're going to have some Hopium, it's that Dante comes with some big plays.
Yeah, they're going to need a lot of Hopium in this game, especially now with the, I think it was the nerfs towards, who was it? I forgot, sorry. But especially now with the the new season,
Yeah.
it's pretty painful with what they've done. They just flipped everything up with the durability patch. Oh my god, and they've nerfed Grievous. Like, if you just go healing, then you win. Because, yeah, they've chopped it from, I think it was 60% to 40%.
Oh boy, that
Yeah,
is
it's pretty big
that is a
drop.
nerf, that's for sure.
I'm hoping to see a Kane, not gonna lie. If you go red Kane, then you've won. But if you go blue Kane, you've lost.
Yeah.
Especially with the durability patch.
Fair enough. And we got Burnside High School as well. Mr. Cresswell's minions. We're going to be seeing them a lot throughout the day. LPPO, Calder, Ephemere, Kin and Luna. It's going to be interesting to see how these teams go head to head. You know, of course, some players will be going top, mid, bottom.
Yep.
There might be some junglers, and when they clash, who's going to come out on top? And what strategies they're going to bring into the mix, you know, letting those minions go through. Will we see any big ganks? That's always a big question.
I'm hoping to see them like this catch one guy offside.
Yeah.
Like without vision. If you have no vision, you're just dead in that jungle. Yeah, I'm just hoping to see like some quick one shots maybe some cool emotional AoE team comps. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, no, it's very exciting, and these teams are getting very close to being ready, and I just can't wait to see these teams go head to head. And if you are in the crowd and you're repping a certain team, make sure you are hyping them up throughout the match. Bring that hype, bring that excitement. It's going to be an absolute must. Here we go. Bad phases through.
The Ziggs and Samira already taken off the table because we know that AoE is huge in this, especially with that Samira and the healing buff. It's not when she goes in your team and ults. And here we see a Jarvan ban. That's pretty good because Jarvan is a pretty painful jerk. Like, he just drops the flag, Qs, and then if he drops the Cataclysm, whole team is locked in one place for that shot. And here we see the first looks like an Ornn. Ooh, I actually like that pick because it's one of those like Chad top laners. You don't deal much damage, not gonna lie. You don't take any either.
Nah, that's awesome. Having a solid top lane and camp huge here. Calder now going to be trying to pick. What have they got here?
Oh, they got an Aatrox pick. I'm pretty excited. I want to see like the Eclipse Ox build because I have seen that one shot hit just anyone, and especially with the, you know, I mentioned already, the healing nerfs as their buffs. You're not gonna die. You're not gonna die.
Fair enough, and LPPO and Obsess interlocking their characters here. What are we going head to head here?
We see a Tron. Those slows are pretty painful. Leona. Oh my god. I'm seeing the Team Botany comp right now. They got the Leona, Trundle, the Ornn. Yeah, not gonna lie, Brent's not gonna be able to move. They're just gonna get C-spawn, CC, and then you're just stuck in one place. But then again, Burnside did pick and Victor. Victor is a pretty lane bully, especially without his. He just casts that down, it will follow you, not going anywhere, especially with that not grabbing you.
Yeah, these teams looking fairly strong on both sides. Team Botany, though, really, I think so far probably looking like a little bit of the upper edge of the picks at the moment. So they're going to get some good bans coming through from beside to try and shut down Botany is bringing.
Yeah, we see a Talia ban. Talia is a pretty good pick, especially with her ult. She's able to traverse the whole map like a split second.
Wow.
Yeah, and then her wall does separate the teams. And so you can just get a quick Baron Dragon if you just split that in half.
So yeah, smart ban, especially if your movements get pretty much shut down. Able to shut down a movement character on the side of Botany is a smart play here. What else have we got coming through?
Maokai, that's a pretty good ban because Maokai just ults and then that river of wood follows you and just roots you. So we see here, Botany does have a very tanky comp, so Burnside is going to have to go for a lot better tank shredding than that if they want to get all that thick armor and magic.
Now, Botany just choosing that final ban, then we'll be able to have final couple of picks here. And so far, it is really looking like both sides are trying to shut down each other. Burnside really trying to find what Botany's going for and break out of sort of their meta that they're trying to play here. Now, Luna, what do we got?
Ooh, the Kai'Sa, that's a pretty good pick because if you land that W, you're able to straight in. Oh, the Misfortune pick. Yeah, I told you I was talking about. The Misfortune Leona. That's a pretty good pick. Misfortune Leona calls down the sun, locks everyone in place to get to, and Misfortune just puts up her two pistols, casts bullet time, and you're gone.
That's going to be devastating for Burns right now, and Botany are looking strong. Opium is choosing that final pick.
I gotta say, I like Botany team comp a lot more because they have really good CC, they have really good AoE, and you're just not going to be able to move while the whole team's getting bursted down at the same time.
And finally, Kin locking in our final character. What do we got?
Ooh, I don't know how I feel about the Graves, not gonna lie. Because I feel like they don't have much front line, especially if that Aatrox is going for the Eclipse build. So, who do you think? Who do you think is going to win here? Let's look at the comps.
It is looking like Botany does have a little bit of a stronger comp here, but Burnside may have something up their sleeves that we're not expecting. They might have some secret strat that has brought them all the way here, as well as brought them into the New Zealand Esports HyperFibre League for League of Legends. So, you know, I think Burnside has some strategy that we just aren't seeing at the moment, and it's all going to come down to how are they matching up against each other.
The pros and cons right now for Burnside is they have a lot of DPS. So if that knock can land a hook and Kai'Sa's able to land that ult, then boom, they're just immediately in that one-person space. So I believe that Burnside is going for a strat that will pick off anyone that they catch offside. Cool. And Botany is looking for a full-on AoE CC comp against like when they're going for the objectives, because that is the one place where all teams is combined together, and so you're just looking for a 5v5 battle, and Botany's looking to win that.
Cool. Yeah, no, it's looking like that's probably what we're going to see of the strategies coming through Burnside and Botany going head-to-head. Burnside likely going to try and play for some picks, try and get some quick picks, build up that value of your currency, of getting items quicker, all of that sort of stuff. Meanwhile, Botany just trying to stop you playing with the CC. Yeah. So it'll be. I'm very excited for this matchup. I think it's going to be a really good game.
Yeah. I can't wait to see what both teams bring to the table. Yeah. Because you have on one side high CC, on one side you have high damage. So when you clash together, it's at that point it's just how you maneuver through that jungle. So vision is going to be pretty important here for Botany if they try and survive the picking off style of Burnside. Yeah. So yeah, this battle is going to be won in the jungle.
I think that's what we're going to see here. A lot of fights in the jungle, trying to get early picks. If they can get those early picks, get that momentum, it could really make Botany's playstyle struggle here. So, but I think if Botany gets that long game, they'll be looking solid. So if they keep the long game going, if they keep Burnside stalled out, that I feel like that will be when our match gets really quite intense.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, absolutely. As these teams are now picked in, we're just waiting for that game to get up and running here for our high school esports league. I mean, it's really impressive to see these young talents be able to come out onto a stage in front of a crowd and try play at that highest level. So no matter what happens, both sides are playing phenomenally well.
We're just pretty happy to be here.
Exactly right. Yeah, it's a fun event to even just be able to be involved in. So I'm really excited to see how they go. Dante is going to be our big player to keep an eye out on. Dante sounds like they're going to be coming through clutch with some really big plays.
I can't wait to see some emotional plays from both sides.
Yeah. Now, I don't remember. Did you see what hero Dante picked?
I think it was Misfortune. Yeah.
Okay. So
Misfortune. So he's going to have to really get that good positioning if he wants to get a good ult off.
Wow. So that's going to be the critical one. You were talking so much about Misfortune and how good she can be.
Misfortune is so good, especially with Kraken Slayer. You're just shredding the whole team.
Yeah. So I think if Dante's on Misfortune, then there might be some Misfortune coming Burnside High School.
Good luck! Good luck to Burnside.
Absolutely right. It's an absolute blast. I mean, either way, I think both teams are going to just be feeling good that they got the opportunity to come out, that they did it, that they participated. But whatever team wins is going to feel better because they get to go to the grand finals, which will be on Sunday, as well as, you know, play for that glory. It's all about glory here. It's all about saying, you know what, my school...
we're the best. We're the best. No one else is good enough to stand up against us. But not gonna lie, I'm looking forward to see how this goes, because if Burnside loses, like, you traveled all of that time, just not gonna lie, like, if you lose, you just get handed an L. Like,
True.
you travel to get an L. It's hopefully, so this just gives them more incentive to win.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Because you're in this first semi-finals for our high school leagues, if you do lose, you then go against McLean's College.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it's sort of like you do have that
win.
redemption arc here, but McLean's College, they brought a team in literally every single
Oh, here we
match.
see the game begins.
Here we go, crowd going wild. The game is up and running, and immediately...
Here we see Burnside just immediately taking topside jungle, making sure to just knock them all the way out.
And they're running like a full squad right now. They don't even really care about their lanes at the moment. They really do just want to play for these picks here. Noticing Goblets off to the left, but they don't quite want to commit just yet.
Yeah, especially when you got that Nautilus, you're going to have to look for that level 1 engage, because if you manage to land that hook, boom, insta free kill. That's 400 gold in your pocket for that.
And that's what you're playing for right now, is just trying to get that early value here, especially playing around the jungle. You can start getting your characters. It looks like we got, the greatest, username out here. Just kind of searching, trying to meet up with Hopium down the bottom here.
And
And
safe right now.
yeah, just playing a little bit safe. Maybe trying to get some early value on some turrets.
Yeah, because I see that Graves is starting topside, so he's going to look for that red. And then I can't wait to see what that extra damage he'll do with it. Maybe he'll go for an extra, he'll take some more jungle camps, maybe look for a level 2 gank. I don't know, because this game is crazy. And here we see the Knot and Leona squaring off inside the bushes. And both sides are really scared because we know Leona has Zenith Blade, which is able to launch herself straight at Knot. And then Knot has his hook, which is able to launch himself at each other. But here we see a quick CC, quick trade. Glacial pops off and just stopping that extra damage from going through.
Meanwhile, at mid, once again, just a slow sort of minion battle, trying to get that value of minions. If you can get the early minion kills. Oh, but here we
quick
go.
trade-off.
Vimir trying to get in here. Great down, just trying to fall back. A bit of damage both sides.
Yeah, it
not
appears
quite.
that I think Cassiopeia actually lost that trade a bit. But then again, like Victor is known for his lane bullying and one-shotting abilities, so...
Here we go now, back down at the bottom lane. And it looks like Burnside, they're sort of just chilling at the moment. They've realized that their minions are down, so they have to play safe around the turret here, as a little bit of progress has been made by Botany Downs Secondary College. Here we go. Are they going to have a clash, or are they going to play it safe? Especially with all these minions coming through, it's getting a little bit stressful for Burnside High School.
Pretty sure Burnside is going to have to play this, Burnside bot lane is going to have to play this safe, because that Leona, she just has her E, and she has her Q, and then that's around like 2 seconds of CC already. So you're not going to be able to move, especially with that Misfortune. She's got her passive, which allows her to deal extra damage for her first shot.
And because of this now, you know, Botany College, they can try, go around, maybe get a good gank or something, but they can also focus a little bit on the jungle and just get a bit of value coming from here. But Epo is trying to come help the bottom lane. Now just going to go fight one of the creatures in the jungle.
It looks like Graves is going to have to take the scuttle uncontested, even though the Leona is with the Trundle. They both know they can't win the 3v3. So Graves will take that free scuttle, while Trundle just takes his best with the top one.
Oh, that's a good chunk of damage coming through. And you can see Great Down here is struggling at the mid right now. Ethereum getting a lot of value in terms of not only minions,
and
but as well
lands
damage.
the Leona, but Leona unfortunately just takes 0 damage, and Kaisa is nowhere near enough to deal any more damage either.
All of a sudden, bottom lane starting to go the way of Burnside, and a lot of damage going on to Hopium here. They have to fall back to the turret for a little bit of safety, and Burnside starts...
Will this be a top... Well, the 1v1, pretty close. Both sides are very low, and Graves is in the top river, so he might be looking here for a free kill.
This is what you were talking about with Goblets. You know, he's gonna be strong on the top lane with his character pick there. So definitely top lane looking solid right now for Botany
we see he went 2 longswords, so he is looking to be a lane bully this whole game against Ornn, because Ornn doesn't deal much damage, but then again he doesn't take much damage either. So I think the best way that Goblets can do right now is just build more damage, get that Eclipse, and then when the dragon fight occurs, he'll be more of a problem.
Now, no picks on either side just yet, and it makes sense, you know. It's always that slow play. Mid lane definitely looking quite brutal at the moment, though, and Epo just jungling, just trying to get as much value as possible, already on that level 4. So, you know, it is working out for Epo.
Yeah, both jungles just chilling, is looking for any CS they can get, just trying to get like as much items as they can before the next great fight happens.
Oh man, yeah, now mid lane, back at mid lane, Ephemer still coming out on top in this battle here. Oh man, that's a lot of damage. They're falling quite low.
Lucky. Breakdown's gonna have to try to look for a back because he's not gonna be able to stay under this tower much longer. But then again, he also can't afford to waste all of the CS because that's precious gold that he is missing out.
Ephemer really seeming like coming through clutch right now, but meanwhile, 3 on the side of Botany Down Secondary College, taking on this first Elemental Dragon here.
And it looks like Bonnie's gonna have to give it because they don't really have the manpower right now to challenge it. The Kai'Sa W, they do know they are taking it, but the not hook lands on the Misfortune, and Misfortune gets rooted, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they want to keep the fight going. Especially when they know that Trundle is in the bot side jungle and Graves is all the way in the top in Fountain.
Here we go now. Bottom lane really just trying to get a bit of value, stabilize themselves right now in terms of the minions here. And it's going to be scary as it does look like they managed to take the Dragon. Botany Down Secondary College looking quite strong at the moment. And it's really just anyone's game at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Because when you have 2 hook supports, both ADCs is gonna have to make sure they keep their wits about them, because if you get hit by one, you're guaranteed dead.
Here we go now, back into mid, and it looks like there's been a lot of stabilization, but Ephemer is just constantly pumping in that damage. Ephemer is not letting Botany's Secondary College have any value at the moment. It looks like Burnside is making at least value in the minion game.
I feel like in the mid lane, Cassiopeia is just doing her best to survive and get as much CS as possible, while in the top lane, Orin is trying to survive the onslaught of Aatrox. And so it looks like the top and mid are on their back heels, but then again, bot lane is still a constant slugfest between the 2 supports.
Yeah, they're just slowly trying to find who's going to get that first pick and start building a little bit of value, because it has been really back and forth on every front. I mean, realistically, all sides are just slowly trying to find a way to break through here. What would you be saying is going to be the character and or strategy that needs to come through for either side to take first victory?
I reckon what Botany is doing right now is they're just doing their best to keep up with I will say, with the other team, because right now they're getting bullied out of lane, so they're going to have to look for as much minions, as much gold as possible, so when the more important objectives comes up, they'll be able to stand against them.
Here we go here, just once again.
Like Victor and the Graves is looking for a pick here, but unfortunately she gets caught out by the ward. So unfortunately, but it looks like the Trundle is trying to take the blue buff, but Aatrox pops ult. Unfortunately, the Q doesn't land, and it seems like
they're chasing him down, though. They want him.
It doesn't look like they're going to keep chasing that, especially when they know bot lane is missing and running up.
Yeah, smart call. They actually want to go fight this creature. They are going to take it, get a little bit of value, and Obsess is trying to get aggro.
Knockup hits all 3 of them.
Oh, here we go.
Misses. First blood is Aatrox.
First blood going away.
Goes off, gets stunned, and looks like Victor's on the run.
Oh man, Ephemer has to get away here now. All of Botany Down Secondary College.
Fortunately, Victor was the receiving end of a beating by Cassiopeia. Good revenge, especially for that early game.
Yeah, especially how, you know, Burnside High School managed to get that first pick, but in the end it did come down to Botany Secondary College just coming through and making sure that they're there available to help out the rest of the late fight.
Yeah, I mean, even though that fight did go down and Botany did have a kill up, it looks like the ADC for Burnside did catch the wave and was able to shove it in before the Orm was able to stop it. So there's a lot of extra gold in their pockets, and then again, that means they haven't lost as much as they would have.
And they're up a kill now. They're certainly up in pretty much every front. So Botany Secondary College are going to try utilize this momentum to just run over Burnside High School now. And Burnside High School, they're going to have to find some kind of greedy play to get it, and maybe it might be this mid
Leona looking for Roman.
Oh.
Goes through. Ignite goes through. Victor flashes away. It doesn't look like he's going to get it out. Oh my god, Victor barely survived that onslaught of CC from Leona. Fortunately, Cassiopeia's damage wasn't enough to take him out, and it looks like he's going to get a free back.
That's good that he survived that. If they got taken out, that could have been devastating for Burnside High School, because that means mid lane is going to be so much more powerful. So hopefully now, with Ephemera going back to spawn, they can come back and try and stabilize, try and make it that Botany down secondary college doesn't get as much value.
Unfortunately, the expense of his life for Victor was his flash. So now with Dragon coming up, that might be an essential ability that's important for the next fight, because that will allow you to get a more aggressive position, that give you a better defensive flash to get away. And if you're able to cast that ult in the middle of their whole team, they're just going to get zapped to death. It looks like Aatrox's going to have to pop ult to get away. The Leona ult just barely slows him.
Oh,
well, bullet time goes through. Doesn't look like Aatrox going to survive that onslaught. 2 ults goes through, takes out the Aatrox. Unfortunately, he's going to have to go back home.
And that's Dante. Dante's showing
good play.
us how good they really are here. Burnside, they're going to have to find something within themselves, and I guess they're going to try take this drag. No, they aren't going to take the dragon, opting not to.
Oh wait, they are taking the dragon, but they do know that Graves is the only one that can take it, because they don't need to send that much, especially when they know that Botany is not contesting. Because when you have 3 people topside that you know, then they're just 2 people unaccounted for. And when you know you have a lot more numbers in dragon, then you don't need to spend so much resources on it. Like, everyone else can go to mid lane, bot lane, get more CS in their pockets.
And meanwhile, first turret going the way of Botany down secondary college. So they really are up in so many fronts here. You can see their gold. You can see they are literally leading on every front.
2K gold bounty, I mean, gold difference towards Botany.
Yeah, no, Botany Downs are looking good here. Burnside just trying to find some way to get a little bit of value here. Mid lane, the patience coming through by G Beatdown has been incredible, really. I mean, they've always taken a lot of damage, but known to fall back for safety.
I'm surprised, like, when you're a kill up, you're expected, like, you have more money, you know? But then again, Victor is just that much of an OP champion. You just get bullied in lane. But with Cassiopeia, she's more of a util, like, AoE CC for a team comp, because you have that miasma that just stops any movement from the enemy team. And you also have that ult, which if you stare at her, then you just get turned into stone.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's really smart plays coming through by G Beatdown here. So they are playing very smart going up against Ephemera. Meanwhile, bottom lane as well, looking really one-sided at the moment for Botany Downs.
Yeah, I mean, with Botany Downs going out, it looks like they're just beating up Burnside with their wallets, because they do have... Oh wait, it's a 1k gold difference now. It seems like Burnside is slowly closing it up, especially with the CSing at the top lane. You can see that Aatrox is ahead in the jungle, Graves is ahead in the mid lane, they're just ahead. But then again, Botany does have 2 kills up on them.
Yeah, Botany, they must be feeling good right now. Getting up in this early game can be crucial. So Burnside are going to have to play very safe right now. And you're seeing them do it. I mean, Ephemera now back to the same level as G Beatdown, whereas G Beatdown was 2 levels above them just a few minutes ago. So getting that stabilization of all sorts of values is huge here. But Botany Down still up in the 2,000 gold. Yep. Right, they came back.
So when you get those first few kills, you better not let that ego get to your head, because when you're like you grab a few kills, you know, you're already yo, I'm so good, I outplayed this guy. You better make sure you're able to keep up with the CS, because just look at your items. If you have a lot of kills but no items, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, here we go. And we're now back at that slow pace of what are we going to see our next big fight going to be here. Top lane. It seems like Botany Downs almost, they're willing to give up a little bit of space, which is really good to see.
Okay, right now they're just waiting for an objective to come up while they're just running around getting vision, and maybe if they catch someone trying to drop a ward in their red buff, maybe their whole team can just collapse on them and get that free kills.
Here we go here now, just slow waiting for the team to get back together. Looks like they're waiting for our creature here to spawn. What are we going to see coming out from that spawn?
I think right now they're just waiting for the... all the objectives right now are taken out, so it appears they're just grabbing vision and just hoping they can get as much CS as possible and just quickly scale. Because it appears that Kai'Sa, I'm pretty sure Kai'Sa does beat Misfortune in a 1v1 because she does hit harder than Misfortune. But then again, Misfortune has her bullet time, which is much better for AoE instead of 1v1s. So she's going to have to try and make sure she doesn't get into a slugfest with Kai'Sa.
It looks like we got a bit of a bottom lane fight here. Botany Downs wanting to start to get aggressive. Ephemera did hear that though, so they decided to come join the fight. And so now leaving, going back to mid, they're trying to bait out a little bit of a fight in one area right now. Botany Downs just trying to find where they're going to have the most value for a big fight.
You see, the Aatrox is still being able to bully Ornn out of lane, so that's going to be more platings towards him. But then again, it is 15 minutes, so there's no more platings, actually, my bad. But it might be a free tower that will even out the gold.
So far, it is going to be Botany Downs Secondary College sitting up in value. There's still 2k gold up. It looked like Burnside was slightly getting back in the game here, but they managed to restabilize their gold here. And now it's close to, it's almost getting close to 3k with how quickly they are building up their gold.
Yeah, both the Leona and Not are like barely in lane with their ADCs because they're just looking for any kind of engages they can look for.
Is just searching, where's that next engage? What are we going to do? How are we going to take it? Burnside High School as well, just trying to play it much safer than before. They recognize that they got a little bit greedy there, lost that first fight thanks to a good response from Botany Downs Secondary College, and here we go.
Unfortunately, the Leona E was a bit short. It couldn't land, but the Trundle pillar did force the Knot to flash out of it.
Looks like Burnside High School just trying to group up all together, trying to take this fight onto another dragon here.
To challenge this dragon. Oh wait, no, they are looking for it because both Pierce Ornn is TPing. This looks like it will be a 4-5v5. Both tops are TPing. The Nautilus ult goes on the Misfortune, quickly hunting her down, looking to stop her before she can get her bullet time down. Leona ult goes down on the Aatrox. He's unable to move, unable to get his healing back. He goes through, Cassiopeia ult, now bullet time goes through, takes out the Graves, and now Botany is on the run because they forgot to leave the ADC Kai'Sa. The Victor cleans out the team. Easy ace for Burnside right now.
And there we go, evening it up in the kills, not quite getting the gold value just yet, but they've got a little bit of time to build up some more gold now, and that is huge for Burnside. They needed that victory to stabilize, and being able to take it, they can start going around the jungle, taking some more of these creatures.
They're able to get that ace, and they're able to get a rift. This is a pretty big win for Botany. It's pretty shocking how, despite Botany being able to knock out 3 of Burnside's champions, the ADC and mid was still able to wipe out the rest of them.
Here we go. Now, this is looking so good for, I mean, both sides sitting even right now, sitting quite pretty. Burnside High School did come back in that fight, and it was really, really good to see. It's good to see that kind of mental fortitude of, you know, even though we're down early, it doesn't mean we're out. It means we just take the next fight.
Yeah, it seems like
it's safer.
Yeah, it seems like when they were shoved against the wall by Botany, Burnside was able to bite back. And quickly get that to even out that gold, quickly get that picks, that objective. That rift will be important for shoving in the waves, especially when Botany does have a really good wave clear, especially with that Cassiopeia and that Misfortune.
Here we go now. It looks like Colder is going to try take a fight against
Colder. Unfortunately,
here.
Looks like he might get caught out here. Well, Leona, the Q goes through, stunned. The Leona ult goes through, stunned again. The root goes through. The flash unfortunately catches him before he can escape. Looks like it's a good pick here for Botany.
That was very unfortunate for Burnside High School.
I don't know if that was worth it, unfortunately, because one Aatrox, I don't know if that's worth your tier 2 turret.
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to see how Botany try and use the value they gained here. Turrets going on both sides. So currently, I mean, turrets are falling left, right, and center right now, but top lane's looking really good for Botany as they're getting close to our Nexus here.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see these two teams fight because when Botany like swings for the face, then Burnside swings for the stomach. They just grab objectives either way. If one side goes for kills, one side goes for objectives. One side goes for a tier 2 tower, the other one goes for a tier 1. So both sides are just making sure they get something out of these trades.
That is crucial in games like this because you need to stay even. You cannot let momentum get the better of you here. So it's really good to see that, you know, I see you're going for this punch, I'm going to swing this way and try counteract what you're doing here. Having that mindset of, you know what, if they take it, we just take something else while they're distracted is huge for Burnside to be able to keep in this fight here. But still, the gold-wise, it is going up to Botany Downs Secondary College.
Yeah, it's slowly flipping it up around when Botany was still ahead, and then Burnside just quickly extended their lead and was able to even it out, especially with the Dragon fight. They managed to ace Botany and they managed to take the Rift Scuttle, which allowed them to take that tier 2 turret.
Oh, now Botany getting aggressive on mid lane as well, trying to get another turret down. They're trying to really sort of solidify their lead now, trying to get a lot of value onto the turret and really sort of show Burnside High School what they're going up against. I mean, when you got a pro player like Dante coming through, it is going to be hard, but the fact that all of Botany Downs are playing to this level and keeping up with Dante is huge.
Especially when you have, like, against Botany, you're against two really scary bosses right now, raid bosses, in the form of Cassiopeia and Misfortune. But the problem is, in Misfortune, you can one-shot her easy. But Cassiopeia, she has her CC, she's able to run fast, and so it's going to be hard to catch her, especially when you got her Leona and Trundle. They got a lot of CC, a lot of tank. They're just going to be like really annoying walls that you're going to have to get over of for Burnside to take this win.
Yeah, and now it is getting harder and harder for Burnside as another tower is taken down by the side of Botany Downs here. So, I mean, top lane is going to have to start getting a lot of value with their minions, with their sort of laning. If they can take out God Blitz here, they might be able to start breaking it through. But at the moment, they're just recalling.
It looks like Ornn and Aatrox are just CSing top lane. They're not really doing much, except when they TP for the Dragon fight. So I think top lane right now is just an island, but Graves is looking for a dive. But when Ornn is that tanky, then you're just not going to get through all that meat.
Oh, here we go.
So Victor is on the run.
Has to get back. There is a little bit
out of the bullet time and Misfortune Leona combo. Leona goes down to the Cassiopeia, because Kaisa, Simone.
Oh, here we go. It's starting to look like it's going the way of Burnside, but can they keep that momentum up?
Locked in the middle. The flash goes through it, managed to escape. But we do have a TP coming up from Victor. He quickly re-enters the fight, clear out the wave, but it looks like Bonnie isn't looking to fight anymore.
Oh boy, yeah, it's smart that they don't take that fight as well. They don't want to risk it, but now Burnside gonna try to take the next trap.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna be on a soul point in the Hextech Dragons.
Man, that is good value now for Burnside as well.
It's going to be a pretty good soul. So Bonnie's going to have to fight tooth and nail to make sure Burnside doesn't get this dragon.
Oh,
that Hextech Drake could turn the tides of war right now.
Here we go. It looks like Dante trying to keep mid alive at the moment. Hopium joining in on the fight here. The fact that they're playing so slowly and trying to stop Burnside's value coming through is really good to see. Botany Downs, they really know how to play smart.
Yeah, they're just doing their best right now to keep up with the momentum that Botany is setting. So the battle here is going to have to be through the objective, especially now the Baron's up. This might be a Baron angle, but if they get a pick. So that's why Aatrox quickly ult to chase him down. But it doesn't look like Leona is going to get out of here, especially with the no Hex Flash. The Q only goes through, especially with a W.
Oh, here we go. Hopium so low. There's no Hopium for
trying to
them.
grab the Kaisa and getting away.
And now, they're going for our next, is this the Baron?
Yeah, this is a Baron now because when they get that pick, it's a 5v4. So it doesn't look like Bonnie's going to be able to mount up a resistance, especially when their main engage and AoE CC is out there. So even though outnumbered, Bonnie looks like they're going to look for this fight. Victor takes the Cassiopeia ult face on, gets solo killed by the Cassiopeia and Misfortune.
Oh, and they take the kills. They actually managed to, even though they didn't get the Baron, they came through and got a couple of picks to make sure that the value isn't going all the way of Burnside High School here. And now Luna getting caught out as well.
Kaisa gets taken down, unfortunately, so that might have been a bad Baron call because they have 3 people dead to 1 person dead in Botany. But then again, they did get 2 people with the buff. So I don't know if that's worth it. Looks like Burnside is slowly losing the trades here with Botany, so not looking too good for them.
No, exactly right. It's going to be interesting to see how both these teams now take our next sort of Our next sort of phase of the game here, Baron, going the way of Burnside High School, so Botany Secondary College is really going to have to try and get some good value to try and just make sure that they don't make use of all of that Baron kill.
Yeah, I believe now that I see it, the team comp of Burnside is actually just to quickly one-shot the Misfortune before she's able to get that ult off. Because the whole comp around is built around her, especially when they have terrain shifting champions, especially like Ornn and Trundle, because they are able to grab that pillar, which can create a funnel, which allows Cassiopeia and Leona to land their CC ults.
Now, is it a smart call, though, to be building a team based all around one character?
I mean, like, normally you wouldn't look to do that, but then again, he is a challenger, so that is a good idea.
Here we go now, up in the sort of top high ground of mid lane here. It looks like we've got Dante going on a complete rampage. Oh no!
Aatrox beating down under the tower, his healing not saving him from the wrath of Trundle.
Oh man, Burnside High School trying to just get a bit more value. They need to get a pick here if they want to try and really get up in this fight. I mean, look at it now. 5 kills difference. Botany Secondary College are really starting to gain a lead.
Yeah, despite the 5 kill difference, this game is still pretty close because it's only a 2k gold difference, sorry. But then again, Burnside is 1 Drake off soul. That Hextech soul could change the whole tide of this battle right now because that static shiv proc effect with that slows, that's gonna keep Misfortune down on their toes.
Here we go. It's gonna be that slow, waited out, see what they can get here. Burnside obviously waiting for our next soul to come through. What do you think Botany Secondary College have to do to try and sort of match Burnside's play?
I think right now their move right now is to be able to get as much vision as possible on the next up and coming objective, because that will like allow them to place themselves better, to allow themselves to be in better positions to quickly use that Misfortune ult, because that Misfortune ult will shred their whole team.
Oh, here we go.
So right now, Hourglass does go off, but it doesn't look like he's going to get out of it because the Leona Q goes off. The Ornn quickly knocks him up, but it appears like he's dead before he even lands.
Oh man, and these picks keep going to Botany Secondary College. If they can keep that up, they should build value. Meanwhile, top lane though, it does look like they're going to be able to take that second tower along the lane.
Yeah, it seems like if you get hit by any kind of CC in Botany, you're just dead. Even though if you have your whole team behind you, it doesn't seem like they want to get caught in the crossfire of that Misfortune ult. Because if you get caught up in that, then it's either going to be one kill or 2 kills on your team.
Calder is getting very aggressive on this top lane. They kind of want to work with it here. Botany taking the dragon.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Burnside is able to mount any kind of offense against that dragon. Especially with Victor dead. Victor is an important part of the team right now because that AoE ult will change the whole fight.
Here we go. We're going to see how Kin tries to come through, but another turret going the way of Botany Downs Secondary College, and it looks like now they basically only got the turrets in front of the Nexus, if I'm correct.
Oh, you better be careful here. It looks like Graves will get caught out. The ult goes wide as he turns around, but it looks like Trundle is not letting him go, but quickly, Kaisa is quickly protecting him as much as possible with Victor flashing in, dropping ult, wiping out his whole team. It doesn't look like anyone's getting out of here with the Misfortune doing her best to trade the fight, even though ignited.
Oh man, this is such a back and forth fight, but Botany Downs Secondary College are taking it. They're now chasing down Calder. Evo trying to protect Calder, giving them a little bit of value, but
Graves and Aatrox are running for their lives right now, but the Misfortune bullet range just wouldn't let him go. But it looks like the only survivor from that fight is Graves.
oh man, and what a round for Botany Downs Secondary College. They are looking so good right now. They're playing so smart.
Yeah,
you know, knowing when to take these fights.
Graves being the first guy to like face check the bush, he was the only one to survive. His whole team like tried to help him and they got wiped out. That's the problem with Botany's team right now.
Yeah, absolutely right here. It's really good to see Botany kind of recognizing what's going wrong, but then being able to come back and take the fight anyway. Burnside High School, they're going to have to figure something out to take this win, really.
Yeah, because when you're down 3k gold, but on the only saving grace you have is that you have an extra dragon on top of them, you're pretty much on your back legs right now.
Here we go. It looks like Hopium now.
Yonah goes wide, but he does hit the Graves. But unfortunately, Misfortune is locked down. But it doesn't matter. Cassiopeia makes up more than enough for that damage.
And man, what is Burnside going to do here? We've got our next Baron?
Yeah, it's going to be the second Baron of the game now, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like Burnside is going to be able to contest this, especially when they have their Nautilus dead, because that's their only engage at this point, because I don't think Aatrox is going to be able to survive any kind of engagement with Botany.
Man, this is looking so good right now for Botany Secondary College. They're going to try and get aggressive on this mid lane here. Here we go.
He's going to get dived.
That is such a good pick. Mid lane now, going the way of Botany Secondary College, and this is looking like domination now.
It doesn't look like Burnside is going to be able to mount any kind of wall against this crushing tsunami that's going against them, that's Botany. So it looks like the door to victory is slowly creeping open for Botany. All they have to do now is just knock that door down, especially when the Burnside team is a bit too weak when they're down this much gold.
And look at them go. They are just taking turret after turret now. They do not care. Look at this aggression coming through.
Oh, the Leona, very emotional. Goes dash in anyway, despite having no HP, sacrificing her life for that win, doing her best for the team.
Oh my gosh, this is absolute domination as we're now coming up to the Nexus here and just complete
game one.
Rushing from Botany Secondary College here.
Yeah, Botany completely annihilated Burnside in all of the objective fights. It doesn't look like the comp that Burnside chose, which is the pick-off comp. It didn't look like it worked, especially when they got that AoE CC.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a first match coming through. Botany Downs taking our first round. I believe that is going to be our first of 3 here. So, you know, Burnside High School, they are able to try and come back. But really phenomenal match. Do you have any sort of highlights that came through?
I gotta say, like that bot lane fight and the first dragon fight that they both had, it was pretty shocking when we see that Burnside got 3 of their teammates knocked out in the first few seconds of the fight. But then again, that ADC, and I think it was the Graves, was able to quickly turn that fight around.
Absolutely right. Well, we are just going to quickly jump onto a short wee break as we get our teams ready for the next match. So don't go anywhere. We have some more amazing League of Legends games coming right up.
Yep. Cheers.
Welcome back to the New Zealand Esports HyperFibre League. We have just finished Game 1 against Botany Downs Secondary College and Burnside High School. Join with me here is a player from Botany Downs Secondary College, Dante. Nice to have you here. Congratulations on your first win. Tell me a little bit about the draft and how you felt going into that game.
The draft, I think they gave us like every OP. We locked Oren because that champion is very easy to play and facilitates well. So I hope they ban Oren next game for the betterment of the quality of the game. But yeah, I think I liked the draft. It was good.
Early game was a little bit rough. How did you come back from that as a team? Was there any mental, barriers you had to break through?
Not really. Like in game, we just focused on. We didn't really worry about what happened in the past. Yeah, it was pretty easy to move on. I think it was just a blunder from multiple people that we didn't reset early, and then yeah. But we should have for sure won that fight. But it's okay. Next time.
When did you feel like you had the game? When did you feel like it really swung in your favor? Was there a specific team fight or moment?
I would say as soon as we got Baron, it was pretty much over. I think they're not really good enough to come back from that gold lead, and we just had too many items. And yeah. Oh, actually, I remember it was them getting Baron at first, and then I got like 3 shutdowns, and then I had too much gold. I'm 3 items on Misfortune, and it's just over, bro. It's over.
And it was over as you took down the first game, so congratulations. I will let you get back to the stage. Thank you for joining us. Can I get a big yay to the crowd for Dante and Botany Downs Secondary College? All right, good luck for your next game. And we're going back to our casters as we prepare for the next match. Burnside High School hopefully able to come back in this, as if they are unsuccessful in this game, they'll have to prove themselves again, while Botany Downs Secondary College will be going straight through to the grand final. Back to our casters, take us away with the action.
Yo. Yeah, thank you so much. Welcome back to the second game of the Burnside versus Botany, best out of 3. Can't wait to see how this goes.
My name is Kier, I'm a new caster, Killer Squid, and I'm just replacing the old guy.
Yeah, fortunately we had to get a different caster. But fortunately, sorry, we do have Kier, which is a great caster, and I can't wait to be with him this game.
Yeah, I'm excited for this. Game 1 looked very close at the start, but just a bit unfortunate with the Baron Calder went in the way of Botany Downs College. So looking forward to the second game. Hopefully it can be more close. As Dante said, maybe the Orn ban will help them out a bit with their draft.
Yeah, because I believe that they just lost that drafting phase because Botany just had way too much AoE CC against Burnside's picking off abilities.
Yeah, that big, strong CC comp with the Misfortune ult, everyone stacked together. As we saw at the very late stages of the game, I think Dante picked up 5 kills in the enemy base, an unofficial pentakill. Just absolute domination right there. Legendary.
Yeah, those objective fights were way too exciting, honestly, because like even though you see one side is down 2 guys, the other side is still able to win. Yeah.
Anything is possible, always comebacks, but
yeah, just always believe in yourself, because even though like you're alone inside the jungle, there's a whole team against you. Like the only thing you can do is just either run or fight and do something emotional when you're already fed. Yeah. So, what are your predictions for this game?
Well, I'm probably going to predict something similar from Botany. I'm hoping for another CC comp. It would be fun to see some sort of like no tanks, all-out damage battle, but probably going to see some tankier top laners. The Eclipse Aatrox build is full damage, didn't seem to go too well that game, ending score of about 2 and 7. Maybe a utility top laner would be better, going for less lane bullying but more staying power in the end game.
I mean, yeah, when you're like we're going Eclipse build Aatrox against an Ornn, when you're against a Trundle, when you're against a Leona, you're not going to do much damage to those like hard shell tanks. So the only thing you can do is just look to get into the backline and pick them off, because I believe right now Misfortune is a picker ban, because that bullet time is a huge problem that Burnside wasn't able to get ahead.
Yeah, Misfortune laying down so much damage, super strong champion right now.
Yeah, even though they had the Nod, they had the Kaisa, like they're unable to get them. Oh, here you see bot diff. Oh my god. Already BMing, jeez.
Bit of smoke.
Yeah, we see some bad blood between these two teams apparently, because They're already trash talking before the game even started.
I believe these teams have played before.
Yeah, I'm pretty
I'm
sure.
not sure of those results. So I think they played 3 times before.
Have they? Well, if they did, I'm not sure of like who won. But here we see that Botany did come ahead in the first game. But then again, it is best out of 3. So if Burnside is able to pull out a win this time, then they will have to go to a match 3.
But if Botany picks up this game, we will not see a third game. It'll be Botany straight into the second game against McLean's College to try and get a... No, it'll be Burnside straight into the game against McLean's College to try and get a seat against...
Oh, the first 3 picks are looking pretty good. I like the Trundle, Talia, and Orin. They have terrain shifting abilities, which I don't know if you need 3 of those, but I'm excited to see what they pick to complement those abilities. And on Burnside, they have a Gwen, Yone, and Ziggs. Those are big damage dealing champions, and Gwen with her mist is able to get into the range champions close quarters and is able to just tear her down.
Yeah, we see a similar top and jungle from the bottom side going for the Ornn and the Trundle again. Ornn wasn't banned out. And a pretty big damaging side from Burnside. Gwen lays down a lot of damage, same as Yone and Ziggs, whereas Botany is going for more frontlining. Last game, the Talia was banned. It's not banned out this game, so it's been picked by Botany. It's probably going to be in the mid or the jungle.
Ooh, yeah, 3 ADCs banned. It looks like Burnside recognizes the abilities of Dante, so they're going to have to ban out the ADC as much as possible and try to get as much advantage as they're able to in the bot lane. Maybe we'll see another ADC ban, who knows? But if they do that, that's just tipping the hat to like your opponent, which is... I don't know if you want to like drop your honor that low, Burnside.
Yeah, Botany still just waiting on probably their bot lane picks, support and the ADC, whereas the Burnside people are waiting on their jungler.
Ooh, another ADC ban. Yeah, so that looks like Dante is going to have to pick one of his lesser played champions, maybe. Or maybe ones that isn't as meta as this season.
Yeah, 4 ADCs banned. It looks like he's going to be playing into a Ziggs, so we'll see what he decides to go for.
Ooh, maybe they'll bring back the Ziggs Veigar combo, which was just like so OP earlier this season. Just tore through solo queue.
The support comes out for Botany, deciding to last pick their ADC. Support Nautilus, so maybe a more aggressive comp this time?
Yeah, the Trundle Nautilus Ornn, it seems like Botany just likes to go like tank heavy comps. Because with the durability patch, that just makes them even stronger. It's like in older seasons when tank meta was out, this is just like a mini version of that one.
A Vi pick from Burnside. I like that pick a lot. It allows you to bypass the front line of the Botany team and go straight for their carries.
Well, never mind. It seems like Graves.
It's gone to Graves again.
Yeah, I think they recognize that Vi isn't able to tear through that heavy armor surrounding those 3 champions. And so they're going to have to go with Graves. Because if Graves with the Lord Doms is going to be able to punch through. Right now, we're just waiting for a support pick.
Just a support from Burnside and an ADC from Botany, so we'll see what these end up.
Yeah, this could be a game-changing pick. Maybe it'll be a good old counter pick. Oh, a Mumu Ziggs.
A Mumu support for Burnside. So
yeah, it looks like both champs do favor hook champions.
A very unconventional bot lane. And
oh, and the Nyla?
Nyla is being hovered, the newest champion in League of Legends.
Yeah, it looks like the Bard Aatrox Jinx. Ooh, I'm pretty excited for a Jinx. Never mind.
I want to see Dante on another hyper carry champion, see the challenger player playing what he's best at.
Yeah, I kind of want to see a Nyla. A Nyla is pretty much like just a worse Samira.
Ends up being a Xayah pick. So
ooh, Xayah is pretty good for that AoE route, and it is able to just quickly pop them when she has enough blades behind her.
Interesting bot lane matchup with the Amumu Ziggs versus the Nautilus Xayah.
What are your predictions for this game? What does it look like? With the comps already built, and from what we've seen last game, who do you think is going to win?
I'm not sure. I think Burnside has picked a team with not much frontline again. Gwen, not too tanky. She does like to be at the front, hitting the tanks. Gwen and Trundle, both very good into melees. So, I'm not entirely sure. Looks like Gwen is going to be able to put a lot of damage this game, and Ziggs is going to be poking. So,
well, it looks like right now is I think Team Botany. It doesn't seem like they have as much damage as they do have tanks. But then again, since they have a lot more tanks, Burnside is going to have to focus really hard on that Doms to be able to get through that thick armor. And if they are able to get through them, then they can finally touch Talia and Xayah, which is going to be the biggest damage cannons behind them.
Yeah, that Yone pick from Burnside possibly able to dive through, maybe get an ult onto Dante or the Talia pick, hopefully assassinate some of them through their tanks. Otherwise, they'll have to punch through that massive, big, strong Ornn.
Yeah, it seems like the comps right now, I don't think I've like really seen that much in Worlds, because I don't know, because in Worlds, when you're in pro play, it is different. It's different, but also similar to what we have now, because I don't know if they're playing in the same, what's it called, the same update. But so we don't know what's in meta. I'm not sure what's OP.
I believe it's one patch difference, but it shouldn't make too much of a difference, since the only sort of changes were surrounding some of the popular Worlds champions like Lee Sin, etc. Hopefully, it should be an enjoyable game. I don't want to see a stomp. I do want to see a close game, and I'm hoping we go to a game 3 so we can see more action today.
Yeah, so hopefully maybe Burnside is able to pull out a win this time against Botany, so we are able to get a game 3 on and keep the show going.
Yeah, no one likes a stomp, so good luck to Burnside. Kind of rooting for them this game. Let's see it.
Yeah, because if they get stomped, they just get sent home. They get sent home all the way back to Christchurch, even though they traveled all this long. So yeah, they have a lot on the line. They have their honor, their pride, and their time on the line. Yes. So yeah, let's hope they pull through.
Would be nice to see the team from Christchurch do something up here in Auckland. Give it to the Aucklanders.
Yeah, because when you're against like a challenger ADC, you guys do your best. Keep that guy suppressed. Keep him down. But then again, he also have a really good teammates behind him who's able to pull their weight and swing back at you as much as possible.
Yep, they'll be peeling, they'll be peeling, they'll be supporting him, so hopefully he can pull it out, and yeah.
Yeah, we can't wait. Because right now, honestly, I'm hoping for a quick good 1v3 or something like someone's whose odds are just really stacked against them. They're able to pull through anyway.
Yeah, I want to see some montage plays, possibly from this Yone or this Gwen, carrying the game on their back.
Yeah, because even though you go Yone is kind of cringe, not gonna lie. Kind of a cringe pick, especially just E in, you just swing your sword around, get a kill. Nah, where's the skill? You're just like Yasu's younger brother.
Very strong champion, although Xayah does have the disengage with her ultimate, so she is a bit strong against dive, able to avoid an ability entirely and put out some damage with her feathers. We will see Xayah, although notoriously not very good at shredding tanks, unless she goes for a new Kraken Slayer build, so she's going to be DPSing a lot.
Yeah, that Kraken is going to be a very important build, so she's going to have to rush that quickly as much as possible. So yeah.
First Mythic probably going to be important here, seeing as both teams do have some early fighting power, although I would put scaling on the side of Burnside, although how well Talia and Xayah both scaled, they have like
yeah, I mean, like when you put like scaling as the deciding factor, you're gonna have to make sure you get there. Especially if you're a late game scaler, you're gonna have to try to reach that point before you get stomped out completely.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so who are you rooting for?
Well, good luck to both teams. Looking forward to this match, especially the early game. I'm excited to see some fighting in the bot lane with the Nautilus pick. And
yeah, it looks like the game is starting right now.
Early drag fights.
Yep.
Contesting. Getting to a soul point, hopefully. Elder Dragon fights, always enjoyable to watch. And here we are on the Rift.
Yeah, it looks like both sides isn't looking for a grouping in the top side or the bot side. They're quickly spreading out, getting as much vision as possible so they're able to know what the other team is doing, and they're able to react accordingly.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to see an invade, unfortunately, but
yeah, level 1, despite having a hook champ in the form of Naut and Amumu, it doesn't look like both teams looking to risk that, especially when Burnside is one loss down. So they have to win this in order to keep going in the fight.
Yeah, one loss away from complete elimination. Looks like Nautilus has just warded the top river and gone home to get an Oracle Lens. And he's heading on to bot lane, so we'll see where these junglers are starting soon.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens if the Graves and Trundle is able to 1v1 in the jungle. But I don't think both sides are going to look for that much of a risk, because I'm pretty sure Graves does beat Trundle in a straight 1v1. And so they're going to have to look against that and instead just farm up, look for any picks they can get, look for a good gank if possible in the mid lane. Because in the top lane, it doesn't look like you're going to be able to get much kills, especially when there's an Ornn, a tanky Ornn, and a Gwen with her Mist. You're not going to be able to hurt her unless you get in close enough.
Looks like once again both jugglers are going to start in the top lane. Looks like the blue side bot lane is faking a leash. So interesting strategy there, making the blue side believe that they were leashed on the bot side so that they can possibly get an invade with this Graves.
I mean, yeah, because this game, you're going to have... Oh, it looks like a Not is actually looking for an early Q, quickly getting the damage. Amumu trading it back. Ziggs throws the Q, doesn't really land, it doesn't do much damage, but it doesn't seem like both sides is willing to continue that fight.
A decent trade there. Nautilus looks like he's just going to be zoning the Yordle bot lane from the Burnside team.
Yeah, especially when they know that level 1 Ziggs isn't really good at extended fights, so they're gonna have to look for, to just keep him there in the fight because Zaya does deal a lot more damage with the auto attacks, while Ziggs has to wait for his cooldowns.
Most likely just going to be seeing farming in the top and the mid lane. Bot lane is probably where the action is going to happen with both junglers starting top side, pathing towards bottom. We may see a 3v3 as soon as minute 5.
Yeah, in the top side, I don't think Gwen is going to be able to solo kill the Ornn because the Ornn has way too much HP and escape, while Gwen has 0 CC, aside from her ult, which is a slow. So I think this game will be decided by the bot lane, mid lane and jungle, and top lane is just there for the TP.
Yep, Zaya and Nautilus pushing in the wave, looking to head up, rotate to Scuttle. Looks like Botany is going to grab the bot Scuttle this game, or possibly look for a pick on mid with maybe a 3-man gank.
Yeah, it looks like a
Trundle, Nautilus coming in. Yone has flash up. He's trying to get a pick. He's trying to go 1v3.
Yeah, Yone is just doing his best right now to at least get a trade off, but it doesn't look like his soul is going to have to go back straight into Nautilus route. First blood goes to Botany. Goes to Botany.
A very, very nice attempt there by Yone to get a 1-for-1.
Yeah, unfortunately, that support and jungle duo was just way too quick on that rotate, and Yone had no idea what hit him, and he's unfortunately going to have to use his TP to get back to lane, catch that wave, and hopefully not lose as much. But then again, the kill did go to Nautilus, so it's not that impactful, but it's still bad.
I wouldn't be too worried if I were a Burnside fan right now. Just an unfortunate error there from the mid laner. Tried his best.
Yeah, it looks like Graves is invading the topside jungle, and he has to be very careful here because Trundle apparently is going towards it, and so he's going to have to quickly grab it, escape before both of them collapse on him.
Yep, Trundle and Ornn both here where the Graves are. They could look to pincer him, but I don't believe they have vision on him. He's recalling right now.
Yeah, for a tank champion, Ornn does an absurd amount of damage, weirdly.
Trundle saw his Krugs gone and left to go to chickens, not finding the Graves. Unfortunately, we're not going to see a fight in the top side.
Yeah, unfortunately, Trundle does get caught out by the Yone ward, so they know exactly where he is, which allows the bot lane to play more aggressive.
Yone playing well there, getting some vision in the enemy jungle. Always a nice thing to have if you're playing as your lanes and the jungler, as you want to know where the enemy jungler is at all times.
Those eyes in the jungle are very important here. Especially when those both AS supports love to roam. But when hook champs are roaming, you better stay under your tower. You're gonna get hooked, you're dead, you're gone.
We're seeing quite a CS diff here in the bot lane with almost double, in fact it is double, Zaya having double Ziggs' CS and the wave pushing down towards the Ziggs.
Yeah, it's really a 1k goal difference despite it being 5 minutes, so it looks like Botany is looking for blood for this point.
Yep, taking the first dragon. They might want to be backing and picking up some items to make use of their early gold lead, just for these early skirmishes. Ziggs has picked up on some of the CS. If you notice, Zaya has got a cull, so she's looking to farm up and get extra gold scale for the late game.
It doesn't look like Burnside is going to be able to mount any offense against this dragon, so they're going to have to let it go and grab as much CS as possible while they're distracted with the dragon.
Burnside falling behind here, not able to take advantage of that drag, so it looks like it's just going to be a free dragon. Not Ocean Soul is all we pretty much get from that. Yeah,
that's a great asset of Burnside to pick and choose where to fight, because they're able to give stuff away, but then again, they are able to also fight for the objective. So they know when to pick their fights, they know where to win their fights as well.
Most of the solo laners picking up level 6 right now, so we might see some flashy plays coming out with the Ornn ultimate or the Gwen ult or the Yone ultimate. Always with the potential for Talia to start roaming once she hits her level 6 as well.
Ooh, the Gwen better be careful here, because Ornn might actually be able to look for a dive, because he does have that damage necessary. So if he's able to lock her down and pin her in the corner of the tower, she's as good as dead.
Ornn baiting out the W, although
this might be a 1v1 here. Oh, Godblitz solo kills Gwen under tower. the God Blitz just outperformed Gwen here in that situation because Gwen is just not able to deal enough damage to get through that thick skin of Ornn.
Yeah, Gwen in the early game, not much damage. Well played by God Blitz, a huge ultimate snipe for the kill.
Yeah, and here we see the mid lane is still a slugfest between Yone and Taliyah because Taliyah is trying her best to keep him away.
The gold diff extending to 1.3k now at the 7th minute mark. This is not looking good for Burnside. They're pretty much hoping to get some action soon or they're going to fall too far behind these tanky champions on the botany side.
Yeah, as soon as Yone is able to get his wind dash up, Taliyah better hit the hills running because if you get hit by that, you're just stuck there, especially now that he's got his ult.
Everything looking pretty even in the middle lane, actually. Yone's got 1 death, but Taliyah has only got an assist. Yone, no items, but he's probably about to grab his items.
Yeah, it looks like the ADCs in the bot lane. The CS diff is slowly getting thicker and thicker. And Not-Q doesn't hit the Yone, but Yone does have ult to quickly escape. Unfortunately, Taliyah had to waste flash in order to try and secure the kill. But the Yone ult is just too fast for it to catch.
A nice try by Taliyah to grab that flash. Oh, but Gwen gets ganked, and it looks like Gwen is going to die again. Another kill goes to
good kill by Trundle. Drops that pillar right on top of Gwen, keeping her still while Ornn just beats the crap out of her.
Yeah, unfortunate for the Gwen there to get ganked, but well played by God Blitz and his jungler. Unfortunate again for Burnside.
Yeah, it's not looking too good right now in the early game. Looks like Botany is just stomping them in the early game because 8 minutes in and nearly a 2k goal difference.
As well as Botany grabbing the Rift Herald, it looks like it's going to be pretty much uncontested, so they're going to have another way to put gold in their pockets through that Rift Herald.
Yeah, 2 objectives in their pockets, 2k goals in their pockets, and an extra 3 kills. I'm not sure how Burnside's going to have to respond to this.
Some big play is going to have to come soon with this Graves before he falls off into the late game.
I think right now, my prediction is this game will be settled on the next Dragon fight. Despite the fact that Botany is at a higher advantage than Burnside in this fight, it seems like this is what will decide the game because this is going to be a big Dragon. It's going to be a lot of kills that's going to have to go through here.
I would say so. Ooh,
Taliyah
big play coming in bot lane.
Locking that Amumu
traps the Amumu. Ooh, hook goes onto the minion. Looks like
Amumu will be stuck. The flash goes through.
Flash.
And no kills go through despite the usage of multiple ults and sums.
Unfortunate there, but the Amumu flash is gotten. Multiple sums are taken by Botany College. It looks like they're just going to dive. No minions. Careful Nautilus, he's probably going to go down, but they're going to pick up 2 kills in
that was pretty worth, like 2 kills for 1 kill. Unfortunately, Amumu was just a level 5. If he had his ult, I reckon that would have turned the whole fight around, because when you have 3 people diving on your tower, you pop an Amumu ult, all of them are stuck there, like under the mercy of the tower.
Absolutely, especially with no minions. And gank coming for the Burnside top laner now. Ornn has to use flash.
Graves' ult doesn't do as much damage to Ornn.
Ends up living.
Yeah, it seems like right now Burnside is looking for any fights they're able to get.
And the bot side turret goes down already for Burnside due to that Rift Herald that we picked up earlier.
Yeah, it looks like some emotional plays are coming through because it looks like they're going to have to stem the bleeding that Botany is doing to them.
There is a very, very big amount of bleeding with the 4k gold diff at only 10 minutes in.
Yeah, it's not looking too good.
This drag fight coming up, everyone's back, got their items. It's looking like it's going to be... And the first mythic gets picked up, actually, with Xayah picking up her Gale Force and Trundle with his Divine Sunderer.
I'd say right now the win con for Burnside is for, at the Dragon fight, that Yone is going to have to drop a massive ult in order for Amumu, Ziggs, and Graves to have their ults to be more effective and land a good wombo combo on Botany.
It looks like the Burnside are not even going to contest the Dragon, they're just going to give it up. The jungler is nowhere to be found near it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Burnside is gonna roll the dice in this fight.
They're just gonna fall more and more behind.
Yeah, way too much is at stake because no one wants to be that person that sends you home.
Interesting call there by Burnside. I'm not sure if I agree with it. However, we will see how it pans out in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, I'd say right now I think Burnside are actually just trying to scale as much as possible and make sure they don't lose as much objectives and kills before the game ends.
I I do see why that decision was made to avoid the dragon fight, however. If that was lost there, it was most likely going to be a lost game entirely.
Yeah, and it looks like right now Amumu and Yone is staying in the mid lane in case of any kind of gank, as Trundle is missing, ADC is missing, and support is missing from botany side, so they're not really sure whereabouts of the map they're in.
The tower going down does allow the Ziggs on Burnside's side to farm pretty much for free. Very, very safe in his own half of the map.
Ooh, it looks like Yone is going to have to use his ult again to escape. Unfortunately, the Taliyah ult was a bit too far away to lock them in. Graves barely survives, so 1 HP. Not enough damage from Botany going through and securing the kill.
Nice play from Botany there. Unfortunate in that Graves lived on about 50 HP.
Looks like right now, like last game, the Ornn was getting bullied. But it looks like this is the revenge game. It seems the Ornn is bullying the Gwen under the tower. She's just forced to sacrifice more and more platings, more money going to Ornn, and the less offense she's able to mount.
Yeah, domination in the top side there from Botany, just taking the blue buff as well off of Burnside.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Burnside is able to do anything against Botany being inside the jungle because they know they just have too much attack damage from the Xayah, from the Trundle.
Yeah, Xayah having the ability to roam around the map due to her tower being gone is pretty big, as the Ziggs has to stay there to claim the wave, but the Xayah can roam around, essentially making
Oh, it looks like
5v4.
Amumu ult hits both Trundle and Nautilus, and it looks like they're not going to be able to run. The Nautilus hook just lands. I believe that was the edge of his Q, and he's on the run right now. Ziggs just managed to hit, but it doesn't look like it has enough damage. Gwen's on the chase. The Ghost did pop, and it doesn't seem like
Nautilus is going to drop here, so a kill goes to Amumu and goes to Gwen. Some nice kills picked up by Burnside. Will it make the difference in their win?
Yeah, that was a pretty good 2 picks from Burnside on Botany, because when you're at loss, like the most you can do is just stay back and then hope they make mistakes, and that's what they did. It looks like Botany just extended a bit too far, sent in I think it was Trundle and Not in to try to get vision in the blue side of jungle,
and
but they got caught out immediately.
And they are getting punished for it, with the blue side able to get some plates.
Goes through. Unfortunately, he gets knocked up just before he's able to land it. That was a good stop by Ziggs.
Well played, well played. It looks like they're pinging out some kind of jungle camp. I'm not sure if it's the Dragon or not. Dragon coming up in 2 minutes. It is going to be an Infernal Soul. One of the better souls, allowing for a lot more damage to come through. That'll be very good on the Botany side, considering their tankiness. Their damages will be allowed.
Ooh, I don't know if Amumu is going to be able to get out of here, especially with a Trundle slow, but fortunately he's not going to keep the chase on, especially when Ziggs is missing and Xayah is lurking in the mid lane.
Amumu, quite a tanky champion, not going to get with one shot just by a Trundle with a Divine Sunderer.
Yeah, I remember when Amumu support was the most cracked thing. Like Amumu Misfortune was cracked inside the early season, and it looks like they're bringing this back.
Yeah, a bit of a blast from the past. Botany is going to take down the Rift Herald again. They're going to have 2 Rift Heralds this game. That's a lot of money and a lot of pushing power that they're grabbing from these objectives, as well as the 2 dragons.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like Burnside is able to... Oh, wait, never mind. The Nautilus Q goes through, but he picks Ziggs instead to ult, instead of the Amumu, because it appears that they're not able to get him.
Unfortunate, no picks there. Nothing really gathered. Just a small fight in the mid lane and a free Rift Herald. Yeah,
I think Botany is giving way too much objectives for free. I feel like they have to start fighting soon, because you're just losing way too much right now.
The Graves jungle here, no objectives, 0-0-0 on his scoreline. But he is farming well, so hopefully he can make a big impact on this next drag fight that's going to come up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not sure if 20 turning 30 CS ahead of the Trundle is worth 2 dragons and 2 rifts. I think he's getting diffed right now, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely getting diffed, but trying to make a difference here.
Yeah, the Nautilus comes in, lands on the Ziggs. Ziggs flashes away. Taliyah quickly enters the fight. Ziggs goes through. Unfortunately, he runs around the middle of the wall.
Gwen is putting out so much damage, though. Gwen is nice. 2 for 2 so far.
Goes in, quickly tries to pick up Xayah. Xayah still has ult up. He pulls back daggers, wipes out the Yone. Unfortunately, he just ulted into his own death. Gwen on the run. Unfortunately, he just can't get away.
Ooh, nice fight for Botany College. Graves is still alive, has the ability to steal this dragon. However, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to go for that
I
play.
think that's too risky, too emotional of a play. I don't think your life is worth one dragon at this point. But now, that does mean Botany is on soul point.
Absolutely huge fight there for Botany. Xayah picking up an extra kill. All sorts of gold going everywhere, 4 kills, and another dragon, which, yes, does put them on soul point for the Infernal Soul.
Yeah, Burnside is going to have to try to look for any way to win these fights now, especially when the enemy team is up 4k gold and up 3 dragons. And there is a Rift Herald waiting to unleash so much damage on the towers. And if you leave that unchecked, that could push all the way to your inhibitors, which you do not want. So Burnside is right now backed into the wall, but you know, when you back an animal into the wall, it's bound to bite back.
These are the moments where we will see those montage plays comes out, possibly from the Graves, the Yone, maybe the Gwen, just killing the entire front line of Botany. Hopefully something like that is going to happen and we're not just going to see a stomp from start to finish.
It looks like Botany right now is knocking on mid lane with not lurking in the topside jungle.
Zig's ult is used to try and clear the wave, but the tower is going to go down anyway. Burnside just having to give more and more and more as this game goes on. They have to pick a stand. They have to choose when they're going to fight, or their Gwen is going to get
Gwen might be in
down.
trouble here. If that not Q lands, she's dead. But then again, she does have a mist, and unfortunately, she uses ult to try and slow them down.
She's going to use ult to zone them away. Not a bad choice. Looks like the whole Burnside team is going to rotate up here to try and stop this push. Rift Herald still available, just gets popped. So Rift Herald is going to run down the top lane and we're going to see what is going to happen here.
Yeah, it looks like Botany is accompanying the Rift to this push right now, but it doesn't look like they're looking for a fight here.
Gwen is going in. Nautilus is stuck over the wall. He can't hook over it. He flashes in.
The ult goes through, the Nautilus ult goes through, taking out the back lines quickly, CCing them, make sure they don't do any
Yone
damage.
gets an ult onto the back lines. Yone is going in. He shuts down Xayah. Talia is killing the Gwen though. It's a battle of the mid laners versus the backside.
Yeah, in the skirmish in the top lane, it seems like Botany has taken the win. They've taken the turret. They've taken the tier 1 turret. It doesn't look like tier 2 has fallen down, but they have grabbed an extra few kills in their pockets, a few more gold, 5k gold bounty, and it looks like Burnside is definitely in danger right now.
An altogether close fight with a nice play there from Yone, grabbing the shutdown on the Xayah. However, the Talia just cleaning up him and the Gwen, picking up 2 more kills for herself. A nice fight altogether for Botany, went in their favor, although pretty close.
Yeah, 5 kills up for Botany, but then again, it's still a really close match because right now, I still believe Burnside is able to pull this back because they have the damage necessary. They have the AoE CC wombo combos necessary, but the problem is Botany's placements and positioning is just too good. They're not able to capitalize on their advantage, and they're able to just take out Burnside in team fights right now.
We're just going to have a pause here. Something, a small issue is occurring, it would seem.
Yeah, it seems like there's a technical, what's it called?
The Gwen's PC appears to have crashed.
I'm just waiting for the technical difficulties to be solved, and
yeah.
Yeah, how's it looking right now in the game?
So far, it looks like it's unfortunate in the if you're a Burnside fan. Not very close, some of these fights here, although the last one, a nice kill able to be gotten. Yone picking up some gold for himself. Hopefully he can carry some of these fights in the later games. I noticed he went for a Bork build, allowing him to kill tanks a bit better, so maybe he can do some damage to the Ornn while still one-shotting the Xayah, hopefully.
Yeah, I think the Bork buffs were too much for the durability patch, because I'm seeing everyone just build like, was it Sunfire, Bork, just anyone is able to just do so much damage, take none back. Because I think Bork's 8%, I think was max HP? I think 8% max HP damage is just too much, I believe. And that's a pretty good pick, not gonna lie.
Some strange builds.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have to go through a quick break, 5-minute technical issues. And yeah, don't go anywhere. Well, you can go for a bathroom break real quick.
Yep, just come back. We'll continue the game, hopefully, or... Yep, just a couple minutes, see what's going to happen, and...
Yeah, make sure to keep supporting your team.
Yeah.
Ocean in the day, blooming in the bright nights. Teenage runaways, watching every sunrise.
Hello, sorry about that everybody, just a unfortunate error with the technical issues, but we're just going to be restarting the match completely and entirely, so same champions, same everything, just completely new due to that unfortunate technical issue.
Yeah, unfortunately, despite the lead that Botany did have, it was technically still winnable by Burnside because it was only a 4K gold lead, and honestly, like in my solo queue days, I've seen bigger leads been thrown by that. Like I've seen 12K gold leads, it's completely flipped upside down. So honestly, I still believe Burnside did have a chance despite the technical difficulty that occurred, and unfortunately, they weren't able to pause the game, so they were forced to restart it.
We have got the exact same comps, exact same teams, both same side, etc. So everything is going to be the exact same down to the draft, and the only thing that's going to be different is the actual gameplay. Yeah, and I'm curious to see how Botany will tackle this obstacle that has been thrown their way, because I feel like their strats have been put up in the open. So Botany is going to have to maybe redraw their strats a bit, because Burnside is able to see now like what they're going for. Yeah, and I'm especially curious to see how Burnside is going to deal with this, knowing that in the previous game, of course, they lost this same matchup. So what are we actually going to see?
Yeah, I mean, like, I mean, when you're getting stomped in a game and then you have to restart that game, like, your morale is going to be low. But then again, when you're versus someone called Hopium, maybe you can absorb some of that Hopium into you, and maybe you can put up a better fight this time. So yeah, this game, it looks like both jungles are starting in the bot side. So this might be a normal vertical jungling style. So
Graves coming in, possibly for an early game gank. Yep, Nautilus has hit a hook, but Graves is coming in. Trundle is nearby. Graves is going to try and get a kill on the Nautilus, and it looks like Burnside is going to pick up the first kill going to that.
Solid first blood by Burnside. Maybe they're just mad from the last game, so they're going to have to play a lot more offensive this game, seeing as playing passively did not work.
But yeah, already a good start for them, changing the pace of the game, and a good trade coming in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, even the Yone here, we've seen that like last game he pretty much sat on his back legs and just sat under tower CSing against Talia. But this game he's a lot more aggressive, a lot more versatile in his abilities.
Zaya's cleanse has had to be used there as well, presumably by an Amumu hook that's been hit on her.
Yeah, because right now I think Ziggs and Amumu has way too much offense and kill potential abilities, because the Amumu Q landing on Ziggs will just burst you down. So Zaya's going to have to thread the line between life and CSing.
Yeah, all in all, a very different game here in the first few minutes, with the pressure being applied by Burnside, a bit of an extra gold lead on them, and overall just, yeah, looking much better.
Yeah,
like it's going to be a closer game. Yeah,
it seems like this game, Burnside will be the aggressors, and Botany is going to have to be responding to their advances.
Seeing Trundle doing some activity around the mid lane. Doesn't look like he's going to go for a gank. He's just going to come back up into his jungle and farm his camps.
Yeah, it seems like he got, he probably assumed he got spotted by a ward, and unfortunately there was none. And so we see Graves is pathing topside and taking his blue, while Trundle is unfortunately going to have to find some CS in his chickens.
Yeah, other than that early game kill by the bot lane of Burnside, it looks like everything is just going to be pretty chill, all things considered, in this game for now.
Yeah, I mean, Botany now, they're playing a lot safer than before, seeing that Burnside is a bit more confident in their early game damage, so they're going to have to be fighting as much as possible in this early game, seeing as they have lost the late game because they weren't able to scale fast enough.
Yep, a bit worrying possibly is the CS difference here from Desire. Despite being hit by an Amumu Q, having to burn her cleanse, she is up some CS. Of course, the Gwen last game got solo killed once and killed another time in lane. So we'll see how this matchup goes. Maybe the Gwen will be a little more clued in as to how to deal with God Blitz's on in this laning phase.
Yeah, it seems like Gwen this game is a lot more aggressive towards the minions and making sure to shred that as much as possible, because when she didn't, oh my, it looks like Trundle is looking for a gank.
The Gwen. Gwen pops Ghost. Nice pillar from the Trundle, stopping the Gwen from running away.
Flash goes through. Unfortunately, Gwen just makes it out alive. A flash goes from Trundle and Gwen uses Ghost, and unfortunately that slow was not enough to catch her lacking.
There's a much different game here. The Gwen managing to survive the gank, not dying. Well played to her, flashing out. The flash from the Trundle isn't enough to kill her, so...
Yeah, when you see that, when the Graves sees a Trundle ganking topside, you might as well gank bot side, seeing as there's no possible chance for a counter gank. So it looks like now Burnside is looking for objectives now, considering last game they were down nearly 3 dragons, and Botany was on soul point, so this time Burnside is making sure no objectives goes to them.
Yes, last game down 3 dragons and 2 Rift Heralds. It looks like they're going to pick up the Infernal Dragon, so it's not going to be an Infernal Soul this game, unlike last game where it was going to be that Infernal Soul. So first dragon going to Burnside means that they possibly might be wanting to play around the dragons this game, attempting to get the soul. Level 6 is picked up by the solo laners, so we might see some playmaking potential from this Talia. As we said last game, Talia, Yone, all playmaking champions, roaming, ganking, etc.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised by Burnside's ability to learn from the mistakes last game and quickly capitalize it in this fight against Botany.
Yeah, absolutely. Burnside playing well this game. Gold is pretty much even. That's just coming from the Zaya's CS diff compared to the Ziggs. 23, 24 right now.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Yone is going to be able to solo kill her, especially when she has her seismic rocks on the ground. Because if Yone dashes into that, half his HP is going to be gone immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. A decently good counter to Yone.
Yeah, Talia was a pretty good counter pick. Yeah, and here we're seeing the bot lane, Ziggs and Amumu is just shoved under tower because they do know that Nautilus and Zaya has way too much power against them and they're unable to fight back.
No items picked up yet for this Zaya. She hasn't backed a single time and she is still getting a lot of CS difference on the Ziggs, so we'll see what she picks up now. A Noon for that and a pickaxe.
Oh yeah, I've noticed that the Zaya did pick by call last game, but this time she went for longsword. So I think now she's looking, instead of looking for just CSing under tower and chilling, she's gonna be more on the offense.
Ult is popped by the Gwen. She's used, the Ornn has used his whole combo. It's just she is now going in.
Oh, unfortunately, Gwen doesn't go through, but Ornn did have to flash to escape that.
forcing out the on flash is good. Would have been nice to hit that third part of her ult. Possibly would have had a kill there, but all in all, well played to the Gwen.
Yeah, it seems like the Gwen is just making sure the Ornn is not able to get a single foothold in lane. Because if Ornn is able to build up that minion wave, then that's going to be a lot of damage chunked off Gwen in order for it to try and stop that.
Don't want a repeat of what happened last game at all. It looks like
It might be a three-man
moving
drag
up
top.
onto the Gwen. Mumu seems to be heading back down.
Yeah, the
Graves
Nautilus
coming
and
up.
Trundle, it looks like they're looking for a Gwen, but unfortunately, she does have...
Maybe turnable. Gwen, Graves, and Mumu all coming up. I think the sides are both just going to back off to their towers, though, not wanting to risk this fight.
Yeah, it seems like both sides right now are roaming in the top river, so there might be a fight coming up, because as you can see that the ADC for Botany is running up river, so it seems like both sides are expecting a fight, but it doesn't seem like it's going to break out unless Burnside fights for this Rift Herald.
Yes, a 5 versus 4 situation is what it would be, so it looks like they're just going to back off, give up the Rift Herald. We'll trade one objective for one objective is what Burnside is saying. So Rift Herald goes to Botany with the early game, getting them some gold and some towers, whereas Botany is getting the late game advantage of the stats from the dragons.
Yeah, it seems like Burnside is able to recognize that they do not win that fight. They don't necessarily have enough damage to compete with that because Ziggs does need to scale. He does need to have his mythic and maybe an extra item just to do damage because that's just ADCs at this point. You're only a champion when you get like 2 or 3 items.
Absolutely, especially Ziggs, who is a mage scaling, no attack damage in the early game. No EP either.
Because when they have that much tanks, like the only ones that are able to do damage at that point is the Gwen that's shoved under tower, the Graves, and the Yone.
Yone going in here, probably not being able to get anything. The Tilia just backing off too far away under her tower.
Yeah, the Tilia seems like she's just way too slippery, especially when she has her ability that is able to stop dashes.
We see a lane swap, it looks like, where the bot lanes are going to go top lane and the top laners are going to go into the bot lane. Just a small lane swap. Some of you might not know what this is for. I don't exactly know what it's for either. Just to farm safer.
Oh, unfortunately, the flash goes through. Oh, Yone gets the solo kill right under tower. Flashes and ults does go through, but Yone was able to secure the kill.
Nice flash from Tilia, followed by a great flash by Yone to guarantee that he gets that kill on the Tilia, picks up the gold.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I'm really respecting this aggressive gameplay of Burnside right now. Because they recognize the weakness in playing defensive, and so now they're going on the attack.
Burnside realizing, yes, that they're not going to win these battles by playing it long, trying to scale up. They are just going for those all-in 1v1 outplays, and they are making them so far, so looks good so far.
Yeah, it looks like not might be looking for a dive here under tower, but Ziggs quickly ults the wave in order to prevent any shape of that from happening. But the Rift does spawn.
Maybe they will grab the tower here. Possibly some kills as well, although it looks like blue side knows what's up. They're just going to back off.
Amu and Ziggs unfortunately forced to give the tower.
So a tower was gotten here. It looks like in the bot lane, while all this was going on, Gwen managed to solo kill the Ornn. We didn't exactly get that on the camera, but Ornn is dead and Gwen has +1 kill, so...
The Drake is up, and Burnside is able to get a lot out of this because the Gwen is just getting solo platings on the bot side, despite the aggression Botany is showing on the top side with not Zaya and Trundle with that Rift.
Yeah, we can just confirm there that it was the Gwen who got the solo kill, considering the Ornn's body there on the ground. Gwen low now, but it looks like Burnside is going to go down and grab themselves the dragon.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Botany overstayed their welcome in top lane too much. That Graves was able to capitalize on their positioning and that they're way too far away from Dragon to be able to contest that. So there should be a free Dragon for Burnside, and that would be 2 down, completely contrasting last games.
The gold is even here, but I would like to call your attention to the 2 dragons that are gathered up by the Burnside team here. They've got that advantage. And it is going to be a Cloud Soul, so extra movement speed and ability haste.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised with the fact that Burnside does have 3 kills up, they are up 2 Drakes, that they're still able to stay neck and neck in gold with Botany.
Yeah, some of the CSing by the challenger player obviously going to be good at CSing. Oh
my god, the cleanse barely stops it.
But he gets
goes through solo.
Well played to this bot lane. They managed to get a pick out on the Xayah with ultimate.
Pretty good clap. Unfortunately, that Xayah's ult was not able to save her from the CC. That is a Mumu. As soon as she got out of the pledge, the ult goes
in
through.
top lane, it doesn't quite have enough damage to finish off the kill, but well played to this Yone anyhow.
Yeah.
He is absolutely dominating in Stalia, like the bot lane is dominating on Burnside's team. Yeah. Both of them, both lanes, bot, top, and mid, all diffing each other.
Mumu and Ziggs a bit confident here because they know Graves is coming up behind them in case he.
Yone goes in again and Talia lives.
Oh, unfortunately, the minions were aimed at the tower. Yeah, this Talia is overstaying her welcome way too much when she's trying to trade with Yone. Way too much damage, and Trundle gets caught out. The Ziggs a knock up, unfortunately sending him right back into the welcoming arms of Amumu and Graves.
More and more kills go to Burnside here. Botany appearing to fall apart a little bit.
Ornhold goes through, unfortunately knocks up the Ziggs. Xayah, Gale Force secures the kill. Amumu trying to be on the run, and unfortunately it looks like
he's going to go down here to the Xayah. A double kill goes to the challenger player Xayah. She is going to get back some of that advantage that they lost and possibly look to hypercarry this game.
Yep.
Picked up the Gale Force, however. Not so good into tanks, but good into squishies. So a nice pickup there, I'd say.
Luckily though, it seems Yone is still able to get free platings on the top side.
Hook just goes wide onto the Graves, very unfortunate there. A battle in the bot lane, once again, of these two top laners who have rotated on down to the bot lane. Just farming.
Yeah, I think right now, she actually, Gwen realizes she's able to win a straight fight against Ornn. So now she's playing more aggressive in a 1v1 scenario because she knows she's able to win. She's able to lifesteal back the damages Ornn is able to do because it doesn't seem like Ornn has built any brambles.
Yep. Gwen here, not quite picked up her mythic item yet. There's just a few champions who haven't picked theirs up outside the supports. The Gwen, the Yone haven't got their mythics yet. The whole of Botany all got their mythic items. So a fight right now, probably going the side of Botany's until these Burnside players can go back to base and pick up their mythic items.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Graves built a Gore Drinker instead of, I think, what's the usual build? Eclipse, I think, for Graves.
Eclipse,
I'm surprised he went the Gore Drinker because it seems like he's expecting to be in the middle of their whole team. I think Graves right now will be the one in the middle of their whole team as soon as Yone engages and Amumu engages, because Graves will be the one that's going to able to connect the start to the fight and the end of the fight and able to last long enough to survive.
Yep. Absolutely, I think Graves is going to be tanking some things here, so it's not a bad build.
Amumu lands in a Talia. Unfortunately, she has to flash away. Ziggs ult goes through. Xayah ult tries to dodge, pulls back her daggers.
Xayah is just not hitting anyone. She can't put out any damage. So it looks like...
Yeah, the Yone ults through, picks out the Xayah. Ornn left all alone behind enemy lines. Unfortunately taken down.
Shing, slashing the whole of the enemy team to death.
It's like Burnside aced Botany and the Rift. It looks like right now we're seeing a completely reformed Burnside taking on Botany.
Burnside's mental over that break, just up, dominating this game. Yeah, 9 kills to 2, 5,000 gold diff.
Yeah, we can see Burnside right now, they're out for blood, especially after last game. They're looking for revenge.
This Yone last fight absolutely smurfing, going in 1v3, killing 2 in the Botany's backline.
Yeah, Yone's gonna have to back now, especially with Dragon coming up. He's an essential part of the team, and it's very important for that fight to happen. But never mind, it seems like he's gonna have to stay and contest with the Talia.
Dragon coming up, I'd say he has time. Everyone probably going to converge around this Dragon. Putting them on Dragon's soul point would be a very unfortunate thing to happen to Botany. And it would be very nice for Burnside to have that and possibly just be able to ignore some of the Dragons coming up and possibly make a play around Baron.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see the contrast between this game and last game. It's just like a mirror that's been completely flipped around. Because on one side, Botany had all the dragons and they were just up so many kills and cash. But right now, it seems it's just upside down.
Make no mistake, this game is still winnable for Botany. The 500 gold shutdown or 450 gold shutdown there on the Yone. However, he has just picked up his Immortal Shield Bow, making him 2 items now. And especially with the extra tankiness.
Yeah, if you want to grab that shutdown on Yone, you're going to have to work really hard, especially now that he's got Bork and he's got Bloodthirster. That's going to be way too much healing you're going to have to punch through. So anti-heal will be essential here, but it doesn't seem like Botany has any anti-heal right now.
Yeah, the mythic item Shield Bow gives a massive shield when you get to low HP, so We'll hopefully see that come in clutch while he is diving down into the enemy team.
Yeah, that Yone healing, Graves healing, and Gwen healing is going to be a big problem.
Another player has picked up their second item with being the Xayah. So 2 people right now, the hyper carries on either side, got their second item. The support's probably about to grab their mythics, and everyone else is on their first item.
Yeah, it seems like Burnside is going to let Rift do her thing while they try and push mid now, while Botany's attention is at bot lane. So they're going to try and push mid, and looks like they're not looking for the fight anymore.
The third dragon has been picked up, so they are on soul point, uncontested. Pretty much nothing to fight for right now outside of turrets. Looks like the Burnside team is just going to chill around the mid lane.
They're going to have to go on the run. Yone is a big problem right now. That's a huge obstacle they're going to have to traverse.
The red side team just backing off, chilling, farming. Hopefully they will be able to put together a strong team to fight this next dragon fight, because I don't think that you can give soul without contesting it.
Yeah, I just noticed the CS diff between Gwen and Ornn. 50 CS, jeez, that's quite a lot. Oh, and in the bot lane as well, Xayah making up for it with her 50 CS gold lead.
50 CS diff in both top and bot, so it's pretty much even on the CS altogether. That's why the gold diff has increased so much, where it was even before, just because of those 7 kills and some extra platings at the towers.
Yeah, and the soul right now for Dragon will be the Cloud Soul, which it's not really that good on what's it called on Burnside, but it is really good on Yone and Graves, and I think that's it. Wait, aside from Amumu. Wait, actually, no, it's not that bad.
It's
look at it. Yeah, it's not that bad.
It's a very good soul for the Burnside team, considering their Yone and their Gwen can make very good use of it when they're diving.
Yeah, like it's really situational soul.
Maybe not so good on botany, but I would just not want to give it to them. I want to contest that, make sure that they're not just getting a free Cloud Soul, because once they've got that Cloud Soul, next up is Elder Dragon, and I think by that point you are too far behind in gold to contest the Elder. You're just going to lose the fight.
Yeah, I'd say blue side actually won the dice roll of Drake's right now. That Cloud is pretty good, because with that Mumu pops at, he's going to run straight at you. You're not going to stop him.
Absolutely. Just looks like, yeah, 2 minutes till the Drag Soul fight is up. I want to see all 5 players on both teams at the Drag fight so we can have some big plays. Looks like we're going to go for a pick. I don't think they're going to get it.
Now it's Baron up. Oh, unfortunately, Xayah stepped out a bit too far. Flanked over the wall. Barely gets out. Amumu's still keeping the chase on.
Putting down damage, but Gwen is diving onto her. The Gwen picks up the kill on the Xayah. Everyone is dropping for the botany team. The damage is going down. Gwen picks up a double kill. Ornn is stuck in the middle, but everyone on the Burnside team is low. It just looks like it's going to be a clean 3-0. Can they do the Baron Nashor while they are this low? I don't believe they can.
Unfortunately, despite that fight being a 4, I think it was a 4v4 or 4v5.
Yone's ult is whipped.
Yeah, it seems like these two won't be able to take down the raid boss. Yone flashes after the Talia. There's no escape for you.
I think that will be a wrap. The game is over, going in the Burnside's favor.
Yeah, the complete turnaround.
Yone
Ornn cancelled in his dash. Looks like raid boss Yone.
Flash coming out. Xayah, no ult. Will Xayah drop? Xayah will drop.
Oh my god, the Yone. Will he win this? Will he win this? Triple kill goes through. Quadra kill goes through the Yone.
E5. Unofficial pentakill with a quadra kill 2 boots.
Looks like this game is over. 2 TPs go down. Looks like Burnside is out for blood and they want revenge for this game.
An FF
what a quick turnaround.
Well played to that Yone. Possibly.
Oh my, jeez. 7-2. A 7-2 game.
Incredible performance there by the Yone.
Yeah, the same picks. Last game they got completely stomped, but renewed game they were different people.
Absolutely. All 3 lanes on both sides team just stomping. All the lanes on botany, and the Yone performance at the end, outstanding.
I'd say that Gwen was just a reformed person, not gonna lie.
Yep. Everyone performed very well.
Yeah, and it looks like we'll be going to our break now. And so it looks like Burnside did bring it to a 3rd game, so stick around.
Yeah, stick around. We're going to have the finals of this match, and we're going to see who will face off in the grand finals and who will have to fight McLean's College.
Yep.
welcome back, everyone. What an exciting map number 2 we had. Congratulations to Burnside for taking out that map. How was that?
That was awesome. It was really exciting, and yeah, I think we played well than we played before.
Yeah, definitely. And I think playing on LAN and obviously playing with your teams, is that sort of an exciting experience for you guys?
Yeah, it is. You know, just playing here, sitting together, you know, form a greater connections between us, and I think we perform better on stages.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. And you guys going to sort of keep the same strategies moving forward into map number 3, or are you guys going to, you know, change it up a bit?
We're going to change up a few things, but overall it's going to be the same comp, I reckon, and we're going to change our bans and stuff. I think that's all we're going to change.
Oh, well, I'll let you go back to your seat and get prepared for the map number 3. So I will pass you guys over to the casters for that map number 3.
Thank you very much there, Hark. That was an absolute great match coming through right there. Burnside just managing to take it. How'd you find it, Kia?
Yeah, absolutely. Such a brilliant performance from Burnside. A complete just reversal of the last game that unfortunately had to end due to technical issues. But the Yone, the top, bot, mid, all of them just absolutely dominating the botany's lane. Some less than others, but all 3 of them pulled through with solo kills or 2v2 kills in the bot lane. Just, yeah, a really stunning performance by Burnside. I am looking forward to our 3rd game. Hopefully the botany team can get their mental back up and give us a close game.
Absolutely, it's all about that mental. Sometimes you have to reset it, and it sounds like Burnside got that mental reset. So now that they are feeling good about themselves, you know, they got that momentum. Can they bring it back to try get another W and then move into potentially the grand finals?
Yeah, for sure. That's what we're hoping for. We are looking to see a very close game. I personally don't mind which team wins, but I'm looking for a game that is not a stomp. So far we've had what looks like 2 very stompy games, no really close battles with intense plays. I want a big Baron fight or a big Elder Dragon fight where 2 teams who are very evenly matched fighting it out. Yeah.
Very true. It'd be great to see some kind of giant clash going on at one of the creatures. Yeah, here we go. We got some bans going through. Botany getting the pick.
The first ban from Botany, the Aurelia, a top laner. Interesting ban. Notoriously a very strong champion. Likes to go in, kill everyone, and just 1v5 in general. Burnside has banned Ziggs for Botany. That was their pick last game. It seemed to go well for them, but it seems like they're doing it for Botany. So, nicely there. Botany banning Zoe, mid laner. Just a altogether strong early game mid laner. Good for fights, skirmishes. Big bursty dodge. They don't want to play against that one, especially with the sleeping across the map.
There's so much strategy that came through with bans that, like you said, Burnside trying to ban out some of Botany's picks so that they can't try and carry with here. It's really cool to see that strategy that they're using to try and be like, look, this is how we can get the upper edge by removing them from play character.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I believe that ADC on the Botany side is known for his Samira. That's why it's banned pretty much every game. The Jarvan, once again, is banned. A very strong early game jungle pick, CC, and tanky. Just altogether a really champion. The Stylus has also been banned, and we see Botany goes for a Trundle again. This is the 3rd game in a row now that they picked the jungle Trundle. And a win from the Burnside. Yeah, it worked last time. Why not try it again?
Oh, absolutely right. I mean, with Goblets, like you're picking the same character 3 times in a row. Oh, here we go. Actually, a little bit of pop-up coming up from Calder.
Never mind. They've 2 Misfortune, so they've taken away the Misfortune option from Botany. Yeah, as we thought, they've just picked up the gun. So if it works, why change it?
Right. Like I was saying, Goblets, you know, sometimes you just keep running what you're good at. So good to see Goblets keep it consistent. You know, if they know how to play that character and play it well, then they'll be able to come through and the W here. But stealing Misfortune, that's going to be quite interesting to see how Botany kind of deal.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we thought, once again, it's going to be the same in the top lane. With a Ornn versus a Misfortune, I mean an Ornn versus a Ghoul, sorry. And yep, a jungle Trundle. Just going to be the Misfortune sides from the first game. No Zig's going to be probably 2 ADCs, just duking it out, hyper carrying, and should be a good game.
Absolutely right. I mean, both these teams have given us phenomenal performances so far. So, I think really it could come down to just pure hero picks here. These champions that they're losing could make or break this coming up here as we're now onto our second round bans.
And we see, interestingly, Botany left on the Yone, which destroyed them in their OAS last game, 1v5. So we want to see how they're going to shut down that Yone pick from the Burnside team with their own mid lane Victic. A pretty strong laning champion, very good scaling into the late game, possibly silence the Yone, stop him from bringing your backline.
I mean, hey, if you can stop the enemy team destroying you, that's what to do. So, you know, Botany will be trying their best to shut them down. We've got bans coming through. What have we got off the table?
No Malay for Burnside and no Ksa for Botany. So just more ADC bans from the Burnside. Obviously, they want to take the best player off what they are comfortable with. And the Mal ban from Botany has been a pretty consistent ban. They just don't want to play against a Maokai, which is fair. He likes to throw tree into bushes and is pretty annoying to play in general. Nautilus ban Burnside. Yep, I'd say that's a pretty good ban. Nautilus has been a favorite of the Botany team. A pretty strong champion, hard to play against, has some point-and-click CC, which would be good against Misfortune in order to stop bullet time ultimate. Ooh, we see a new the Volley Bear from Burnside. That's going to be their jungler. Interesting. Some CC, very good ganking potential, so I'd like to see how that pans out in the early. We're going to see here the bot lane picks for Botany coming up next. We'll see the support matchup between Bide and Botany.
Yeah, they got here we go. They've got their picking through.
Ooh, a spicy one. Nyla, the newest champion added to the game, I believe. Going to be a melee ADC. So rather than being ranged, like attack damage carries are, she is going to be melee. So she's going to be going in and, yeah, shredding the enemy frontline. And a Taric, it looks like is being hovered, possibly going to be locked in. Yes, a Taric. So Taric and Nyla, quite strong together. You can put the stun onto Nyla, and when she walks in someone, they will get stunned at close range.
Now, just Burnside, all that's I mean, it's looking like Botany's got a pretty solid lineup of champions here. Burnside gonna have to bring it to Botany the moment as they choose their final sport.
And they pick the Lulu. So Lulu Misfortune, interesting composition, but the Lulu supporting the Yone, possibly giving him some attack steroids before he ults into the enemy team, could be very strong. The Nyla, looking at the comp in the bot lanes, Taric versus Nyla, probably going to be Nyla, who is engaging on the Misfortune, trying to bring some initiative. In the mid lane, we've got only one ranged champion on the Botany side, their Victor, who is possibly looking to poke down Burnside, whereas Burnside has got Lulu, Misfortune, somewhat decent poke, but mostly looking to engage CC and just out-damage the Botany team.
Yeah, what do you think, just looking at these two lineups, Botany versus Burnside, just purely based on the champions they have picked at the moment, what do you expect to see in terms of potential outcomes?
I would say in the early game, possibly Botany being a little less favored, just due to that melee nature of their champions. They might get zoned off of the Scuttle Crabs or the early game first 2 dragons. But late game, it will be just a test of, once again, probably the mid lane and the bot lane is what you want to be looking out for. The Ornn being a scaling, very safe champion, not tending to do too much in the early game. So, yeah.
And here we go now as these teams get ready to go head-to-head. This is the match, you know. This is going to be what decides who's going to the grand finals and who's going to be going into our second round of semi-finals going up against McLean's College. So, you know, this is big here. These two teams, they want to go to the grand finals. They don't want to have to try and verse another team just to get to these grand finals. So everything's on the line here. Burnside trying to bring that representation for the South Island. Meanwhile, Botany Downs just trying to show them that, you know, the North Island's got what it takes.
Yeah, for sure. Of course, you want that ticket so you can just chill, make sure that you're in the grand finals, ensure that you don't have to play any more matches before that. You can just practice, make plans with your team, and be in those grand finals guaranteed.
Yeah, it's all about pride here. It's all about that glory, and that's what they're playing for here. And these matches have been so incredible how good both teams have come through. Burnside managing to take on Botany when it looked like Botany was just absolutely dominating here. So if they can keep this momentum, Botany might have a challenge on their hands. Meanwhile, they've had a bit of time. They've had that mental reset. So hopefully it's worked, and they can just say, hey, look, let's go for it. Let's take them out, and let's win it nice and easy.
Yep, both teams have shown that they are capable of winning the games in very, very strong, sort of striking fashion. So now I want to see a sort of battle of attrition. Both teams even, all the way to one big game-ending fight where we're going to see a battle of epic proportions. And, of course, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. No, you said it exactly right there. It would be great to see just a really big back and forth fight, both teams battling out for victory here. Because, I mean, yeah, especially if you've come all the way from South Island, but also, you know, you've come from your school, trying to represent it, trying to say, hey, look, we're the best school in New Zealand right now for League of Legends, or if you're playing in the Valorant matches for Valorant, all that sort of stuff. You're trying to play for that glory. So they're really going to be putting in their all. So I think we will be seeing a great battle of attrition. You know, we'll be seeing these back and forth battles to try and come out on top.
And for these top players even, a possibility of heading to some pro games.
Yeah.
Maybe even representing New Zealand or Oceania in the world stage. So yeah, some big prizes and some exciting games coming up very soon, I believe.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Some really, really exciting stuff coming through. And just a reminder, after this, we do have our first match of the NZEHL, the New Zealand Esports HyperFibre League, coming up. So that's also going to be really exciting. I think Burnside are going to be playing in that, so they've got their games cut out for them.
Yeah, they're going to be playing pretty much, like, what, 6 games in a row?
Yeah.
So lots of energy required for that. Hopefully, they're going to be able to take this down.
Yeah, that's the goal. You know, if you can take this, then you've got a lot of momentum going into your next match. If you can win your first set of matches, you're going to look strong. You're going to be a bit aggressive here. And as we go out the gate,
and we are looking to see a 5-man possible invade coming from the Botany team. They are all heading down, or maybe even a cheese. But it looks like the ward has come out from the Lulu, spotting them out.
They're thinking about it. They don't commit here, which is fair enough, you know. It could have been good to maybe just try and rush down bottom, take out a tower, well, try and do a lot of damage to a tower early at least, but no, it does look like now we're opting to go through jungle, try get to your proper positions in your lanes here. Why do you think they didn't commit to that?
Well, the Lulu just spotted them out with that ward. She can just back off to our tower. I think due to their lack of hooks, the only CC they have early game really being the Tarek stun, I just don't think they would have ever been able to kill her. And they were unsure of the positions of the enemy team as well, so unfortunate there.
Yeah, it could have been good, but no, smart call to decide, hey, look, we've been spotted out. It's not worth the quick rush here. And here we go, Epo immediately starting that jungle, trying to just get up in value here. Just, you know, classic.
It's like the jungler, he's going to be solo clearing, whereas the Trundle is going to get a leash. It looks like we're going to have a bit of a scrap in the top bush between this Gwen and this Ornn. Hopefully we can head on there. But it looks like the Ornn is just going to get away safe. The Victor and the Yone in the mid lane just going to be farming up. Same in the bot lane, most likely. Yeah, looks like there was a bit of a trade there in the top lane with the Ornn taking a bit of damage from the Gwen, possibly hiding in the bush due to her not having to leash.
Yeah, a lot of just little bits of damage back and forth here. It doesn't look like any side is really coming out too much on top, especially in terms of minions, that sort of stuff. Burnside trying to make a little bit of progress on that bottom lane here, and they are actually opting to get aggressive, just slightly.
This Nyla is obviously going to be a lot less ranged than the Misfortune and the Lulu in the early game. with 2 melee champions versus 2 ranged ones, so it's probably going to be a bit of a slower early game in the bot lane for Botany. They're just going to be chilling, trying to grab as much farm as they can while avoiding being zoned and dying.
Now, great. G Beatdown is going up against Ephemere here. It looks like Ephemere's trying to get a little bit aggressive onto G Beatdown. G Beatdown not quite wanting to take that fight.
Gonna get a decent trade there. The Yone going back to his spirit form. So we're just gonna see a mediocre trade. Looks like we're gonna see some action. The Tarek flashes in, dashes in with the Nyla as well. The Trundle maybe was a bit too late, possibly a bit too early on that. The Lulu flashes in with the slow. Nyla just keeping on slapping this bot lane. Nyla dealing out so much damage, gets the stun on the Misfortune. Will Misfortune drop? Yes, Misfortune drops to the Nyla. First blood goes over to her.
What a great way to open this fight for Botany right there. Botany must feel good about that. And I mean, I'm pretty sure, is Dante there. And we've talked about Dante a wee bit and how they are that pro player. And you see it coming through right there. Really good stuff, really smart decision making.
Absolutely, that call. She's up so much CS now, the Nyla, on the Misfortune and an extra kill. Very unfortunate play, but well played by the bot lane. Almost a 2v2. Trundle didn't do too much there. Grabbing that kill from the stun from the Tarek. Well played.
And now if Botany can keep this up, they'll be in that really good position they want. I mean, look at Ephemere. Ephemere at mid is quite low. You almost don't want to play too greedily here or else they might come through and gank you or something like that, but still opting to try and slow them down in the fight at mid.
Absolutely. I mean, Ephemere, definitely the person that you want to watch out for on this Burnside team. The Botany doesn't want to let him get the ball rolling considering what he did last game. Absolutely not. So, oh, he's choosing not to back here, which is an interesting choice, but possibly the right one, considering where the whole of the Botany team are.
Was he just trying to bait them into the tower? I think he might have just been trying to bait them into a fight at the tower and then saw that they didn't grab the bait.
Possibly trying to bait him to trying to bait the mid laner on the Botany team to pull his team. But it looks like there's going to be a gank coming on bot lane.
That is devastating.
Nyla is going to grab another kill onto Lulu. He's 2-0 now at just 5 minutes. This is not looking great. If you are one of the melees on Burnside team, you're going to get shredded open by that Nyla pick.
Yeah, a bottom lane is going to need some help at this point. I mean, straight away, 2 kills at the bottom lane. Top lane and mid, they are holding their own, but if this continues, I mean, look, now Botany on that first dragon.
Yep, Botany grabbing the first Drake as well as being doubled CS. This is not looking great for the bot side. I'm hoping something can happen in the top side where we see that Gwen is ahead by 17 CS, so doing pretty well up there. I'm hoping that this Yone and this Gwen can pull through because the laning phase of the Burnside team is pretty much done for.
Here we go, bottom once again getting aggressive, letting the minions go into the tower, but you don't commit that fight, you know, there's not enough minions to try help, and with both of the players in bottom lane, it's gonna make it really difficult here. Top also still just a classic back and forth fight here. It's sort of, they're playing it nice and slow, and I like to see that, but here we go, speaking of slow.
Dashing in. Misfortune doesn't have a flash, it's gonna be another kill going to the Nyla, just absolute domination here. Misfortune and Lulu just a little bit outclassed.
Yeah, I mean, Dante really showing us a masterclass right now on how to play bottom lane, and these dashes in so aggressively they cannot escape. It's really quite impressive to watch.
Absolutely, especially with his support from his Tarek with the stun at the melee range. It is just a very oppressive comp to play with, to play against if you are the Misfortune in the Lulu here. Trying to pick up a bit of a freeze, this Victor maybe looking to get a gank, although Volibear is in the area with his ultimate, I believe.
They need to find something. They need to start building a little bit of momentum for themselves. They're not too far behind in sort of the gold game or something like that, but they are still 1,000 down. So, you know, they could come back, but they need to find something and something quick to really get that upper edge and start bringing their forward momentum towards a victory.
Absolutely, especially with how strong a fed attack damage carry can be. We all know about that, so we've just got to look for some action, maybe a dive in the top lane, just something for the Burnside team to get their advantage back. If we look now, we do see the Gwen 30 CS ahead, however it is being counteracted by the 20 CS diff in the bot lane, so...
Epo was around, got called out by Dante there, so didn't quite commit to that fight. And man, I like watching these matchups because they're not quite wanting to commit to the fight. They don't want to risk a greedy kill leading into a greedy death or anything like that here. Meanwhile, Obsess back into the jungle, just trying to build up a little bit more gold, a little bit more value.
Absolutely, he's pretty much just uncontested. Botany is going to grab down this Rift Herald, push it down the lane, grab some gold for themselves. If I was Burnside, I would be a bit worried, but hopefully they can pull out some kind of comeback play.
Looks like they might want to start committing mid. They've got a few champions starting to gather around. Ephemia opting to now join in on the jungle with Epo here.
A possible dive coming in. They've got 4 champions heading towards the bot lane, but I wouldn't want to dive a Taric and a Nyla, especially a Taric with ultimate.
Here we go now, G beatdown notices Epo, gets the stun onto them, but Ephemia
is going to avoid fighting in the enemy jungle. Possibly a good decision.
Yeah.
Never want to get caught out in the enemy jungle. Oh, an ult comes in, an extremely aggressive ult. His team is coming. Ephemia has to flash out, gets trundled peril. He's currently getting subjugated. He gets Victor ulted as well, and he is going to drop down and be the 4th kill over to the Botany team, with Obsessed picking up that one in his own jungle.
That was so greedy. They tried to go for that quick kill, but unfortunately for them, the Obsessed was waiting, and then because of that, now we are going to see a lot of aggression coming down at the bottom lane. They might try and start pushing in once their minions have arrived here. We can see Dante and Hopium thinking about it.
Absolutely, a nice attempt there from Ephemia. Just an unfortunate event that he missed his ult after flashing for it. Possibly a bit short-sighted, maybe a little bit tilted, looking to try and get that advantage back for his team. A very nice attempt all in all, but not one that went very well. Now we see the drag will be coming up in 40 seconds. It's going to be a recurring theme in these games that one team is a lot stronger during the early game. So we're probably going to see that dragon drop most likely uncontested to the Botany team. They may want to contest it, although I highly doubt it considering the 3-0 Nyla, who may be approaching her mythic item before the fight. Although it looks like she won't be.
Man, and look at this gold difference now as well. Gone from 1k to 2k difference. Botany is just looking pretty right now. And
that 2k gold difference don't let it fool you. The difference is a bit larger. It's just that the Gwen has got so much of a CS lead that it looks like that. Especially with the Rift Herald coming down now. The Rift is going to pick up extra gold for this Nyla.
Oh, so much damage.
And the drag is up as well. It looks like they're going to go... Ooh, a fight is brewing in the mid lane.
Ephemia getting caught out again. You don't want to be stuck alone here right now, Ephemia. And yeah, Ephemia's feeling that pain.
Oh, he's trying to get another kill, but he just doesn't get there. Volibear flashes in, gets the kill on the Victor. He is probably going to get out here. Tarikor is coming down. It's going to make everyone invincible while they're diving on in this Volibear. The Lulu is here to shield and provide some support for this Volibear, and he doesn't end up getting the kill. Very, very close fight, although it seems that it ends up just being a 1-for-1 with the Volibear and some members of Botany using Flash. They are now going to rotate over to this Dragon, and as I said before, it's most likely going to be uncontested due to the death of their jungler. He is still residing in their base.
And especially because they won that fight now as well, you know, everyone's felt the pain, especially that Volibear felt the pain of that fight. So so definitely not going to want to commit to trying and take the Dragon away from Botany here. And Botany's loving it. Botany is just living life to the fullest right now. And man, look at that, another Dragon to their name.
Yep, 2 dragons. We're going to see what soul it is. It is going to be an Infernal Soul, which is one of the better ones for a heavy damage team. It looks like Yone is probably going to get an attempted dive on him here. He's going to use his Spirit Realm to get out and try and provide some outplay potential. He is going to get an ult. The Lulu is coming in to support him. Will Yone drop? Yes, Yone will drop, but so will the Taric. The Lulu, so it's a 2-for-1 in the favor of Botany right now. Gwen coming in, trying to get some kills in return. She's going to use her ultimate, but she's just going to be forced to dash out, so it's just going to be a 2-for-1. No, Misfortune will dash in. Can she get the kill? Yes, she can. It ends up in being a 2-for-2. Nice recovery by Burnside on that dive to get the 2 kills. However, overall, pretty even still in that fight, so Botany just a little bit ahead.
Absolutely. I mean, they're also ahead in just raw damage to the towers at the moment, so Botany looking
is
good.
Going to get caught by a Volibear and a TP from Yone. Will he be able to get damage enough to die? He knocks them both up, but it looks like he is going to drop to the Yone. So the Yone picking up some kills. This is pretty scary if you're a Botany fan. We know what that Yone can do from last game.
And if they can keep that up, if they can get him strong enough to start bringing the carry, we might see a little bit of a sustain coming through by Burnside High. You know, they might be able to sort of regroup and be able to take Botany on here. So Ephemera trying to work hard, build up their levels, opting to not fight in that mid lane anymore. They're just going wherever they can get some picks.
I believe that last game, the reason that the Yone got so fed was he grabbed a 300 gold shutdown from the enemy attack damage carry, and it looks like the Nyla has a shutdown again. So if the Yone can grab that shutdown on the Nyla, it will be enormous for him, providing so much gold, so much value, and possibly putting him ahead enough to the point where he can single-handedly carry this game.
That's the goal here, you know, try and get someone strong enough that you can just take any fight. And I mean, Epo also working a little bit to try and get up there, trying to match some of the levels coming through from Botany. Dante and Hopium, they're just on a journey together right now.
Yeah, looks like Dragonfire is going to be coming up at 2 minutes and 30 seconds, so we've got a lot of time for that. Everyone is just going to be farming for now, looking to possibly get some items before the dragon fight. Gwen wants to pick up her Mythic, most likely. Looks like the Bork has not been fully completed yet for the Yone, which will be an important one.
Here we go.
Going to go down uncontested to Botany. Most likely, yes, it is going to be uncontested.
Man, Botany are just loving jungling right now. Rift Heralds and Dragons completely for free, and the value that can bring is huge. So I guess it is just going to be Burnside are going to try work hard to get their characters up to a point where they can keep the fight going.
Yeah, just so many objectives going on to the side of Botany now. And it looks like the mid lane tower is going to drop as well. I don't think Misfortune and Lulu can contest this. So unfortunately, no, it's not going to go to them.
And this slow but sure fight of just consistent damage is exactly what Botany want right now. They just want to keep getting that consistent damage, consistently build up level and gold, everything like that. If they can keep that going, they will be looking pretty for a ride into the grand finals.
Most definitely. So if we're looking at the items now, it looks like everybody has picked up their Mythic except for the supports, which is usual. The Yone and the Volibear opting, instead of a Mythic, the Yone has picked up an Anathema's Chains, which is probably going to go onto the Nyla, which reduces damage and tenacity, I believe, allowing her to be knocked down much, locked down much easier. The Yone's Bork just allowing him to do a lot more damage to this Ornn. Dragon will be coming up in 1 minute, so we're probably going to see teams starting to hover around the Dragon Pit area, get some vision there.
Do you think we might finally see Burnside trying to take one of the dragons for themselves? Because they're pretty behind in that field.
Absolutely. I would say that they are confident enough that they have enough gold and enough items. And they have a very, very strong Gwen. If you see, the Gwen CS is the highest in the game outside of the Nyla. 156 CS for that Gwen. So they're hoping probably that they can get something out of this drag fight. Even if they don't get the dragon, maybe they can get some kills on their Yone or their Gwen.
Yeah, potentially try catch up on that gold field as well, because now there is becoming a 3k gap coming up here.
It's like the actually is going to be diving. Yone is getting a big ult, but the Taric has ulted, so everyone is invulnerable. Will the Yone drop? Yes, the Yone will drop, but they're fighting under the tower. Botany is running away, so it is just going to be Botany is still getting caught out, so a shutdown on the Trundle will go to the Misfortune. Misfortune picking up some gold there.
That's huge as well, especially at Dragon phase, where now that they're down to, Burnside can quite confidently start taking that Dragon with less resistance coming through from Botany.
It's a 4 versus 4 with the Yone being dead, but the jungler is gone for Botany, so they have no Smite. Smite is vital to get these objectives, but a double knockup. It looks like Ornn is engaging, getting so much CC onto the enemy team. Will the Misfortune drop? The Misfortune will drop in exchange for the Ornn, but it looks like it's going to be a 2-for-1 with the Gwen also dropping down. Both members of the Burnside team who are still alive are low. I think the Dragon is going to end up going to Botany and the fight as well.
Botany was so smart with that engagement. They knew exactly how to play that. Even when they were down, they managed to just play it patiently, wait for a little bit of greed coming through from Burnside, and because of that, they responded. They attacked perfectly together, and now they're looking real pretty, getting a third Dragon.
Yeah, we see the Ornn. He died there in that fight. It doesn't look like he performed too much, but he was a vital part of that, CCing the enemy team, getting those knockups, getting those stuns. Very well played by that Ornn. Now, it looks like, 3 souls on a soul point for the Botany College. 4K gold ahead. They would be pretty confident going into these next 5 minutes before the Dragon fight.
That's, and this confidence, that mental sort of fortitude that Botany's regained themselves is huge. At Burnside, they're probably sweating right now. They're entering into what I like to call desperation hour, where they just need to find something big to happen to turn the tides and really catch up. Like you said, that sort of 5K difference is brutal.
Absolutely. They may need to force a Baron fight, just something that they could do to make up for this gold lead that they've lost. Otherwise, they are probably just going to lose this next fight on Dragon.
You don't want that. Here we go, an aggression.
A 1v3 engage from the Nyla. The Nyla hits a huge ultimate, ulting 3 people. Lulu is going to drop. Volibear and Gwen are on the run. Trundle pillared. The Victor ult is following, doing a lot of damage. The Rift Herald, which is still available for Botany, is now going to drop down and hit the turrets.
Oh.
They have got a 5-man push in the top lane. It's going to go all the way to the inhibitor turret, possibly even taking down the inhib.
They literally don't care. They're just getting so aggressive right now. They want to take this fight.
Misfortune's bullet time does not. It prevents the Rift from crashing, so the Rift Herald will not get a crash on the inhibitor turret, so keeping it alive with a lot of HP, which is very, very lucky for the Burnside team, and well played to their Misfortune.
That's what you want. You want to shut down that Rift Herald, just bringing that damage onto your inhibitor. And so now, Burnside might be able to stabilize a little bit, but man, this lead is just getting more and more distant. I mean, Burnside, they've got a very big uphill battle for them if they really want to be able to take this.
Definitely. It looks like possibly might be hovering towards Baron now, which is odd considering, although the blue side may be also hovering towards Baron. Could be a big Baron fight that comes up. Botany might want to force the issue. They might want to say, we're not going to wait for you to come to us at the Dragon. We're going to force you to fight us at Baron or give us another 1,500 gold.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the control over that, you may as well try and force Burnside into uncomfortable positions because...
Gwen is ghosting away, but I don't think that she can get caught. She's going to be very low. This fight... Oh, Nyla jumps in and grabs the kill on the Gwen. Just one pick, I'd say. I don't think they could fight inside of the base. But this is looking like it's going to be an uncontestable Baron. A 4v5 would not be great. Possibly we're looking at the Volibear attempting to steal the Baron. Otherwise, it's just going to be a free Baron to the Botany side.
Botany are looking so good right now. They're literally just running around as a complete squad, rolling people over, now wanting that Baron, and they've got such an advantage if they take it. It is going to have to come down to a steal, because if they get this Baron, it's going to be so hard for Burnside to come back.
Volibear is nearby. We're looking at this bot lane fight. I would rather look at the top. Yes, there we go. Looking at Baron. Volibear is going to ult in. He's going to attempt to steal it. No, he does not get it. Nyla picks up the Baron. Very unfortunate. Smited at 1,000 there, just missing it by a very small amount. And it just ends up being the Lulu and the Volibear both dropping for what is essentially nothing.
Oh man, yeah, no, Botany are so happy with that. You can tell they are just having the time of their lives, and Burnside is sweating now. What is that? A 6K gap. That is a gigantic lead that Botany has found themselves in.
It's going to be a soul fight with Baron buff and 6K gold ahead. This is not looking good at all for the Burnside team, especially with the jungler dead. It looks like he's going to be there in time, but everyone's going to have to grab up their items.
Yeah, and here we go.
Although, we are going to see if the Botany team would prefer to fight over the dragon or push through the mid lane. Watch out, Gwen.
Technically, they could take that sort of...
over, but she's getting flashed on by the Trundle and slowed. This Nyla's damage is quite large, but she is going to be able to dash away. Will the on-ult connect? It will, and Wei goes down under her tower. Lulu is knocking away. A double kill for the Victor with his ultimate ability. Bullet time comes over the wall, doing almost no damage. That misfortune damage is just sad.
Wow, phenomenal. Look at them go, just literally running over everything.
And what is most likely going to be the game and the series right now for Botany if they've got a Baroned up minion wave.
Man,
although they only have the cannon, they're going to have to wait on the next wave. Misfortune here doesn't want to get caught out. She's getting flashed on by the Victor. She's getting zoned very, very far away.
Yeah, bring that pressure, you know, get them away from you. You're showing them that domination. You're making sure that that Burnside know what's up. And Botany is such a phenomenal team. They've really figured out their style. They're showing us that they're just a complete death ball.
Going in and just solo killing that Misfortune there. Well played. The Dragon Soul is going to drop down for Botany, and it is 11 kill difference. It is a Dragon Soul and a Baron down from Burnside. This is going to be a miracle or a loss.
Yeah, they need some kind of miracle. It's an absolute uphill battle for Burnside here, and you know, it's fair enough. You know, Botany, they were looking strong, and they definitely performed very well in that first match. So it's good to see them come back to bring that glory, and I'm really just enjoying watching this death ball run around.
Yep, Botany being the favorites in this game, probably. Very well played by the Burnside team to grab a game here. Looks like Botany is just going to push down while they retain Baron. It's only going to be around for like 1 more minute or like 30 more seconds. But they are just going to push down mid, kill every tower that they can, every inhibitor that they can, and yeah, just stand here saying, what are you going to do about it?
They're almost playing with their food at the moment, aren't they? They're sort of saying, you know what, we're not going to just go in for the kill. We're going to take our time, enjoy the meal, you know, have a great match.
Hey, everyone is golden. The Yone has got a stopwatch. She's just going to drop without even being able to use his ultimate. The Lulu is going to go down. The Nyla is picking up kills left and right. Volibear is about to go down as well. This is going to be a full-on ace. Misfortune is behind. She is probably going to end up dropping. It is looking like it is going to be a 2-1 to Botany. That's going to be the game.
Yeah, that's phenomenal plays coming through from Botany as they now take out the Nexus, and well-deserved too. They really performed, and with that crash as well, you know, really unfortunate. It meant that Burnside could come back. So I think with that, Botany just really decided, you know what, we're going to bring the pressure here. What a fun series.
Absolutely. What an incredible series of games. Very well played to Burnside to pick up that one game. Both teams, yeah, stunning performances by both teams. Unfortunate that we didn't get the very close, intense game that I wanted. Although, that last game, in the early game, most likely some well-played moments by Burnside. Yeah, over that last game, what do you think about it?
Oh, I mean, it really looked like Botany just continuously, slowly but surely got that upper edge from the early kills at the very start, coming through by, I believe it was Dante, to just, once they were up, they just decided we're sticking as a team, no matter where we go, we are dominating, and they brought that pressure. So that's what I really enjoyed, just watching them go as a team, the communications that's required, and the trust in your teammates as well that's required to be able to do that is huge. So we're going to be jumping over to the stage with Hark. He's going to be having an interview with our team captain.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, congratulations on winning.
Thanks. It was a pretty hard game. Long series. Ended up being 4 games. But yeah, thanks, man.
Well, you guys overcame in that, so I just want to congratulate you and your team for that. Obviously, coming into this, was there any nerves or stuff that have sort of fizzled out now that you guys have done with your match?
I don't think, for me at least, I wasn't that nervous coming in today. I think maybe if there was more people in the audience, but it felt like a pretty normal game, to be honest. I didn't have that many nerves, at least compared to how I normally do. So yeah, it was pretty chill. I wasn't nervous in any of the games, so yeah, it ended up being like a really calm game for me, I guess, at least for me. I don't know.
Oh, well, we will see you guys into the final, which is a big thing, obviously being the first tournament. You guys are going to be competing for that glory and obviously wanting to represent your school. So is that something that is proud for you guys as well?
Yeah, definitely. Well, we're coming to defend our national title. We did win last year, obviously. So we want to make it back-to-back in our last year of high school. And yeah, the LAN was a really great experience. Like, not many people get to play on a LAN like this. So yeah, definitely.
Sweet. Well, we do have more League of Legends action coming up. So stay tuned, guys, and we'll go to a short break.
and welcome back to the New Zealand Esports HyperFibre League live finals in the weekend. My name is Matt Smyros. I've got this lovely man here, Kier, back on with me, fresh off the high school league semi-finals. Man, you got enough gas in the tank to keep going?
Yeah, absolutely. Wonderful games back then. 3-game series with a miscalculation in the second game. But yeah, such brilliant games, very fun to watch, very flashy. Wonderful plays all around.
Well, I hope you really enjoyed one of the teams because they're going to be returning. But let's get a look at the big picture, everyone. Let's take a look at the bracket here to see how the weekend's going for the New Zealand Nationals. First match of the weekend is going to be Mr. Cresswell's Minions taking the stage once more after their high school match, and they'll be facing off against Team Ultra Instinct. Then up later, we're going to have We Love Cans going up against Native Esports. And then, of course, when we get to Sunday, the winner of those matches will be facing off in a grand final. But we got to find our winner first here. Looking at these matches, I mean, I'm pretty keen for this one. We just saw Mr. Cresswell's Minions in the high school match. Feel like despite the loss, they might be warmed up and ready to go.
Yeah, I'm hyped. Hopefully those games this morning has given them some warm-up and they might have a bit of an edge going into the first games. And then once we get to the second and the third ones, maybe the other team will be warmed up as well.
Well, look, let's take a deeper dive on them. We have just seen them, but I want to take another look at Miss Cresswell's Minions. Let's get them up on the screen. We've got LPO, Calder, Ephemere, Quinn, and Luna. These guys had a fantastic running. Who stands out for you, Kier, especially after today?
Well, of course, in that second game, we saw Ephemere's Yone performance. Ooh, absolutely incredible. And some other performances that are notable. LPPO, his Gwen, I assume he's the top laner. Such a brilliant lane dominance in some of those games. And just altogether, yeah, a really well-rounded team. I'm looking forward to see that performance once again.
Yeah, I mean, we might be seeing a Yone ban if Ultra Instinct were watching that match. Speaking of Ultra Instinct, man, I'm keen to look at these guys. I actually talked to them in the green room just before. They are feeling really confident. Captain Tofu, Vinra, Azula, Busk, and Find Medusa. Man, look, they were extremely confident. So looking at these guys, what do you reckon? What do you know about them?
I have absolutely no idea about them. They're not part of the high school league that I have been looking at over the recent times, but I am very excited to have a look, see how they match up against the team Mr. Cresswell's Minions, and yeah, some exciting games for sure coming up.
Well, I mean, we'll get a look at them once they get onto the Rift itself. These guys are looking pretty fantastic. They've seen exactly what they're going for. Honestly, it's hard for me to pick because, look, I love the South Island, you know, so I've got to be looking at Mr. Cresswell's Minions repping Christchurch and down in the South. But I'm also a big weeb. I love Dragon Ball Z, so Ultra Instinct as well. It's hard to pick, but look, I've seen what Cresswell's Minions can do. They did take the L, but man, they look good as a unit. So if I have to pick a team, I might be leaning in their favor, but honestly, I've got to see Ultra Instinct on the field first to be sure. So honestly, do you have a pick here? Are you also going with the South Island guys?
Absolutely. I think I might be leaning a bit towards them. Obviously, being a high schooler myself, I feel a bit of an affinity with them coming up here, playing, performing on the stage. Yeah, pretty incredible. I would have to go with them, but I'm looking forward to seeing Ultra Instinct play as well.
Well, look, you won't have to wait too much longer because we've got Hark on the stage and he is ready to bring both teams on to the Rift and onto the stage. Hark, take it away.
Awesome, thanks, casters. So we are going to jump into that next game, and we do have Mr. Cresswell Minions back on stage taking on Team Ultra Instinct. Now, this is the first game here of the New Zealand Esports HyperFibre League, so they've been fighting it out for the last 10 weeks to make it online. So we are going to make sure that they're on stage soon. Sweet. So basically, guys, so we are going to welcome onto stage Mr. Cresswell's Minions. Give them a round of applause, guys, when they come on out. Repping the Alliance region, wanting to, you know, assert dominance nice and early. And as they make their way onto stage, they will meet their, we're going to welcome on the stage Team Ultra Instinct. Make some noise in the crowd, guys. Cheer them on. They are going to be representing the Frost region. This is an exciting matchup for all of us here and at home watching on the live stream. Awesome, welcome everyone. Right, I'll get the captains to shake hands, bit of good sportsmanship. Bit of clean handshake there, we like to see it, we like to see it. Sweet, so that's all from me on the stage. I'll throw you guys right over to the casters and take it away.
All right, it feels really good to see the teams up there in their regional colors as well. I'm a big fan of the Frost colors, right? That blue and white looks so crisp. How are you feeling about the Alliance ones, though?
Yeah, absolutely. Looks really good, both of them. I'm excited to see the performance of these regions and the other ones when they come along in the second semifinals. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's so cool to have these regions now that, you know, you can join, you can be a part of, and rep your region. You know, whether you make it here or not, you can still say, hey, look, I was a part of Frost, so I'm here backing Ultra Instinct. I'm going to be cheering them. You can see them looking confident. You know, I said before, right, I was talking to them in the green room. They were feeling extremely confident. They said they're going to get it done 2-0.
Oh, well, interesting. Hopefully, it's not going to be a 2-0. In my experience, I prefer these closer games, as I've said before. But a 2-0, well, it would be nice. I
mean, it would be surprising, right? We've seen how well that Mr. Cresswell's minions can fight, so repping the Alliance banners, they're going to be a tough opponent to beat. Although, you know, Ultra Instinct, they did say, oh, we might give them one game to, you know, make the show pretty good. So we'll see if that is going to be the case. Although they had a little issue with people saying that, oh, Mr. Cresswell's minions, best team the South Island's ever seen. They were saying maybe the best high school team the region's ever seen because they are very confident that they're going to be the best coming out of today. But hey, they're going to have to prove it here in the series, and they're going to be able to do so pretty soon as we're loading into the Rift, getting ready for the draft. And I think a lot of games, you know, they start well in draft, but one advantage that Frost is going to have here is going to be the fact that they saw the last 3 games from Mr. Cresswell's minions. How would you change the bans after seeing those games?
Yeah, well, I mean, they know all about the playstyle of the Mr. Cresswell's minions. They know all about it. They know what champions they play. They know what champions performed, what didn't perform. So they can change their bans. They can possibly ban out the Yone, maybe ban out the Gwen. Just think about what they did. Make sure to use some of their brain power to, yeah, just formulate a game plan and just base it around that.
And then there's also the fact that, you know, we've already mentioned it, Mr. Cresswell's minions, they're not just repping Alliance today, they're in the high school competition as well. They've just come out of a best of 3. It was a long best of 3 as well because there was that tech issue, we had the remake, so they almost played like 3.5 games and they still lost as well, which means, you know, how do you think that affects them? Do you think it's going to give them a bit of a warm-up, or are they going to feel a bit down after dropping the game? You can see them on the screen right now. I mean, how would you feel if you were just coming out of that?
Well, yeah, me personally, I might be a little bit tired, a little bit feeling defeated, but we'll see. It's up to Mr. Cresswell's minions, really, to decide whether they let this get them down or whether they think, we've got this, we're going to prove everybody wrong, we're going to take this 2-0, 2-1, whatever they're going to do, they're going to take the win. They're going to use that practice they got this morning, warmed up, ready to go, get a win.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, Ephemera, at least, you know, he had that one amazing game, the really hype moment, so, you know, he's probably feeling pretty good even after the game 3 that they dropped. But of course, Ultra Instinct on the screen right now. These guys, they've been fresh, they've been hanging out, you know, they look so good together in their team shirts as well. And I could tell, you know, they've got a lot of camaraderie between them, so they've obviously been playing the game together for quite some time. They've obviously gone through the competition the whole way to make it this far, in fact, so these guys look like they're going to work really well together. For the Alliance region, of course, Mr. Cresswell's minions, you know, looking at them right now, it feels like they're trying to focus up. They don't look like they're too much on a high roll at the moment, though. Do you think they've gotten down a little bit?
It's definitely possible. It's definitely possible looking at these cameras right now. Looking a bit in disarray here, possibly.
Because remember as well, like, you know, they've also got to play another series later today in the high school league because, of course, they're going to have to play the other semi-final match because they dropped the earlier one.
A long day for Mr. Creswell's minions, and especially with that technical issue, that top lane may be slightly annoyed at that. So we'll see. Hopefully can stay with their heads in the game, keep it rolling, keep it going, and have some good games, close, nice fights altogether.
Yeah, and you could see a few smiles around as well. You know, I feel like they're not completely defeated at all, and that's got to be good because, you know, they still have another series to play. They have to keep it together. I reckon they can do it. A quick little wave there coming out from the Frost representatives, Ultra Instinct. I reckon these guys feel like they're in their element, playing on camera, playing in front of a crowd, playing on stage. I don't think this is a team that's going to, you know, some teams get a little nervous when they're playing on stage. You know, they're a little bit worried about everyone watching, the cast is going mental and all things like that. But these guys, I feel like they thrive in that kind of environment.
Absolutely, especially with that little bit of a mental boost from knowing that your opponents just dropped the game. They must be coming into this feeling pretty confident, feeling happy to be on stage. A little bit of an eyebrow raise there. Yeah.
No, I love it when the players, they play to the camera. They know what's going on. We had the support diff before on the arm. That was really good. I wonder if we'll get a little bit of that. I mean, it's always been a meme since it happened at Worlds. I love it. I love it. But here we go. Not too far away from getting into the draft, guys. All the players getting ready. We want to make sure the Rift is as secure as possible, as we always do. So, honestly, I feel like both teams, you know, they're just getting settled in their PCs, making sure that they themselves are feeling in their element. But like I said, you know, we've got the experience of playing on stage now for Mr. Creswell's minions. We've got a team that looks extremely confident. They sounded extremely confident from Ultra Instinct. So honestly, I feel like this is going to be a great clash. Do you think it's going to come down to the draft, or is it really going to be who's feeling it on the Rift?
Well, I think personally too much emphasis is placed on those drafts. I think altogether it comes out to the game on the Rift, which we will see in about a minute here. Consider it just going into the picks and bans.
All right, Ultra Instinct over on the Blues. They'll be getting first pick here. So the bans are going to be coming up, but if you were looking at first pick, what are you going to leave up that you can steal away? Aatrox has been a great pick at Worlds lately, so that's something that a lot of teams have been prioritizing because it's also so good when you pick blind into top lane as well. You know, compared to a lot of top laners, it can be kept pretty hard.
Absolutely. Some of those top laners are super strong now. Misfortune is the ADs, some mid laners, some mages, seeing super strong play, a lot of play at Worlds, at high level play in this game. So we'll see probably some of the bans reflecting that, and the first from Ultra Instinct, they're going to respect that as well. I said there's the Aatrox ban.
Yeah, maybe not the first pick it, so they're just going to ban it, not really worry about it. It's quite surprising how many teams do leave up that Aatrox, but hey, if you're not planning on playing it, or you don't have to deal with it, throw it in the bin. Now, and you don't normally see is going to be the Anivia, and look, smiles coming out from Ultra Instinct. Know that they've been researched. Mr. Creswell's minions have been watching their match histories, and they must have found an Anivia there somewhere, and they're happy to draw a ban out of it. They were almost expecting it to happen, so the respect there, you can see it's earned.
Yeah, historically, a very low pick rate champion, but currently a very high win rate one for her low pick rate. I think in the 53s and 54% in the mid lane, a very strong champion.
It's because who plays Anivia? Only the people that are really good at it, right?
Exactly.
So, you know, if you see someone that's an expert on Anivia, yeah, do not envy you go up against it, so go ahead and ban it away. Last few to come out, Zoe's kind of normal. Instinct, we're you know, seen a few of those picks before, but the run one comes out, and that's got to be another target as well. But first pick, it's just straight away up into the Ornn. A good blind pick, but that's blind nonetheless.
And immediately picked a Mordekaiser to counter-pick that Ornn slightly. Mordekaiser renowned for being a lane bully, very strong laning phase, and the ability to take anyone out of a team fight at any time. Possibly taking the Ornn out, getting rid of the frontliner, or possibly taking out a pitch carry on the Ultra Instinct side.
Yeah, also locking in the Hecarim, you know, that gives him plenty of engage, and also great ganking potential. Not even after level 6, you know, early on too. He's got a great gap close and can do tons of damage, so pair that up with Kaiser, maybe you can mess around up there. Next few picks are going to be coming in. Pantheon's always a fun one to see. Another one that's great at engage, but almost in a completely different way. So we can see Instinct maybe wanting to force a few fight, punish a few mispositions there. One off pushing a solo lane that maybe they shouldn't have. Pantheon's going to be there. And then round out the next set of picks there. Oh man, we're gonna have Seraphine. The Sona, it was teased before, but instead they go for Seraphine.
Interesting, considering the Sona and the Pantheon are actually like flex picks. Both of them can go into the mid lane or into the support role, and Seraphine also can even be in the bot lane, possibly flexing into 3 different roles. We'll see maybe some swapping around and shuffling those, depending on what Mr. Creswell minions end up picking. They do go for a Silas in the mid lane, a very strong P Bruiser, so they do have 2 AP Bruisers on Mr. Creswell's minion side. But Seraphine ult, Pantheon ult, Ornn ult, all good ults for to steal. So.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be pretty happy with a lot of those. So, especially if, you know, Seraph mid lane, you know, using that against the Seraphine is pretty crushing for the Seraphine. So, if it is going to be low picking up that in the mid lane, he's going to have to be very careful on that one. But there you go. You see the Sona ban, they're still actually predicting that along with Seraphine, it might still come up. So, Mr. Swells are going to throw that one in there, probably predicting that, yes, this will be a mid lane Seraphine. Kai'Sa ban also out. Ultra Instinct watching the games before, you know, also seeing Mr. Creswell's minions let out in game number 1 and actually do respectable on it, even despite loss. So getting that one out of there makes sense to me. Victor ban from Mr. Creswell's, they struggled a little bit again in their series as well as picking it, but they're planning on grabbing it this time. So ban the champion away. I mean, a powerful champion just in general, so get it on out of there. But it makes me wonder, like, what are they expecting here? Because banning supports, they're banning mid lanes, like, where do you think that this Seraphine might be going?
Where is the Seraphine planning on going? They might be its Pantheon jungle, which isn't possible, though I haven't seen it too much at high levels of play, most solo queue. Horroring here Samira, a very strong ADC to counteract the lack of AD damage in your mid lane and top lane.
Yeah, but I mean, you look, if that gets locked in, that's going to be a very me-focused team composition they've got. Ymir can do a little bit at range, but have to get in close to do the maximum amount. So this could be punished. Ultra Instinct, you know, if they pick a few more one combo big team fight champions, you know, they've got Seraphine, they've got the Ornn, you know, when something that can do a ton of AoE damage, and then you can pick that up. Caitlyn's not exactly what I was thinking with that, but still a good into the lane. You know, I'm already talking about range. Caitlyn's on the other end of that, right? You know, the biggest range at level, right? So it can hang back in there, even in fights. It can be a tough champ to be able to jump onto, but with a gap close from Hecarim, you got to make sure your peel on point for that Caitlyn.
Absolutely. It looks like a pretty classic dive as poke team comp with the Caitlyn and the Seraphine very good at poking down the enemies. A Hecarim diving in on them and a Silas, but a Pantheon and an Ornn have some ability to peel them, especially with Orianna locked in. More poke, more peel. The classic Pantheon and Orianna ult and stun together.
And not to mention as well, you know, I just said everyone's going to be close together because they're low range. Orianna ult into that. The shockwaves be ginormous. So again, you combo that with everything else, you know, even the Ornn ult. You've got so much to go on. Now, Mumu, he's seen tons of play at Worlds, the support role, and to be picked up here isn't too surprising. It's that engage comp you were just talking about, plays really well with the Hecarim. So if they can get their team comps going, get that Caitlyn locked down, jump on top of those really pesky poke lane champions, then yes, that's going to go really well for them. But the question is, who's going to get the edge in the team fight first? Because I think whoever gets that is going to get the big wombo combo.
For sure, especially with that Ornn ultimate into a Seraphine ultimate into a Orianna shockwave might be devastating onto the squishier members of the Frost team.
All right, well, Mr. Creswell's minions for the Alliance region. This is their 4th game today, and it is not even halfway for them, especially if this goes all the way to game 3, which, you know, to their credit, Alliance Frost representatives, Ultra Instinct, have said they're going to get it done in 2 games. So maybe they're just being generous. They're going to give Mr. Creswell's minions a little bit of a rest before their next series later on. Or, hey, you know, Mr. Creswell's minions could get it done in 2 games, give themselves a bit of a rest.
Yeah, absolutely. A 2-0 win for Mr. Creswell's minions would be a massive mental boost going into that 3rd game. Just thinking, well, we crushed it, and now we can crush McLean's College as well. But looking at this game, I'm looking forward to some big team fights. Laning phase may be a little bit slow, but I'm hoping for some late game momentous occasions.
The thing that I'm seeing, though, for Ultra Instinct is they've got the options here. They can go for big wombo combo team fights, but they can also play it front to back, right? They've got a tanky front line with the Ornn. They've got plenty of damage in the back line with the Caitlyn and the Orianna, and then plenty of mid line if they really need it. So, you know, they can play just a standard team composition, poking down the turret and sieging it down. Whereas I feel like for, you know, Mr. Creswell's minions, they're all engage, kill absolutely everyone, get those resets going as well. So, you know, they've really got to focus on those team fights. I think level 6, when the ultimate starts to come into play, the first dragon might be where we're really going to see who's going to come out on top.
Absolutely. Those picks, potential with the Pantheon, all those champions with point-and-click CC, very easy to get caught out, get caught up, and die extremely quickly to bursts of damage if you're playing a squishier champion, such as like Seraphine and Caitlyn, etc. And Silas looking to steal some ults. The ults that came, like Orianna Shockwave, is, well, once again, another wonderful ult for a Silas to steal. Just a massive burst of AoE damage around himself and pulling everyone to him, such as a Diana or a Nyla ult.
Yeah, that's the kind of dangerous thing. You play an ultimate focus composition. You're up against Silas. He's got like a big buffet of ultimates he's going to be able to pick from, and they're all going to be good, especially with, you know, the fact that Mr. Cresswell's minions kind of want to do the same thing in team fights, right? They want to get big wombo combos. They want to group everyone together, and they want to just AoE them all down, and they've got good engage for it. But another thing is, like you said, you know, the dive is there too. They can get into that backline if Caitlyn's a threat, if Orianna's a threat. They're both champions who do not have a lot of mobility, right? They can be caught out quite easily. And, you know, you've got, what, maybe Seraphine for a little bit of peel there, and that's kind of it. So, you know, you're going to find it pretty easy to dive onto them, but you've got to get past that front line. You've got to get past that Ornn, and then get back there. And that could be quite tricky sometimes.
For sure, the Frost team may be lacking a bit of mobility with their champions, although the damage is there. So we will see, will they be able to hold out with their positioning, with their frontlining peel, and altogether just keep away the Alliance Mr. Creswell's minions as big DPS bruisers.
Yeah, all right, but it's always back to the time-old question, of course. Does playing games earlier make you tired, or does it give you that energy, that warm-up you need? It's going to be up to Mr. Cresswell's minions to show us what kind of team they are. Are they affected by playing too much, or does it get them on a bit of a roll? But fresh onto the stage is going to be Ultra Instinct repping Frost, the crisp blue uniforms over there. You can see them all focused up now. They're actually in the game at the moment, so we'll be jumping over in just a few seconds. But man, I am absolutely excited to see, because, you know, they had so much confidence. I want to see what is backing up all of this confidence from Ultra Instinct. What is making them think they're going to be able to get a 2-0 here? Again, now that you've seen the draft, what are you feeling? Can you say you feel like one team's going to take it as we get into game number 1?
I am really looking forward to this. Yeah, if I had to evaluate now, I would say that I am slightly more on the side of Frost, possibly, with their comp. But overall, not too sure. I'm looking forward to this fight. We're seeing a 5v5 fight in the bot lane coming.
Fight, you cowards, come on. No, I mean, they've seen each other. No one wants to take that risk in game number 1. I mean, look, if this was a friendly match between mates, I could totally see it. If it was a normal match, or maybe my ranked matches, you know, that would happen. But looks like they're just going to be a little careful. Although, look at Ultra Instinct already pushing up. They want to say, hey, you want to do this blue? You want to be a little careful if you do. Not too many wards dropped down defensively coming out from Mr. Cresswell's minions. So, you know, if they want to play around, Ultra Instinct could still poke their head in. But like I said, you know, both teams are going to be a little cautious, play it safe.
Absolutely. Looks like everyone is just going to back off. It's just going to be a bit more chill. Pantheon is going to path up to his blue buff, while the Hecarim passes up to his red. So they're both going to be starting top side, allowing the bot laners to fight. It looks like the Seraphine and the Caitlyn may be looking for a bit of a cheese here in the bot lane. Possibly looking backing off.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you can maybe get a few free peacemakers from the Caitlyn, that can be a ton of damage, right? We might have even seen them walk into it now. Okay, they didn't hang out in the bush too much longer, so it is just going to be a pretty standard normal lane. Normal lane starts for pretty much everyone, including the junglers too. the question is going to be, you know, how much does Caitlyn here abuse the range? Find a Medusa has got a big advantage, especially early on, you know. As long as that bandage toss doesn't become a problem, you can just right-click the Amumu away, and he cannot do anything about it. So just keep shoving him back, keep pushing the lane as well. You've got great wave clear, especially, you know, with the fact you've also got Seraphine to help you out. They can start shoving the tower down even and start making that a threat too.
Yeah, for sure. The Caitlyn definitely stronger than the Samira in lane. In team fights, however, the Samira might be able to show some of her prowess and get a combo off, get up to the S rank, and pull out her ultimate massive AoE damage and lifesteal.
Yeah, but look at that, already warded up, so even if a sneaky Hecarim were to charge on in, there would be no problem. They'd all have the heads up. So again, playing it safe, making sure that there's no issue. They can continue to shove the lane. Look at them hard pushing as well. Find Medusa is going to continue shoving the lane, and Caitlyn, one of the best ones at doing this for the AD carry role. So going to absolutely take advantage of that. Over in the mid lane, of course, you've got the Orianna and Sylas matchup. Not quite the Seraphine one we were looking for. Misses the X marks the spot. Unfortunately, FME would have liked that damage, but trades just back and forth. But you really want to be hitting those abilities of Sylas, because otherwise Orianna, those auto attacks, they add up.
Absolutely, her passive doing extra damage. He goes in, the abduct lands, he manages to get off some auto attacks, proccing Conqueror, but on the way out he takes a QW from the Orianna, taking a bit of damage, so some pretty even trades there. Pantheon not looking too healthy on his clear, unfortunately, so maybe having to back before he ganks.
Yeah, Pantheon's clear is always a little bit rough, and if you look on the minimap, you can see Hecarim actually starting to move in. IPPO either going for a gank, and he's actually going to circumvent the ward here. This should be a good gank, because the counter jungler gank is also going to be coming in. Double buff Hecarim, double buff Pantheon. They're going to meet in the tri-bush, I think, and there it is, already starting to fight, but look, he's on the wrong side. IPPO might be in trouble. He's going to have to try and get in there. The bandage toss comes in from Quinn, and it just scares them all away. No one wants to engage too hard here, and so they all back off. No kills yet.
Absolutely nothing really happening there. Just a bit of, like, testing the waters, seeing what's going to happen. Hecarim wasn't actually on a ward there. He wasn't aware, or the jungler Pantheon wasn't aware that he was there, but the damage from the Hecarim not being enough to burst him down. So it just ends up being, yeah, a bit of a, I know you're here, you know I'm here, let's both leave.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at the lane, right, if you're Hecarim, you know, your bot lane's probably screaming at you like, please help me, we're getting shoved into tower, where are the ganks? And so, you know, these tower plates are going to start, you know, becoming accessible for Fire Medusa. Get that gold lead on the Caitlyn nice and early. Caitlyn loves a BF sword early, and it just makes that lane even more oppressive against short-range characters. In mid lane, I mean, I think there's a bit of engage going on. Orianna might be getting jumped on. May have even been a tower dive. I think the flash must have been burned there, because look at that health bar. Yeah, gonna be forced back out of it. This is exactly what you want to do as the Sylas.
For sure, and a plate picked up here by the Caitlyn, as you said. It seems that the lane is being dominated in the bot lane, but the mid lane is going more to the side of the Botany Delves College.
Oh, the pings on the top lane are saying that they've seen the Pantheon. Does he actually go in though? Checking out the minimap. Yeah, he's waiting, but I mean, look, they're completely aware. Roldan knows that there's a Pantheon in the bushes, so he's not going to get too aggressive and maybe try and waste a little bit of time, maybe even bait it. Goes for the fight here. It's the 1v1 because the jungler's backed off. So now lane control goes straight back to him. Look at the CS difference as well. Mord almost doubling the Ornn.
Absolutely. The Mordekaiser pick always being known for being very, very strong in lane. And unfortunately, Pantheon in the jungle, if you look at his CS as well, Pantheon, notoriously a very strong ganking jungler, but almost no ability to clear his camps, comparatively to a very strong farming jungler, Hecarim.
Yeah, Hecarim could just go in, mow the lawn with basically every single minion camp in the jungle, and he'll be absolutely fine. And now that we're nearing the level 6 as well, he's going to be looking at some of those ganks too, right? Hecarim, strong ganker before 6, but also extremely strong after 6. Massive gap close. If you get the fear positioned well, you know, it's a death sentence for anyone as well, especially if they don't have a flash. So watch to see the Hecarim ganks as soon as that comes out. But look at this, we've got a Namumu roaming up to the mid lane, but he's going to get met by the jungler. I think it was seen as well. They're both aware that ward's going to get cleared, but Amumu is kind of stuck there. He may get caught up by the Oceania, and yet there it is, already jumped on. But no, they've been turning it around, and it's a first blood over to Silas, and Mr. Cresswell's minions going to be able to pick that one up. Do they continue on down the river? The Scuttle Crab, very important, but it's gained by Ultra Instinct. Hard to retreat. In goes the bandage toss, and straight into a big level 6 fight. FMir grabbing the kill onto Captain Tofu. Let's get a check-in with Oceania in the fountain, but the fight continues here. Samira double kill, and that's what you exactly want when lane's going bad. Just turn it into a team fight.
Huge fight there by Botany Dance College. Enormous. They just absolutely demolishing the entirety of the Frost team there. It was, you know, it started off as a smaller fight in the mid lane. I don't believe that Amumu was spotted out by a ward, but he went for a gank onto the Oceania. It ended up working, and then they just picked up 3 more kills in the bot lane.
I could have sworn that they saw him go in there, though. I would have thought Ultra Instinct had a heads up, but yeah, no, walked into the bush, and they tried to contest, but here we go into mid lane again. A flashless Oceania. No chance in all hell you're getting out of this one, and that should be another kill. Who's it going to go to, though? It's going to go to IPPO on the Hecarim. Another kill, another blue ribbon for Hecarim.
Yeah, the Oceania there just walked back to lane, no flash, no ability to escape, and a Hecarim with ult. Yep, I'll take my plus 300 gold, thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, also Silas getting in on that too. He's going to get free reign in the lane here. Ephemir, free farm. Also the assist. He's racking up a pretty big bounty himself. And we've seen what Ephemir can do. Literally 1v5 in the enemy base in the previous series. So this is a man you do not want to see getting kills, getting gold for free. And now Rift Herald is going to be, if not straight up taken by them, set up extremely well. They're checking out, making sure no one's hanging out in these bushes. They will be spotted out by Captain Tofu, who is, look how far back he's pulling the jungle camp. He knows how dangerous it is to be around there. So I can imagine Mr. Cresswell's minions, they want to set up for that Rift Herald. They've got the wards down. They're going to be back first.
Yeah, Ultra Instinct probably looking to pick up some of these shutdowns. Oh, it looks like a fight has gone on the bot lane with Samira getting a double kill. Now fighting the...
Yeah, I mean, look, the ultimate at the end, maybe not the job to get it done, but a double kill's a double kill. 4 kills for Samira. You'll take the free back, I guess, with the death. No real worries. You're happy with how that trade went out. Ultra Instinct now a little bit on the back foot because they are facing a dangerous team composition around this time in the game. You've seen Hecarim able to dive on Caitlyn, on Orianna, both of them extremely vulnerable. Even Seraphine, right? Not a ton of mobility on that champion either. So it could just be free gold for a lot of them. And then that's not even mentioning what Ephemir can do. He's got a smorgasbord of ultimates to pick from, and now he's got an Amumu in the backlines waiting to back him up. Oh, if they go for this ward, they could jump over to it. They could bait him in.
The Abduct lands. He's going to get some heavy damage onto that Seraphine and steal the ultimate. That might come in huge here.
Oh, Amumu spotted. Unfortunate, because I think he was waiting to get a cheeky little ult. Oh, onto the Scuttle Crab. This could be their go.
Hecarim comes in.
Yep.
What a nice bandage toss.
A great fear into a great stun, but they're just going to split apart and be flashing over the wall. Ephemir, 1v3, getting blocked up by the Pantheon. They hold him at bay. Meanwhile, there's a kill onto the Orianna in the background, but Hecarim, IPBO wants more, but he thinks better of it. Has Amumu to back him up. The ultimate wasn't used. He can go in, and the Curse of the Sad Mummy is available. They don't go for it yet. The Seraphine ultimate causes them to back off. They're still testing the waters. They want to see if they can sneak this dragon as well, but with the Scuttle Crab there, I don't think they should go for it.
Yeah, a very interesting fight there from the team Ultra Instinct. They did manage to pick up a shutdown on Ephemir. Unfortunately, it did end up just being a 1-for-1 for Mr. Creswell's minions, who thought they could get more, but the chain CC onto Silas prevented him from doing anything after expending that Seraphine ultimate to CC the bot lane.
Yeah, it was a bit of a brave call going for that one, but yeah, sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. So now this is going to be a rare moment for Ultra Instinct to clean things up here in the mid lane. They've got the Scuttle Crab too, but a fight in the mid lane into the Bandage Toss is going to lock them up forever, and Silas will be able to pick up that kill. Ephemir, another one into the bank. This should be an easy setup for the Dragon with that kill as they can move in. 80 carry down, Rift Herald down the mid lane. Ultra Instinct are in shambles.
Absolutely. The Rift Tower is going to crash, pushing. The mid lane is going to push. The tower is not going to drop just yet, but it looks like the Dragon will go down the way of Botany Downs College. Possibly the Seraphine getting caught.
I mean, it's just done as easy as that. He lands that abduct, and he can immediately pick up a kill on Seraphine, on Caitlyn, on Oriana. They're all squishy enough to die in that combo. Dragon taking a while to kill, but it is all but secured there by the jungler IPPO. Able to secure that one. So you've got the Cloud Drake. You've dropped the Rift Herald. You're well ahead in the gold now. 4,000 gold is nothing to shake at just 11 minutes into the game. This is looking fantastic for Mr. Cresswell's minions.
I'd like to bring our attention now just to the items. You can see that Silas has picked up a Darksteel and it's sitting at 6 stacks. We may be seeing a Majia's picked up this game by him if things continue to go well. And also the Hecarim has not gone for a mythic item. He's picked up a Chempunk Chainsword. So decided to go for pure stats with his items rather than picking up an actual mythic item here.
Yeah, I mean, look, they want to snowball the game from this point onwards. It's when they're extremely strong, and you can see why. They're catching the bandage toss, and it nets not just one kill, but 2. One of them going to Ephemera as well. There's no dragon for them to pick up, so surely towers are next on the table for them. That mid lane one looking extra juicy after that Rift Herald charge. Unfortunately, Bandage Shot's not going to hit there. Busk will just have to cower under his tower because he needs to actually go help his AD carry here. Caitlyn, fine Medusa, has to back off a little bit. Bit dangerous, but the mid tower does go down.
Yep, a flash was expended there. We can see that every champion in the game is pretty much going to be picking up their first items soon, making them power spike, possibly a bit more strong for these fights that are going to come up soon. Hopefully we can see some action in this top lane. Both sides pretty much done nothing so far. Just the Mordekaiser a little bit ahead on farm. Same thing going for all the other lanes.
Yeah, sounds pretty normal to me. Ignore top lane, you know, nothing ever happens up there. Captain Tofu finds the supporter Mumu, but what else can they get? Samira S+, immediately exhausted, so no 1v3 for you, my friend, and some much needed kills handed over to Ultra Instinct.
Well played there to that Pantheon. A nice ultimate on top of someone and then an immediate kill as well onto the attack damage carry.
I mean, it's over before you can even finish your sentence. Ephemera, the moment he catches him, even misses the abduct, but he says, no worries, I got a flash. Let's see how well he can do. 1v3. He has an ultimate to steal. He throws it out. Is he going to use the Pantheon ult to escape? Is that actually what he's going to do? I don't think he has time to channel it at all. But if he can find one small moment, nah, he gets stunned up. But can they actually take him down here? Surely 1v3. Amumu has arrived, and the rest of the team, Onslaught of Shadows, they shut down Ephemera. But now it's the jungler and the support duo, and they don't have the damage or the tankiness to get it done. And now that's a kill over to Oriana, who again also really needed that too.
A 2-for-1 and some shutdowns there goes to Ultra Instinct. Well played by them. Very, very unfortunate there with the Silas stealing the Pantheon ult. Possibly thought he had a bit more time to escape there. Maybe a combat ultimate would have done him a bit more good, allowed him to do some more damage and win that fight.
Ornn in the top lane, pops the ultimate, but look at the health bars changing. Mord's turned it around, going for the tower dive, teleport right behind him. He's going to back off, doesn't quite have the last hit he needs. Oh, these minions, oh, the Oriana's arrived, gets the kill. It's a shutdown as well. Again, now double buff. That red buff means Amumu will never escape, even with his flash. Double kill now to Oriana. Ultra Instinct coming back.
So much gold going over to this Oriana. Yeah, this may be a comeback. As you see, the Majia's was actually purchased by Silas, as I said, but the stacks have dropped off it down back to 3. Really unfortunate there, the Ornn missing his ultimate, but it ended out all right as he lived and Mordekaiser died.
Yeah, and also Mord getting pretty greedy on the tower dive too. One more swing would have done it, so I can see why he went for it. A bit unfortunate he didn't calculate it hard enough. But the real problem could be the Ephemera Silas, as we've said, you know, maybe dropping stacks, but it doesn't really matter. He's still doing a ton of damage. However, lately, he's been caught out a few times, and that's what I was saying before. Pantheon ult really good at catching people out if they're just a step out of position. Next on the chopping block might be that Rift Herald. Ghost now pops to catch up. Doesn't look like anyone's going to be chasing down though. But yeah, you can see everyone's kind of hanging around the Rift Herald. They want to be the first one to give it a go. We've seen how much it's done by teams in the past. But Ultra Instinct, look at this. They're clearing out all the wards. They're getting the exact vision that they need down.
Yeah, for sure. A very close game here. We're looking very well in the way of Botany Downs College from the start. But Ultra Instinct here making a bit of a comeback. Possibly looking to further their momentum around some of these objectives that are coming up very soon. 20 seconds on the Ocean Dragon and the Rift Herald up right now.
Yeah, so it's up to the teams now to choose. You know, if you're Mr. Cresswell's minions, maybe you go for the Ocean Dragon after you've seen Rift Herald completely warded up. Mid lane has been their playground for a while here. The Hecarim and Mumu combo, really good when they've got someone else. Pantheon arrives to the battle here, jumps immediately onto the backline there, forcing them to retreat, continues past the tower, and gets the Samira. That's so much damage that now Mr. Cresswell's minions will not have as their mid lane tower is getting knocked down. Curse of the Sad Mummy into the onslaught of Shadows, destroys the backline. Find Medusa is out of there, and now Mr. Cresswell's minions can push forward, but they've got to get past this brick wall called On, but he doesn't go down until Quinn gets taken out. A 1-for-1 trade at the end. Mr. Cresswell's minions slight advantage here, and they can push for more.
Yeah, looks like the Dragon is just going to drop to Mr. Cresswell's minions. An unfortunate fight there, a 3v2, but Mordekaiser is pushing in the top lane. He's going to get some value there, in addition to the 3 kills that were got from that fight.
Yeah, another little bonus that they've added onto that. You can see the CS ever well creeping ahead for Calder up in the top lane. That Mordekaiser does so well when he's able to get farmed. Dragon going to be secured, the Ocean one, but now they're also starting up Rift Herald. But he went through a Scuttle Crab to do this. Surely Ultra Instinct know, and Calder knows as well, so he's going to back off and not contest it too much. But it did draw them up there, ever securing that Dragon even more.
Yeah, it looks like altogether every objective has been done now. Everything is probably going to be calm for the next sort of 5 minutes or so, unless someone tries to go for a very, very early Baron call. We're just chilling, everyone is fine. It's about a 5k gold difference, although the game is in reality probably closer than that.
Yeah, the thing is with Ultra Instinct's team composition, I always say, you know, a good Shockwave can bring back almost any game, right? So 5,000 gold lead, who cares if your AD carry gets obliterated in the Shockwave, right? If Silas gets caught up in it and can't do any damage. Calder is going pretty deep here, gets snared up, but no one wants to go in, even 1v3. They know that Amumu, Hecarim, they could all just be waiting in the wings to jump on top of them. They want to secure this blue buff, but look, there he is, Quinn there on the Amumu, wants to try and grab that blue, but no one can smite it, no one's nearby. They scare them away, but hey, what happened in the background? Rift Herald.
As we can see, the Rift Herald is available for the Hecarim, so possibly they might want to push together as a team, the Botany Downs College, and try and get some value off of that Rift Herald, taking a full tower preferably. Maybe that bot lane tower, which has yet to be finished off. The Ornn is holding it.
Yeah, and we kind of know that Ephemia can push on his own, although you've got to always be careful when there's a Pantheon in the game. You know, he can be immediately there as backup from pretty much anywhere. So if you're pushing a solo lane, you better believe you can do a 1v2. So he looks like he's going to continue doing that in the bottom lane, but the question is, like you said, where is that Rift Herald going to go? They've got a moment to group up as a team and make the push really count, because there's no real other objectives. Dragon's on a big cooldown now. Baron's not really a viable option for either side either. But unfortunately, it looks like no damage is taken by Ornn, but here's Rift Herald. It's going to be in the bottom lane.
Some taunting there by Ornn.
I love it.
Interesting plays. The Rift Tower is going to come down, just going to take out that bot tower, like I said. Not too much else to be gained by it. Ornn isn't losing anything.
They got to be careful here. They pushed up quite a bit, and we know what Pantheon can do. Oh, caught out on the rotate. Oh no, Ultra Instinct might be getting 2 free kills here, but it looks like they tried to turn it around. Finally, Exhaust comes out to shut down Luna, doing no damage, and they eventually do get him down. Here comes the backup from Mr. Cresswell's minions. A good Ornn ultimate, but it doesn't slow down Ephemia. He gets a kill onto Busk, but again, traded back by Azula. Hecarim now in the back line, forcing the Orianna back. Caitlyn goes down. Find Medusa out of this one. Somehow, Mr. Cresswell's minions look like they managed to come out on top with that.
That fight was very intense. It looked like it was going to be a full squad wipe for some team, but it ended up with just a 2-for-2, but it's still going on.
Yeah, I mean, you're turning it around into a Mordekaiser. We know what this champion can do if you let him do it. He's got 2 great champions backing him up here who can engage, although Quinn, pretty low on that health bar there, probably wants to back off, because that's why. And his friend Ivor also dropped down to another kill here. It's all up to the Mord for the 1v3 almost literally here underneath his own tower. He's still scaring them away, but surely, no, he actually turns it around. Massive shield, but that's still a 1v3, my friend.
Oh, it looks like everyone on the Ultra Instinct team working together in perfect harmony. Those shields from the Seraphine and the Orianna was just keeping everyone alive throughout that whole fight.
Oh, abduct, but is this what you want to do? He kills Busk so quickly. that he can still get out of there and not be at risk at all. And it calls off the Baron entirely for Ultra Instinct.
Very nice by FMir. They're possibly saving the Baron from ever being done just with that insanely quick kill. As you said, those stacks on the Magias aren't there anymore, but they actually back up to 9, but they weren't there before that kill, but his damage is just so high with his levels over the Seraphine and the other squishy targets.
Yeah, I mean, even without the Magias, right, he's still doing a ton of damage, so it doesn't really matter. 9 kills is still 9 kills.
And the more kills that come, the stronger he will get.
Yeah, it's only worse from here, right? But I mean, at what point are you saying, I gotta have enough bursts, I can kill Ori, Caitlyn, Seraphine, maybe even Pantheon. It's just really the Ornn. As long as you're not going for him, you're probably all good. But it kind of puts a lot more emphasis on the Ornn to be positioned really well, because he is the brick wall stopping it. He can block the bandage toss if he can find it. He can force Silas away. And even the Samira as well.
That might mean that the Mordekaiser is looking, rather to ult one of the carries, is looking to just ult the Ornn and leave the Ultra Instinct team without any sort of front line, just making it a straight-up 4v4 Hecarim, Silas, Samira, Amumu versus Pantheon, Orianna, Caitlyn, and Seraphine.
All right, Seraphine ultimate locked in for FMir. He gets some great stuns. In comes the Onslaught of Shadows and the Curse of the Sad Mummy. That's everything that they've got, but Azula still gets a kill in it. Caitlyn goes down, so no more AD carry, but that Mordekaiser looks invincible, while Silas, FMir, is killing everyone else. No one can take down the Ornn. Now down to a 2v2, but I know who I've got my money on here. Double buff FMir, makes it a triple kill. Will he make it a quadra? Yes, he will.
And FMir does it again. An enormous fight. So much damage coming out from those 2 AP bruisers. Just not enough MR, it looks like, on the other side, with Silas just one-shotting and no damage being done to this Mordekaiser.
Yeah, he's absolutely slamming now, even the tanks. And he's got the big front line from the Mordekaiser too, who has built quite heavy as an AP bruiser. This is going to now put them on soul points here for the Earth Drake. And this is looking quite scary, right? You make the Mord even tankier, even harder to kill. FMir is going to have so much more free reign. He's certainly the center point of Mr. Cresswell's minions right now. Feeling great after that game too earlier in the day. Now he's coming into this series, a quadra kill. I reckon he's looking for a pentakill.
Absolutely. I would hope to see a pentakill. Don't know who it'll be from though. But as we look at the Ultra Instinct team, it's quite a poke-based team. I would not want to see my enemies have a Mountain Soul, especially with the plussing of the shields.
The Rabadons as well now completed for FMir. His damage has gone through the roof.
As we look, 25 stacked Magias plus Rabadons. His AP is probably up somewhere around 500, 600, even 700 right now, especially with the Sork boots and the Shadow Flame giving him so much penetration. His Q will be doing about 70% HP of all the people on the enemy team outside of Ornn.
And now we play the Baron dance. Mr. Cresswell's minions now looking to clear out the vision here. The Alliance region cheering their champions on here in the river. Scuttlecrab secured by Ultra Instinct. So Frost have got a chance here to contest the Baron fight. This is not a team you want to be team fighting against, you know? A big Orianna ultimate, a big shockwave in the pit can turn the fight around. So smartly, Cresswell's minions, they're going to pull away, push Silas down to the bottom lane to back up Calder on the Mordekaiser. It's looking all right. In fact, he might even just do it on his own. And now, forcing them back away, Silas, FMir, he's around the corner. They bait him in and goes for the abduct, misses it. That was the kill they could have got. What can they get? It looks like things are going down in the mid lane too. No, they haven't gone for the dive just yet. Oh, I'm always watching Quinn on that Amumu. Quite squishy at this point for an Amumu. He has support, of course, but he just needs that one good ultimate. Oh, wow. Pulls in the shockwave now. This could be big.
Massive. That Orianna ult has been forced out. That is a huge cooldown. The Orianna flash has been forced out. Yeah. That is a huge cooldown for the Ultra Instinct team. The Orianna having no flash, having the ability to just be Hecarim ulted instantly.
All right, Scuttlecrab's still up. or big Ornn ultimate ready to go. Both teams have a shockwave here. This Baron should be melting quickly, but the Mordekaiser goes down. Captain Kofu caught him out on the other side of the map. Big team fight in the river. Find Medusa down now as well as Seraphine. It's all but done for here as Cresswell's minions double kill on Ephemera are gonna push even forward. They get the bandage toss up in the top. IPPO trying to solo down the Ornn. This should be Azula taken out as well. Chased away, wasting time. He could burst these two down if they're not careful. Bandage toss catches him out, but look at how much time he's wasting.
It's all up to Azula here.
He's doing AoE damage. It's adding up. As long as he's not bursted down, he gets the kill on Ephemera. This should be a Mumu to follow as well. Luna, look at how scared they're playing as well. Double kill. Can he make it a triple? Turns around.
Oh my god, Azula!
Goes down, but it's a triple. What a turnaround.
Azula just saved the game there, undoubtedly. What an incredible play, being chased to the enemy tower and taking down 3 as Oriana, an AP ranged mage.
Even caught out by the bandage toss. I thought it was over by then, but no, they just had not enough range. A 1v1, a rematch actually of that bot lane fight we saw off camera, but it's going to be backed up extremely quickly, but not before Captain Tofu goes down. It will be a trade unless the flash goes over the wall and Calder will get out to safety. The ace in the hole won't be enough.
Level 12 Caitlyn there, the ultimate is not going to be doing too much damage, especially with the rapid fire not providing any attack damage to her. It's all up to the Oriana, in my opinion. A big shockwave and some AoE damage could melt down the whole enemy team.
And all that goal difference we were talking about before, throw it away. It's all about the team fights right now. Everyone has the damage they need to get the job done. Everyone's now respawned except for Captain Tofu. And this means Cresswell's minions know there's no chance of a Baron steal, at least from Smite. He won't even be able to ultimate in. Ornn ult misses absolutely everyone. Surely Ultra Instinct, they're going to have to go in now and contest it. Ornn right up in the front line, tanking absolutely everyone, but not even he can resist it all. And the rest of Ultra Instinct fall faster than Goku against Jiren.
Yeah, quadruple death. The Samira, a massive engage. It was Samira's turn, not Silas. Possibly can pick up this pentakill on this Pantheon, although I think he is just going to go down and avoid anyone on the Botany Downs College team.
Yeah, and this is just a great move from Cresswell's minions, right? They know, okay, no chance of a Smite steal. He can't even use the Grand Skyfall again in range because he's dead for that long. They had Mordekaiser up. He was able to be there, make it a 5v4. Ornn did what he could, but missing the ultimate as well. He still had to go in, but you saw how quickly he dropped for the tankiest member on the team. Next up, though, has got to be that Dragon Soul, and this is going to be easily secured. No one even close to being in range. Surely you don't go in for the steal here. You back off, but I mean, at what cost? Baron, Dragon Soul, is this the last step?
I think that Pantheon, the only play there was jumping over the wall and trying to steal that dragon. Because at the cost of his life, I mean, he's gonna drop anyway as long as this abduct lands, which it does. Oh, this may be the whole game.
Yeah, Captain Tofu and now Azula down too. The shockwave could have been their last chance of getting in. I don't think Caitlyn has the damage to kill Maud, let alone the rest of Cresswell's minions. Baroned up, Dragon Soul with the Earth Soul, pushing down the inhibitor front door. Ornn ult just to hold the door a little bit longer. And it's actually from Ephemera himself. They're diving the fountain now, Kier. I think this is done in game one. I think Cresswell's minions shown they are the best team out of the South Island. One kill goes down, but it's still an ace. They need to get that inhibitor down, but surely this is the Nexus to follow.
This is going to be the first game as Mr. Cresswell's minions come in and say, "You're gonna 2 us?" No, you are not.
Victory going over to Mr. Cresswell's minions representing Alliance region in game number 1. Ultra Instinct, they'll have to pull off the reverse sweep for any hope for Frost to take out the series.
As we just saw there at the bottom left, finally at the end of the game, the Silas had 892 AP there, an enormous amount of damage from any one of his abilities. And the Samira as well, so fed. Just the mid and bot lane of the Botany Downs College team, so much damage, so much CC from their jungler and their top laner. Altogether, it's a really well played game by both sides.
Yeah, look, they had a good plan there. It looked okay early game, but once Mr. Cresswell's minions took it away, they really ran away with that game. Of course, they'll have to get it done one more time to take out the series, but Frost will be looking to grab that reverse sweep if Ultra Instinct wants to come back. We're going to be going to a short break, but when we return, game number 2 will continue.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we've just seen an amazing performance here of from Alliance taking down Frost here in one. Actually, unbelievable performance. See Mr. Cresswell's minions playing before, so they have shaken off those nerves, and it seems to have not rattled them too much. But I am joined here by the captain of Alliance. How was that?
It was a pretty good win. Pretty confident in my players. They did very well today, and we're going to continue that.
Obviously, the loss before didn't shake you guys too much. How did you guys regather and sort of regroup going into this match?
Well, just trying to have fun right now. It's definitely difficult, but yeah, we can bounce back.
Definitely, definitely. All right, well, I'll let you go get ready for map number 2. And I'll flick you guys over to the casters now. That's all from me on the stage, so take it away, guys.
Thank you, Hawk, and man, you know, words of confidence come from the captain there. I mean, I feel like there's still a little bit of nerves coming out because, you know, that was a close game, Kia.
Yeah, for sure. It was in favor of Botany Downs College most of the game, but there were some moments where it was a bit shaky, especially that
Burnside.
one E3.
Burnside High School?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Well, I mean, yeah, they did do pretty well early on, of course. Both sides, you know, going a bit toe-to-toe. But you could see once those team fights started rolling around, you know, that was where Mr. Cresswell's minions really started to shine. And, of course, you know, we got to talk about Ephemere going absolutely bonkers on that Silas. I mean, what are we predicting? Ban number 1, Silas?
Absolutely. I'm expecting some kind of Silas ban. It was sort of like the Yone from the other game. But it looks like they've decided just to ban out the Aurelia, which was the same as they did last time, so that's pretty expected.
Also, opting to stay on the same sides here, Ultra Instinct is being on blue side, going to get that first pick again. And bans actually, yeah, okay, there it is. There's the Silas ban there. We're still seeing things like the Anivia, the Olaf ban coming out, Samira as well. So Ultra Instinct, they do not want to deal with either of those champions again, and I can kind of see why.
Definitely. Those two were the hyper carriers, definitely, of the Burnside College. The bans from Mr. Creswell's minions is going to be the Rumble. I think those are the exact same 3 bans as they did last time.
Yeah, I think maybe in a different order. I think Olaf was first, but that's about it, right?
Yeah.
So they clearly just do not want to deal with them. And you know what? It worked in game number 1 for them, so why change anything up? Ultra Instinct, is that going to be really a first pick Ahri locked in? This is quite brave because, you know, you're blind picking your mid laner, not saving it for later on. You're basically saying, hey, Mr. Cresswell's minions, what do you want to counter Ahri with?
And they left open the Zoe noticeably. This was the first time in the whole day that I think Burnside has had the option to pick that Zoe, and it has come as their first pick champion. Admittedly, it is a counter pick, or it is they do know what the enemy mid laner is going to be with the Ahri. But yeah, I'm excited to see Ephemere's Zoe. It seems like it's going to be pretty revered by the enemy teams. So
yeah, but another thing is maybe Ultra Instinct is playing into it. They say, all right, if we don't ban it, we know you're going to pick it, so we're going to grab Ahri. So hopefully they are confident in that matchup there, Ahri versus Zoe, if that is where it ends up going. So Viego going to be locked in as well. Another jungler we've seen all the time at Worlds lately, so no real surprises there. Just brings so much clear speed. The ganks are pretty good too, and of course you've got to mention the team fights and the duels. So a great champion to be added to the roster. Another one locked in though, that's Rek'Sai. Been a while since I've seen that one.
Yeah, she's somewhat strong. She's a very early game assassin style jungler. She likes to one-shot people, and she can build Bruiser, although I wouldn't say it is the best build. Looks like a Kai'Sa has been locked in. I do want to bring your attention to this Viego, a very, very big part of team fights. He will kill someone, reset, 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 and reset some more. Just get so much healing, so many ults, so much damage.
Which also kind of plays in, you know, similar play style with the Samira. You know, you want to grab those resets as well and snowball a team fight all the way. So, yep, Viego are going to be a big part of that. Like you said, Kai'Sa locked in, but again, it's going to be the Caitlyn coming in here. This time, though, going to be on the other side, you know, dealing with the Kai'Sa, right? You know, Kai'Sa a little bit shorter range, but it's not like it's a Vayne or anything, right? Kai'Sa can still handle a Caitlyn. So, you know, if you're Luna and you're playing that Caitlyn, you better be sure that you're going to be able to get an early advantage as fast as you can in lane, maybe bringing it up with another poke champion to really push them down. Kai'Sa can struggle a little bit with wave clear, not the worst, but it's certainly no misfortune.
Yeah, Luna here pretty much saying, hey, find Medusa. Your Caitlyn, I can do it better. And I'm excited to see how it's going to turn out, especially with these bans. They've decided to ban out the Mordekaiser on the Ultra Instinct side, which was actually hovered by FMR. So that's possibly a good decision. I would have expected that to come out as a first pick, pretty reliably good.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they're just scared of whatever happened last game, right? You know, throw out the Mordekaiser ban. You don't want to deal with that again. It did do pretty well in top lane. They couldn't really stop it. I mean, you're playing Ornn, so it's like he's just meant to just slow things down. But once Mord got into the team fights, it was scary. And then another top laner you want to ban out is going to be that Aatrox. We've seen that one do well before. So what is going to go into the bottom lane with Caitlyn? That's going to be the real question. A few poke champions locked in there, but they're also kind of pick, right? You know, Morg, Lux. You know, you pretty much the same during the lane, right? You know, you've got a lot of pick potential there, especially the fact you land one of these bindings straight up followed by a Yordle Snapchat under your feet. You are locked up forever. Like, you're literally reported for AFK if you get hit by that ability. So there is so much kill potential in bot lane, especially if there's a jungler involved.
Yeah, the comp on the minion side, it's looking very, very squishy, but very damage-centric. And the Ultra Instinct has picked up the Ornn.
Yes!
Oh, Blitzcrank. Such a cool pick, such a flashy hook all in. It's like Nautilus, but more.
But look, you were literally in the middle of saying, oh, minions do a lot of damage, but they are so squishy. You hook any of those guys and they're gone. Maybe Viego can get out of trouble, but, you know, not even Zoe can get out of that one. Maybe deny it for a little bit. And the Fiora as well. Everyone is so squishy here. Of course, great in duels, great on their own, great pick potential. Minions, I think they came in with a plan from the get-go, and that is picks and split pushing, right? You just have a few of them pushing down a lane and have that pick potential. Anyone gets snared, they're going to get killed by Zoe, by Caitlyn, and then Fiora and even Viego, great duelists, they can go push a lane somewhere else. But we've seen what Ultra Instinct can do with a Blitzcrank.
Minions got a great 1-3-1 comp, Fiora and Viego on the side lanes, while those the bot lane and the Zoe sort of stay around the mid lane, kind of control that area. Whereas Ultra Instinct, looking to get picks, got the Ahri Charm, the Rek'Sai knock-up, and the Blitzcrank hook, as well as the Kai'Sa ultimate to come in and clean up any of those CC abilities that get landed. So they are most likely going to be looking to grab some picks, get ahead in the early game, and snowball through this.
It also kind of reminds me of last game where, you know, they had the option for Wombo Combo, but they've also got a great front-to-back team. Ornn and Rek'Sai in the front lines, even throw Blitzcrank in there, and then you've got the back line, Ahri and Kai'Sa as well. So they've got great team fights if it gets to that stage. But, you know, if they're starting team fights where, you know, someone's been hit by a Lux Binding into the Zoe Paddlestar, into Caitlyn's damage from afar, you know, that's just you're done for, right? You've lost a whole team member. But for Cresswell's minions, they are really relying on their lanes going well, right? If their lanes don't go well, you don't have the damage to get the picks. Fiora won't have the ability to 1v1. You can't do 1-3-1 anymore. So laning is going to be super important for Mr. Cresswell's minions, whereas Ultra Instinct, they can just stem the tide and they might be all right.
Absolutely, especially with this Ultra Instinct Blitzcrank pick. Notoriously, if you don't land your hook, you are quite a useless champion. So a lot of pressure going to be on the Ultra Instinct support to land that hook, get those picks, whereas the Mr. Creswell's minion side, they are just going to all have to position very well, possibly be looking at blowing some flashes as well to avoid that Blitzcrank hook.
Oh man, Blitzcrank, it's going to be so binary in bottom lane. Like you said, miss the hook, you're basically a walking minion block, right? So if you do hit the hook, although Caitlyn, Lux, they're not getting out of there. They've got no mobility. You're at worst blowing their flash. So huge kill potential down there. So if they're going to shut down the bottom lane, it's not just going to be a shutdown. It is going to be a complete steamroll if they start getting kills onto the Kai'Sa. So that is going to be, you know, #1 thing to think about for Cresswell's minions is do not get hooked. I mean, I know that's always the case, but especially this time.
Such a big priority, this bot lane for the Ultra Instinct. They want to get their jungle down there. They want to dive. They want to gank. They want to hook. They want to do everything around their bot lane, get them ahead. And yeah, I think Mr. Criswell's minions, they want their top and their mid to be winning, and they just want to survive the laning phase for their bot lane.
Yeah, all eyes early game are going to be on that Blitzcrank. Even arguably in the late game, you know, even if, you know, Cresswell's minions are a little bit ahead, one hook can win you the game. You know, with one pick for minions, you know, if they get that, they're going into team fights 5v4. One hook no Caitlyn, you've killed Zoe maybe, you've killed, I mean, we talked about it, anyone on the team, they get hooked, it's basically a death sentence, especially late game. So they're going to be very, very wary of that. And we get a little preview there. I saw a hook hit, but we'll get to that in about 3 minutes. So yeah, look, the Blitzcrank, it's going to be not just us watching it, it's going to be every single team member watching it, especially Cresswell's minions. We've talked about it a lot, but it can swing games. It's like how I talked about the Shockwave, how it can turn back anything. Blitzcrank Hook can win you games.
For sure, probably the most important ability on that team. All in all, I'm excited for this. Hopefully we're going to see a close fight. Once again, probably going to be very swingy considering the comps, the Blitzcrank. Everything looking enjoyable.
Yeah, I mean, look, we also talked about the fact that there is a great team fight. If that Ultra Instinct can get to it, they can get in there, they've got Orr in the front line, he can hit big ultimates, and also from kind of far away, right? They don't have the best engage, right, to jump on in there, but if you hit the Orn ultimate, it can be followed up by an Ahri Charm. You know, we talk about the pick potential from Cresswell's minions. Charm's pretty good at that too.
Yeah.
You know, that's going to lock someone up. It's not got quite the range, of course, as a Lux Binding, but hey, look, it still will get the job done if it hits. So they've also got to be watching out for that too, because again, it can be basically a death sentence, especially, you know, if Blitzcrank is hanging around.
Especially with that new reworked Ahri, yeah, she gets dashes now. Every time she kills someone, she's sort of the same style as Viego. More kills she gets, the better she gets. More steamrolling, snowballing onwards in that fight, just to do so much damage, so many dashes, so much mobility. Yeah, so that Ahri, that Viego, all things to watch out for in those team fights.
And I want to also talk about the fact that Ahri versus Zoe in the mid lane, it was the first two champions that got picked. Ultra Instinct first picked the Ahri. They put a lot of emphasis onto this champion, knowing that it's probably going to go into the Zoe. Maybe it slipped their mind with the bans. You know, they were so focused on banning things like the Silas that they saw last game, the Samira, that they were like, oh no, we forgot to ban Zoe. Because now they've got to deal with it. So again, it's another lane that for the Zoe player, they're going to have to get ahead because we need that pick composition to start getting a lead early. So I want to have eyes on that mid lane too, because any sleepy trouble bubbles that connect, that's another basically pick death sentence for them if they can find them. So again, a warding, I think, is going to be just so crucial. I mean, yeah, for both sides, but you know, when Lux Bindings and bubbles are going to come out of the bushes from, quite honestly, miles away, you need everywhere warded, the sides of the lanes too.
For sure, and the Ahri versus the Zoe matchup, Ahri was first picked, so I'm expecting the Ahri to be somewhat confident on their champion. So hopefully going to be some 1v1s, possibly some solo kills coming out in the mid lane, whereas the top lane may be a little bit more boring, and the junglers probably going to be focusing around that bot lane due to that Blitzcrank.
Yeah, I mean, well, if top lane is boring, that's great for Ultra Instinct, right? They've got the Ornn, they just want to slow down the Fiora. But if it's exciting, then it's going well for Fiora. If they can get plenty of farm, if they can maybe get a cheeky kill or two onto the Ornn, that's even better. But of course, as long as Fiora can get the farm train going, then that split push is also possible for them later on if they get that slight lead. Remember, Fiora needs that lead if you want to have a hope of being able to duel anyone. 1v1 that shows up to your lane. But I believe the teams are ready to hit the rift. So we'll be jumping into it right about now and seeing who's going to get it done in game number 2. Looks like we're about 2 minutes into the game and we get to at least see first blood.
Well, this Zoe pick being left open ends up in being not so great for Ultra Instinct as their mid laner gets first blooded at level 1. Or level 2 for the Zoe, level 1 for the Ahri. Very unfortunate there.
Yeah, that is already quite a disaster, if I would say so myself. So yeah, look, that's going to be a bit of trouble. We'll catch in a little bit later. They didn't even get to buy anything on their back. It was such an early kill. A jungle gang already coming in, level 3. Who even does these? What is this, season 3? And now they're coming in and smashing down the Zoe, getting the revenge kill, throwing Ignite, and Azula gets the vengeance they were looking for.
All is not lost. The Ahri ends up getting the kill back on Zoe, a little bit behind in farm, but altogether I would say that is a very good recovery of the situation by Rek'Sai, just having to lose a little bit of her clear and a little bit of Ahri's CSing. But all in all, not too bad for Ultra Instinct and pretty good for Burnside College.
However, when Ephemia gets back to lane on that Zoe, he's actually got a few extra items again. So, you know, the 1v1s, until Ari goes back, are going to be, again, just a little bit more lopsided to him. So we'll see how he goes. Maybe another return gank does come out. But in the bottom lane, the jungler's shown up. Luna gets by Medusa. They're looking for the Blitzcrank as well. One more binding will do it, but hey, blowing the flash is also good. And there's the return gank that I was talking about as well. Ephemia sent back to the fountain again.
And Zoe goes down 2 deaths in about 2 minutes there, getting repeatedly ganked by this Rek'Sai, realizes the aggressive nature of the Zoe's play, confident on her champion. So she wants to get those early kills, get that advantage, get that lead over the Ahri, so is going to play confident and be open to ganks from this early game Rek'Sai.
Oh, they're hanging around. The recall is cancelled. Engage has started. A gank in the top lane here. Calder has to get back to the tower. Flash must be burned, but it's too little too late. And that's another kill thanks to the Rek'Sai. 2 kills to that player.
This Rek'Sai is just dominating the top side. 2 ganks mid, 1 gank top, 4 minutes in, jungle diff.
I mean, a little bit, but you got a kill for the Caitlyn in bot lane, forced the flash out of Busk on Blitzcrank as well. So bottom lane, while it's not quite as lopsided, is still going pretty well for the Caitlyn Lux combo. Cresswell's minions should be okay with that side of things. But hey, I've also noticed, you know, Kaiser has been throwing a little bit of poke back of their own. And, you know, squishy champions like Caitlyn and Lux, that does add up.
Definitely. Now we see Ephemia in the mid lane. They have a Ignite on their W for Zoe. So this could be looking for another solo kill. You want to look at the minimap, see where Rek'Sai is. Rek'Sai is currently at her Gromp, not too nearby mid lane, whereas the Viego is looking possibly for a gank.
Yeah, he's probably noticed, hey, Scuttle Crab has been taken, so Rek'Sai's probably on this side of the map. Maybe we can catch them out a little bit. Already, though, the ward has been taken out, so, you know, the Rek'Sai has been spotted, but do they call out the fact that he's going to be sticking around? But they're ready for it this time, even sending back a big chunk of damage onto his health bar. Don't want to deal with that. You know, you can't make the same. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, shame on you.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to commit there. I don't think anything big is going to happen. Just going to be a few trades of abilities, rotations of spells, and we're going to end up with just farming. Look at the farm. Everything is pretty even outside of the top lane, where, as expected, the Fiora is, despite getting that gank, going to be bullying the Ornn.
He's actually farming underneath the tower as well. That's going to be a sight to see up in top lane. Poor old Ornn. He's doing what he can with his small amount of wave clear, but no Barmy Cinder yet. Means that shoving these minions back is a little bit rough, and it is just free farm for the Fiora player. Calder loving it at the moment. We'll have to see if that changes when another gank goes up in the top lane. You can imagine that they might be looking for one more, especially with that flash down. Oh, a good one, but the hook misses, and now this is going to turn into a 2v3 as the Viego arrives, but make that, the reinforcements has arrived, and it's now 4v3, and they have to back up. Captain Tofu with the ultimate diving in and getting out of there like a Rek'Sai excels at, and that's 1 kill. What do they do with it?
So it is just 1 pick. It would look like I don't... Oh, the Blitz hook comes out, but it misses. Yeah, Blitzcrank, as we said during the draft, Blitzcrank, not a great champion if you miss your hooks, but still good there for the Ultra Instinct side, grabbing 1 free kill onto the Viego at the expense of pretty much nothing.
Frost fans seeing their champions, Ultra Instincts, now getting a good lead in the early game. And this is what we talked about. They need to stem the tide, or maybe even get a lead themselves here. But here goes Fiora in the top lane, ultimate ready to go, propped, and should be able to get at least all 3, but then just gets the killing blow anyway. Wall or not, who cares? 1 auto attack will do the job.
Yeah, possibly maybe a misclick there from that Ornn dashing past the Fiora, or possibly thought they might be able to outplay that. Unfortunately, Fiora during the early game, especially against Ornn, just a bit too much true damage, too much healing, just much better on a 1v1. So that is a kill to the Fiora, possibly looking to snowball this lane, maybe be a bit of a reprieve for Burnside College.
Yeah, already got the Sheen though, and picking up even more items. This will be very, very strong in a 1v1. Bami Cinder will help out the Ornn in holding the minions back, but Fiora is a lot more dangerous than a simple minion. A quick little cheeky Rift Herald here should not be stopped. Maybe that pink ward can see it, but I don't think it can, so they're just going to leave it up. And now Blitzcrank actually roaming around to the mid lane with the 80 carry as well, so Kaiser showing up. They can push pretty hard in bot lane. Rift Herald will eventually go down though, and hand it over to Ultra Instinct. All cards in their favor at the moment.
Rift Herald dropping to Ultra Instinct is pretty good for them. They're going to get some gold going onto their side, possibly looking to drop that mid lane or bot lane. Unfortunate miss from the hook there from Blitzcrank, just about 1 centimeter off. Very unlucky. Rek'Sai hovering around mid, probably going to go look down to capture his camps in the bot lane.
Yeah, he's still got a red buff to get, and I'm sure he wants to go ahead and snag that too. Both junglers sitting around bot side, of course, with no Rift Herald. Dragon should be the next objective on the table. That is a low health Ahri, 1 sleepy trouble bubble, and that could be a death sentence there from either of them. But Cresswell's minions, they've got the advantage in positioning here. With the Scuttle Crab too, they can look to position for the Dragon. Ephemia bursts down Azula in the background. I assume just hitting a Paddle Star when he was that low health, and that's just going to be that. That's just kind of what it's like when you play against Zoe, especially if they start to get ahead.
Yeah, just a one-shot combo in the mid lane. Not even enough time to go look from the cameras there. Probably going to use that mid lane advantage that Ephemia has got. Oh!
Yeah, fights all over the place there. Quinn drops on a Lux in the bottom lane. A hook surely finding its mark. And also the Rek'Sai in mid lane does get the revenge kill onto Zoe as well. That's now a very fed-looking Rek'Sai. We might be looking at a Rek'Sai carry here.
Yeah, so the Blitz hook does land and Lux goes down, but I'm more interested in that Rek'Sai killing the Zoe in the mid lane, grabbing another solo kill. So the Rek'Sai has now got 4 kills. And as we said during draft, look at Mr. Creswell's minions' team comp. They are 5 pretty squishy champions. Rek'Sai picking up the Prowler's Claw ahead of the curve. He's got his first mythic item. He's just going to dominate during this early game and possibly start assassinating everyone.
Yeah, he can pick pretty much any target for his ultimate as well. Oh, go for the steal here. Nah, doesn't quite get it, but might be turned around on here. Cheeky little Ornn, get out of my jungle. They don't go for the kill there, but man, if he stuck around for that bubble, that would have been death for sure. But like you said, Cresswell's minions, oh so squishy here. They're going to have to find something else. A flash gets out of trouble, but the Ornn Horn might be enough to secure it there, and it is. Azula snags that one. Paddle Star, it hits the Ornn with the tower damage. That's enough to turn it into a 1-for-1.
Yeah, just a 1-for-1. Both mid laners picking up a kill with the support for Mr. Creswell's minions going down, whereas the top laner for Ultra Instinct.
Yeah, but look at the top laner for Cresswell's minions just shoving down that tower. Fiora free farm, loves it. It's happy hour in the top lane. Meanwhile, Ultra Instinct, they're going to try and get a consolation prize here. Trade the tower, maybe for the Earth Drake. I'm not sure, but I mean, they're winning it in other places here. Rek'Sai is doing pretty well to not be contested by anything else. And so they can secure that pretty easily. No real contest coming out. Drop a few wards. Objective's kind of gone now, so you can relax a little bit. Go back, spend some of that gold.
Yeah, look at the gold here. It's very, very close. It was very...
You've been found, mate, and found wanting indeed in the enemy jungle on top of a ward. Absolutely found. Gold, a shutdown amount of gold, goes over to Caitlyn. A great little find there for them. Very needed.
I was just about to say the game is pretty even, but I think with that Fiora grabbing herself a full tower and 4 plates, and then a Caitlyn grabbing a 600 gold shutdown, this game has just gone to the side of Mr. Creswell's minions.
Yeah, but remember, Rek'Sai doesn't care about how much gold the carry has if they can just jump on them and kill them. Paddle Star might not be enough to get you out of trouble here, Ephemia, but unfortunately, Ornn just doesn't have the damage to even kill a squishy little Zoe like that at the end of the day. Will force the recall, though, which does give Ahri some time to shove the lane. And Ahri, great at pushing lanes.
Definitely. It looks like Rek'Sai just having to expend the Rift Herald. Maybe it was running out. It possibly was due to how long ago he took it. So he's just going to stick it down in the mid lane. It's going to push forward and it's going to crash and possibly take a few plates. Yep, it's going to grab 2 plates there for Azula and Captain Tofu.
They can't quite secure the tower though, and usually dropping a Rift Herald means you want to do exactly that, but unfortunately it's just going to be the plate's consolation prize. Like you said, maybe just running out of time on the Rift Herald buff though. So now we're going to see a few players getting their recalls in, spending some of that gold. We know that Caitlyn wanted to be able to do exactly that, going back and finishing some items as well. The next fight likely to be over at that bot lane tower, so they can see if they can keep it alive. Also mid lane, quite low, but hey, look, Captain Tofu remembered that ward there, came back, he got the revenge kill on her. That was the ward that got him killed there.
Interesting. Everyone on the Ultra Instinct side, inside the enemy jungle here, looking to possibly get some picks on the Lux or the Viego as they walk back into the lane.
Whoa, just absolutely flashed on, but gets out of trouble. That's going to be Kaiser almost out of the fight here. Might not be a kill, but that health is low enough. Even the Finalis Funkeln couldn't find, Final Spark nowadays. The Lux ultimate could not find the kill, and so they'll get to recall, but will be out of the fight for the time being. A lot of play around that bush, the tri-bush of wards. Very big focal point for both sides, especially Ultra Instinct, who are looking for those dives constantly.
Quite aggressive there by Ultra Instinct, but it ended up being no kills to either side, interestingly enough. Look at this level diff and the CS diff, almost doubling the CS of this Ornn, this Fiora, as well as being 2 levels up. This is very, very dangerous for the Ultra Instinct team. This Fiora is going to be a powerhouse on the side lane, and it looks like Ornn has been double trouble bubbled. He's just going to get flashed on by the Zoe and die.
Yeah, no time to even talk about it, right? Just so much damage from so far. That trouble bubble, that's why you need the wards in the side bushes, because they can come from absolutely anywhere. And we talked about the free farm for Fiora. Well, it's going to continue. Maybe even a free tower, but the jungle is certainly going to be theirs. They can also start warding up for the second Rift Herald here if they wanted to go for it. At the very least, they can light it up like a Christmas tree, make sure there's no contest. But Ultra Instinct doing the same. They got that good control ward in the pixel bush, so they'll have control around the area. Blitzcrank actually clearing out the vision too.
Interestingly, they're going to go for another Rift Herald here, the Ultra Instinct. They picked up the first one. They are maybe a little bit down in gold now, but this Rift Herald that they're getting for free should be able to alleviate some of that gold disadvantage that has been built up by Mr. Creswell's minions. Hopefully they can drop it top lane and get that tower.
Oh, but that's the kind of play you make. Oh, but the charm hits. Is it going to be enough damage follow-up? It's just barely not. They will force Lux out of the fight. This tower now surely to fall, and they can continue pushing down the mid lane. But Lux gets out alive.
A very nice attempt by the Blitzcrank there. A sideways diagonal flash into a hook just goes wide, but then the charm landed on Lux. Very unfortunate that it did not end up having enough damage from Ahri to get the kill.
Oh, missing the hook as well. Would have been good. Horn activated. They're trying to get a knockup, but hits nobody. Ace in the hole. Hits no one important. Into the back line. You're too squishy, Fiora. You can't do that. 1-for-1 trade. But the squishy Ultra Instinct and the squishy Cresswell's minions have to back off. They need their Ornn frontline, but he's too low. A stun lands. A double kill there for Azura. And they can continue on into the final spark. Obliterated. But they still chase them down. Only the Lux remains now. Captain Tofu basically untouched, assassinating everyone in the back line.
The Ahri just resetting over and over again, as we said. Unfortunately, some misplays, such as that Fiora going in and instantly dying there. Unfortunately for Mr. Creswell's minions, probably lost them the fight there. An inability to back up their Fiora just ended up in her doing no damage and getting one shot instantly. As she does do a lot of damage, a very strong 1v1 champion, but very weak when it comes to being in a team fight, and especially kind of a squishy top laner.
Yeah, Ultra Instinct have a great death ball composition, right? The front-to-back team fight is so good for them that Fiora just can't walk in there without some backup. But look, who's going to back them up? Viego? Viego's going to die almost as quick. So it's really hard for them to get a good team fight. And that's why Cresswell's minions, they should not be looking for team fights around the river like that. They want to find those 1-3 splits. Fiora's 1v1s have been going great. They can continue to start forcing those fights. They can find the victory that way. But dragon fights like that, if Ultra Instinct gets them in that position, well, they may have already won the fight.
I want to see this Zoe perform. This Zoe is very, very, how shall I say? I looked forward to seeing this Zoe due to the first 3 games where it was banned. So now I do want to see some montage plays coming out from her. Right now, looking at Mr. Creswell's minions team, it's probably going to be the Caitlyn who is doing the most damage, picking up close to her second item here. And if we look at Ultra Instinct team, it is definitely the Rek'Sai who is carrying at the moment, alongside the Ahri with her resets and her very well-timed charms.
All right, 4 members now catching out the mispositioning of Cresswell's minions, pushing up the tower. It's destroyed, but is it going to be a flank? Absolutely not. Fiora all on her lonesome. Calder, it might be a repeat of before, being chased down by the bruises, has to just simply run away, facing down the Ornn ultimate. The team fight going on in the background, and health bars are dropping. Cresswell's minions can't survive the onslaught. Captain Tofu diving into the backline. He wants 2 more, trying to find them while the rest of the team is in scrambles. Ace in the hole, completely blocked by Captain Tofu. Flash burned as well, but it's all in vain. Buying a few extra seconds. Find Medusa. It gets another kill in the meanwhile in the background. That's a Fiora, 2 kills. Fiora somehow surviving throughout all of that. You can't forget the Fiora when your team splits up like that. And oh my word, it looks like the Kaiser got out alive too. Calder, he might be looking for one more here, Kier. Is he going to go for the tower dive? I think I know that he will.
I think he can do it. He's got enough damage.
Shut down 700 gold.
Fiora. That's an entire sheen worth of gold. And if Himere gets a solo kill in the mid lane, as I said, that Zoe montage plays, that's what I was talking about. And still, all through this, the Caitlyn was still running.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really surprised that Luna managed to get that far away while staying alive. So, wow. Things definitely spiral a little bit out of control there. Luna going down at the end kind of evened it back up, but it kind of shows what happens. If they split up, Ultra Instinct are not nearly as strong, right? If they are chasing them down, then suddenly Fiora appears if you haven't finished her off earlier. They didn't want to chase it down the river, understandably so, but it does mean that the Fiora could come back in, flank 2 people at once, and just immediately turn the tide of the fight.
For sure, the Fiora picking up a nice 3 kills pretty much by her own at the end of that fight there. Definitely turning the tide in the favor of Burnside College. Overall, I believe it was a 4 for 5, I think it was. And if we look at the golds, it's almost exactly even here. In fact, it is exactly even.
Just ticked over to being even. So, yeah, I mean, at this point, it's all about how they execute these team fights. The gold diff is just non-existent. Rek'Sai is holding a huge chunk of that gold for the Ultra Instinct side. 6 kills, big bounty. Oh, Azula.
I'd say a slight advantage goes to the Ultra Instinct.
Oh, Ephemere has been caught out all alone. The teleport won't save him. It might even hand over another kill. Bust caught up by the binding. Will make it a trade for 1. This should be Ultra Instinct trying to get out of trouble there. PPO got the Blitzcrank, hurt himself as the Viego. Finalis Funkel not really doing that much damage at this point. Those health bars looking dangerously low, but not as low as that tower here. They might get dived here as soon as the tower dies, and there's exactly that. 1 kill will give Azura all the resets he needs. Captain Tufo Tofu double kill and sets it up for Azula to get the final one onto Quinn.
Everyone's health just a little bit too low there, but I want to draw your attention to the Fiora in the bot lane. Maybe getting some value out of the 4 members of Ultra Instinct being in the top lane, although this Ornn seems to be defending very well.
Yeah, I mean, and that's all he needs to do. He's got to teleport most likely to jump up to that Baron if it comes to it, but with the 4 kills they just got, Ultra Instinct should have 0 contest. They have the control ward. They know the Baron is going to be theirs.
Pretty good fight. I'd say the scales have tipped into the favor of Ultra Instinct once again, although they do need to watch out for Calder, a very strong target right now. 2 items and just getting more and more gold. Out of mana, probably going to back, possibly going to go for this dragon, although I'm not sure.
I mean, there's no one nearby to contest. They have a few wards. They can't be 100%, but they do have all 5 members here, and they can get it out of there and just deny any chance of a river team fight. Also, it means that Ultra Instinct can't go into Soul Point with that dragon kill. Very important for them to steal it away so they can avoid having to fight in the river like that. Force the fights in the lane is exactly what Cresswell's minions are going to want to do to stem the tide of Ultra Instinct. Although, speaking of that, right down middle lane they go, and they're going to force the fight of their own.
Yeah, I think a little bit of miscommunication there that came through with the...
Oh, caught out in the animation. Quinn, you're standing there for just a split second as Lux casting the ult, and they immediately jump onto it. A kill down already.
Yeah, that's one down for the Mr. Creswell's minions. They are lacking one team member, but the Fiora is pushing forward. She does not care.
This is quite
one
brave.
Down. Hook me, hook me, hook me, hook me.
Flash is out to get the safety, but it will be too late.
What a parry.
Also a Rampage, a freebie kill, gets both supports out of this fight, and that's a Sleepy Trouble Bubble landing. Do they manage to wake up? No, they do manage to just get out of that one. No free kill. Look at how far up Calder is. He's the tankiest member on his team, and now the ultimate pop. He wants to dive 1v3, stunned up, almost two-shotting Azura. It makes it 3 with the Caitlyn there, and now that's a big carry down. Mr. Creswell's minions might be turning it around here.
Calder here, just making it look like he's got 5 items. He's demolishing.
Captain Tofu's gone on in, trying to get some of these squishies. Calder gets the blast plant to get out of there alive. Mind Medusa gets a kill onto Viego.
Captain Tofu, 1 HP.
Not catching the kill. Luna gets a kill
and he gets the kill.
And Creswell's minions, again, they've managed to turn it around for the most part. They still have Zoe, and they still have Lux, but the Blitzcrank has respawned.
It's just so close. It's such a close fight, but it looks like...
Trouble Bubble didn't land. Oh, man. Okay, let's take a deep breath after all that happened there. I think both teams are going to back off here. Or actually, what am I talking about? Of course, Calder is still going to go in. Locked up under the tower. Gets just enough health seal to stay alive for one more tower shot. But that, I think, was a little bit too brave.
If I'm a Ultra Instinct fan here, I'm not actually happy about that, because now the Blitzcrank has gotten the plus 600 gold. That is unfortunate. It can't go onto one of those carries, and the Blitzcrank, he's not going to do anything with that.
But I mean, hey, look, it's not like it was his choice. You know, the Fiora dived onto him, so, you know, he couldn't really do much about it. But hey,
absolutely,
look, he can still put it to use, still be a little bit tanky. They kind of need the tankness in the rest of this fight. Mr. Creswell's minions, they're catching out positioning for Ultra Instinct. They find a member on their own. Fiora chases them down so fast for so long. And then, of course, anyone that gets caught out by a binding, by a Sleepy Trouble Bubble, they're also going to get one shot out of existence, especially if Calder is anywhere nearby.
Yeah,
of course,
2 minutes here, coming up a Dragon and a Baron, coming up similar timings, just 30 seconds later, the Baron. Probably going to see a fight around the drag. Most likely, the Mr. Creswell's minions don't want to allow the Ultra Instinct team to be on Soul Point.
But a second Cloud Drag could actually be really good for the Fiora, right? Like, loves everything you get out of that. So I could see them maybe trying to focus it. Again, they do a lot of damage, so they could even just burst it down, get out of there before a team fight is even a possibility. But we've seen team fights actually start going their way. As long as they can just get their positioning right, catch someone out off guard, maybe the Blitzcrank hook is on cooldown, and then they can get on through. Because Fiora now, Calder is shredding these tanks.
Definitely, and Calder on the side lane, looking pretty scary, about almost picking up her 4th item here, just so much farm ahead of everyone else. Able to dominate these team fights, despite not really being a team fighting champion.
Oh no, the long hook from downtown finds Quinn, teleports as well, bring all 5 members of Ultra Instinct to storm down this mid lane. No one will be dealing with Calder in top lane. Will he recall or will he go for a split push? He has to recall here or they could lose the game. Ultra Instinct knocking on the front door. Horn is sounded. The fight begins. Viego falls. Ultra Instinct 2 kills now. Knocking down the inhibitor. I think they may have done it. Oh, gets another kill here, and no one else goes down. That's Calder out of there. No hope of the comeback, and they don't care about the Caitlyn. They want the Nexus.
Absolutely well played to the Ultra Instinct here. A very nice ending team fight. They're not going to clear it up right now.
Buzz caught out by the binding, could go down here. Orn doesn't exactly have much health either, and the Trouble Bubble has to be blocked. And
so they
missed the Q. They get out alive, but they have to retreat. It's not the win at all. Ultra Instinct, it's run out, and Jiren's turned it around.
With Zoe.
Are they going to catch them here? They've got the gap close. Double kill there. They can even start running them down here. Azura making sure there's no ward so he can make his getaway here. But look at how fast Ephemera is in the cloud zone. Goes out for a bubble, doesn't hit it, but hey, they not only stayed alive, they got a bunch of kills too.
Well played, Ephemera, making those montages plays, saving the game. I thought it was over, but maybe not.
Oh,
no. Not what you want from your support to be caught out like that. Very unfortunate for the Lux. Just before the Dragon as well. However, Dragon may go down considering Rek'Sai is still dead and will be for another 10 seconds.
Yeah, no way that they can really contest it aside from maybe like a lucky hit from long range if the other jungler doesn't smite properly. This should surely just be the Cloud straight over to Cresswell's minions. They go in to try to get a bit of damage. This is so risky. You get caught out here, that could lose you the whole game. We're almost 30 minutes in. Those death timers, they're not very short anymore.
Most definitely. Looking up towards like 30 to 50 seconds now. Heading on over to the Baron, it looks like the Ultra Instinct. Possibly a good call here. If you look at the
They know it's not wanted.
If you look at the minimap, almost everyone on Mr. Creswell's minions is hovering towards either the mid lane or the bot lane.
Look at how fast Baron's dropping too. They couldn't even hope to contest it. Whoa, what are you doing? Captain Tofu dives on the Zoe. Blast plant to get even more distance. That's the mid laner down. Baron up Ultra Instinct. It's the final battle now for Cresswell's minions.
We are truly in the end game now. That Zoe going down was very unfortunate. Attempting a Baron steal just a little bit too late and too little. And then she took a big old Rek'Sai ult to the face.
All right, minions obliterated. Ultra Instinct all powered up. Only one Nexus turret remains, and even the super minions alone will knock that one down. Calder has to get the team fight of his life, but a hook onto Luna is going to get the AD carry out of here. Nexus turret soon to follow. They can cower in their fountain, but Ultra Instincts comes for you at the end and destroys the Nexus, bringing us to game 3.
Yes, it is going to end up being 1-1 for the series of Ultra Instinct versus Mr. Creswell's minions. Yeah, altogether just a really exciting game once again. Very, very close, actually.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, look, Ultra Instinct had such a good hold of the game, right? That you thought, oh, maybe that Zoe First Blood might turn things around. Calder and Fiora maybe being able to come back on some of these team fights. But at the end of the day, it was Ultra Instinct who took control of the game with their massive team fights and then knocking down the door after getting that Baron. Game 3 is coming up after the break. It's going to be the grand final match for these guys here to see who will be going into the actual grand final on Sunday. So make sure you don't go anywhere and be back in a few minutes.
Sweet. Hello and welcome back, everyone. We have just seen map 2, where Frost did take the win over Alliance, which means that we are going to be making that map 3, that decider. First of all, welcome. How's the tournament been so far?
It's been really exciting. I've been really enjoying playing on stage. The vibes are crazy. And it's just so cool to be up here with all my boys. So, very good so far.
Obviously, being from Dunedin, you know, not in your sort of hometown, is that sort of a disadvantage to you, or...?
I wouldn't say we're disadvantaged at all. The weather over the last few days definitely made it hard to get here, but just makes us all even more intense and focused on the games.
Sweet. Now, going into that map 3, that is that deciding match. You guys going to keep the strategies the same, or are you going to sort of change it up a bit?
I think it depends how they decide to approach this. I think they're going to be the ones who need to take the first step and switch things up after we just destroyed them like that. So I think there might be some new bans coming through, and we'll just go from there after we dismantled them like that.
Sweet. That is actually all from me at the stage. I'll throw you guys over to Smite in the casting dash. Let's get into the match.
Oh my God, did you hear the confidence there, Kier? I love it. You know, they're dismantling them and saying that they've got to now adapt to them. They did say they were going to get it done 2-0, but said maybe they'll give them one game to make it a little bit of a fun show. But Kier, one important thing is I didn't realize the boys are from Dunedin, just like I am.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool. Hopefully all that can match up to their gameplay, and we can see in the next game a absolute demolishing or a dismantling from either side.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a great game too there from the boys from Dunedin. And, you know, I've seen pictures of the snow down there, so no lie, it was pretty hard for them to get up there. I know a bunch of flights were delayed. Mr. Cresswell's minions, though, also from the South Island, so I got to shout them out too. Repping the Alliance region here. They've got to, like, I mean, you know, he's not wrong when he said that they have to adapt to what just happened. They've got to come in with some strong bans, a good draft. They didn't adapt their bans from game 1 to game 2, so maybe that changes here for the Alliance representatives, Mr. Cresswell's minions.
For sure. Hopefully they've got a sort of mental fortitude as well to make sure they're going into this third game with the knowledge that if they lose this, that's 2 games they've dropped today with a third that they still have to play. So I would like them to be strong, be happy, be excited, and go in and get a win.
All right, it's the same bans again. The Silas is going to come out again. Maybe a Samira for the third ban on Ultra Instinct. Is the Anivia? Yes, it is going to be banned again. Do Mr. Cresswell's minions just not have the flexibility for their bans because they are so scared of Olaf and Anivia? They just don't want to hand it over to the other side. Does the Samira ban come out here for Ultra Instinct? I mean, maybe they can let it through if they... No, they go for the ban.
Yeah, we'll see if we just get it pretty much straight up, just run it back.
Oh, there it is. The Rek'Sai ban. I imagine there's some smiles on Alliance's face there. They know that when they do well and they draw those bans, they love it. And it's also so good to hear, you know, it's just, you know, a team of mates who got together for this competition, and look at how well they're doing already. So great play. But remember how we saw a Rumble banned every game? There he is.
Look at that pick.
First
That's what I'm
picked.
saying. I don't know personally if it's a Rumble top or mid lane or in the jungle even possibly.
I could definitely see it going into top lane to contest something like the Aatrox, right? You know, there's a lot of bullies in top lane that want to try and shove Aatrox out. We've seen so many experiments at Worlds this year. Just trying to deal with that one champion. Will Rumble be the answer? I mean, it could be, but like you said, you know, it's one that can flex to mid lane. It's going to keep the minions guessing.
Yeah, definitely. And we see another champion that got picked before, the Pantheon. Possibly going to go back into the jungle where he was before, although, as I said, he can go to the support and the mid lane role. Nyla. Remember the Nyla from the earlier game? 9-0 ended up a very strong champion.
I think maybe it's almost a respect hover, right? You can see the smiles on their faces as they're hovering it, saying like, hey, look, we recognize what you guys did. Do you want to pick it now? Maybe they're trying to bait it as well, but it is the Kai'Sa to get locked in. Now moving over to the minions, we've got Cassiopeia locked in. They have played this before. It's a great, you know, mid laner when it gets to the team fights. But again, it's one of those mid laners that has not got a lot of mobility. Yeah, she can be fast, but not very flashy, right? No gap closers or gap creators, I guess, when you're trying to get out of trouble. No Rek'Sai to worry about this time, but who else is going to be jumping on top of them?
Definitely the Pantheon there, and the Kai'Sa as well.
Yeah, even Kai'Sa's going to be jumping.
Massive dashes. So looking at the bans, they've banned out
the Blitzcrank ban.
Blitzcrank ban is interesting. They clearly didn't like playing against that. They're going to pick a hook support of their own. It looks like hovering the Nautilus. But Ultra Instinct have decided, we're just going to ban out 2 ADCs. We don't care about what you do for your support.
And that's fair enough, right? You know, make the bottom lane a little uncomfortable. See if they can get the advantage down there. You know, there's no Samira as well, so that's another one that's locked away from them. Whatever the minion's going to be picking up, it is going to be last, so they'll at least have full knowledge of the bot lane they're going to be going up against. Now, this is one that was hovered before. Instead of Lux, they thought, hey, maybe for the minions, they were going to go Morgana or Lux. So this could be an attempt at, you know, just showing off that, hey, look, we can play this champion as well. But with the Lux over there, is this going to be a Morg mid lane? Because that throws me right back to when I started playing. That's exactly the champion in the mid lane that I started playing with.
Yeah, Morgana, Pantheon, Lux.
Morg bot? No.
All
mid lane.
Interchangeable. Yeah. Morgana can jungle as well, or maybe
True.
she could. Don't know about now. But the Tristana picked a very aggressive bot lane for the Mr. Creswell's minions there. The hook and then jumping on you with Tristana. Very heavy AD team
Lux
as well.
mid? Could
it appears it's Lux mid, yeah.
Wow, okay, yeah, no, I didn't expect that one, but look, I mean, that's the advantage of having a team comp like this, is that pretty much anyone can go anywhere, which is great, and it keeps the minions guessing on what to do. So, you know, we said, hey, look, you know, they got last pick AD carry, they know exactly what they're going against. Not really, unfortunately. But, you know, luckily Morg and Lux are kind of the same sort of deal. Morg a little bit more engage heavy, and that's going to go really well with the Kaiser whenever they decide to go in. And when they decide to go in, who's going to be there to back them up? Pantheon.
But look at Ultra Instinct's team. They have no tanks. Almost no tankiness, and how did that go for Mr. Creswell's minions last game? And not too well.
But look at all their summoner spells. I don't see a single teleport, not a single ghost. They just want to get in there and kill with all those ignites. That's 3 ignites. One of them going, okay, there it goes. Okay. Now it swaps over to exhaust at the last second. Okay. But of course, it still feels like they want to be pretty aggressive, right, with that team comp. You kind of have to when you don't have a tank. It's what we said about Mr. Creswell's minions, is that they need that early game advantage if they want to bully them out.
Yeah.
And this time, Creswell's minions, they've got a more traditional team fighting composition, right? They've got a good front line, they've got a great back line, Tristana and Cassiopeia. And of course, Cass has one of the best team fighting ults in the game. So plenty of power, plenty of damage if they get into those team fights again.
Yeah, straight up, just front to back team for Mr. Creswell's minions, pretty much. They're just going to be playing normally, calm, collected League of Legends, whereas the other team is going to be playing playmaking, massive fights, massive combos, picks, aggression, pretty much.
One thing, though, is that if the binding does hit from the Morgana in bot lane, right, is that Tristana, you know, normally a champion who's like, oh, I don't care, I'm just going to rocket jump out of trouble. Binding doesn't let you do that. So, again, that's another death sentence kind of thing that they're going to have to worry about. Almost similar to the Blitzcrank hooks, where they have to worry about that the whole time. They do have the Nautilus to kind of like help out, but of course, you know, Morg is fine and just kind of walking by the Nautilus because, hey, Black Shield, one of the best anti-CC things in the game, we'll just let them walk right by the big anchor guy who's got 50 million CCs at level 1.
Yeah, for sure. And especially the Lux and the Morgana combined. If you get hit by one, you will get hit by the other. And that's going to be about 4.5 or 5-ish seconds of CC. You're just going to be standing there, not able to move. And if Tristana gets hit by that, that's 5 seconds for Pantheon to come up and smack you in the face.
Yeah, and that's not even talking about the damage that Lux can do, that Morgana can do to follow things up like that. Anyone comes in to try and peel you, then Morgana's just going to be in there with the ultimate as well. Another massive team fight as well. Don't forget about that. One of the big reasons that Morgana's picked, a lot of people think like, oh yeah, Black Shield, immune to CC. That's obviously why she's picked, but the ultimate just so amazing. You know, the slows, then into the stuns, and a ton of damage. Baseline as well. So in the support role can work really, really well. And then, you know, like we will keep mentioning, Pantheon is always there, and it worked great for Ultra Instinct in Game 1.
Definitely. So hopefully it's going to be a pretty interesting game for the final game in the series. Both of these teams need to win this or they are out. No more grand finals. And of course the winner going to the grand finals to win that trophy that you can see right there.
Yeah, and you got to remember as well, Mr. Cresswell's minions still have another series after this to play in the high school league, right? They lost their earlier series, so they have to play another one to make it to the grand finals. And not to mention they also played an earlier series. This is now their 6th game. They're going to be feeling the fatigue at this point. There wasn't too much of a break between Series 1 and Series 2, and they'll get a short one after with, Rocket League in between. But again, they could be facing 9 games in total today, and they're hitting game number 6 at the moment. So Ultra Instinct, they've had 2 games now to warm up. It clearly worked really well in game 2. Now they could be at full power.
For sure. It's like 6 games in a row. That's so much video gaming, especially with like half an hour to 40-minute games, all of them. So like 3 hours total.
Yeah, close games too. Like, not a lot of them really stomps. There was at least some contest early on, but here it is, the final game of our first semi-final for the New Zealand Esports HyperFibre League. Frost versus Alliance, Ultra Instinct versus Mr. Cresswell's minions. It all comes down to this.
And it looks like we are going to see 2 teams clashing in the bottom river.
Do it. I love a good level 1 brawl. Let's see if they actually get in, because they did this in game 1 and they saw each other and they just backed off. Yeah,
they're just guarding. Come on and fight.
I mean, they may be hoping for like someone to sneakily walk in there, maybe get a kill or 2, but look, it's cheese. Sometimes it doesn't taste very good, and so you just got to back off and leave it for another day. But not too long, because cheese goes off pretty easy. But for now, yeah, it's just going to be standard starts again. These are dangerous teams to walk in as well. If you're on either side, you're like, I don't want to walk into a Morg binding. I don't want to walk into a Nautilus. Like, no wonder they're not going blind into the other jungle.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense there. Hopefully, we can see some early fights in this bot lane, or the jungle, of course. I'm just looking for any kind of action from this Ultra Instinct team. Playmaking, any kind of.
Yeah, and think about the roams as well, right? Like if bot lane ever gets some free room to run up the river, Morgana, great with the Lux. Like you said, you land one, you land the other. So kill potential is going to be insane, especially against Cassiopeia, who has no mobility. Flash will be their only tool to dodge those bindings, and even 1v1, right? You're constantly thinking about having to dodge it. Lux has plenty of range to outrange any kind of threat that the Cassiopeia is going to be putting out. And Graves is the ganker. Like, Graves can't really slow down the Lux either to help Cassiopeia catch up. So it really is going to be about, maybe out-CSing, surviving the tide, dodging the bindings for Ephemia to take victory in mid.
Yeah, definitely going to be Pantheon who's doing most of the ganking, I'd say, in this early game. I'm excited to see this Rumble. Once again, just like the Zoe pick.
Flash into a binding. That rocket jump, I think, was, expecting the hook to hit. Unfortunate for that one. Flash, aggressive. I like it, but unfortunately, it really did not pay off.
Very unfortunately, Nautilus's hook actually counts as a movement ability due to the fact that it drags him to his enemy, so it cannot be used while you are rooted by a Morgana.
Unfortunate technicality right there. Of course, you're probably mashing Q like, why isn't it working? What's going on? But now they're jumping to get a double slow, immediately exhausted. They know the kill potential, straight into a hook, but it's a black shield that keeps them out of trouble. But look at those health bars dropping. As soon as they don't have those tools, they are in real trouble. And look who's shown up to the bottom lane. It's Graves. He's going to come in and bring plenty of damage here, force them away. A double slow with the flash. Aggressive flashes coming in from the minions. They push this bot lane right out of here.
Yeah, that was a wasted flash by the Graves, but I don't think it was all that wasted due to the nature of it. The Mr. Cresswell's minions bot lane is just they're gonna get some extra CS, they're gonna get some wave pushing. Probably Graves is gonna pick up the Scuttle Crab in the bot wave. And as we know, Kai'Sa probably used heal already. Morgana has definitely used her exhaust already.
Also, Graves, not a jungler. Oh, hang on, before that happens, a slow onto the Aatrox gets him in range of the Galactic Hyper Barrier, actually the Flamethrower, which I don't know his Super Galaxy name for. I think it's like Mega Phoenix Ultra Flamer or something like that. I hope it is that, because it sounds really good, but either way, he gets out of trouble. As I was saying, Graves doesn't really need to rely on Flash like other junglers do.
Yeah, got his E, can dash through walls, can invade. Got a slow, and he's got his ultimate once he gets to level 6, which launches him backwards and does some big damage.
So I think the big news is that he wanted to, oh, hang on, a battle here. Rumble being the bully that he loves to be. Ignite ticking away, one more burn. Doesn't even need the missile to get the kill there and gets first blood.
Yeah, Rumble there, standing, flamethrowing. I do more damage than you.
And that's the reason he's picked.
Absolutely. Rumble is such a strong champion in lane. Maybe Aatrox underestimating the amount of damage that Rumble does. Not a champion Rumble that you often see. So understandable why he would have miscalculated that one.
Yeah, but it is a champion that they have banned away before, and now they've let through. So they are aware that Rumble can be a bully. They are aware that Ultra Instinct do like to play him. So unfortunately, yeah, overestimating the combat capabilities of the champion, who is such a bully. But yeah, this bottom lane is quite nice for Luna. You know, he's going to get a lot of farm after this big wave crashes on in, but all that free room gives Ultra Instinct the ability to move up, ward up the river. They've got a good ward on the dragon too, so any early ones by Graves, not going to be an option either. So they also want to be looking out for the enemy jungler too, because he did show his head. You know, he did show down pretty early and force out some flashes, but look at how far back these two have to stand. Full health, full mana, yet they're all the way back here.
Yeah, just being zoned there by the Nautilus and by the possibility of Graves. Not even Graves himself, just the ability of him to be there. And it looks like Lux was not enjoying playing against this Cassiopeia, so she has asked Rumble to swap into the mid lane.
That's a real interesting one, because if Azula ever gets caught out, maybe even like here, with the Graves coming in, slowed down against the wall, forced to flash away, that's what you're looking at. But here's the flip side of why they went for the lane swap. But the ultimate from Ephemer wasn't enough, and they get the kill onto Vinra too. So the lane swap working out for, well, I guess each side.
What a nice snipe there from Ultra Instinct's Rumble, just to finish off that kill on the Cassiopeia and guarantee himself his second kill. So now Rumble 2-0, notoriously a very, very good team-fighting champion with his ult burning for so much damage. I would be worried if I was Mr.
Oh, a little bit of a thumbs up as he comes up for the re-lane swap back to where we began, but now 2 kills on the Rumble. That Aatrox has got to be sort of shaking in his boots at the moment. Farm has been a little bit low for the Rumble, but I think after he goes back, spends a bit of that gold, he'll be all right. Dragon maybe on the table here after Scuttle Crab is secured. No, they are just going to head away here. They still want to secure this lane, have to dodge these bindings. And look, Nautilus is kind of trapped in the river there because it's too dangerous for him to run around. He actually has to go all the way around. That is so annoying for Quinn to have to do, but that's the reality of playing against the Morgana.
Both teams here just being a bit calm, not wanting to go too early on the Dragon, pretty much just relying on their Rumble, who they obviously know is good at Rumble, to be their playmaker.
Grand Skyfalls, Pantheon's arrived in the mid lane, and no way Ephemer can get out of there, especially a flash down. Pantheon now picking up the kills too.
Yeah, just a pretty standard Young-Click Pantheon there. Ulted him behind the Cassiopeia and stunned, and yeah, dead Cassiopeia, can't really do anything about that. Well played to the Pantheon, and well played to the Lux.
And now Aatrox pushed up against his tower, calling in for reinforcements from IPPO because Pantheon's arrived as well. Calder in a bit of trouble, but goes to try to take out the Graves as he arrives, but as you can see, Pantheon had to back off just a little bit. Azula here too. The fight's starting to break out here as everyone's starting to arrive to the party. The ultimate comes in from the Rumble, and that's Aatrox's death sentence. Calder is taken out. But there's still a few enemies up there. They shove away the Graves, and now Ultra Instinct have complete control of top lane.
Very good fight for Ultra Instinct, grabbing them some more kills, grabbing them some plates for their Rumble. Rumble and Pantheon right now, super strong. Both of them got a lot of gold once they back and spend their gold, grab some items. Yeah, 2k gold lead already, just to the 8-minute mark, as well as grabbing the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they love this level 6, level 7 kind of mark. It's where their ultimates come on. Grand Skyfall, great as we've seen, but the Equalizer from Rumble is just such a great ultimate, especially if you're ever contesting around the river area or going for tower dives. It cuts them off and just doesn't let them escape. So again, using it all to their advantage. 2 kills on the Rumble, 2 kills on the Pantheon. Now they can go anywhere on the map. Pantheon especially. Grand Skyfall can make him help any lane that needs it.
Yes, definitely. Looks like our bot laners are just going to be chilling for now.
Graves in the mid lane.
Tristana's getting the wave pushed into her. Could we look up towards this top where the Aatrox is, he's looking to maybe to a bit of an invade. Seems to be backing off now.
Yeah, I mean, an invade maybe not very advised here, as you know, he's already having it a bit rough against the Rumble. And you can even see his own team is pinging him to back off because they know he just can't win that 1v1, has to just let it go. But as soon as they notice that, they try to draw the attention top. Mr. Cresswell's minions pounce on the dragon, and it melts almost instantly, securing them that. Inferno Drake too, very, very good for both sides here. You want it not just for yourself, but to deny it to the enemy.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a bait there from the Aatrox, baiting the invade to draw the Ultra Instinct teammates up.
He's getting direst. He's getting camped in the top lane here, and he cannot do a single thing here. Equalizer is down, so they can't use it to get the kill, but one binding will secure him the kill there. Also, the Rift Herald now dropping. He has to call for help, otherwise he will get a charge on his next tower as well. Oh, this is bad.
Rift Herald maybe going all the way here as it grabs a wave, it grabs a tower, it may crash onto the second one. Aatrox has got no support, although hopefully he can prevent it from doing that.
Nah, surely he manages to stop it there. Ultra Instinct, they back off. They don't want to push too hard. Remember, I don't think even the Rumble had a chance to go back with all that gold, so now he's gone back, bought a ton of items, and is going to be so scary. I wouldn't be surprised now that his tower is down. He can just head straight to mid lane. There's still plates up there for the taking.
Just looks overall pretty huge for Botany. They're so far ahead with their 3k gold lead at just 10 minutes. They're going to want to capitalize on this with their early game champions and just take some fights, take some kills, take some objectives, and get the game in the bag as quickly as they can.
Okay, Ultra Instinct, they've got the lane lead, exactly what they were looking for. These fights in the river, once the equalizer shows up, although Rumble all the way up in top lane, I think he just wants that solo lane dominance because why not? But into the bottom lane, Luna thinks he's going to get a kill, but instead exhausted up immediately. And now Cresswell's minions, they want to be on the chase here. They've dropped them all down, but Aatrox now teleporting in too. Colder's arrived to get the knockup. Captain Tofu still gets the kill onto Nautilus, turning it around. Everyone down here for Cresswell's minions, now starting to push the tower, but look up on that top lane here. It's still Rumble pushing. What can they get while he's up there?
A good fight for the... Ooh, Luna
feels bad.
1 HP.
Because you're not getting that kill now.
Overall, a very good fight for Mr. Cresswell's minions, grabbing a 2-for-1 with a shutdown onto the Pantheon. Although, if we look at the top lane, yeah, Rumble is pushing. He's getting more CS, he's getting more turret damage. He's just getting everything that he could possibly desire with being uncontested as well.
Yeah, he didn't get too much damage on the tower, just really the free farm kind of thing. But yeah, Rumble's not really a champion that breaks down towers. He can push lanes really well, but will not push the tower itself down very fast. So all in all, I think, yeah, Ultra Instinct, they made a call, keep him pushing up there. Remember, he didn't bring teleport, so we'll have to just basically take it as it was for what he could get. So good little turnaround there from Cresswell's minions, but I mean, it's only a little bit, and they still had a kill turned around on them, so still not even the biggest advantage they got out of it.
Yep, Cresswell minions will be happy with that, but they do need more.
Equalizer cuts off Ephemer's escape. He'll flash straight into the final spark and just get deleted from the game. Rumble showing up to mid lane. This is where things get dangerous.
So much damage coming through onto that Cassiopeia almost instantaneously. The Lux final spark connecting after the flash. A very nice zoning tool there. The equalizer from Rumble just causing nowhere to go for that Cassiopeia. Ended up getting 100 to 0'd in like 5 seconds.
But they just show up and get the kill, and then everyone goes back to their lanes. It's like Ultra Instinct thinks it's still laning phase. I mean, laning phase is going great for them, so I guess they would want to continue it, but no opportunity to push for towers. No Dragon or Rift Herald up at the moment, so they couldn't go for it anyway. But, I mean, plates are still up. Oh, the binding from downtown. It's not enough to secure a kill, though, but, oh, man. Imagine that happens late game.
Possibly could have committed there, the Kai'Sa, although it's much, much better to play safe when you're ahead and not go for it.
Oh, Grand Skyfall, top lane, Rumble now all up for the 2v2. Doesn't have the equalizer. Has to just go for straight flame spitter damage. No! Equalizers come back up just in time. But it will just be a retreat from both sides. Final spark dropping them ever lower. But just Captain Tofu now looking for the sun. Oh, the animation lock on Calder gets him killed. And now IPPO is next. The petrifying gaze from Ephemere. It forces Captain Tofu away, but it doesn't even get the kill.
Just more picks. They're going to the Pantheon. One more kill. Unfortunately, that equalizer missed. Otherwise, possibly 2 kills there for the Rumble. However, we are looking at a very fed top and jungle for Ultra Instinct, looking to carry this game with a 5k gold lead.
But that's another thing, right, is that your gold is so heavily one-sided right now, where it's in 2 champions. No kills anywhere else, barely any assists either. And so if either the Rumble or the Pantheon gets caught out, gets killed, that's a big amount of gold all gone. So
for sure, and the Dragon now up. I think both teams are going to be looking to contest this Dragon. The Tristana on the side of Mr. Creswell's minions being quite strong in the early game, especially with a completed Kraken Slayer. Possibly able to fight this fight and not get destroyed.
Has a bit of range as well, can stay away from Vinra on that Rumble. The equalizer probably, yeah, it's back up by now.
Just going to be given. So it goes over to Ultra Instinct, another 3 objective.
Binding hits in the mid lane. This is a mid lane Lux, by the way, so it's a lot of damage. And Vinra from the sideline gets the kill. Doesn't even need the equalizer for it. Actually, no, he did use the equalizer to get it. And now pushing up past the mid lane turret as it falls. A binding connects. Doesn't get followed up. No, not by the light binding. So instead, now knocking on the door of the tier 2.
Looks like they're going to go up and grab the Rift Herald again. Probably choosing to grab the Rift Herald rather than continue pushing. Rift Herald almost guaranteeing a free tower once you're ahead, so probably a good decision by Ultra Instinct.
Gotta be careful here for Azura. A hook could get him into death by the Tristana. Luna waiting in the wings here, but by the time he goes in, that could be his team falling on him. Ultra Instinct just in the sidelines.
Yeah, Tristana not on a ward here, although I don't think a level 9 Tristana stands much chance of one-shotting a level 11 Lux fast enough with a stopwatch to boot. So good decision to back off, just regroup with the team and try and make a play all together.
Yeah, we'll get a chance to calm down a little bit. Dragon, Rift Herald now down as well. Even the tier 1 towers all gone. And so Ultra Instinct, they've got to start thinking, how are they going to start knocking down these tier 2s? Rumble and Pantheon certainly have to be part of that story for sure. But what are they going to do with the rest of their team, right? But Morg and Lux, they don't really need gold to hit those bindings. So it doesn't really matter that much that they haven't got all those kills. Lux would like the damage, sure. But I mean, his farm's going pretty well as well.
I believe that Rumble and Kai'Sa are very gold hungry on the Ultra Instinct team. But the other champions can function sufficiently with no gold. So it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with that, especially with the gold advantage that they have built up.
All right, well, it's a fight in the top lane, I think, as they're chasing away the Pantheon who arrived. Okay, no, he's fully backed off there, but it was the ultimate popped as well. Bit rough there, coming out as you really wanted to secure a kill there. Grand Skyfall just scaring them. But hey, Captain Tofu is still up here, still clearing vision too, and can shove the lane right back. I expect to see Ultra Instinct starting to group up, perhaps around mid. They're a great death ball composition. So much threat from either the light or the dark binding from Lux or Morg. Any of those land, that's just going to be a kill that could lead into a teamfight win.
It's looking like we're going to go for a bit of a push in the mid lane, possibly popping the Rift Herald. Yep, there it comes.
And look at the side lanes. Cresswell's minions don't have the members here to defend this. It's going to be a one-shot on this tower for sure, but the question is, what damage will be done to the inhibitor turret? How much can they get this Rift Herald in? Surely the charge will land, but will it continue there? It gets taken down by the smite. Inhibitor turret down. Teleport brings Aatrox back. Equalizer cuts off any kind of retreat. Bindings galore, but Ultra Instinct, they've already used instant transmission to get out of there.
The Aatrox being top lane was quite unfortunate there, having to waste his TP just to get back to base. Nice that they kept the inhibitor alive, however, 1 and 2 turrets getting taken by that Rift Herald. Very good for Ultra Instinct.
Yeah, and it's the exact kind of value you want to get when you're the team that's ahead and you've got Rift Herald. Getting 2 towers like that, pretty sweet. And now Inhibitor will be next on the table. If there's anyone ever pushed out the side lanes and they're not ready to team fight, Ultra Instinct will punish Cresswell's minions, and they could win the game from there, getting themselves in the grand final for the Frost region.
Definitely, and we're looking at a dragon coming up in 1 minute, with everyone being able to grab all the items that they can, and then make their way over to the dragon to try and prepare for it before it comes up. Hopefully, we're going to see a big fight around it, and possibly some big plays from Luna, who is the strongest member of Mr. Cresswell's minions currently.
Yeah, hoping to see a little bit more vision there. Ultra Instinct in there getting the job done, at least denying any kind of vision, setting up for the next dragon play. Maybe getting some deep vision too, but I think this next one might be around the mid lane here as everyone is grouping up together. Ultra Instinct looking for those bindings. Any one of those hits, they can get the kill. They've got Pantheon, Captain Tofu leading the charge here, trying to catch out. Vinra uses the blast cone to get away to safety, but now out of position, Ultra Instinct can march down the mid lane.
This Morgana is just going to be able to zone the Mr. Cresswell's minions off of the mid lane.
They can just go for Dragon.
Yeah, Ultra Instinct just able to get so much space for free, push out the mid wave, and then just head over to Dragon when it's about to come up, and they've just got a much better position.
How does Mr. Cresswell's minions react here? Oh, they've gone into the bush. Binding lands. The support deleted. Equalizer forces everyone to retreat for Mr. Cresswell's minions. The Alliance region on its last legs here, running away to safety, and they may hand over the dragon. No, it continues. Aatrox jumps in and dies. Calder mounted. Double kill for the Kaiser, and they can continue with the resets. Everyone on Cresswell's minions getting the heck out of there, but they have to defend this inhibitor.
The inhib is almost certainly going to go down, and some of the Nexus turrets may be the next target for Ultra Instinct. Although their HP bars are looking a bit low, they might want to back off and go back to the dragon.
Yeah, they want to take the safe play here. They saw what happened last game where they almost threw in the base, and so instead go for the guaranteed play. The dragon that is up, no contest will come out from Cresswell's minions against you. They've got every advantage in their pocket. With the mid inhibitor down, super minions pushing up, Baron can be their next play. Pings are coming out from the Alliance side saying, hey, this might be going on. So they'll get wards up, but the next battle, I see it happening at Baron here.
Yes, definitely. 5 minutes before the Cloud Soul, I would say that the Ultra Instinct team doesn't want to wait the full 5 minutes. They just want to push. While they have the advantage, they have the momentum, they have the mental edge. They just want to go push Baron, go force a fight around it, and win.
Yep, straight up to Baron they go. All 5 members of Ultra Instinct, they have all their ultimates ready to go. They're going to need them all here because the Scuttle Crab is up. So if they go for Baron, it will be known. Mr. Cresswell's minions are going to know when it starts.
It'll be fully on vision to everyone on the Mr. Cresswell's minions team, and I think they may just decide to do it anyway.
Oh, Grand Skyfall looks like it's going to cut off Aatrox in the top lane if they go for it. Nope, the pings were out, but they don't want to pull the trigger here. They want to draw them into the Baron here. And look at this. He knows. He's BMing the enemy team. Ultra Instinct know that they've got the upper hand here in the 3rd game. Only 2 kills Cresswell's minions have managed to get here. And I know Ultra Instinct, they want to play with their opponents here. They want to use every edge they've got here. They've been bantering before the game, but now they can start bantering after. They know what kind of position they're in. Moving away from Baron, pushing the top lane.
Be careful here for Ultra Instinct about letting the Mr. Cresswell's minions get as much value as they can out of like the bot lane, etc. But I don't think it's even going to matter as they're just pushing on and pretty much uncontested, taking these towers and objectives.
Yeah, they're keeping the mid lane shoved back as well, but binding hits is a lot of damage. Equalizer right on top of him, and it triggers the team fight. Everyone could get out of here if they want to, but every team really wants to try and push this fight here, but quick retreat from Cresswell's minions will force them away. This could be what Ultra Instinct needs for the Baron.
Yes, as we're hearing from the teams here, we're all very excited for this Baron fight, as they are just going to take it, and I think it's going to be uncontested. The Novelist looks like he's walking up
Nah, no way he can test it.
No, Graves is not going to be able to get there in time unless... No. Graves is possibly going to get out, maybe hit by a binding on the way out. Shouldn't be punished for it. And it's just going to be a free Baron and a free 10k gold lead for Ultra Instinct.
This is it for Cresswell's minions. It's the final stand before they get eliminated. Ultra Instinct one step away from getting themselves into the grand final on Sunday for the Frost region. They'll have to do it in the enemy base. The inhibitor should be respawning any moment now. They could pick up another dragon, but there's a few minutes until that one comes back up. They could even put themselves on Soul, but I don't see it lasting to Dragon Soul here. I feel like it's one team fight away from victory for Ultra Instinct.
Absolutely. I think if we get to the Dragon Soul, this game will have had to be a comeback by Mr. Creswell's minions. We are going to see how Ultra Instinct is going to convert their lead. It looks like they are aiming to push down mid, all their pinging into the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, they want to keep this mid lane pushed up for sure. They've got the Baron up for it as well. They can, again, knock the inhibitor down the moment that it respawns, because it should be coming back up any second now. It hasn't been too long since we've seen the fight around it. And yeah, looking at the actual inhibitor itself, should be respawning just about now. They want to just immediately delete it or win a fight here and take the Nexus. We've got to remember that possibility, of course. Equalizer can cut anyone off, even from the fountain itself. And look at them camping the inhibitor.
No wave here for Ultra Instinct until now, coming in as a super minion, so they have got the potential to end the game if they can get the kills that they are required to get.
Look, no minions to block. Equalizer cuts off the retreat. They can't get away. Mr. Cresswell's minions have to stand their ground. They've survived, they've weathered the onslaught, but their towers are dropping around them. One Nexus turret falls, the second one soon to follow if they don't do something about this. Like I said though, that inhibitor should be coming up. There it is, and the binding lands onto Nautilus, and that should be the rest of the team fight going in. Find Medusa, snagging that kill. Final Spark will kill Luna, and now chasing out of their own base. They can't even get back to the fountain anymore. Aatrox falls, and Mr. Cresswell's minions will not be lasting any longer. One more kill onto the cast. Stopwatch burned here for the Rumble. Can they find the last kills they need? I think they've done it here. The last Nexus turret is about to fall. The Nexus itself, a few auto attacks away from victory. Let's grab a few consolation kills. Is Equalizer seriously back up again? It doesn't matter, because Ultra Instinct are taking the Frost region into the grand final.
Wow, what a game. A reverse sweep from Ultra Instinct representing the Frost region. What an enormous, impeccable game from them in the third game.
They talked a big game, but they came out and, more importantly, played a big game. A big victory for the boys here. You can see them all absolutely stoked with their win. And it's the best story, right? A team of mates gets together, puts together a team, and they go all the way to the grand final. Fantastic play from them, and I can't be more proud to be from Dunedin.
They just played superbly. First game a bit shaky, then the second game closer, and the third game they just steamrolled, showed proper class. Just all around impressive games from them, from Mr. Creswell's minions as well. A very good performance. Unfortunately, they have gone 0-2, but they will return for their third game to possibly get a retribution and make their way to the grand finals.
Yeah, they've got another series in the high school league to play later today, but their run in the New Zealand Esports HyperFibre League is at an end. The Alliance region falling short, but Ultra Instinct, the Frost region, could not be more proud of the fantastic gameplay. They even said, look, maybe we'll give them one game to make it a good show, and boy did they make it a good show. Ultra Instinct, you can see them getting ready for the interview up on stage, all the boys together, you know, as I like to see. They're going to be able to be one step closer to that trophy.
Sweet, and congratulations to Frost for taking the series. Actually a reverse sweep. Obviously, you guys are now in the grand final, so how does that feel?
Oh man, it feels pretty good. You know, I think we're looking forward to it. Obviously, the other guys played really well. First game, we were sweating. Well, we were really sweating. The second game, we were extra sweating, and then yeah, I think we just, you know,
Sweet, obviously shaking off those nerves. Playing for 10 weeks and finally making to that grand finals, that must just feel so amazing for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't actually play too many games. Working life, I'm pretty old. So I didn't really get to play too many, but these guys did fantastically during the 10 weeks, and, I'm glad to be here now, at least.
Can I do a shout out to our ADC who played with us for most of those 10 weeks. Josiah, hope you're enjoying PAX, man.
Sweet. It's always good to have a super sub. Any words for the team that you guys are going to be taking on in that grand final?
I advise they don't ban Rumble.
Sweet. Well, congratulations to you guys once again. We'll see you guys on Sunday. So that's all done from the stage here. We're going to go to a short break, but stay tuned because we've got Rocket League right after.
Welcome back to the New Zealand Esports HyperFibre League. My name is Matt Smite Ross, and now I'm joined by Simon. Welcome onto the show, man. It's good to have you here. And we are ready for a little bit of Rocket League action. We've had fun with League of Legends. We've got a bit more later on today, but for now, it's time for High School Rocket League. Pretty keen to get into that?
Yeah, so basically it's Mags versus McLean's who have gone against each other for a pretty long time. Earlier today, they actually played against an comp match, and McLean's won 1-0. So let's see.
So we already got a little bit of a taste. All right. So we'll see if that does hold up. Of course, it's going to be a best of 5 today. But to get the full rundown, let's take a look at the bracket here before we get into the game itself. Because, of course, we've got to know how the rest of the competition is going to be working, right? They've played through the high school league so far, but we've got to see how it's going to be looking for this weekend. Of course, it's not the grand final just yet. So let's take a look at how they'll have to make their first up. Mount Albert Grammar School Mags will be playing against McLean's College in the match we're looking at today. Later on in the weekend will be Rutherford College versus the loser of today's match. So whoever loses this one, they're not out just yet, they get a second chance. And then the winner of those two matches will be in the grand final over on Sunday. So first up is this Mags versus McLean's match. I mean, for me, Simon, this is one of the classic high school matches you get. I mean, between all games, right? But Rocket League, how do these two teams match up?
These two teams, it's always a 50-50 between the two of them. At the end of the day, it's just how they play at that certain point in time.
Yeah, and now they're here on an on-stage environment, which, it can be completely different, right? So it could even come down to that, how do you handle the nerves, the lights, the cameras, the crowd, us people being annoying, yelling at the game as they're playing it as well. So they've got a lot to work for, but as you guys can see, that's how the bracket is going to be working out. And of course, the winner moving on to the grand final straight away, they get a bit of a break, which is pretty sweet. We saw that it can be a bit rough when you've got to play more games than you kind of need to. We just saw that with Mr. Cresswell's Minions dropping their league series after dropping one previous. So they're going to have a bit of a rough day. They're actually on later again today with a third best of 3 series. Pretty wild for those guys. But Mount Albert Grammar School, McLean's College, both fantastic schools. I mean, they put out so many good esports teams every year. For Rocket League, though, I'm keen to see how they get into the action. It's a best of 5, correct?
Yeah, best of 5. They decided on that earlier today to change it from a best of 3.
Yeah, really good to hear. I mean, we want as many games as we can possibly get here. Rocket League, a good one. You just get into the game, you're straight onto the pitch, and it's straight into kickoff. So we're getting ready to find out when the teams are going to be jumping onto the stage. Of course, they're getting ready as well. They're going to be representing their schools on stage. You can see a few family members, maybe a few friends in the crowd there. Hopefully they're making plenty of noise for their favorite teams, whoever they're here to support. You've got to give people support when you're here at a live event, right? I mean, it means the world to them when you're in there and you hear the crowd roaring as you make a big play. And so, look, guys, we're going to be getting into the game pretty shortly. Of course, for you, what are your highlights of the season so far? You've been casting the season so far. Have Mags and McLean's really been the standout teams for you? Have they been well above everyone else?
Every tournament I see them play in, they're always the 2 top teams. It's just like a sure thing for them. So it's really good to always watch them. It's always the top level of high school sports.
Yeah, I mean, that's not really much of a surprise to me. I know that these schools are just so incredible at putting out crazy good teams. But I mean, while we're waiting for the teams, the winner of this team, the loser of this match will be facing off against Rutherford College later. How do you rate that one? Do you think that it's going to be a rough match if they lose this one?
If they lose this, they're going to have to go against Rutherford, which I haven't seen much of. But I mean, if they've made it here, they've obviously had to do some good wins. So it will be a little bit of they're going to have to actually try.
All right, well, they'll have to try, but we'll find out what's happening as we've got a few issues. We want to sort out the players' PCs before we get onto the pitch. So we're going to go to a short break. When we return, we'll be getting into the first match. Welcome back, everyone, to the New Zealand Esports HyperFibre League. We've been getting the team set up and ready to go. They are moments away from jumping into their first high school Rocket League. Just as a reminder, I'm Smite, and I've got Mr. Simon here with me, joining in here from his high school casting career. So again, I'm going to ask you, man, how is it transitioning from casting some high school league games from your bedroom to here on the stage?
It's a big jump with the whole proper setups and being on the stage and all that and seeing everything going on.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure it's the same for the players as well. Guys, we're going to get the bracket up just to get a bit of a reminder of how the weekend is going while the players are getting set up on the stage. Now, of course, it is McLean's versus Mags who have made it to this match here, the winner of which will go through to grand final. But, Simon, I want to ask a question here. What about the teams that didn't make it here? What do you have to say about them and how they performed throughout the season? Any other standout schools that you would have maybe expected to be here this weekend?
I probably wouldn't have expected any other than these three to be here because it was pretty much just a stomp every single game. There's just such a big gap between the ranks and the level of play that they have that it's very hard to keep up with these three teams.
Okay, well, awesome to see that we really truly did get the best three teams here today in this weekend. Of course, as a reminder, looking at the bracket here, Mount Albert Grammar will go up against McLean's College in a best of 5. And then, of course, the loser of this match will have to go on and face Rutherford College in a second chance match for that team. So they'll get another go. Rutherford College, of course, will have to take out that team to make it into the grand finals. Of course, that grand final will be played on Sunday as well, and the Rutherford College match will be played tomorrow. But today, it's all about Mags and McLean's to see who's going to come out on top on the best of 5 match, of course, first to 3. So tell me about the journey here. You said they stomped everyone here.
Yeah,
is it really true?
much.
Did they drop any games, either of these teams?
I don't think they dropped any games, but they might have done a couple rounds or something, but pretty much it was just right through everyone else. And no one else could really put a whole match against them.
All right, well, look, we'll take a look at the schedule here to see how the weekend is going to be rolling out. We've seen bracket, but here is everything else, because of course it's not just Rocket League throughout this weekend. We've got League of Legends and Valorant as well. We've already seen a few matches today. We are currently at that 3 p.m. slot there, running a little bit behind schedule, but that's all good. It is McLean's College versus Mount Albert Grammar, and they'll be, of course, playing for that grand final spot later on today. We've got McLean's College, their League of Legends team, actually playing against the loser of the earlier match, which was, of course, Mr. Cresswell's Minions from Burnside High School, to see which of those two teams will get to go to the grand final for High School League of Legends. Later on tonight, we've got Tempest taking on Native Esports, which is going to be another one to see who's going to be jumping into the grand final of the New Zealand Esports HyperFibre League of Legends Championship. Of course, tomorrow, it's all about that Valorant action, of course, all day going with it. In the middle there, of course, we do have Rocket League, who will be the loser of this match coming up right now, playing against Rutherford College. But you've got so much going on, high school Valorant and the New Zealand National Valorant Championship. So that's all for Saturday. Make sure you come there if you're a Valorant fan, especially. But then Sunday, of course, it's all about the grand finals. We kick things off with High School Rocket League, then High School League of Legends, then moving on to New Zealand League of Legends, along with High School Valorant, and then New Zealand Valorant for the grand final. But guys, I believe the players are ready to come out on stage, and it's here. So Hark, why don't you take it away and bring those champions on stage?
Awesome, Mr. Thanks, Smite. And how's everyone going? You guys enjoying the event? Thank you, thank you. Sweet, I'm real excited for this matchup. Obviously, we're going to steer away from League of Legends just for the moment and jump into Rocket League, a real action-packed game, best of 5. But I think you guys want to meet the teams. So let's get McLean's out to the stage. Give a big round of applause when they come out, guys. McLean's College to come out right now. A big round of applause for them, guys. And they are joined closely behind them by their competitors, Mags. Sweet, I'll get you guys to just line up in front. Big round of applause for them all. Sweet, and a big welcome to everyone here. I'm sure we all want to get into some Rocket League action nice and fast, but I'll get the captains to shake hands. Bit of good sportsmanship. That's what we like to see, that's what we'd like to see. Sweet, you guys can all jump in your chairs now, get all ready for the match. And that's all here from the stage. You guys can take it away upstairs.
All right, ready to go for some Rocket League action. The players finally on stage, ready to jump onto the pitch. Simon, I mean, how keen are you for this match? You know Mags, you know McLean's, you know the great teams here. Who do you reckon can take out game number 1, though, in the series?
Game number 1 is always a hard one to predict because it's pretty much either way it goes. These two teams both have top players on them, like Remick and Lev, the captains. So I can't wait to see how they play for the first match.
So superstar players on each side, players to watch out for, you guys. The first match is going to be a really good one. Again, it kind of shows what the teams are made of. Who's going to be able to jump on stage and shake off those nerves and play with the lights, the camera, the crowd, even the admins walking around them, telling them to jump on these new setups and get comfortable, right? So they're getting up nice and close, ready to go. So once they hit the pitch, that is going to be where the real action stands. And look at them, as you can see, you know, they're all getting comfortable right now. A team very close together, always groups of friends when they come out of the high school teams, getting the best players ready together to play at these live finals. Simon, I mean, like, what would it feel like for you to jump in that seat? Would you reckon you could play better with the crowd cheering? Or would it make you more nervous?
Definitely not.
Definitely not?
Be much more nervous.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough, man. I mean, it's a big difference, right? You're playing from your bedroom, maybe your couch in the lounge room or something like that, and you're comfortable. It's your own environment. But now suddenly you're jumped into this next place. It's got a schedule. You've got to come out at a certain time. You've got to make sure you're playing all the right settings are on these new PCs. You've got the crowd in front of you, like I said before, with all the lights. It's warm. But speaking of warm, let's heat the action up as we get into game number 1 and kick things off. So tell me, who is playing on which side here? Which player is Jamie's from?
Jamie's is from Mags, and so you'll have blue on Mags, and orange is McLean's. There's Lev, he's hitting it off the backboard, setting it up for Oceania. This team really likes to keep up their rotations. Pistachio is a little weak on the defense compared to his other two teammates. Cappuccino demos Lev.
All right, the demo may have been a good stop on that assault there coming into the Mags goal, but they managed to defend, but it's still coming in. Pistachio coming to back up. Another demo from Remick there, stopping that attack in its tracks. Now McLean's have to play the defense here. It's a shot from Remick, but quickly shut down.
There goes Pistachio, completely misses that aerial. Here's Oceania, he takes it over Jamie's. Remick is hitting it down middle where it's stopped by Lev.
Yeah, not able to get it past the lone defender there. A quick one over Osnap's head, but Pistachio gets a good lob into the hands of Osnap. Just a little bit wide, but it's just a setup for Pistachio, but he has to compete against 3 defenders there from Mags, and they may have just stolen it away from him, but Osnap keeps grabbing it back, going for another shot, trying to outstyle the defenders, and Osnap gets it in.
Simply, he's just going over them. Not a care in the world. He's just air rolling through.
Just 1v3, man. He just goes right by all of them. A quick one on the board there for McLean's. Can they keep this lead on? Oceania definitely leading the charge here. Solo plays. That's a way to get your engines going up here on stage.
Lev clears it into blue side. He's trying to get it to Oceania to keep up the pressure. It's in the middle. Pistachio can't quite make that shot. Remick tries to clear it into the corner.
Oh, Oceania, you do not want to let this guy have the ball, and quickly Remick knocks it out of his hands. Can they contest it again as it's in the air? They have to rotate back for the defense. Oceania is setting up for a slobber knocker into the net. Can he get it by the defenders? A little too wide there, seeing if he can get it past the goalie, but it's quickly shut down. Will they steal it away here?
Pistachio, he's trying to take it above them. Cappuccino denies that. And it's over in Cappuccino demos Lev. That could be a goal.
Yeah, as soon as that demo comes through, you can see Jamie was waiting for it in the corner there. Knows there's no one to defend, gets the rebound off the corner. Defenders almost there, but not quite in time. Now we're sitting at 1-all after Mags evens it up.
Going for the kickoff, it's almost a 50-50 there.
Yeah, no one managing to snag the ball just yet, but here we go. McLean's setting it up. This is Pistachio. Good knock off the corner, sets it up for Oshan, but he is contested in the air and denied that shot. Again, it still now rolls all the way back. It's Mags now getting the opportunity to take their shots here, keeping it off the corner, but it's always into the hands of the defenders, and now it's their turn to rotate back for the defense, keeping it up nice and high. Remick, actually a little bit of gas, runs out of boost though, has to hand it over to his teammate, but it goes wide. Does set it up for Jamie's though, can't make the shot. Gets a demo though.
Remick is still putting on that pressure onto their side. Oshan is trying to get it out. Jamie's does a little assist to Oshan there, but it's over to Remick with an air dribble.
Yeah, he's got lots of boost, but his opponents do as well. Can easily contest it in front of their net. Cappuccino turning it around, goes for a contest. All three members of McLean's pushing up forward. Oshan off the corner, but no one there to get the rebound. And now they're going to have to get on the defense with a single person. Remick just shoved in the air by Pistachio. Denies that shot, but he can't get back up. A little too high off the backboard. Oh no, it's shut down.
Lev is trying to contest Remick so he can finally clear the ball out. Cappuccino gets that shot on goal, but Oshan clears it to the side and he's taking it up the field. And that's a goal all the way from half field.
Yeah, caught out on the rotation. Everyone out of position for Mags. Oshan notices it, sees them rushing back. Oh, Remick was going for the boost. He had no boost in the tank, couldn't get to the goal in time, and with that, it left the door open.
On the kickoff here, we have, again, the same result, but Jamie's is taking it up. Zero boost, trying to pass it to mid.
Oh, this could be good. If he manages to get it through. No, doesn't want to push it past Remick, doesn't want to risk getting out of position like before. And so now Mags on the defensive, only a minute to go. They need to find one more in there to at least force that overtime. Cappuccino has got a solo play opportunity, but immediately contested by the defenders there. It's going back to the Mag side. They're going to have to go on the attack soon. Gets it by two of them, full tank of boost, but his teammate's contesting it. And that's going to leave the net almost open.
Cappuccino is driving it up. Stopped by Oshan. It's a 50-50 in the air. Lev hits it all the way to their corner. Pistachio trying to make a move up on there. Cappuccino denies it, and it's over to their goal. Okay. Constantly clearing back and forth. Only 30 seconds remaining.
This works out pretty well if you're McLean's, though. You just need to run the clock down. You don't want something like this to happen where Remick gets a shot, but it gets sent wide. They're trying to get the corner passes, but it's just not being had as McLean's keep knocking out of their hands. A last solo ditch attempt by Remick, and he doesn't get it in. Now it's a hope and a prayer for Mount Albert Grammar School in game number one, but McLean's may have locked it down. They just want to hit it to the ground and get game number one. And you can hear the crowd. They're here to support their team, knowing that they need all the support they can get. But McLean's, they're feeling pretty good there on the stage.
They're definitely doing their best out there. I saw the attacks from Oshan and how much pressure he was putting on. And the defense from Lev and Pistachio really worked together well.
Yeah, it was a really good start there, especially Oshan with a good solo play, but needs the backup from the team here. You can see the support coming in between the games to help them out, try and get them on track, make sure that they're all playing their best game, because even if it was a win for McLean's, it was still close, right? One goal apart, one easy shot into the net. You leave it open for a second, and suddenly you're facing down overtime, and it can be a completely different story.
Rocket League is such a fast-paced game. You can't really do anything about that. And that's what makes it so exciting to watch. And we just saw McLean's subs talking to the main players, probably about what they should be doing more of.
So you're talking subs, right? Do they have quite a good support system at their school? They're a big esports club to help them out, to coach them through the games?
Yeah, they definitely do have quite a bit of an esports club at McLean's. So they do have two subs that are also at near the same level as the main team, which is always good to have on standby.
All right, really good. It's keeping them ahead of the game here. They are 1 game up. Remember, it's a best of 5, so they're going to have to win 2 more games before they lock their spot in the grand final. Whereas meanwhile, the loser is going to have to be facing Rutherford College off tomorrow. So let's get into game number 2, Simon, and see if McLean's will bring it up to 2-0 or if Mags can bring us to 1-1.
Oceania has hit it into the corner. Cappuccino is going to follow that up and try and hit it downfield. Pistachio gets it above the backboard. Really, the game is all about trying to center that ball, and you can see that's what they're trying to do.
Did they think it was just going to be too high? But the angle on it was super weird. It kind of took a weird parabolic angle up, but we're not going to get the replay. Would have been good. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so just in time, and they were stuck in the net still. So unfortunate there, but Mount Albert Grammar School pretty happy about that.
50-50. Pistachio is going to pick up on that. If Remick doesn't get to it first.
Oh, that would have been a strong shot. Demo as well could have even made it even better, but it is held out by McLean's. They held off the net again. A contest comes out from Remick, saving the ball there. Cappuccino misses it in the air. Unfortunately, this is going to give it straight over to Oceania. Not the player you want to see who's got the ball. Levin gets it into the corner. This is a great setup. In fact, he could have even taken the shot, but the defender comes in to snag it away. Oceania, full tank of boost. What can he do with it, though? He's got Levin up in the air to set it up. Surely this is going to be a shot attempt. He has to contest, but neither player will get it in the air.
Pistachio dueling it out with Jamie as Cappuccino passes the ball again. It's over to the side. Levin's going to try and take it off that wall, send it over to midfield, but Cappuccino's there.
Cappuccino sees his moment, slams it in when no one's looking there. You can see Levin trying to get a pass off, but Cappuccino says, thanks, mate, I'll take that one. Scores it up to 2-0 at the moment. This is a much better start for Mags. All right, so off the kickoff, McLean's getting control of the ball, but it's back in their side of the field. If there's one good steal here, could be disastrous. They need to start getting some points on the board here. Still plenty of the match to go. Levin is going to take a shot, but that's 3 defenders, probably luckier to set it up instead. And now a demo around him, that's going to stop the attack entirely. They might not even get there. Levin actually has enough, but has to use all his boost to stop that.
He's going for an air dribble here. Going to take it off the top of his car and pass it to midfield.
Okay, Pistachio in a good position here to jump up in the air, sets it up to midfield, but it's straight into the hands of Cappuccino. Not a good thing as they now have an opportunity. They get it centered. Where's the shot? Jamie's waiting, catches the ball, but instead it goes over to Pistachio. 1v1 here.
The flick goes too high. It's off the backboard. Lev can't get the rebound. They're trying to clear it out of that corner. Oceania is trying to keep it in their half.
Yeah, but the attack is shut down now. It's for Mags setting it up. Cappuccino waiting in the wings, has to set it up to his teammate off the corner. Nice centered ball, but it's straight into the hands of the goalie there. And now you're giving it over to Oceania, who is out of boost though.
Oceania trying to find that boost. What? Okay.
Does get his boost, although very, very quickly uses all of it, so he'll have to find a little bit more. But Mags, Cappuccino gets a straight by. Can he get it by 11? It's going to be a little tricky to do exactly that, but his team has now arrived. They just need one good passing opportunity. Mags, they could secure it if they get one more ball in the net, just a little wide on that one. Could have been the third.
Pistachio trying to take it past their whole team. It's over there, it's cleared, but no one can get the follow-up before he's demoed.
Oceania, can he do it again? 1v3 has 11 as well. Pistachio now respawn. Going to take his own double touch to take a shot, but way too little power to get it past the goalie there. We'll keep it in, but McLean's now on the attack. They got to start finding one in though.
Now it's off the wall over to Lev. He redirects it over the corner for Oceania to take care of. He's trying to follow it up, but the ball is being bounced a little bit by Jamie's.
Few whiffs in the air is going to give Mags a good opportunity to send it downfield there. Levin gets it right over to the side, exactly where he wants it to stop that attack. McLean's know that they need to get the points now, or Mags will just win the game here, bringing it to 1-all. Levin completely out of boost here. It's up to Oceania. Gets a powerful shot, but it's right into the hands of the goalie.
Levin, he didn't quite get that challenge off right, so now he's out of rotation. Ocean trying to get it out of their goal first of all before scoring. Lev's going up for this. He hit it with the bottom of his car, but he can't make anything happen. Power shot off the ground.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're trying everything you've got right now. Only 30 seconds to go. You've got to throw everything in the kitchen sink at the game at the moment, whereas Mags can just play defensive. Look at them. They can hold the ball, keep it in the air as long as they want, and it'll be all good for them. Ocean, that might be his last opportunity. It's already stolen away. They lob it up the field, but the ball has to go in now, or it's going the way of Mags. A demo onto Remick, shuts the attack entirely down, set up in front of the net, but too little too late. 5 seconds to go. Even if they get the ball in now, it's done and dusted, and this game is going the way of Mags. 1-1, Simon. Is this the way you kind of expected it to go, back and forth between Mount Albert and Maclean's?
Yeah, I definitely did expect it to go something like this, but eventually when one team gets going fully, it's going to be hard to stop them.
But which team is getting going, though? Because, you know, we're going 1 game to Mags, 1 game to Maclean's. They've got their own support system there as well. Remember, getting that encouragement between games, that little bit of advice, the coaching. It's so important here in esports as well, so you can know what to do. We're down to basically a best of 3 now, only 3 games left. So, you're still not confident in who's going to win?
Not at all. That's just the way Rocket League goes, I guess. It's basically anyone's game with even 30 seconds left.
Yeah, good play though from Mags. 2 quick early goals in that one, basically secured it for them. Maclean's, it feels like they need to get back on track here because it's looking a little bit rough for them. That game, not scoring a single goal. It felt like Mags just had them on lockdown there. Do you feel like now Mags are in their element? Are they going to be keeping Maclean's from getting any goals for the rest of the game?
I guess we'll see in the next match what they can do after being shut out like that.
All right, let's jump into the pitch for game number 3. You can see the players all on the field waiting for the get-go. There's the countdown. Game number 3. We're down to just the best of 3 after each team takes 1 game apiece. So let's take a look. Pistachio now lining up just to steal it away here. Levin as well continuing on. If they want to get those goals, they want to get them early.
Oh my God, a double touch from Remick off of the backboard.
Look at the movements from how he does it as well. A very, very good mechanical play as well. Set up himself by 2 defenders, technically 3 if you include Ocean on the first touch. That's the kind of goal they're looking for.
Already going back in. It's a very even kickoff. They've done the exact same thing. The second player is driven a little bit too forward.
Oh, look at the control here. Levin trying to play mind games there with the team, keeping the ball in his possession for as long as possible, but still ends up in the hands of Mount Albert. They've got a full tank of boost here on Remick. He made a great play before, can set it up for his team in front of the net there. Cappuccino trying to do what he can, but it still doesn't work.
I know Maclean's are sweating bullets in front with the ball in front of their goal. Oh, Cappuccino with a lovely aerial.
Yeah, I mean, he got it set up by his team. He was waiting in the wings with plenty of boost to go. Sees the defenders actually move away, only Ocean remaining, and he can get it by just 1 guy, no problem at all.
Seems like we might have a repeat of last match. With Remick with 60 boost. Air dribbling it, challenged by Lev.
Not even a minute in, and it's 2 goals up for Mount Albert Grammar School already. So we've got to get quick on the ball here if you're a Maclean's. Otherwise, this might just be a quick shutout after their first game victory. It's all still yet to get a single ball in the net. Levin doesn't quite have the boost to be set up for this one. Has to rotate back for defense. Remick, he's done his job with the boost, but now what can Cappuccino do? He's got to set it up for the 3rd man on the team. Takes a bit of a wide angle. Didn't quite have the one he wanted for the shot.
Pistachio gets the ball taken off of his dribble by Cappuccino, and they just demo Ocean.
Whoa.
The double touch pinch from Remick doesn't quite make it in the goal. A flick that's way too far off.
Oh, that's got to feel bad, especially when you're 2 goals down. Could have been an open net, but unfortunately drops away. Hopefully they can recover from this, otherwise Mount Albert are going to continue walking all over them. Goes over Cappuccino's head. Levin shot lose.
A bump from Lev mid-edge dribble just to take Remick right out of the way.
Yeah, the control in it, you know, you've got to bump him as well as keeping the ball in place. Great mechanical play there, keeps them on the board.
The kickoff this time has gone to Jamie's, already in the air. Can't quite get the double touch, but Remick's there for the rebound.
Makes it a second rebound. It could have been a third shot, but that goes high again. This should be all in the hands of McLean's, although not that much boost here on Pistachio. He's going to need some if he wants to play defense and especially offense, as Levin still has none of his own. So they have to rotate back here. Remick is a scary player indeed. Sets it up for his teammate Jamie's.
Too high.
The third man on the job. Again, too high. And now this should be back into McLean's hands.
Pistachio clashes with Cappuccino there. Lev is just trying to clear this ball, but he can't get to it in time.
Defenders in position, but it's always scary. The mechanics from a lot of these players. Remick gets it off the backboard, but no one to jump in on it. No one wants to go contest it.
McLean's is being boost starved here. I'm constantly seeing Pistachio with 0 boost, and I'm wondering what's he doing with it.
Yeah, Mount Albert jumping in there, stealing away the boost, or at the very least, forcing them to use so much on the defense. Finally, we get up into the McLean side of the field, but it's immediately lobbed back. Can they get it by the defenders? Oh, Oceania shut down with the demo. Should slow things down immediately. A shot from downtown there, quickly saved by a little redirect by Levin. Very close on that one.
Oceania flicks it above them. Remick hits it into his own corner. Pistachio is there. That's in goal.
He just sees the rebound opportunity off the floor. Gets it by 2 defenders there, contesting them as well to even get possession of the ball. And yeah, you can see it there, just straight over their heads into the open net.
A very nice redirect.
Kickoff again. Levin going for it once more. Gets a good little corner position there.
Oceania trying to follow it up as fast as he can. It's pretty much right-centered, but no one has enough time to get there.
No time, no boost. Plenty of problems though, as they try to look for it once more. McLean's now evening up the scoreboard. This is now a game on our hands. We may be going to overtime if no one looks for another goal. And so now Mount Albert back onto the attack. Can they get it by Oceania? The contest here gets it over his head. Can he get it by another defender? Sides to the corner. Do they have the juice in the tank to push it further even more? Levin gets it from underneath.
Pistachio going to follow it up. Oceania gets that hit from middle, but Jamie's is there. It's pretty much an open goal if anyone can follow that up.
No, unfortunately, no time to reposition there for the counter-attack. Back in front of their net there. There should be a big lob by Levin. Could even go for the air dribble.
He's taking a down pass too.
Sets it up, but Jamie's was still there. They had plenty of time with that air dribble to get into position here. 30 seconds left. Simon, we might have our first overtime.
Oh, or maybe not. If that just goes in, it sails in all the way from the other goal.
Oh no, sees a long downtown shot.
You can see the look on their faces. They didn't expect that to happen.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's exactly the kind of look you were looking for, right? Get it by one defender midair. He couldn't hit it, and that was the only person that could. And so 1 on the board with only 20 seconds to go. There might not be time for McLean's to force the overtime. They need to get on the attack now, but they are boost star.
Remick.
And Remick denies them that opportunity. Mount Albert feeling like they're on fire here. Absolutely no chance that McLean's comes back into this one. 2 goals, or they'd have to get 1 off kickoff and 1 straight away off kickoff in 0 time.
It doesn't seem very plausible with 10 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, could have been retouched into the net, but who cares if you're Mount Albert, because you've already locked in the game. It's going to be 2-1 to Mount Albert Grammar School already. As soon as this ball hits the ground, they're now in the lead. 1 game away from locking in that grand final. Look at how stoked they are.
They're definitely very happy about winning that one after McLean's almost brought it back. I bet that took a lot of stress off of their shoulders.
For sure. I mean, yeah, you'd be worrying a little bit, especially because we were, what, 20 seconds out?
Yeah.
And they were facing overtime, which is a stressful situation in general, but on stage it's something else. But they managed to hold cool, and Remick gets some godly goals in the net, not just one but two, denies any overtime opportunities. McLean's have got to pull themselves together here. They got a reverse sweep essentially. 2 games in a row on the table for them to take out. Mount Albert, just one more, and they can get into the grand final. Otherwise, McLean's, they're going to have to go down and face Rutherford tomorrow. They're going to have to come back again on Saturday as well. Keep themselves rolling and warmed up, whereas Mount Albert, they get to have a little bit of a rest. They get to watch their game and then come back on Sunday for the grand final. All serious faces now, Simon. This is match point.
They're definitely locked in there.
All right, kickoff here. Game number 4, potentially the last game. If Mount Albert can take the win here, it could come down to kickoff. Remember, last game, Mount Albert got 2 goals in less than a minute here. It's all on McLean's to especially not to let that happen in this last game, potential last game.
Lev has changed cars. Maybe it's something about it. He's trying to change the flow.
It's quite a wild thing to do on potentially your last game, a must-win game for McLean's. Defender gets demoed here. This could be an open net with that.
No one's on the ground to stop Remick.
All right, so again, another early goal for Mount Albert Grammar School, setting themselves on the board. This is where you're feeling on fire. You can taste the victory already. They feel like they're already in the grand final if they can hold on to the rest of this game.
Almost everyone's out of rotation. It's just Oceania left on defense. Pistachio doesn't have any boost.
Quick little corner pass, sets it up in the middle, but contests in the air will win those 50-50s for McLean's to hold it out for now. Now they've got some boost in the tank. Levin can look for a bit of a shot on the net here as soon as these defenders get out of position. Set up by his teammate, but no, stolen away by Remick. Denies any shot opportunities and even lets Mount Albert go for another one of their own, all of them moving up.
Remick is trying to make a move here with this freestyle, but it seems like he can't quite get control of the ball there. Jamie's is on defense against Pistachio. It's flicked up to Lev.
Little too high for the shot anyway, but the rebound wasn't there either. 2 teammates, a lot of boost. They can maybe get a shot in there, but 3 defenders in there shoving it away. They're denying the shot opportunities. Oceania, though, made some great solo plays before, gets it centered up, but his team wasn't there. It was pushed away, and so they don't get to go for another shot opportunity anymore. One more from McLean's, but no boost for Levin. It's up to his team.
Trying to rotate back into defensive. Oceania gets that bounce off. Almost enters a Rule 1 with Cappuccino.
Oh, the stressful Rule 1, especially in a competitive match. Pistachio looking for the 1v1, but it's quickly stopped by Remick, who's now getting his own contest. Even takes a shot at the net. A little bit ballsy on that one, but the rest of his team is there to set it up. Remick luckily catches that one. That could have been an open net situation, but for now, Mount Albert in control.
Still only 1-0 up. It's still anyone's game with almost 3 minutes left on the clock.
All right, over into Mag's side of the field here. It's going to be a shot, or a contest actually, in the midfield, but easily blocked by Mount Albert. They're holding it out for now. If they can play defense here, burn down the clock just a little bit, they're going to be in a great position for the final seconds of this game. Look at them waiting in the defensive wings here. Oceania making maybe a solo play, but a little bit to the left means he won't be able to do it on his own. Needs his team here, but they're going to get contested up in the air, over into the corner. Mount Albert setting up for another one.
Lev is trying to get that ball upfield. Remick is constantly a wall in his way.
Oh no, okay, Mags up against their net again, but they've got good distance on a lot of these shots here to run that clock down even more. Only 1 goal in it, as you said. Levin getting demoed is going to burn even more of that clock down. A shove and a pinch, trying to get it by the defenders. McLean's at this point are just trying to muscle the ball into the net.
They're using all of their power to bump and demo. Oh, Jamie just misses the net. Oceania has had enough of it and he's just started demoing people.
I mean, sometimes it gets like that, right? Only just over a minute to go here. 1 goal up, still possible for McLean's to save their tournament life here. Otherwise, they'll be dropping down to face Rutherford College. Mount Albert Grammar School, just a minute to go before they can lock in their spot here. They can play defensive. They can run the clock down, look for 1 more net, and they can lock it in. If they get 1 more goal here, that would be it.
McLean's is really trying to put on that pressure, but they just can't seem to keep the ball out of their own half. Every time they get it out, it's just sent right back in.
And that's exactly what Mount Albert want to see happening, because it gives them not only shot opportunities, but again, wasting precious time. A bump sets up the net, but no one there to steal it away to keep Remek's ball control. But 30 seconds left. Simon, I think they might have done it.
30 seconds. They might have this, unless Pistachio shoots it in.
Game life here, series life. Pistachio holds on for dear life, keeping McLean's in the game here. It could go to overtime, but I've seen kickoff goals happen all the time that deny it. So this kickoff could be very important here. Mount Albert, they were this close. They were this close.
That close to shutting them out. And Pistachio has just put his foot in the door.
All right, they need 1 more, 15 seconds. Anything can happen, of course. We've seen Mount Albert get goals in less time than that before. Close up against the net. Defenders are now out of position, but no one with any boost left in the tank. It's now McLean's last shot here. Unless we see some excellent air control, we're going to be going to overtime. 1 last shot at the net, but no, it hits the ground.
It's the
Simon,
ground.
let's go to overtime.
Right in the overtime. We might be here for a while, or at no time at all.
No time at all, perhaps, but the defender's there. Remek. Oh, lucky he was there. That could have dropped the ball immediately, sending them to game 5. But the pressure is on for McLean's. Drop 1 goal and you are out. Mount Albert, though, are they going to get ahead of themselves here? They know just 1 more. Just 1 more will get them into the grand final, or they have to go to game number 5.
Ocean.
Onto Ocean.
For the second time.
They want to just tilt him off the face of the earth inside this overtime in front of the net, but Remek's still there to get it to the corner. They need to get it out of their side. The danger is here. We've seen what Pistachio can do in the last few seconds. He gets it centered, but actually over to the corner here. Can Mount Albert get it out of their own side?
Lev is trying to put the pressure on it, basically trying to do what Mags did to them. Pistachio gets it off that backboard, but it's way too hard.
Bumps all around, but Remek uses the last of his boost to deny the passing plays, but they've all run out. How are they going to make an attack here without any boost in the tank? Jamie's rotating back already. They refuel in their own corners here. Remek gets it by 1. He gets it to the corner as well. May even be able to center this one, but no! A huge lob gets it back to the center of the field.
Remek trying to get there in time to deny that push. He's already going down for a ground pinch. He doesn't quite get it.
He really wanted that pinch. Would have been an epic way to end the series, but is denied. Cappuccino in position, sets up his teammate, but too many defenders there are in position. Remek needs to center this one as well, off of the wall. Does Levin go up to contest it? It looks like he's just going to get it over to the side. 2 members, 3 members actually up already. Cappuccino goes for a Hail Mary in overtime. Remek now as well, but it's pinched away from him by Pistachio. This could be McLean's moment.
It's over. Ocean can't quite get that attack into the goal because Cappuccino almost hit that redirect.
Okay, Remek out of boost again. Can't push it further anymore. Cappuccino steals away a full tank, and so that can deny the defenders something to work with. Remek, he's got his own opportunity to go for the air dribble there, deny the plays with his own mechanical skill. Misses the corner shot, but didn't need it. Has his team back in the background.
No one's on goal.
In front of the net, not quite in goal just yet. Jamie's has to turn it around, center it up for his team. Remek's in position, half a tank of boost. Can he contest? It looks like for now he can.
Oh,
just
it goes right in front of the goal.
Sweating bullets if you're McLean's right now.
It's gone downfield. Jamie's takes it. Pistachio is there trying to challenge that 50-50. Remek takes it over 1. It's just him and Lev.
Lav luckily in position for that. Now it's a 1v2 where they've got to get it by all of them. Mount Albert Grammar School rotating on backwards here. Faces intense right now, and you can imagine. So 3 minutes of overtime where the next goal decides who wins this match or who goes down.
Very close redirect. Remick can't get the double touch. Cappuccino goes past.
Cappuccino gets bumped out by the defenders as well. He can't make the shot. Now over the head of Jamie's. Remick is there though to catch the ball and deny the shot, but it's stolen away from his head. Over to the corner here. They don't have much boost. It's all gone. Jamie's has to get it done with his tank. He can do a lot of solo plays here. Tries to pinch it by rolling past the net, but they get it to the side.
Remick is about to take it down. It's right in front of the goal.
But it's Jamie's in possession.
Goes right past.
Finds his moment, finds the opening, sends it into the net in overtime and takes Albert Grammar School into the grand final on Sunday.
Almost 4 minutes of overtime. That is exhilarating.
What an intense game for both sides, of course. McLean's fighting for their absolute life there. Unfortunately, they're going to have to go down to face Rutherford College tomorrow. But Mount Albert Grammar School, the pressure was on them as well. Going to Game 5 could have been crazy, but they get it done in overtime to skip that whole deal. And look at the smiles, the relief on their face as well. And can you blame them after an overtime like that?
Did you see Mags pop off there? They
all jumped out of their seats, you know?
They were definitely very happy about winning right then and there.
Yeah, you do not want to deny anything like that. So well done to both teams competing today, giving us a good show as well, Simon. That was an exciting one to watch for sure. But Mount Albert coming out on top at the end of the day. Like you said, Rocket League can go either way on the actual day, but Mount Albert showing that they can thrive in the environment, on stage, in front of the crowd, in front of the lights, and of course in front of all you viewers at home as well. So while we get the players ready for a bit of an interview, we're going to go to a short break, but when we return, we are going to get a word with the rest of the show. See you then.
Yeah. Welcome back, everybody, to the final high school game of League of Legends today. And today, we will be seeing McLean's College be put up against Burnside High School.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty exciting match. Can't really wait to get into draft here. I think draft is pretty important at the moment, as we've been seeing at Worlds, so I'm looking very much forward to that.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have seen Burnside play today because they were the first League of Legends high school match. And unfortunately, they were beaten down by Botany Downs College. So this will be the redemption game today against McLean's College. And hopefully, they'll be able to come out with a win.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Are they going to change things up, or are they going to keep, doing what they were before, just kind of stay true to their style, or are they going to bring out some curveballs? We'll have to see.
Yeah, maybe they have seen Burnside's play style and their selection of champions. So maybe McLean's College is able to that to their advantage and maybe form kind of strategy to play against it. And here we see Botany Downs is in the grand final. So the winner of today's game will end up in the finals on Sunday, and we will see who takes home the cup.
Yeah, I think everyone has been seeing Botany Downs as the favorite, but maybe one of these teams can come into the final and challenge them for that trophy.
Yeah, maybe McLean's College is able to pull out a magical win against such a stacked comp like Botany. Yeah, and here we will see the team roster now.
Hopefully.
Yeah. And here we see Mr. Cresswell's minions, the Burnside team. Here we have Lepo, Calder, Efemir, Keen, and Lunar. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Calder, the top laner of Cresswell's minions, play, because we have seen in the Burnside against Botany, he has solo killed their top laner multiple times. And so he just has a really good micro, and I'm pretty excited to see how he goes with his macro gameplay.
Yeah, I agree with Calder. I've seen him in solo queue a few times. Does do pretty well, so I think he's definitely a player to watch on that team.
Yeah. And then here we will now see the McLean's College roster. We see Boyle in the ADC, Sir Dardar in the top lane, the Fat Duckling in the jungle, Unknown Killer Pro support, and Carnation in the mid lane. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Boniel is able to stack up here, because he is a plat 4 ADC. I think he's the lowest rank in his team, so a lot of expectations will be with him to be able to pull up with the rest of his team.
Well, we can't attack people's solo queue ranks here.
Yeah.
We can't do that to the man.
It is really hard to climb as ADC, you know, if you don't have a good support.
True.
Pretty hard.
I think there is like a bit of pressure on him, but I think he can perform well here.
Yeah, I reckon I believe in him. I believe he can pull out a win right here.
Well, he's going to need a big performance. ADC, kind of an important role in competitive at the moment.
Yeah, ADC is really hard to do good in. You just get one shot by everyone. But we'll see Boniel's positioning go through.
Yeah, I think it's a... Oh, throwing over?
Yeah, we're throwing it to Hark on stage now.
Thank you very much, casters. Hello, everyone. How we all doing? I'm sure we're all fizzing for this matchup. As much as I am, so I'm sure we get them on stage nice and fast, so I will welcome Burnside to the stage. Give them a big round of applause, guys, when they're walking out. Yeah, we've got some supporters in the crowd, that's what we like to hear. Lift up these schools here, coming all the way out here to compete. And we welcome Burnside for the 3rd time today. And their challengers coming to the stage now, McLean's. Some big support, some big support. Yeah, another round of applause for all of them coming onto the stage now, guys. Welcome, everyone. All right, I'll grab the captains to shake hands just before we start this match. Nice and serious. Some good sportsmanship. We like to see it. Sweet. You guys can all jump into your chairs now. Get all ready for the game. I'll leave that here from the stage, and I'll throw you guys over to the casters to take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. And what are you hoping for the rosters who are picked? What do you reckon they're going to pick for their championship?
Well, I think a big question I have is what's going to be done with Aatrox? Because if anyone's been watching Worlds in the moment, Aatrox has blind picked every game, and people have tried just about every champion under the sun to counterpick it. Some Teemo, some Kennen, so it'll be interesting to see. I think Coldu played Aatrox earlier today and did lose to a Rumble, I think it was. So maybe we'll see if there's any interesting Aatrox counterpicks coming out, or will we just see Aatrox banned?
Yeah, and in the bot lane, I'm actually hoping for a Samira or maybe some kind of playmaking ADC, because I'm kind of tired of seeing ADCs to stand all the way back. I want to see someone go full engage, get a nice clip, because this is like the game to get into the finals. And imagine if you land a Penta, that'd be so huge. Yeah, huge flex.
Yeah, I respect that. I also think that those heavy engage comps, they're pretty easy to pull off, and I think that ease of execution is something that can't really be overlooked, so I'd be a big fan of seeing some heavy engage comps come out. Maybe Samira can be a part of that.
Yeah, I think for these games, the two teams you can look for is either a pick-off team or an AoE team comp where you look for fights at the objectives. So if they do go for that, I'm hoping to see another Leona Misfortune, because that wombo is deadly. You get hit with the Leona Solar Flare, Misfortune bullet time, and your whole team is gone.
Yeah, I think that's like one of the quintessential engage comps, you know, up there with like Orianna Malphite back in the day. I think that it'll be really interesting as well to see, as you were saying, about those kind of like poke comps versus engage comps. Like earlier in the day, there was a lot of engage, but then also we were seeing comps with champions like Lux, Caitlyn, Morgana, you know, these kind of comps that require a bit more finesse, but if you can pull them off, like they definitely pay off in a big way.
Yeah, or like people going Ashe and you just play util ADC. Those slows are painful. Or maybe if you go Ashe and go Seraphine.
Yeah.
The Seraphine Ashe combo, painful. You're not going to want to play anymore after that if you lose to that.
Yeah, there's a lot of really annoying bot lane combos, like if you get like Seraphine Sona or throw a Taric in there somewhere. Oh. I'm not a fan of bot lane combos, I have to be honest.
Oh yeah, nah, because the bot lane combos, especially with the, I think it was Nautilus Samira, you get hit by a hook, you're just gone.
Yeah, I'm in mid lane, so I'm very used to getting killed by this stuff, but yeah, we'll have to see. Are these mid laners going to have as much trouble with it as I do? Hopefully not.
Yeah, so as soon as you see that support go missing, I better hear a bunch of missing pings. If not, that's just team diff. That's not even your fault you died.
Yeah, it's actually good that you bring that up because I feel like that's a really big difference about kind of the more competitive play compared to solo queue is just how much roaming the support does on the map. I think in competitive, mid lane especially becomes less of a 1v1 and more of a 3v3 with the mid jungle support having like a really large impact on the game.
Yeah, that's a really important part of victory for either side of this, is that communication. If they're able to communicate and able to connect their play styles and their ideas together into making some kind of fantastic play in the mid lane and in the jungle, whether it's on the objective, then that's a real game changer.
Yeah, I would completely agree. I think it's better to have 5 people doing the wrong thing together than splitting it up. Some people doing the right thing, some people doing the wrong thing. So hopefully they can fully commit to these plays that they're going to go for. And I think we will be getting into the game sort of, or in the Champs League sort of soon, but not quite yet.
Yeah, really hoping to see some emotional plays.
Yeah, I think it'll be really interesting as well to see where the target bans go, because I feel like there are a few players with more limited champion pools, and I think if you use your bans in a like, I don't know, a useful manner, you kind of snipe out some of the opponents, you can really take away some of their power picks, especially because like by this point in the tournament, we've seen a bit like what teams tend to rely on in terms of their pocket picks, in terms of like what they normally build their comps around and stuff like that. So maybe there's some champs that can be taken away to make this game a bit easier for one of the teams.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. So basically, I really hope both of these teams did their research on each other. Because like a quick op.gg search, and then boom, you know, a one trick, and that's just gone. That player goes from a master rank to like a plat because of them being a one trick.
Yeah, that is a big problem, obviously, with having a small champ pool. I think one maybe saving grace for them at the moment is that there are a lot of champions that are considered very, very strong, so they often just get banned. Like, I think you have fewer bans than you normally do to just throw at kind of, you know, one-trick bans. But then again, if someone is purely a one-trick, it can sometimes be worth giving up that overpowered champion just to kind of take their best player or their best one-trick off the board.
Yeah, I'd say like a picker ban are people like Aatrox, people like Victor. And I don't actually know picker bans in ADC anymore.
I think Callista is very strong. Not sure we'll see any Callista players, but Callista's kind of been wreaking havoc at Worlds. There was also a bit of a Caitlyn stage. People were banning a lot of Caitlyn. I think that's kind of fallen off a bit now.
I hate Caitlyn.
Yeah, me too.
Painful lane bully. Like, as soon as you're in range to auto-attacker, she's already hit you twice.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
There's a few other champs in other roles, like I think Hecarim has been seeing a lot of play. Those are the ones that really kind of jump out to me. I also think that some of those, they are quite particular in terms of the comp you have to build around them. You know, if you're playing a champion like Caitlyn, you are looking at those more range comps. If you're playing a champion like Hecarim, you know, we're looking to buff Hecarim, we're looking to dive in maybe stuff like Karma and Seraphine to kind of buff them up, or Engage to kind of help follow up. And then you've got also, again, if we're playing those kind of champs like Callista, we've really got to snowball the game, picking a lot of early game, perhaps move from mid, diving support. So I think whichever kind of direction they go in, it's really important that you fully commit to that rather than, you know, just kind of picking whatever you want, because they're very defined champions in the kind of game state that they want.
Yeah, that's why it's like really important to be well balanced in champions. Because if you have a certain pick pool, like you're only good at a certain amount of champions, but those champions don't necessarily fit into your team's comp, that's going to be a problem. Because it doesn't matter if your champ is a really good fit for your team if you don't know how to play him.
Yeah, completely agree. On the other hand, I think that if you can get your team to play around your style, having yourself be like extremely skilled at, you know, the small pool of champions, they can't quite ban out all of them. I think that can be very, very powerful.
Definitely. It's really important to have a good champion pool, not a champion puddle.
Yeah, having a champion ocean, I think, especially if you have flex picks between the roles, you can sometimes, you know, get yourself better matchups rather than just you show your mid or something early on and you get countered and you kind of feel that for the rest of the game. Whereas if you've got all these flex picks, sometimes you leave them guessing until the end, although you have to be kind of careful not to get yourself lost in the sauce as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. And yeah, I'm really hoping to see a full engage comp. I don't want to see just a team like just what was called sitting on the sidelines, on just waiting for one person to like get a bit emotional, look for like just get led by their heart instead of their mind.
Yeah. I think the thing with like poke and engage comps is they're very, like, if a poke comp gets ahead, it's very hard to deal with. But also if a poke comp falls behind, it becomes completely useless. I think an engage comp also feels oppressive. Like when it's ahead, obviously you're getting engaged on non-stop, but they still kind of have the tools to get back into the game if they fall behind. I do think that the kind of champions that tend to be good engaging kind of fall behind in the lane phase a little bit. So if we see kind of a poke versus engage comp, we might see kind of a poke comp pull ahead in the early game, but then really start to struggle with those mid-game team fights. I think the thing I really like about engage comps is it makes your win con, like your win condition, just very defined, very easy to execute, and also it feels a bit more forgiving, and that if your opponent makes a mistake, there's like a way to get back into the game.
Yeah, like especially if you're playing an engage comp, you're definitely going to need a lot of healing. And especially now with Grievous being nerfed like down to hell, it's just so bad. So if you go someone like Red Kane, if you go someone like Hecarim, you can go inside their whole team and then just come out like full HP.
Yeah, the Grievous changes, they feel really bad, honestly. You kind of, it's almost not worth buying Grievous unless you're a support building Putrefier. I think that's the only item that's really worth it. And again, like on that note, if you really need healing reduction against like a Kane or a Hecarim or something, but you fall behind and you just can't afford it, it'd be really tough to actually, get the item before the game is just completely over.
Yeah, so if you want good anti-heal, you're going to have to go Enchanter.
Pretty much. That being said, I think like the kind of comps that are like kind of want to kite back and stuff like that, they probably will be played with Enchanter. I think we saw like Morgana support earlier, might have seen Lux support earlier, so there's certainly like champs that you can pick that facilitate that, but it's hard to see that early in the draft,
Oh yeah, but like you go that good old Lulu, the Kog'Maw or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's not nice. That's not nice. Classic bullying.
Seeing the rosters once again, hopefully getting into game soon. Will not be too long, guys. I think that one thing I really want to see is the adaptation from game 1 to game 2, because I think that's really important in a best of series. Like I think if you come in game 1, you play your game plan, the thing that you've been good at the whole time, you have kind of two choices from there. It's like, if you lost, do you adapt and try something completely different, or do you just say, okay, like we're going to run it back, we're going to play the same comp that we're already practiced on, and just try execute it better this time.
Yeah, and that's why I'm curious to see how Burnside actually adapts their playstyle now, considering they have lost to Botany. So I'm curious to see how they adapt and they see like their advantages, their disadvantages, if they're able to see like, oh, we shouldn't have done this, maybe we'll do this next time. We'll see if they're able to quickly change around their mindset, their cooperation, and see how they goes up against McLean's College.
Yeah, I think one thing as well, like on that note that we didn't really mention, is that they've already played a best of 3 today.
Yeah.
Maybe feeling a bit tired, didn't have too much time to adapt between the games. On the other hand, maybe it has some benefits. They've got used to the stage, they've kind of warmed up, so it'll be interesting to see how they perform coming into game 1.
Yeah, because they do have like the, they're more comfortable now like on the stage, because you are like in front of a lot of people, you're on stream, there's huge lights coming down at you. And this is, I'm pretty sure this is McLean's Prem 1's first time on stage, actually. And so I'm curious to see how they go up against that stage fright and then see if they're able to beat down, what's it called? Burnside. Sorry, my bad.
Stage is a very different experience. It definitely takes some getting used to. I think, at least for me, I always felt like once you actually get into the game, it's just another game of League of Legends. But when you're, sitting up there, the lights, the game hasn't started, maybe you're waiting in champ select, I think that definitely can be a bit nerve-wracking. But I do think, once you get into the game, it's like you've played 1,000, probably many thousands of League games, right? So it's kind of all
like over level 500 in League.
Yeah, exactly.
You pretty much never go outside. The sun, you're just allergic to the sun. But like when you're sitting on that stage, you just see your screen there. You see the league you're used to with your team. But then when you look over around that screen, you're going to see a bunch of faces looking at you. And I'm really hoping that that stage fright or that all of those attention doesn't affect their playstyle and it doesn't affect how they perform.
Yeah, I think in some players that can actually make them play better, right? Like I think there are certainly players that get nervous on the stage, but then there are also players that kind of get better with the pressure or just, I don't know, they're more comfortable on stage compared to the other players and seem to perform better. So I think it's always good if you are a stage player because that's where it really matters, right? On the other hand, if you never get to stage in the first place, it kind of doesn't matter. But being a stage player is very, very valuable.
Yeah, because it just shows like, oh, I have to impress these guys. But then again, you have to impress them. If you do bad, then that's not good.
Yeah, wouldn't be good for getting you on the team in the first place.
That would not be good.
I think another thing I kind of want to see is a team's going to look to contest a lot of these early dragons, or are they going to look more to trade? Because in the series that we were watching earlier today, I actually saw that there was a lot of trading going on the map. They'd give up a dragon, kind of like take 2 towers top. The dragons did get buffed recently, so individual dragons are meant to be stronger, but also it's like the true power of dragon only really comes online at 4 drag. So before then, you can really just kind of get more gold on the map, take towers, etc.
Yeah, that's why I think an important a comp in your bot lane would be a lane bully. Because if you're able to get that pressure in the bot lane, that just makes taking dragons a lot easier. You're able to push through and stack up those advantages of dragons onto the soul, extra money, platings in your pocket, and then you just have extra cash. Yeah, and it seems we have a quick break due to lobby issues.
We'll be back shortly.
We'll be back shortly. welcome back. And it seems we've already started the Champ Select.
Yeah, we're here just in time. No bans or picks yet. Seraphine, first ban. I'm a big fan of that. I think Seraphine, it just makes playing so many different comps really easy and also counters a lot of comps. Like, it pairs well if you want to kite back. It also pairs well with engaging in, and it really shuts down like any sort of aggressive play from the enemy team.
Yeah.
Ooh, Calder's Aurelia banned out. I think he is a Aurelia player, I believe. Yeah. Oh, and the Fiddle taken away.
Fiddle taken away.
Makes sense.
Yeah, we are versing the #1 Fiddle OCE. That's a pretty good pick.
Yeah, so far, mostly just pocket picks taken away, it looks like. I think the Maokai is definitely a very meta ban.
Yeah.
I actually think the bans from Blue side, they do a lot, like not just from the players, but compositionally. I think Maokai, Fiddle, and Seraphine, all really easy, like engage options, very simple to play.
Yeah, high damage, high CC, high maneuverability. Those are really good bans.
Yeah, I like taking those away. From the red side though, Calder's Aurelia gone. I think that's like a big part of his carry threat. Ooh, Aatrox banned on red side. I think that's very smart. It's really easy for blue side just to blind pick their top laner, and then it doesn't really matter if red side has the last pick in order to counter top, because Aatrox is just the best blind in the game right now.
Oh, first pick Victor, taking away from McLean's College. Victor is... He's a painful mid laner, eh? He's a really annoying lane bully.
Yeah, I think Victor is... It gives you really clear win conditions again. It's strong in the 1v1 early, is pretty weak at skirmishing, but again, it kind of puts the game on a clock for the enemy team, one of the best scaling champions in the game. So throwing that down already in first pick, we got to see, is McLean's going to have a counter to this, or is it kind of going to get through the early game, like the skirmishing phase, just completely unscathed, into that like scaling late game monster?
Oh, yeah. And it seems like a set has already been picked. A set Kai'Sa. It looks like McLean's is going for... Oh, never mind. But it looks like McLean's... If McLean's goes Kai'Sa and set, they're probably going for a full comp, a full AD... not full AD, sorry. A full dive comp, because the set will grab the tankiest person you have, shove it in the back lane, and just wreck your team from the inside out.
Yeah, I like that. I think one of the weaknesses of Victor is just like getting deleted before you actually get to put out your damage in a team fight. So I'm a big fan of this. I hope they really fully commit to that. Like, I don't want to see just a set and a Kai'Sa kind of on its own. I think if they pick some more dive champs though, that could be really good. Jungle pick maybe coming next. We'll have to see. There's still a few high priority champs. Ooh, Resilient. That's kind of interesting. I think... I'm not sure. I guess this is Zillion support. Could be Zillion top. There's been a few Zillion tops lately. I think Zillion's an interesting pick into Kai'Sa, because you can't really punish Kai'Sa in the early game at all, but in team fights, it's like you just ult whoever Kai'Sa dives on, and it kind of just like neutralizes her completely. So, very interesting pick.
That's a pretty good pick when you're against like a soon-to-be dive comp.
Oh, there it is. That's why they picked the Zillion. Zillion, Hecarim, very strong combo.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of like engage potential from that. I mean, one thing that I think is really nice about this is it kind of takes all the threat away from the Victor. You know, how can you deal with this Victor when Hecarim is just kind of engaging on your whole team? You know, you kind of got to do something about this.
It's going to be impossible to get into the back lines when you have a Hecarim in your face. So I guess Burnside right now is going for the best defense is a good offense.
Yeah, they just keep loading up with engage, and I guess this is set top and Nautilus support, at least that's most likely. So probably some second phase top bans coming out of McLean's here, or maybe we will see a few more. Okay, the Ziggs banned away. That's very interesting. I guess this is for Ziggs AD, which is what they're thinking. That's kind of, yeah, I can see what they're going for here, because I think Ziggs and Victor would kind of just like clear waves, and the hard engage comp would never really be able to get on them. So I actually think that's kind of a smart takeaway. It'll be interesting to see though, like what their second ban will be, because there's still a few other champs like Sivir, for example, that can kind of do the same thing, like give Hecarim that movement speed, and also just like clear waves, you know. Sivir, one of the absolute queens of clearing waves. Akshan ban, that's kind of weird.
I don't know about Akshan. I mean, when you already have a Zillion, I don't think Akshan is really like a point to ban.
I guess maybe the reasoning behind it is that it does do well into Victor in that very early game, but I actually think Victor does well in Akshan after level 4. It could also be just that they're kind of scared of like the early skirmishing. They might be thinking that if they get out of this early game, the game is just won, so taking away some of that kind of volatility in the Akshan might be the reasoning.
Yeah, and it looks like they also banned Kindred, so it seems like Burnside is looking for a full dive comp. They just engage and tear him apart as much as possible in the AoE, and so Kindred would be a complete disaster for them if it was picked. Because if you drop that, I think it was Lamb's Respite for his ult, then no one's gonna die and all of your ults are gone.
Graves locked in, so leaving this mid lane to last pick. This is pretty interesting because the mid lane was first picked by the other team, so we're really going to have to get a lot out of this last pick mid lane. It does get to see the entire comp. Darius being hovered. Will we see it locked in against the set?
Yeah, I think Burnside's AD comp, sorry, if he picks Darius, that's pretty scary. Like,
yeah, Zillion, Darius, Hecarim.
A lot of damage, a lot of tank, a lot of healing.
Okay, so just the AD left. I'm not sure what we're going to go for here.
I'm thinking it's going to be...
Sivir would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, yeah, Sivir.
I think Burnside's comp is looking very scary.
It's so scary. That's so much damage.
Okay, so the last pick here, red side 5P from McLean's, is going to have to do a lot. Seeing the whole comp and seeing your enemy mid lane matchup, we're going to have to see something spicy here, I'm thinking, that's going to turn the tables. 10 seconds left. What's it going to be? Could maybe see a Syndra. I believe this is on the reworked Syndra patch, so could possibly see it, but pretty hard to play into Hecarim. It's going to be an Ornn, so it's actually a set mid, I believe, or maybe there's a low chance it's an Ornn mid.
Yeah, I think it would be a set mid, because I think set has a better chance against Victor than Ornn does.
I think Ornn actually does okay into Victor, just because you can kind of gank him. It looks like it is going to be the Ornn mid unless they swap again. So that does give you, again, it gives you like a window to win the game. You've got this kind of engage on Victor. Ornn is going to be much stronger in those early skirmishes, but I really think if Burnside gets into the mid game in like a relatively even state, it seems really, really hard for McLean's to play. That being said, like again, they have some pick tools, but with the Sivir spell shield, with the Zillion ult, it's really limiting their options quite a bit. So I think going into this game, I like Burnside's comp a lot better, but McLean's definitely has win conditions. Yeah. If they can snowball this early game, if they can keep the pressure on, they can really snowball and take over this game and just like not let Burnside breathe at all.
Yeah, I'd say McLean's comp, they're pretty good because they're both able to do a full engage onto their whole team, but they're also able to pick off one person one by one because they have a list and they have a set and a Kaisa. So Kaisa and Olsen, and then you can wipe out that one person. But then again, you can also use it for a 5v5 on like a Dragon or a Baron or something that's really essential to win.
Yeah, it's got quite a lot of versatility to it. I think, again, like we were talking about it a bit before, it'll be real interesting to see kind of what goes around with these dragons, because I think in the early game especially, there's a lot of engage on the red side team here, and they might just look for those kind of like really decisive fights around the early dragons and snowball a lead from that. I think on the blue side, maybe if they just they're like, okay, we have the scaling comp, we don't really need to fight this dragon. If we just like, clear waves, keep scaling, once they hit 2 items, could maybe take over. So I'm really looking towards those dragons as being kind of the decider for the early game. I also think that with this Graves in the early game, there's a possibility that the Graves and the Ornn have like the stronger mid-jungle 2v2, at least pre-6, so we might see some advantage there. Maybe push into the jungle, place some wards, take some camps.
Oh yeah. Which side do you reckon is going to scale further?
I think blue side scales further. I think the Victor Sivir, that's like...
Victor Sivir.
Yeah, that's a pretty crazy combo. Although on the other side, like there's definitely still scaling, right? Like I think Kaisa normally scales decently, although I'm not sure how well she's going to scale like versus Zillion and Hecarim, just because it feels like she might not be able to play the game that much. Although they have Ornn items and like they have a Grave, so there's like, I don't know. I don't really feel like either team is super outscaled, but I do think that the blue side has like an easier time scaling almost. Like I think their comp becomes like increasingly easier to play, and it's kind of the onus is on the red team to really kind of pull the trigger and make something happen.
Yeah, definitely. I say blue side, like their team comp is able to, they have the advantage in damage and engage and like deciding how the battle would begin. When they fight for an objective, they fight for a gank or something. So I'd say the blue side, they would have it easier to scale further than red side because they do have that momentum behind them.
Yeah, we've talked about draft a lot, obviously, but at the end of the day, gameplay is king. So it doesn't really matter the draft. Like, okay, it's important, right? But it's like if the enemy team just plays better, you will still lose regardless. So I believe we are going to get into some gameplay pretty soon, and then we're going to see who starts to win out in these early lanes.
All right, so who do you reckon is going to win?
I have to give it to Burnside, the blue side here. I do think they have the superior comp, but I really don't think it's so one-sided that there's like no way the other team can win. It just feels to me like they've got the ease of execution on their side, and their comp is very very synergistic. On the other hand, I really like that red team has gone just for like one really clear identity. Like they want to engage, and they want to engage hard, and
they know what they want and they're gonna do it.
Exactly. They're not pulling any punches. They've like really committed to that, and I think that could be very, very valuable for them because obviously, like if you are playing this like Victor and Sivir, you are pretty immobile, right? Like you have the tools if you can kind of live beyond the first engage. You know, we can place the Victor W, we can kind of kite out with Sivir, but if you just get one shot on that immediate engage, it doesn't really matter at all.
Because they do have a Zillion, so it's impossible to get one shot.
True, but Zillion can only save one person at a time.
One person.
Yeah, and they do have the set on. Like that's really long engage, and I think it'll also be really important, like the flanks from both teams, because we've got like this Hecarim that's sped up by a Zillion, so that can kind of not flank if you don't need to, but...
Yep, and it looks like the game does begin.
Okay.
Okay, here we see, it looks like Burnside will be looking for a half and half in the top and bot, because they are trying to get as much vision as possible in all entrances, so they know what McLean's is up to.
Ooh, we might have a level 1 fight here. Nautilus
might be
could make the flash hook. Okay, Victor
McLean's looking for a 5-man in the top lane, maybe trying to get a pick off to someone who overextends a tiny bit to drop a ward.
Yep, team's just posturing a level 1. I don't think there are actually any wards placed anywhere. Oh, Hecarim placed the ward and it got cleared, actually. Now...
Vision is really important for this game.
Yeah, I think keeping track of the Nautilus and the Ornn especially for blue team is really important. And actually for red team as well. Like Hecarim is a champ that can gank from so far away that if you don't have wards on his camps, you kind of just like, you have a ward in the bush next to you, but by the time you see him, you're already dead.
That movement speed is not fun to go up against, especially when you're on the run.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
With both sides having good engages with the Hecarim on the blue side and Nautilus on the red side, both sides are going to have to make sure that they watch where they step.
Yeah, so we're seeing bot side is leeching for blue side and top side is leeching for red side. So maybe we will see, we could see something like where the red team here, they set up a bot lane dive, like on the third wave. They have Kai'Sa Nautilus and they know Hecarim's going to be pathing up. So there's a possibility to punish the Sivir Zillion kind of when they're weak in the early game. That being said, like Victor will have priority over this mid lane, so can maybe stop that from happening. Okay, so actually Ornn is going top and Set is going mid. They've swapped them around. I think that is pretty interesting. Set is definitely stronger like in those early skirmishes. I'm not sure how the Ornn Darius compares to like Set Darius.
I think Set and Victor is a better matchup because Victor has a lot of poke and Set's passive does give him an extra health regen.
Yeah, Set's passive is pretty ridiculous with that Dawn Shield second wind. Is probably gonna not run out of health before Victor runs out of mana. So far the jungler's just looking to full clear. Doesn't really look like there's been any insane pass. No red to mid ganks.
Yeah, it looks like Darius is looking for a quick trade, but unfortunately unable to land that Q.
Yep, Darius zoning him off the wave. It's pretty hard to contest Darius early. One of the stronger champs.
Yeah,
Ornn has made it to 2 CS. Okay, so bot lane crashed their wave pretty early, so it doesn't look like we'll be looking for any dives. Although maybe they can let the wave push back out to them and set up a gank with this Graves. I do feel like Kai'Sa Nautilus kind of need to make something happen. It doesn't have to be in their lane. Nautilus could roam around and, you know, gank mid or something, but I feel like just going even early game isn't what they want.
Yeah, the good thing about Kai'Sa going up against Sivir is I'm pretty sure Sivir isn't able to solo kill Kai'Sa in most situations. Because Kai'Sa, if you're alone and you get hit with that Q point blank, then that's like a quarter of your HP gone. And unfortunately, Sivir, most of her damage comes from her Q, which the Boomerang Blade, I believe. And Kai'Sa does has her dash, so that will give Kai'Sa the advantage in lane in a 1v1. So that would allow Nautilus to roam more and hopefully assist mid.
Yeah, I think also like Nautilus is just way better at roaming than Zillion, so we might see a real early game snowball coming out of this Nautilus if he can affect the map. Darius is building a big wave here. Gets a nice little trade. Hecarim's pathing up.
Unfortunately, it looks like Ornn is already lacking in the CS. He is on 9 CS to Darius is 20. That's the fun when you're against a bully like Darius.
Yeah.
You get 5 stacks and hemorrhage and half your HP is gone.
Yeah, that is pretty rough. Set's been doing pretty well though. The other lanes do have some slight CS leads for Kai'Sa. Mid's about even. Jungle's about even. Now Graves is actually going back. I think he looked for something bot but couldn't really find anything. Going back to his jungle here. Hecarim obviously just full clear into base. So,
oh, the Nautilus technology landing on the Zillion. Unfortunately, not much damage is going to go through as Zillion quickly stuns the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I think that was a really smart rune choice actually out of Zillion. Notice he had the bone plating, and it's pretty hard for Kai'Sa Nautilus to proc the bone plating before going in. And it just, yeah, it kind of like neutralizes that trade.
Especially when Sivir is hiding behind the minions. That Kai'Sa W is not going to reach.
Graves looking for a base as well. Has taken the bot crab, so probably won't see any early dragons or anything here. Kai'Sa's going for base 2.
Looks like Sivir is out of mana though, so she won't be able to do much damage when a 2v2 occurs.
Yeah, I think the red team's ball lane is base, so they can probably get this wave in and then do a recall of their own. I think they're in a pretty good spot after that.
Oh, Darius procs Ghost. He might be looking for a kill here.
I feel like Ornn might have to flash.
Yeah, Ornn will have to pop flash if he wants to live, because if he hits that W that's slow, yeah, the flash has to have go through.
Oh, I think,
Graves.
yeah, maybe could have saved the flash with the Graves next to him. Would have been close though, so yeah, I can understand it.
Yeah.
I think bot lane is in a pretty good spot here, especially for blue side. They managed to get a pretty successful base and didn't get died versus Kai'Sa Nautilus. Nautilus, though, is around mid. Could look for playing Victor here. Victor is pretty pushed up with no mana, and Nautilus is right here.
This might be dangerous. The flash E goes through from Set, and Victor does get flashed. The Set pops Ghost. Victor is on the run. He might have to pop some, but he does realize he's dead.
Yeah, so
good roam by Nautilus. Victor, unfortunately, wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, that is kind of what's going to happen when you've got this Nautilus versus Zillion matchup. I think Zillion, Victor did manage to get the lost chapter, but obviously dying early is pretty bad, does hurt your scaling quite a bit. And Set, that puts Set in a really good spot, because I think once Victor gets enough mana to start really chewing through Set's sustain, he can start to kind of take over. But Set, he kind of buys himself extra time with this kill, and can certainly snowball off it if he can look to impact the map.
Yeah, if Set looks for either more lane sustain or look for more damage or HP for when they're going up against Victor, that allows him to bully Victor instead of Victor bullying him.
Yeah, now I'm not sure if Victor used flash or not. Unfortunately, I can't see the flash timer right now, but I know Set flashed. And
Set pop Ghost as well. That's 2 sums.
Yeah. Okay, he does have the CDR boots though that he just picked up. So it's going to be
like Burnside will be able to contest this dragon. And unfortunately, they will have to give it over to Red side.
Yeah, I think this is like kind of what you expect for both teams. Again, like Red side, they really want to snowball this early game. They want to get these dragons stacked up so that the scaling win condition for blue team isn't as big a thing. At the same time, like blue side, you're kind of expecting to give up a couple of these early dragons, but you really don't want to give up, you know, too many and then lose the soul, of course.
Yeah, McLean's needs any advantage they can get, technically, pretty much.
There's a pretty sizable CS deficit in top lane. Darius pretty ahead. Set roamed up. Is losing quite a lot of creeps mid, so that advantage mid is being neutralized a little bit. Set did go for roam, lost a lot of creeps for and didn't really get anything.
Oh, Not is on the run. Unfortunately, Hecarim is there as well.
Oh, gets the double bomb.
And Sivir.
Okay, Nautilus flash. Very aggressive flash.
Unfortunately, he does exhaust Nautilus. Nautilus is unable to run. Graves gets taken down. Double kill goes to Hecarim.
Oh, he wants more.
Huge danger.
Okay, gets Kai'Sa's flash as well. Oh, that is... Oh, maybe a solo kill as well. He wins this. Damn.
Oh.
Wow, okay, blue team.
That was kind of emotional. I don't think if you're an Ornn, I don't think you should look for a 1v1 with a Darius.
Yeah, I think maybe his wave just bounced back out and he kind of just didn't have a choice with his jungler on the other side of the map. But wow, that is really good for the blue team. Hecarim getting 2 kills is exactly what you want. He's really kind of your bridge into that late game. You know, you've got Sivir and Victor for that, you know, kind of 5-6 item threshold, but Hecarim, he's what's going to carry the next like 15 to 20 minutes. Yeah, so getting him those 2 kills, it's really insane.
Yeah, Hecarim will be the guy that allows Victor to scale later into the game, which then he will be the new carry, the new raid boss, technically.
Yeah, definitely going to be a raid boss with a Sivir and a Zillion. I don't think I'm ever going to see a Hecarim this fast again.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of reminds me of when people used to play like Rengar with 4 supports.
Oh, nah.
Seen those clips before? Like,
yeah,
those were pretty disgusting.
That one guy, just one-shots anyone, even tanks. It's not fun. Hopefully you won't see that now though with the durability patch up.
Yeah, maybe. So Nautilus still around mid, can't really seem to find anything. Zillion is behind Victor just in case anything happens. ADC's quietly farming while the rest of the game explodes around them.
Yeah, that's just the ADC.
Yeah.
You're just CSing, you're having fun, because then again, when you're an ADC, you pretty much become a champion at 3 items.
I'm a bit worried for this Ornn, honestly. I think he's going to have to... He's going to be laning into this really strong Darius here, and I think blue team can easily pick up the Herald and maybe snowball that top lane even more. Stacked wave here, and Zillion is showing mid, so might be able to... Okay, not going to punish the Sivir. I don't think they've actually quite seen Zillion mid on the wave yet.
I think this is the first time Zillion roamed, isn't it?
Probably. And Zillion, he's not known for his roaming.
Everywhere. Yeah.
Okay, so blue team here is starting the Herald. I feel like red team, I'm not sure if they can contest, but it feels like they kind of have to, just because like they really need to snowball this early game.
We need the rift, but seeing Set just pretty much on the doorstep to death right now, nearly like below half HP. I don't think they're gonna have the necessary resources to contest this Drake.
Yes, so they're giving it up. Maybe they can trade on the bot lane. That's pretty much the only other acceptable outcome, is if you can get a kill on this Sivir and deny her a couple ways and the kill as well. Zillion's moving back down. They might be able to stop this, although I guess the spell shoot out before the dive starts. I think that's pretty big. Zillion's about to be here, but Graves can maybe cut him off and do some damage to him.
Hey, Graves sneaking up. This looks like a pretty good dive getting set up right now. Fortunately, Sivir is able to get out.
Damn. Blue team, they've kind of got away with murder here. They got their Herald on top side and also managed to keep their ADC alive on bot side.
In the top side, Orin is just getting pushed around by Darius. He's just not able to stand up to this guy.
Yeah, I think it's once you fall behind the Darius, it's pretty rough from there. You know, it's one of those games where you do this in solo queue and you just, it's like you misplay the first death and then you just like can't help to go 0-10 past that point.
When we're against the Darius, you just never give up an inch of ground, because that inch turns into a meter, that meter turns into a kilometer, and that kilometer turns into your Nexus breaking.
Very true. Oh, Ornn actually just dies again. Gets ganked by the Hecarim, looks like.
Yeah, even like when he's already getting bullied, the jungler also coming to bully him as well.
Yeah, feels like Hecarim could even, gonna drop the Herald, so it's like, probably not gonna be quite the first tower with Graves here to defend it, but gonna be a lot of gold onto Darius and Hecarim.
A lot of platings. Ooh. Oh, not Q going a bit wide, unfortunately not landing.
Ornn, he's kind of in struggle city right now. If you look at his items compared to Darius, like he's not feeling too good about it.
Not looking good for McLean's. Nearly 3.5k gold difference at 11 minutes. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to see how they stack up against this, because when you're against a comp that has that much damage, a fed Darius, a fed Hecarim, that's gonna be hard to go up against.
Yeah, Hecarim's on his mythic already, and a lot of these other champs here, they're only halfway there. So Hecarim, he's kind of going to be the uncontested best champion on the map here for a while. I was thinking that blue side wouldn't contest Dragon's early game, but I actually think they're strong enough already to kind of put the stacking from McLean's to a stop.
I think the only win con for McLean's right now is Set, because I think he's the only one that deals damage, because Kai'Sa is just way too early in game for her to become a champion yet, and I think Graves is able to get back in the game.
Yeah, Set is very strong right now. I think if he could get an ult onto Darius or Hecarim, could maybe do something. Or disengaging from this trade, but it feels bad every time he gets walked off the wave like that. Loses more and more CS. Down 40 CS to the Darius at 12 minutes. Pretty sizable.
It's going to be really hard for McLean to grab a pick on Brent's side, because when you have a Zillion, you're not going to be able to like just grab one guy and just pick him and I want him dead, I want money. But then again, Dylan pops ult, he's back alive, their whole team's there, you're not in a good position.
Couple more mythics coming through here. Victor's gone for the Liandry. I think that's very smart against this pretty tanky comp. You've got a Nautilus, an Ornn, and a Set, like a lot of HP. So I think the Liandry's very smart choice out of the Victor.
That Liandry's is going to be a really good item to burn through all of that HP that not Ornn and Set has.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of extra HP on this team. I think it's also really good just for kind of spiking a bit earlier.
Ooh, I don't know if they win this 2v2.
I think Darius might be able to 1v2 this.
Yeah, the Darius healing is crazy.
He's getting kited out.
Overrun, pretty scared to go up against that axe of his. But Not is here. Unfortunately, the Q did not land. Not is forced to pop ult and ignite just to ensure that healing doesn't go
Nautilus
through.
got the kill though. Got the shutdown and the kill, and they did use a lot of cooldowns for it.
Ooh, that's a shutdown straight towards the support. They spent a lot of resources for that as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than nothing, but is it what they really want?
Ooh, flash E.
2 flashes. Okay, that's very good.
That was so fast.
That's really good. Disrupting Victor's farming, getting a kill on your Graves, I think that feels amazing.
Unfortunately, I don't know if that was worth with bot lane here, just applying so much pressure to that tower, grabbing, I think that was 3 or 2 platings, which is equal to 1 or more kills.
Yeah, kind of not even sure how that happened. I guess Kai'Sa walked all the way up. I didn't actually see. Feels like giving up all that farm on the bot lane. Probably not worth it.
Yeah, not worth for that kill, but unfortunately, when McLean's goes for a play, Burnside goes for another objective. They go for the tower, they go for an objective, while McLean's is off grabbing something else.
Or even emotes a little bit. Ornn getting jungle diffed in the top lane.
Diffed again. Solo killed. 0-3 at 14 minutes. That's not looking too good for this Ornn.
This Hecarim's getting stronger and stronger. You know, the person I feel bad for most in this game is actually Kai'Sa, because she's doing pretty well, you know, 0-0-0. Up some CS, but it's going to have to contend with a Hecarim with a billion movement speed buffs on him.
He's gonna have to rely on his team to keep that horse away from him.
Yeah, he's got some work to put in. That's for sure.
That team's got a lot of work to do.
Darius letting some creeps die on the tower just to deny a little bit more before he takes this. I believe this is the first tower as well, so a little bit of extra gold. Darius and Hecarim are going to be completely destroying this mid game.
It's a lot of money towards Burnside's pockets right now.
Just going to push in the wave. Probably not going to be too much action here. Herald is spawning in a little bit. Maybe we'll see something around bot lane. They're kind of posturing for a play.
Yeah, I think both sides are grouped up around bot lane, so I believe there might be a fight that's going to break out of here if one side steps out a bit too far.
Hecarim and Graves both here. Feels like there's nothing really to fight over though. We'll probably just go back to clearing, set up for this Herald. Victor has been pushing in waves for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, because McLean's right now, they're not really forced to make any good plays right now, or any risky plays, because while they are getting bled out by Burnside, it's not too bad that they have to risk it all.
What is too bad though is Ornn just got solo killed again, and it kind of feels like he's at that point where he can't really stop it. You know, like his only real choice is to just stay under his tower and do nothing, which, you know.
At that point, I don't think it even matters, because I think the one he's up against, Darius, is just going to dive him under the tower and kill him anyway, especially when Hecarim lurking around the jungle.
Yeah, maybe.
Ooh, I'm trying to engage this. The Nautilus ult goes through. Kaisa joins the fight, picks out Victor. Unfortunately, Hecarim does use Unstoppable Onslaught to get out.
Hey, Victor caught out once again. I mean, the Nautilus is getting a lot of work done. Has made a lot of plays happen. The Nautilus and the set, that combination has done really well. Getting Kaisa that kill, I think that feels really good. It's kind of your only leash on this game right now, it feels like.
Yeah, unfortunately, any kind of ground that McLean's does make, Burnside is able to reverse that by grabbing that bot turret. Even though they got that pick, Burnside did get that tier 1 in the bot lane.
Yeah, I think they got a pretty good amount of damage on the tier 2. We'll see what this Herald gets used for. Dragon spawning soon, so maybe they can use Herald on the other side of the map to try and secure this Dragon. Or maybe we'll just see the Dragon given up and try and claw your way back with some gold, because the gold's still at around a 4k deficit. It's definitely not what you want coming in the mid game, especially against a team comp like that. That's going to snowball extremely hard.
Yeah, especially when you have a 3-on-1 Darius and a 3-on-0 Hecarim. That's going to be a lot of damage and a lot of healing. As soon as they engage on your team, Darius is going to pop Ghost, and if he doesn't have Ghost, he has a Zillion. And then you're not going to be able to run away from him, especially when he grabs his slow on you.
Ornn's picked up some healing reduction in the Thorn Mail, but is it going to be enough? I'm not sure.
I wouldn't say. I think it's like 25% now, on the Bramble vest.
Yeah, also, I'm not sure Hecarim's even going to hit the Ornn. I feel like he's kind of just going to be hitting the Kaisa the whole time. Kaisa is pretty strong. Okay, looks like it is going to be a 5v5. Victor's TPing mid.
Oh, I don't know if you should have face-checked that Ornn, but what Chris said, Graves is going to get grabbed. The Ornn pops ult, only knocks up Darius. Darius unfortunately has Zillion ult on him, so it doesn't even matter if he dies. He's going to come back up. Darius wiping out the team. Hecarim goes in. The Darius ult goes through, wipes out the team. And here we see, this might be an ace actually.
Oh, Kaisa narrowly gets out.
Oh, pretty close, pretty close. Unfortunately, that was 4k and a Drake inside Burnside's pockets.
Yeah, I feel like that fight was actually pretty close given the gold deficit. If they were even at this point, I actually think they would have won. So many low health bars across there. I actually think the set W did, I don't know how much damage. I think the set W might have...
That set Haymaker, it just chunks half your HP in true damage. But
I think he hit like 4 people with it, so that was pretty crazy. Now, Kaisa did manage to live, so at least she's not going to lose farm, but it is feeling like it's falling out of McLean's hands a little bit here.
Unfortunately, with that Ornn, I did see his ult only land on one person, despite him being like in the front lines.
Yeah. Hecarim kind of just dashed past him, I think.
Yeah.
Going to the enemy team.
Yeah, just go access straight to the back lines and cause a lot of havoc, and then a lot of panic ensued, miscommunication occurs, and McLean just wasn't able to handle that.
Yeah, Zillion ult as well did a lot of work on the Darius. Just, it's like, do you kill him and just revive him at full HP, or do you just leave him alive so he just keeps rampaging your team?
Yeah, at that point, because wait, how long does Zillion ult last?
5 seconds?
5 seconds?
5 seconds? It's pretty long.
Oh, I think at that point, you might as well kill him and like make sure he stays down for at least 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Rather than him breaking your team's face for like 5 seconds.
2 items for the Victor already. Pretty farmed despite dying a few times, so still scaling up nicely. Shirelia's for the Zillion. Even more movement speed on top of everything else.
Yeah, it looks like Burnside does have the advantage on picking the fights day one, because I don't think McLean's is going to be able to outrun them, especially when they have a Darius and a Zillion.
Yeah, they have like 2 Ghosts, Shirelias, and then like Sivir ult.
Sivir ult, I forgot about that.
might be the fastest team alive.
Yeah, fastest team alive.
Set does have his mythic. I'm not even sure if he had it before that last team fight. I think he did.
Ooh, I don't know if Graves want to look for this fight. That 5-stack. If he ults, he's dead. Yeah,
my gosh. That was a lot of damage. Does he die to the bleed?
Yeah, he dies to the bleed. Wait, does he?
Yeah,
no,
he went down.
Unfortunately, but Set was able to get a kill on the Victor though.
Ooh. Yeah, so they managed to trade something bot side, but it feels more like a consolation prize at this point. Losing the tier 2 top tower, 2 deaths, kind of having your whole jungle taken away now. Feels pretty hard to claw yourself back into the game. I do think like maybe if they can get a good flank with the Set and like into a big like EW, Kai'Sa is still strong, so there's like still follow-up for that, but they're kind of running out of options.
At this point, I don't think Kai'Sa is going to be able to scale far enough, because even though she's got Mythic and Greaves, I don't think she's able to do enough damage to pop any of them.
Yeah, and even if she does like blow all their damage on one person, if they just get Zillion ulted, that's kind of it.
Yeah, and Kai'Sa is definitely going to have to be on the run, especially with that Hecarim like hot on her tail. Ooh. Oh, I don't know about that. That Nautilus Q unfortunately going a bit wide. Ooh, Darius, he is doing a risky back here, but then again, he is strong enough to fight back anyone who tries to do anything.
All right, we'll have to see what's next here for blue team. They've already managed to take the tier 2s on mid and top. I believe the bot tower is still standing. But they could look for this Baron, like they have quite a lot of Baron damage, and also they have the control that they can take out this enemy topside jungle and just kind of choke them out. At the same time, starting Baron, it does kind of like put a little bit of risk into the game, you know, if the enemy team manages to steal it, or you guys get low and then you die on it, that can be kind of bad, so they might just look to slow down the game here, confident in the fact that, you know, as long as they don't lose the game in the next 5 minutes, they're in a super good spot.
McLean's is backed into such a hard wall right now. Right now, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. They're forced to fight a team with, like, what's that, 6K more money than you, or you are forced to hang back and wait till that 6K more money team goes up against you.
Looks like blue team is starting to hit the Baron. They do this fairly fast.
Yeah, I don't think McLean's is going to have to contest this. If they contest this, it might be game if they try and contest it and they lose.
I feel like Graves kind of just has to flash and then try to get out afterwards.
It does go through, and he only hits the Hecarim, but unfortunately, the rest of his team is unable to capitalize on that, so that extra damage is useless. Oh, looks like it's going to be a full engage.
Oh, Darius just kind of cleaning up.
Wiping out. Oh my god. Set is on the run. Darius chases the Graves, but it doesn't look like he's going to get away. Darius gets that ult reset, so he's still as deadly as before, and aced.
I think that was a really smart decision there for them to just turn and engage. Like, I think if you try and finish the Baron there, it's a bit of a 50-50 with Graves just over the wall. And I think you're so confident in your engage and like your ability to win fights at that point that you don't even need the Baron, right? Like, you can just use the Baron as a tool to kind of force a fight. And you can see here, right, they won the fight extremely hard. They get the mid tower. They can take the inhib potentially, as well as all the jungle camps, and then set up for this dragon.
I feel like McLean spent way too much of their ults just to start the fight, that when the fight actually did begin, they didn't have anything to keep the fight going.
At the same time, though, it feels so hard, you know? Like, they have no good options at this point in order to get back into this game. They're really just kind of hoping for a miracle. Maybe they can keep targeting this Victor.
Yeah, they're going to have to hope for either Victor or Sivir, or maybe Zillion to be just a bit out of reach for their team to help them. Then they can pick him off quickly before the fight begins, and maybe in that 4v5, they'll be able to pull out a win.
Yeah, I think a 4v5 might be doable at this point, although I'm not sure. I feel like if Darius lives, that might just be it.
But it's going to be impossible to try and catch any of them off guard, especially when you got Darius that can pretty much 1v5. You got a Hecarim that is just too fast. A Victor, and okay, maybe Victor, but and Sivir is just too fast. Zillion's too fast, especially when he has his ult.
Okay, third dragon taken away. You can't help but feel that even if the scaling doesn't kill them, it feels like the fourth dragon definitely will.
Yeah, that Ocean Soul is not going to be a fun time for McLean's, especially if Burnside gets it, because if Burnside gets that Ocean Soul, Hecarim and Darius is not dying. They're just going to heal everything off.
Victor going for the Zhonya next. Maybe a bit tired of getting killed by Set and Nautilus.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about McLean's only anti-heal being a Bramble on the Ornn that's going 0-7. I think what they're planning right now is just the only way to make some use out of him is to throw him in the enemy team.
I don't think anyone else really has the money to buy it though. It's a really tough spot.
They just don't have enough DPS to go through, and I don't know about Kai'Sa going Collector. how do you feel about Collector, especially when they have a Darius and a Hecarim being the raid bosses currently?
Yeah, there's a lot of tank stats, so that kind of feels weird, and it also feels like, you know, are you kind of then relying on Graves to, you know, kill the tanks for you? Although maybe she's thinking that, like, the only way they can win a fight is if she quickly blows up one of these squishies, so yeah, probably not the best item.
Yeah, especially when you're against a Zillion. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't. Maybe a Lord Doms would have been a lot better. Because for the Collector to work, you do need your enemies to be like on really low HP. And I don't think that's going to happen considering that the rest of Kai'Sa's teammate doesn't do damage at all.
Stunning the Baron again. They haven't really controlled the topside vision, so it's still possible that they can kind of 50-50 this with Graves Smite Steal. Hopefully they just look for an engage again. If you're red team here, I think you're really hoping for a steal.
Yeah, but with Darius patrolling the outer Baron pit like that, no one's going to be able to get close without Warden standing guard.
Okay. Victor's going to base, probably going to TP back on the map. I think this could be it. They've got an inhib down already. TPing top, I think they're looking to force the issue. Could probably end off this Baron.
Yeah, it seems like Burnside is now attempting to knock on the doors of victory against McLean's College. And unfortunately, McLean's will have to respond to that. Darius pops Ghost looking to pick off the set, but unfortunately, Nautilus ult doesn't reach in time. The Orin ult goes through, only knocking out the Zillion and Sivir. Zillion ult goes through on Hecarim. Hecarim is way far back for it to actually proc. Darius just does way too much damage. Unfortunately, none of McLean's
he gets the Penta.
Goes through Darius. So much healing. 13 on 1. That's crazy. What a way to start this best out of 3.
Cold Aurelia got banned and he just doesn't care.
Looking for revenge. He's hungry for more.
Wow. I mean, that was a pretty dominating first game, honestly. It kind of felt like as soon as Hecarim picked up those first 2 kills, it was kind of downhill from there. I think there were still good signs from both teams, actually. Like, there was really smart play around the Baron, and I also think, like, the Set Nautilus working together was really, really good. I think they're just kind of a bit too far behind. Maybe they can, like, tweak their bans a little bit. I think that the Darius... The problem is, if you ban Aurelia from Calder and you're like, hey, like that takes him out of the game, then it's like definitely worth it, right? But if you're banning Aurelia and then it doesn't matter because he just gets a pentakill on Darius, then it's kind of just a wasted ban that could be put towards something like Hecarim.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that was just towards top gap.
A little bit.
Yeah, Orange just got gapped so hard, and yeah, it seems like we're going to our break right now, and we're waiting for game 2.
back, everyone. My name is Hark, and I'm here on the stage, joined with the Burnside captain who did take out map 1. Obviously, sort of playing all day today. How's that making you feel? Is the tiredness getting to you guys?
Yeah. Also, I'm not the captain.
That's all good. You can interview. Top laner, sweet. Is the tiredness getting to you guys?
Of course. But after like winning in ages, it feels good. Feeling fresh.
Exactly, that's what we like to hear. Now, moving forward into that next map, you guys going to keep the same, strategies and stuff like that? We're going to try and change it up a bit.
Yeah. We're a flexible team. They can't beat us.
Sweet, that's what we like to hear. Obviously, teams, you've played nearly 7 maps today, so teams have had the chance to sort of see how you guys played. Do you guys see that as a disadvantage?
Nah, because we're not nervous of the stage at all now. We're like immune.
That's awesome to hear. Well, I'm going to let you get back. That's what we like to hear. Some cheers in the crowd, everyone. Right, I'll let you get back, get ready for map number 2.
Shout out to the boys in Christchurch watching.
Awesome, shout out to them. Well, I'm going to head you guys over to the casters to take on map 2.
Yeah, thanks so much. And it appears that Darius has a big head, especially after that pentakill.
Yeah, bolts from the man that is not the captain, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, he might as well be. He got 13-on-1 pentakill.
Yeah, you gotta swap the captaincy over after that. I will be really interested to see if more bans are kind of put towards top lane. There's 2 ways you can go with it. You either just drop that Aurelia ban, say it doesn't matter really what you ban top, Calder's gonna have a good performance anyway, or do you just throw more bans at top and try and really take him out of the game? I think also maybe take away that Hecarim. He's kind of like a linchpin of this comp. But at the same time, there's like lots of champs that could fill that role. You've got the Belveth, who's very good at being sped up, and then we could just pick a different top lane bruiser with like a Zillion and a Sivir. So there's a lot of key pieces that can't really all be taken away.
Yeah, especially to that victory, because not gonna lie, I gotta say that was mostly like top gap because of Ornn.
Yeah,
Ornn gameplay. No, I feel like he tried way too much to like solo the Darius, even though he does no damage, especially when Darius has healing. So I think that was just because of Ornn's fault, not gonna lie.
Yeah, well, I think Ornn is put in a pretty tough position because he did have to leash, so he's going to be weak-sided for most of the game. And I think if Darius is strong-sided and plays correctly, he can kind of crash those early waves and then bounce it back out. And Ornn's kind of left in this really weird position where he can't quite crash the wave because he's not as strong as Darius, but also he's not going to be getting jungle help for a while. So that's like a really hard position to be put in. And like, sure, he probably could have played that situation better, but I feel like avoiding the situation in the first place should really be the priority.
Yeah, I feel like when the CS diff between Ornn and Darius was slowly getting bigger and bigger, it went from like 10 difference to 20 to 30. I think Ornn just felt like he had to force himself to do something at that point. And I guess that resulted with him getting solo killed.
Yep, does happen. We're into the Game 2 champ select here. Okay, Aurelia is the first ban.
We're still taking out Aurelia. It seems like they really don't want to verse this guy's Aurelia. He must be cracked.
Yeah, I think he is known as like an Aurelia one-trick. I wonder if they'll add the Darius to this list as well.
Yeah, but I'm worried that it does free up a lot more comps for that mid, jungle, and the ADC are able to do.
Okay,
but we see the Fiddle is still getting banned out, especially when you are against one of the most cracked Fiddle player in OCE.
Zoe banned again.
Zoe. Zoe's a pretty good pick, especially when you can just one-shot the ADC if you land that Sleepy Bubble up.
Yeah, feels like a lot of volatility put in the game again. Seraphine taken away again, so maybe just looking at the same bans from game 1.
Yeah, it might be Fiddle, Seraphine, and who was the last one?
I think it was... Actually, I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
But like, last time Aatrox was banned by Red side, so they've swapped sides. Maybe we'll see.
Oh,
okay, so Darius is taken away.
Yeah,
I like
putting
that.
respect on Calder's name. So I actually believe that Sir Dardar will have to go Aatrox because I don't think you should leave Aatrox up for Burnside to pick.
Yeah, it's like, do you pick it? Yeah, okay, so Aatrox is up. Do you pick it now or do you try and counter pick it?
I think it's definitely a pick or ban.
Yeah, I feel like it's a better blind pick as well. Okay, actually not going to go for it. Going to go for the Victor.
Taking away the Victor from Burnside because they did see how much damage he was able to do. That ult was able to cause so much havoc as soon as he got casted in the middle of the team.
Will we see the Aatrox taken away by Calder now?
Oh, go back with the Zillion. Reckon they're going back with a good old Zillion Hecarim pick for the Sivir?
Yeah, Zillion Hecarim feels like a pretty strong 1-2 here. I think it's very good into the Victor as well.
Oh,
okay, yeah, Zillion Hecarim locked in.
Yeah, I mean, when you see how good it did last game, like, what's the point of changing? But unfortunately, this does mean McLean's College is going to have to change up their playstyle. They're going to have to be able to survive the onslaught as well as keep that momentum going.
Okay, so they take the Aatrox. Maybe we'll be looking at a range top counter pick coming out of Calder. Could see a cannon or something coming through to try and answer this Aatrox.
Oh, that cannon's a pretty good pick, especially with a Zillion, because you're able to go inside their whole enemy team, drop the slicing Maelstrom, and just one-shot everyone.
Ooh, a Jarvan locked in.
Oh, Silas immediately goes through.
I think, again, Burnside do seem to be ahead in the draft so far. I think picking Jarvan without seeing a mobile champs on the other team is a bit risky. If you pick Jarvan and you see a champion like Victor or Sivir, you're in a very good spot. But if you're looking at the enemy champs so far, it's like we got the Zillion, that doesn't really matter. And the Silas obviously can just dash out of it. So I am favoring Burnside's comp so far, but second phase bans, Renata ban. That's pretty interesting.
The Silas pick is a bit of a coin flip, though, especially when it's only first picking phase, because you only see 3 ults. And I'm pretty sure... Actually, no, all 3 of those ults are pretty good, especially with that, what's called the Aatrox ult. Because you're able to just get that movement speed buff, and you're able to get that much further into the enemy comp.
I think picking Silas, it makes the mid matchup very interesting, because I think Victor wins a 1v1 against Silas like fairly hard, but again, you're like very disadvantaged in those early skirmishes. And Silas, once he snowballs, can really kind of take over.
Kaisa Misfortune.
Yeah, wow, okay. So Fiora second phase ban, I guess they're a bit worried about that as the counter pick into Aatrox. There's still a few other champs that exist.
The Misfortune ban is pretty good, cause especially when you're up against a Silas and you have a Jarvan on your team, because it's pretty easy to like turn that Jarvan ult against you.
True. Ooh, Tryndamere. Okay, Tryndamere picked into Aatrox. I think this was used at Worlds as well. I think it was DFM versus RNG game 1, or one of those games. Yeah. I can't remember if the Tryndamere won or lost, actually. But I know it's a counter that they've used before. I think, again, it's kind of like last game, where if that Tryndamere gets ahead, he becomes very hard to deal with. Xayah?
I'm feeling a Xayah Leona. I don't know. I'm just feeling it. Because with that Jarvan ult coming down, that does... Ooh, they're going the romantic Xayah Rakan couple.
I like that. I think the Xayah is a really good answer to this kind of like engage comp the Burnside's been drafting with their Hecarim Zillion. It's one of the few ADCs that has like the tools to deal with this. And I think also Xayah Rakan, it gives you a lot of flexibility. You can kite back, but you also have really strong engage. So you've got a lot of options, like the Xayah and the Victor kiting back, or we can engage with the Jarvan, Aatrox, and Rakan.
It does give him a lot more survivability to Hecarim's engage, because as soon as Hecarim goes for the Xayah will just jump up in the air and throw a bunch of daggers down. And that will successfully keep out the backlines of Burnside, because if they step a foot above that line of daggers, Xayah will pull it back and you're just dead.
So the draft all finished here. I'm actually favoring McLean's College in this one. I think they have the more flexible draft and they have more tools. The one thing I would be worried about is the kind of the snowball potential of Burnside. I think this is very different from the other game, where in game 1, Burnside kind of just, if they wanted to, could just sit back and scale, but it's the complete opposite. They actually need to force stuff this time. They have a Silas, they have a Tryndamere, they kind of like need to get the game rolling. If that doesn't happen, I think the kind of just pure 5v5 coming out of McLean's College will take over.
Yeah, I'd say the engage that Burnside has through Hecarim, Zillion, and Silas, because Silas is able to steal the ult of Rakan or Aatrox. That just allows the 3 of them to get into the backlines easier. And I don't think McLean is able to keep him.
We will see. I don't know. I'm really favoring the McLean's comp here. You think the Burnside one's better?
Nah, I'd say the McLean's comp is a lot better, especially for objective fights, because dragons are so important in this early game.
Yeah, my eyes are really going to be on the Tryndamere Silas. I think they need to make some stuff happen. They can't afford to enter the mid game being 0-0-0. If they can be, 2 kills or they have a sizable gold lead, I think they're in a really good spot.
Yeah, I'd say the McLean's early game bot lane is a lot stronger than Burnside's bot lane early game. So that does give him a lot more pressure, a lot more damage to take over the dragon without much contest from Burnside.
Yeah, I'm honestly not too sure about the Ezreal in this comp. It feels a little bit out of place. I guess there's like some reasons for it, because like maybe you pick Ezreal as kind of this like safe bot side option while you try and play towards your top side, but then in team fights it doesn't really make a ton of sense. I don't think it's not really a champ that can follow up with the Hecarim and the Tryndamere and stuff like that. It's more of like a champ that you're looking to kind of win fights before they start, and I think that kind of doesn't really go with the rest of their team comp. That being said, they still have like the synergies there, right? They got like the Zillion, Hecarim and stuff like that.
I'd say the Ezreal is a pretty good pick, considering like he does have a lot of range due to his Mystic shot, I think. And because of that, he will be able to soften up the McLean's team when they're looking for a full engage.
Yeah, I think that can be one way that even if they get kind of like outscaled in the late game, it's like they've got the Tryndamere split push and then they've still got Ezreal to kind of poke and clear waves before things start. So even if you're kind of like technically outscaled in the 5v5, you still have win conditions, right? You could play for that split push, you could play to try like make a pick or just like get poked down before the fight. So definitely it's a very interesting game because the win conditions are very different. It feels like in game one, there were still obviously different win conditions, but the comps were like sort of similar, and then it was inevitably going to come down to like a 5v5 team comp. I think this game could very much be something like a 1-3-1 coming out where you have Sylas and Tryndamere split pushing and you just kind of have Ezreal, Zilean just hold down that mid wave.
Yeah, because when you have those three people, Ezreal, Zilean, and I think maybe jungle or topside, and the mid lane, it's going to be impossible to get in for that fight.
Yeah, very hard champs to kill. Zilean and Ezreal got a lot of mobility. Obviously have the Zilean ult and have the range in order to keep that tower alive.
Yeah, I gotta say I'm backing McLean's in this one because I'm really hoping that this turns into a, we go into third match.
Yeah.
Because I really don't want to see them get like wiped out in the second game. Come on.
Yeah, I hope it's a third game as well, just because I think the back and forth like kind of adaptation is really interesting to me. I like how McLean have adapted this game, and I do think they're, at least in terms of draft, they're favored to win this game, but gameplay, once again, is king.
Yep. The most important thing right now is communication and vision. They're really important.
Yeah, keeping vision up, I think, especially if you're the scaling team, is really important because you don't want those random picks to happen. You don't want this Sylas and this Tryndamere to just be picked, random kills in the jungle and stuff like that. If you can get a slow game, I think you really want that, especially like the Victor and the Xayah, right? Like they really just want, once there are 3 items, you got the IE for Xayah, the Rabadons for Victor.
They scale so hard.
Yeah, exactly. You're just going to annihilate them from that point on. Hopefully you're not down too many dragons and heralds from that point. I think that's really the scary part, is like that Sylas is going to be so much stronger. And also the Ezreal spikes a bit earlier than Xayah. So those early like dragons and heralds, they're going to be kind of scary.
Yeah, it does force Burnside to make an emotional play earlier. You just have to throw everything in and try to do your best. And stop that scaling.
Hey, into game 2.
Oh, it looks like game 2, and yeah, it seems like they might be doing the same thing in the bot lane where they go, so they send 2 or 3 top, get as much vision as possible, make sure they know exactly what Burnside is up to.
Looking for the 5-man invade on top side, probably just going to get a ward down. Not going to get a ward down.
Yeah, I'd say in a fight right now, McLean's does win, so I'm pretty sure Burnside does not want any fight to go through. But Tryndamere might be a bit offside right now, but he does have his dash away, and unfortunately McLean's not able to capitalize on that.
Tryndamere just walked away.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter at this point, because he can just back and get it back.
They did get a Raptor ward, and the other team got a ward on blue, so a little bit of level 1 information here. It's pretty nice to play with, especially, I actually think red team getting the ward on the blue, it's like a little bit more useful just because you really want to be keeping track of this Jarvan in the early game. Most likely Jarvan is just going to do like, 3 camps into mid or bot gank, or maybe just like 3 camps into a top gank or something like that, but having that extra ward down gives you a lot of extra knowledge. Level 1 fight here. Tryndamere with a lethal tempo.
Yeah, look at that Tryndamere. Tryndamere just beats him up. Unfortunately, that blood rage that does come up just increases his crit chance.
Yeah, okay. Both bot lanes leashing, so both junglers will be pathing towards top.
Kind of hoping for a level 2 Jarvan gank, maybe. But it doesn't look like it. It appears he's going up to chickens instead.
Aatrox getting hard zoned off. This is pretty scary because this is obviously like your safe blind, and currently it's getting zoned off the wave completely.
Yeah, because in the top side right now, like in an all-out slugfest between Aatrox and Tryndamere, unfortunately Aatrox does lose that slugfest.
Yeah, I think Aatrox has managed to get all the XP though, and Tryndamere did miss a couple CS, so not actually like building a sizable lead off it right now, but is certainly in control. Jarvan would have been spotted on this ward now.
Yeah, Aatrox is getting bullied. He's not allowed to get any kind of CS, any kind of XP from his wave. Tryndamere is just being extremely aggressive right now.
Hecarim is spotted on the Raptor ward as well, so both teams should know where the junglers are, pathing towards top side here. I feel like the Jarvan Aatrox, they could win the 2v2, but definitely not if Aatrox is still level 1. Like right now, Tryndamere is probably going to be maybe even level 3 versus level 1. Okay, it does hit level 2.
I don't know how I feel about the Jarvan looking for a 2v2 gank with the top side. Yeah, Hecarim and Tryndamere, I'm pretty sure they just beat up Aatrox and Jarvan at that point.
It feels kind of hard to make something happen. Aatrox is yet to pick up a CS.
Oh my god, it's 0 CS at 3 minutes. That zoning is just crazy.
Jarvan is pathing back towards topside, so there is potential for Hecarim to look for a dive if Aatrox takes any more damage, but pretty hard to harass an Aatrox under tower, so probably not going to happen. Jarvan could look into this bot river, maybe get a gank onto Ezreal and Zilean as they try and push out.
Yeah, in the bot lane as well. I'd say the Ezreal pick was a pretty good counter pick to Xayah because he does has his dash or his quick flash, and that will get him away from the stacking up of feathers behind him by Xayah. Yeah, the Jarvan goes for a gank. That's slow, goes into Zilean. Flash goes through. Unfortunately, not enough damage goes through, and McLean's has to make do with that flash.
Yeah, they do get the Zilean flash, but okay, it's good if they can punish that again, but otherwise it's not really going to turn into much. I think your main goal here is really to kind of, you know, make it difficult for the ADC, make it hard for them to farm, make it hard for them to stay in lane or anything like that. If you get the flash on Zilean, it's only good if you can really punish it again later. Otherwise, it's just kind of a usage of your time that doesn't really convert into anything.
I'd say the biggest advantage to that gank was just Xayah being able to shove the wave in and getting it back.
Yep, does get the 2 longswords. Or had the longsword, now picks up a longsword and a dagger as well. Yeah, Ezreal has yet to base.
Tryndamere just setting the complete tone of top lane, and oh my god, Victor unable to just match the Sylas burst.
Sylas is taking a fair amount of damage back.
And the flash goes
gets
through.
The flash.
Good dodge by Victor.
I think that's really important for Red Team. They need to stop this Victor from just farming for free, and if Sylas can find an opportunity to abuse that flash advantage, might be able to pick up a kill in mid lane. Hecarim could even look again when he hit 6. It's pretty hard to survive a level 6 Hecarim gang as Victor if you're not 6.
Yeah, I reckon with Victor without flash now, Hecarim is going to have to be lurking around mid a lot more.
Ooh. Pretty good trade on the Tryndamere top, doesn't manage to kill him.
I think at that point, like Tryndamere just has way too much healing, and any poke that Aatrox does to him is just going to be negated by his Bloodlust healing.
Same time though, Aatrox is very high on HP. If he can zone Tryndamere off this wave before he actually gets some of his rage.
Yeah, Aatrox does, Tryndamere does drop a deep ward into topside jungle, so he's able to see Jarvan anytime as soon as he comes. So that does allow him to bully Aatrox a bit more.
Tryndamere goes for the base. Aatrox is probably going to slow push in this wave. We'll see if Hecarim maybe ganks on the pushing wave out, where Tryndamere has items and Aatrox does not, although Aatrox is probably pretty close to level 6, might even be able to 1v2 the gank if they gank right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Aatrox was able to close the CS gap, despite being 0 CS at 3 minutes.
There's Victor with no flash.
Unfortunately, Victor just gets dived in the tower.
Ooh.
Hecarim, too much damage. Zilean just buffs up his speed, increases that damage. For unfortunate first.
Like the whole series, I've just been watching Victor's die.
Yeah, just Victor's. I mean, when you recognize the amount of power and burst he has, like, it's really important to get him out.
Ooh.
At the same time, Zilean gets caught lacking by Jarvan.
Yeah, so 2 flash punishes here. We had the no flash Zilean and the no flash Victor go down here. Kind of shows why burning your flash is, you know, kind of important. You don't want to lose that.
Flash is really important, especially when you're up against a Hecarim or a Jarvan. Like, that engage, that flash was the only thing that'll save your life.
Okay, gonna pick up the first dragon here, looks like. No way to contest.
The Hecarim does go to top side. It appears he is handing his dragon over, knowing he can't contest this. This is the good thing about having a lane bully bot lane, you know? You're just able to take as much dragons as you want. Unless, like, your mid is feeding, then...
Okay. Ezreal does have the Sheen, so can probably start to fight back now. Aatrox also has the Dirk. Hecarim could look for something top here. Is pathing topside and Jarvan is not around. Again, feels kind of hard to dive in Aatrox. Like, again, it's like just a really good blind pick. Looks like Aatrox ult was popped here, though. Tryndamere's Ghost was lost.
Yeah, Hecarim is lurking topside, and that is a free scuttle towards him as Jarvan is in the bot side looking for a gank. This might be a dive, actually, but I don't know how I feel about Jarvan diving a Zilean and Ezreal. Or maybe he is discontent.
I think you could go for it here. Zilean still doesn't have flash, and he's not 6. There's probably an opportunity here if you know where Hecarim is. Yeah, and because you're in his bot side jungle, I think you have enough control.
Yeah,
to look for something.
Fortunately, Xayah is running out of mana, so I don't think he's going to be able to do any more than just press QWE and that's all. Even with his ult up, I doubt he has the mana necessary to pop that ult.
Victor ganked again. Victor does end up going down to this gank, so we couldn't quite see. Sylas traded back, so I think what happened here is Jarvan ended up killing Sylas with his ult afterwards.
Yeah, that's a pretty good trade, I'd say. But the problem now is that Victor is pushed back, so it's going to be a lot harder for him to scale up and become a more deadlier grade boss.
Yeah. Ooh, Trinity looking for a cheese.
Is lurking here. Unfortunately, the ward does not spot him. Khan goes for the save, but the flash goes through.
Wow.
Unfortunate.
Okay, yeah, that's very interesting.
There's just no escape from
You do not expect that, I don't think. And he loses a blue. Wow. I think that was like, oh, this guy could be dead.
But I'm pretty sure he didn't use ult. Yeah, he does have ult available, so I bet he's going to E away, and then the Hecarim comes in for the save. He doesn't even need to dash.
I think overall this was really good for Red Team. I think if you get a kill on Silas and a kill on the enemy team's Jarvan, I think that's worth it for you.
You just have to be able to push back the aggression that is Tryndamere. Because he's really deadly right now, especially when he ults in into the middle of the team.
Feels like the Aatrox can do a lot here.
Aatrox, a lot of healing. He's able to flash in, grab a Q.
Zillion no flash once again. There's a lot of ults missing just across the board right now.
Yeah, Victor doing his best to just keep him away from the rift, but the Jarvan is looking for a side gank onto the Silas. Looks like it's a free kill. Goes to the Carnation.
Ezreal got solo kill during this whole time as well. I think before that fight, Red Team was in a really good spot. They got the kill onto the Silas. They got double buffs and a kill and a shutdown onto the Tryndamere, but just then...
And the free rift as well.
Yeah, just now, Red side now loses the Herald and 2 deaths. Ezreal getting solo killed is a big question mark because it feels like your only job there is really just to survive, right?
Yeah,
like you're playing for your top side. So I'm not sure how that would have happened. Tryndamere actually looking to be aggressive again, knowing that people are on the Herald. Rakan doesn't have a lot of mana.
Yeah, with Tryndamere lacking an ult and lacking a flash, he is overstepping a bit. And quickly, McLean's might look to punish him. This might be a dive. But it appears that he's out of mana.
Okay, Victor is out again, but has lost his flash. Kind of feels like that's a death in the next 5 minutes somewhere.
Yeah, the Hecarim is just oppressing him. He's not allowed to do anything.
McLean's really fighting back, though. This is very different from their game 1, where it kind of felt like, you know, after just a bad skirmish in the early game, they were kind of just losing from then on. This game, their comp looks better, and they're playing the early game much better.
Yeah, I'd say in the first game, it was that loss was just because Darius was able to snowball after getting that few solo kills. But now within this game, it appears that McLean's is doing everything they can to stop that snowball from occurring.
Zillion still has not reached level 6, which is kind of sad. Has got a death to his name. Xayah and Rakan, going to be a really powerful duo, and they've already accomplished quite a lot. Xayah's picked up the solo kill, Rakan has gotten 3 KP already, so...
Rakan roaming is just crazy.
Yeah, bot lane combo is really paying some dividends right now.
The good thing about the Xayah into the Ezreal, because Xayah does beat Ezreal in a straight fight, but Ezreal is a little slippery, especially with that E of his.
Aatrox, I think, is in a pretty good spot here. Like, the Tryndamere counter pick hasn't really amounted to anything, has managed to kind of neutralize. Him getting the double buffs was a bit of a yikes, but did manage to die, so...
Yeah, Aatrox hasn't really done much this game aside from CSing and applying pressure.
Yeah, I feel that that's kind of like, I think you're pretty happy with that though. Like ultimately you blind pick top, and you know top laners, they always complain about blind picking. So if you can just go completely even.
Can you pick for me?
Yeah, exactly.
Can I pick for you? I don't want to go against this.
Oh, Trent looking for the dive.
Exhaust goes through. Unfortunately, I don't know if that's enough to save him. He's going to have to knock him up if he's able to escape.
Aatrox wins this, right?
Nah, unfortunately, that healing was just crazy.
I think Aatrox turned slightly too early. I think if he'd kept kiting out, waited for his ult, probably would have won that. So that was a very big misplay.
Yeah, I think he miscalculated the healing of Tryndamere. Tryndamere's healing is just crazy, especially when you have a full red bar, bloodlust.
Yeah, that's actually a big deal. I think Tryndamere is one of the biggest win conditions for the red team right now. Although blue team picks up this dragon, might have a fight here. Although with all ults up, you can't help but feel McLean's as the better 5v5. Ultimately, Burnside walk away from it.
I think the wombo combo of McLean's is a lot better.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some scary follow-up there.
Yeah, especially with that Jarvan ult going through, Victor dropping his ult right in the middle of that stadium. You're just gone. If you're unable to like flash over or something.
I think Victor must be pretty close to Mythic here. See if maybe Silas can get some fights started. while he has that mythic advantage.
Yeah, it looks like Victor is going to be building Leandries for that damage instead of going for the, was it Ludens, the normal build?
Yeah, I kind of feel like Ludens might be a bit better this game. Maybe he's thinking that just for the Hecarim. I'm not sure, because you are the solo AP, so the Ludens Magic Pen gets you a lot of value, and you do have ways to kill tanks, but it's not like Leandries is ever really bad, right?
Yeah, maybe he's feeling that the Tryndamere will go the Gore Drinker build, it may be a more tanky build, so he will need that burn damage just to be able to get through all of that HP, because when you burst, then it's going to take a while.
Yeah, there's also like a little bit of extra HP on Silas, obviously. And if you count the Zillion ult as some extra HP, someone getting res to full.
That's not going to be fun. And Ezreal, especially that I think he's going to go Triforce. That's going to be a lot more HP. And maybe he just drops the Frozen Heart while he's at it.
Okay. Gonna get damage on this mid tower. It's not going to fall, but feels like it will sometime in the near future.
Yeah, that would be 3, I think that's 3 or 2 platings into the pockets of McLean's.
Another top lane fight. Ooh.
Ooh, I don't know if you win this Aatrox, especially with...
Hey, if he can kite him out, okay, that's pretty good. Gets the Tryndamere ult, doesn't die for it. Jarvan might look to punish, but Hecarim's here as well.
Yeah, this might be a 1v1 between the junglers with Rakan coming in for the clutch, but then again, Zillion is there with his ult ready this time.
I think Tryndamere should probably get zoned off this tower, but is going to get to catch it. Does have Zillion and Hecarim there, so it makes sense.
Yeah, and we are back again with the ADCs just farming peacefully.
Yeah. Just having their own game down there.
How did the Ezreal get solo kill?
I'm not sure. I'd love to see that, actually.
Yeah, really interesting. Must have been a cracked outplay.
Yeah, maybe one of those Xayah flashes.
Oh, the Xayah flash ult pullback?
Yeah. Okay, Victor still hasn't picked up his mythic, so while the rest of his team is pretty strong, he's still a little weak at this point. Not sure if you would want to fight right now. Like, maybe you can win a fight, but it feels just a lot easier once you get that Victor mythic. If you can take away this red, feels pretty good. Okay, they can get out. Tryndamere doesn't have ult. Actually going to engage.
Yeah, Rakan dashes in. Unfortunately, Hecarim does ult in as well and locked in the Cataclysm. Zillion pops ult. Hecarim might get away, and Jarvan shutting down any notions of that. Gale Force dust goes through from Tryndamere.
Yeah, despite the Victor still not having their mythic, does manage to win a fight, even through the Zillion ult. So this comp is starting to snowball a bit out of control.
Yeah, so it looks like the 5-on-1 Jarvan is slowly turning into a raid boss.
Yeah, I was saying before that I think, you know, a kill on Silas for a kill on Jarvan was completely worth it, but this Jarvan, he's kind of taking over.
Yeah. I think right now the jungle div is slowly shining through.
Okay, mid tower does go down. I think that's pretty big because if you do want to play this like split push combo where you've got, you know, Silas and Tryndamere on the side lanes, it's a lot harder to do with your mid tier 1 down. You don't have the same ability to control your jungle, and that makes your side laners pretty scared to push up. So despite the mid tower like not looking like the biggest deal here, I think compositionally for them, it's a very big deal.
Yeah, I mean 15 minutes in and nearly nearly more than a 4K gold difference going to McLean's, despite only having 3 kills. That's not bad.
Yeah, it kind of feels like game 1 just reversed, where the scaling comp has somehow come out of the early game with a lead.
I think they decided to put the Carnation on something that isn't a weak side top laner.
Sir Dardar does seem to be having a better go of it at the weak side top.
Yeah, I better go versing Colder.
Okay, walking into the river here. There's a lot of burst potential and CC with this Jarvan into Rakan knockup. Might be looking to burn burn Tryndamere's ult before a fight starts.
Unfortunately, Tryndamere does get away, but this looks like this might be a free rift for them, because I don't think Burnside is fast enough to quickly gather the troops and go for a contest for this.
Okay, so they're going to get the Herald. I think you probably use this. Actually, I think you can probably save it actually until after you get a kill. Like, you could use it on one of the side lanes here, but I feel like it's not going to get that much done.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good chance, especially when Dragon's coming up, because this is really important for McLean's, because if they get on Soul Point, that would just make Burnside a lot more desperate in these fights.
Okay, Dragon's starting. I think if you're the red team here, you really need to try and get a pick or a flank before the fight. I think a straight 5v5 with a gold deficit will not go in your favor.
Especially when you're going up against a wombo combo like Jarvan, Xayah, and Victor.
Yeah. McLean's, I think, definitely in the better position here. Hecarim engages.
Unfortunately, it looks like a 3-man fear, but Hecarim, I don't know if he'll survive this onslaught, especially with Jarvan now in the fight.
Yeah, there's no follow-up.
Tryndamere does pop goes. It looks like he will be the front line of this fight right now.
I think McLean's could re-engage here. It feels like a lot of the tools we used. Aatrox has a flank as well.
Aatrox does have a good flank. They might be able to sandwich Burnside.
Yeah, I think
right
McLean's can hard win this fight.
Rakan knocks up Tryndamere. Silas goes for the re-engage. It looks like Jarvan does get exhausted. Unfortunately, doesn't do much damage to the Undying Rage with the Tryndamere. And it looks like Xayah picks up a double kill. This looks like a free dragon, and Burnside just doesn't have the necessary champions to replace that.
I think after that first engage goes badly, you kind of have to leave as Burnside. I think you really, you have to get a kill on the engage, otherwise you're just not going to be able to win that 5v5. They kind of tried to stick around for the drag and used Ezreal's poke to try and zone off, but ultimately, once Aatrox got that good flank, and with the strong engage from Rakan and Jarvan, it's pretty hard to just try and zone people off with your poke. So yeah, I think they probably should have left there, just gone back to farming. At the same time, it's like farming's not really a win condition for you here. So
yeah, because at this point you just get outscaled.
Yeah, feels like McLean's in a really good spot.
Yeah, McLean's just has way too much money right now, like 5k gold difference. Oh my god, especially with 3 dragons, they're just beating them up with their objectives at this point. Like, I think that was 2 rifts, 3 dragons.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hecarim is just not able to keep up with his Jarvan and taking objectives.
Yeah, Hecarim being down CS to Jarvan as well. That kind of just speaks to how the game's been going, right? Like, Hecarim's normally a champ that farms very quickly.
Yeah, but it looks like Hecarim did want to help Silas as much as possible. But it looks like it will be a kill on Tryndamere.
Tryndamere goes down. Silas trying to get something done on the bot wave here, but I actually think Xayah might be able to 1v1 him, which is... Oh, Hecarim is around though.
Xayah does have ult, so she might be able to dodge his pull back.
The
flash goes through.
TP's coming through.
I think that's Victor TPing through, coming in for the save. He pulls it back, roots the Hecarim. Victor drops his Graviton field. Yeah, and it looks like this would be a kill, a double kill for Xayah with the Hecarim. But Ezreal, apparently you're caught way too far at enemy lines. Unfortunately, Jarvan is there to clean you up. Yeah, and Rakan is making sure that Zilean has no escapes. And fortunately, Ezreal hiding in the bush will not save you here.
Ezreal honestly played that fight pretty damn well, I think, despite the outcome. Did manage to get the shutdown on Xayah and almost managed to get the shutdown on Victor as well. It's kind of just feels like there's not much you can do in this sort of state. It's like you kind of need to make something happen, but there's still TPs up, and Xayah is not an easy champ to kill anyway.
I think they were just hoping, they were just praying that that Jarvan was nowhere near bot side at that point. And unfortunately, their prayers went unanswered.
Yeah, I mean, it's not all bad. Again, Ezreal getting that shutdown, it's pretty big, right? I think it was 750 total.
Yeah, but it does take a while for Ezreal to scale, and I don't think McLean's going to allow this to happen. Especially when you're this ahead.
Your Baron could be on the cards again. They have a lot of DPS for it.
This is a Baron angle to all reset, because I'm pretty sure... Wait, no, I don't think they should 50-50 this, actually.
Yeah, no, I think you take the top side vision here, maybe pressure this top tier 2 tower. I think it's really good if you can get numbers in Tryndamere's lane here, because I think Tryndamere really needs a split push. He wants an isolated 1v1, right? But if you just kind of overload that side of the map, you just put more members there, it makes it really hard for Tryn to do anything, and he kind of spends the whole game just resetting to other lanes.
Yeah, they might be looking for a Baron here, actually, because they might be setting it up. But first, to quickly try to grab a pick of Tryndamere. Yeah, Tryndamere casts ult, but I don't think he's going to be able to get away, especially with the Rakan dropping his ult, dropping his knock-up. But wait, the Silas did, I think, killed Xayah off screen. The Zilean ult goes through, unfortunately.
Oh, this looks...
Zilean flashes out. Aatrox picking up the Hecarim, exhausts Zilean, makes sure he goes nowhere. Unfortunately, he does keep trying to chase the Hecarim. The man's just too speedy.
God, that kind of felt like the fight that Burnside needed. They managed to get a kill at the start, and they had good flanks, but maybe they're just too far behind in gold, because I think that was almost as good as a start to the fight that you could get. You got Tryndamere out, they used all their cooldowns, and you managed to kill the Xayah, but just with the Victor and the Aatrox left alive, just too much damage still.
Yeah, that was just, I think that was 2 shutdowns straight into Burnside's pockets. That might slow down the momentum of McLean's a bit, but I still believe that they're going to be able to maintain that momentum that they have already gathered, especially with that, I think, 7k gold lead. But if they throw that, then shame on them at that point.
Yeah, they're definitely in the driver's seat. I really like the stopwatch purchase out of Victor. Feels like you're the only one left with the shutdown, so you're probably next on the hit list. Yeah,
especially with Dragon now coming up. This will be a very important fight for the Burnside team.
Yeah, 4th Dragon. It's going to be at only 23 minutes.
Well, Mountain Drake, that's going to be so bad, because with that extra shielding on Xayah and Victor on the squishy backlines, that will just stop any quick one-shots from happening.
Yeah, now, for Burnside, you do still have some pretty strong mythics coming through here. 2 items on Ezreal, 2 items on Sylas. And there's still not like the 3rd completed items on the other team's carried, so it's possible to win this fight. Again, I really think you need a pick or some poke or just something that's going to swing the fight in your favor before it starts. I think if you just run in, you go for a front to back 5v5, that's not really going to work out.
Yeah, fortunately, I'm pretty sure the only damage from Burnside right now is the Sylas and Tryndamere, because Hecarim's only item right now is I think it's like Chem Tank, the anti-heal item. I don't know what it's called. Oh, the chainsaw, I think. Oh,
big engage. Tryndamere dies.
Unfortunately, ults, but gets locked into the Cataclysm. Xayah picks up 2 kills, and now Zilean and Sylas is on the run.
Wow, triple kill for Xayah.
Kill for Xayah. Xayah's going to be a huge raid boss at this point. Sylas, unfortunately, goes a bit too short. But now, with the Victor ult, they might be able to contest this. Never mind, they're running away.
Feels like the writing is kind of on the wall here, I think. Yeah, with the outscaling comp, the better 5v5 and the Dragon Soul, you'd be pretty hard-pressed to lose this game, but hey, anything's possible.
Yeah. This is a good Baron call, though, because...
Yeah, 3 dead. Should be an easy Baron.
No, not able to contest. I think if I was Burnside right now, at this point, the only thing I would do is just go, like, bot lane or just try to get as much CS as possible. Because that's the only thing you can do. You can't stop them.
I think maybe you can make a pick as this team comes back on the map. Sylas could go for a crazy
I don't know if he's going for it. He's going to drop an ult.
Oh,
nah. Unfortunately, Jarvan just smites. He's dropping any chances of comeback here.
I respect the attempt.
Yeah, run, Zilean. Aatrox is coming.
Ooh.
Oh, he does pop.
Manage to get out, I think. Chin's going to chase, but I don't think he can really do much.
Oh, yeah, the Jarvan quickly goes back in. Rakan on his tail. It doesn't look like Tryndamere is going to be able to survive this, but I don't know if Jarvan will. He does survive it.
I think Jarvan maybe overcommitted a bit too much.
Yeah,
that is actually kind of a big deal, because I think if you can take any of these Barons away, and also just like death timers when you have Baron are really important, right? You know, they could be pressuring already, but instead like Jarvan's dead, so they have to wait an extra 30 seconds. Burnside, they've bought more time for themselves here, but time is definitely not on their side.
Yeah, because right now it appears all McLean's has to do is just knock down that wall. Because they've softened up way too much now, especially with a 10k gold lead at 24 minutes. With Soul, they got 2 Rift, they got Baron. It seems everything is stacked up against Burnside.
Yeah, I think any fight right now could probably end the game completely. I think if Burnside just plays it safe and tries to wave clear, then McLean's probably can't end here, but you kind of feel like it's a done deal anyway. I don't really see a way back in. It really has to be some insane pick, but when they've got Xayah and a stopwatch on Victor, it's like, who do you even pick at this point?
Yeah, especially with Jarvan and Rakan on protective duty on the backlines, then it's going to be really hard. And when you're only engaged, I say you're only engaged like Hecarim, especially with that ult. Like, and he only has 1 item, and it's the anti-heal item. Like,
yeah,
that's not going to do much.
IE completed for Xayah as well.
Rakan pops Shirelli looking for the pick.
Oh my god, that guy does a lot of damage.
He just one-shotted him.
Yeah. Once Xayah gets IE, she doesn't mess around.
Yeah, Xayah becomes the champion at 3 items now, apparently.
Okay. They don't have great wave clear against Baron. They do have this Ezreal poke, but it's kind of hard to walk up the wave if you're getting zoned up like this. Kind of feels like 2 inhibs might be going down. I'm not sure if they can actually end here.
Ezreal should be very worried about that Jarvan. If he goes to try and Q the Jarvan, Jarvan will try and engage on him.
Okay, they decide to back off. I think that's a smart play here.
Yeah, I think they're playing it safe right now.
Yeah.
That's pretty...
The only way to lose, really, is if you overextend and die and give an Elder somehow, but Elder's not for 3 more minutes.
Yeah, because when you already have the momentum, you don't have to force anything. You can just slowly just take it at your own pace.
Yeah, especially when you've got the scaling comp on your side, you know? It feels like you can kind of just, like, you can kind of relax.
Yeah, right now, I think they're just knocking down all of their turrets and inhibitors, just making sure they have all the advantage they can get when they start knocking the Nexus turrets.
Okay. This tower's getting low. Not going to go down yet, though.
They're slowly going down. Kennen Minion putting some work.
I think they might have 1 more wave of Baron left. Yeah, 1 more wave, it looks like. We can maybe crack the bot tier 2. Would be pretty nice to get full control of this bot jungle. Elder's going to be the next big team fight. Despite the fact that Burnside is very far behind, if you get a Miracle Elder fight, it just swings the game completely back into your favor, you know? Like, once you get the Elder buff, it kind of doesn't matter how far behind you are.
Yeah, McLean just needs that necessary discipline to, like, know when to engage, when to risk it all, because even though you're this ahead, it's still a gamble.
McLean's going to back off, spend all your gold. Gold lead is not cemented until you actually buy your items. Yeah, smart play here.
Is that 12k, 15k? It's a huge gold lead.
It's a big lead.
It's a big lead. It's really hard to throw this, but then again, any game can be lost, but not all games can be won.
Okay, deploying back on the map. I think as long as you play respectfully around where Hecarim is on the map, there's not many ways to die here. Maybe Tryndamere cheesing from a bush or something. But it kind of feels like there's not going to be too much action. People are going to get their last items before this Elder Dragon in 2 minutes. And I think the game is pretty much going to be decided there.
Yeah, because unfortunately, I don't think Burnside is able to hold any kind of ground in their own jungle because McLean's is just way too ahead. They have way too much gold, they have way too much item, way too much damage that if Burnside tries to step foot in their jungle while McLean's is in there, they're just dead.
It's going to be real difficult for Silas to play this fight. Still does not have his Zhonya's at 28 minutes, and you kind of need his Zhonya's at this point to buy yourself a little bit of extra time in the fight, because otherwise you just get completely one-shot by this Victor and Xayah.
Yeah, he just needs that tiny bit of time for Hecarim and Trin to be alongside him in the engage.
Dragon in 1 minute. Sieging this tower, actually going to get the tower without even using Baron, which is pretty nice. Aatrox also pushing in the top wave. Elder's in 1 minute, so don't really need to force the issue.
Yeah, it seems like McLean's just taking this slowly. They're not playing any risky plays, not doing anything. I don't think they're the gambler type right now.
Yeah, it looks like they get mid inhib as well and can probably just back off to Elder. It's going to be really hard for Burnside to contest this with the creep waves coming into their base. Victor might be caught out of position.
Caught out, but Xayah is next to him and just way too much damage for Hecarim to get across. Xayah does have ult in case he gets engaged on, and unfortunately Hecarim is just does no damage. I don't think Tryndamere is going to be able to escape this, especially with a Zillion ult on him. And Ezreal just gets caught out by the Rakan knockup. Aatrox is just all over her.
Yeah, I admire the attempt from Burnside there. I don't think they were ever going to be able to win the Elder fight, so going for
the solo... Oh my god, the kill of the Xayah.
Okay, this might stop the game from ending right now.
Yeah, I think Xayah misplayed that so bad because
I think it's still over.
And then missed her E.
Yeah, it's still over.
Yeah, it looks like an ace, and it looks like game 2 will go to McLean's.
Yeah, much better game out of McLean's. It's going to be a very exciting game 3. I think whoever adapts better is going to win. I think the gameplay is relatively comparable. Draft is like playing a big part of it as well, I think.
I feel like first game McLean's were just testing the waters, throwing a bit of punches, see like where it lands, how well they did. And the second and third game, that's when they go for the kill.
Yeah, I want to see McLean's again kind of put your bans toward top lane. Yeah. Feels like it was a lot different from game 1, right? Like the Tryndamere felt relatively unimpactful, whereas in game 1, Darius is getting a pentakill, right?
Yeah.
So I think if that extra Darius ban, and especially getting the Aatrox blind as well, if those are the things that change that top lane matchup just from being completely around, also they swap where their players went as well. So that could be a part of it. But I think neutralizing that top lane, it made a big difference to the game. They definitely didn't have the same early game power that they did in game 1.
Yeah, I feel like Burnside should not have given Victor and Aatrox over to McLean's, because I feel like those are way too busted champions to just hand over.
Yeah, all right. I think we'll be going to a break, so we'll see you guys for
game 3. And let's go. We are back for our final game between Burnsides and McLean's. This game will decide who goes on in the finals to verse Botany down Secondary College.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the draft in this one. I think, both teams managed to pick up a game here. Game 3 adaptation is going to be really, really interesting.
Yeah, I think McLean's did really well in going up against Burnside's comp in the first and second game because they saw what Burnside did and then they quickly adapted and countered it. Because I think Burnside, they saw that they did well with it, so they didn't really do much changes to it despite the bans.
Yeah, Aatrox ban coming through. I think that's pretty smart. So they've decided to ban Aatrox on blue side, which is normally weird, but I think they're thinking that they just don't want top to be neutralized. They want Calder to have a matchup that he can really snowball. So taking away Aatrox, it really gives your top laner a better chance to actually make a difference top.
Yeah, and here you see the picker ban Victor getting taken quickly by Burnside, sorry. Burnside is taking Victor over.
Victor first pick again, so turning out to be pretty high priority in this series. Maybe we'll see it answered with a mage rather than a Silas or a Set. I feel like at the moment, Victor's kind of been getting free lanes rather than punishing him. Jarvan is a good punish to Victor though, if we can get some hard engage.
Yeah, because that Jarvan will keep Victor in one spot, and that will just allow McLean's to take him out, because in a fight, he's pretty much the guy that does all the AP damage, all the burst damage. So he's going to be a really big thorn in McLean's side.
I really want to see a different mid lane pick. I'm not a fan of these melees into Victor. I feel like it's just making the game a bit too easy for Victor at the moment. I'm a big fan of this. I think Jarvan Maokai, that is a pretty scary combo. So I'm guessing this is just a Maokai blind top. Unless maybe we're seeing one of these champs go support.
Trundle. The annoying thing about Maokai is because since he's so tanky, that just makes his heal that much more stronger.
Oh, Gwen probably going in the top lane versus Maokai. So a lot of AP damage on that team. We're going to need to see a big AD carry out of that.
Yeah, I'm really hoping to see some kind of, an AD carry pick again. Because a good pick I'm hoping for is that Samira or a Nyla. Or something that just looks flashy pretty much.
Yeah.
As an ADC, you don't really do much flashy things aside from CSing and maybe skirmishing when your support wants to fight. But it looks like an Akshan is getting picked.
So Akshan picked into the Victor here. I kind of like it. I think it's still short range, so I kind of don't like that fact into Victor, but I do think the thing that's good about it is it synergizes really well with this Jarvan and the Maokai. Your whole team wants to go in, you're playing towards that identity, and it does give you a window to take over the game before this Victor snowballs out of control.
Yeah, because that Akshan could quickly turn the tide of a battle, because imagine your whole team is dead, it's just an Akshan left, and you get that one guy that got the Quadra, your whole team is back up. That can just quickly turn the whole game around.
I think you can also Akshan E off the Trundle pillar, so there's a little bit of extra spice on top.
Good, yeah, and the Jarvan as well, Jarvan ult.
True. Yeah, true, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, Akshan's to be Spider-Man this game.
MF and Xayah banned away.
Misfortune, that's a... Probably when you picked Jarvan, I didn't think a Misfortune would be a good ban, wouldn't it? Because I think that Jarvan Misfortune with Maokai, that'll be a good pick if you decide to go there.
Yeah, I guess maybe they just don't want to pick it, or maybe they really want an AP bot or something, because they only have Maokai for AP at the moment, so maybe they're thinking they want an AP carry bot like Ziggs or something, because Ziggs Jarvan goes pretty hard. Rakan and Xayah banned away. I think that's a smart choice. The Xayah Rakan last game was pretty destructive.
Yeah, the Misfortune is a really good picker ban, and I guess Boniel, the ADC for McLean's College, doesn't want to go Misfortune. And right now,
he's going for the Kai'Sa.
I mean, he did. How well did he do in the first game, Kai'Sa?
I think his Kai'Sa was pretty good in game 1. He didn't really have a good situation to play, but I think he did the best he could in it.
When your team's collapsing around you, there's only so much you can do. Oh, and here we see my favorite Samira pick. Oh, this is a good pick, because that Samira, I want to see a pentakill happen.
You just like pentas. You already got one, man.
You're getting for Darius. But it's time for an ADC. An ADC has to shine for us.
Okay.
Ooh, Amumu Samira. That's going to be a painful bot lane that McLean's going to have to go through. Because if that Amumu bandage toss does land on Kai'Sa, or maybe her support, depending who it is, that Samira can quickly capitalize on it, especially with her passive. She is able to quickly dash forward, E, and then just Q, W, and then just wipe your face off.
Yeah, I'm not... Well, I wonder what the last pick is going to be here. Some support.
I'm feeling an enchanter. I feel like we've seen too much engage supports.
I feel like it probably will just be another engage support though with Kai'Sa. Okay,
oh,
a Zillion.
See a Zillion.
Okay, that is honestly kind of strange, I think. Zillion with Kai'Sa seems like a weird combo.
Wait, I say it's a pretty good counter to Samira, because Samira does need that kill or takedown to get the recast on her E. Because for her E, it has like a 20-second cooldown or something. But if you get a takedown, it resets it. So in order for Samira to pop off, she needs that reset.
Yeah, I'm not sure who I would favor in the draft here. I think it's actually pretty even and mostly just going to come down to the gameplay. I think that there's some really interesting stuff here. Again, I really... Oh.
Okay, it appears we have to redo the champ select due to lobby issues.
Yes, so I'm not sure if that means they're changing one of the picks because it was picked incorrectly, or the game itself
or
has
maybe
been changed.
Maybe, it is game issues.
Okay, so the draft will be staying the same.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe one of them didn't have a champion; they were like doing a placeholder, but never mind. It is game issues.
Okay, so I think, well, out of that champ select, from what I can remember, the things that really stand out to me are, again, like that top matchup. We've got a matchup where Calder probably can take over. He's got the Gwen into Maokai, which I think he's probably a lot happier with compared to the trend into Aatrox. That being said, it's like Maokai can buy a lot of time for his team. You know, even if you're not winning that 1v1, it's like you can safely clear under tower, kind of hard to dive, and you're always going to be useful. It's kind of like Ornn, but honestly on a more extreme scale.
Yeah, especially with his Maokai's ult, like it's pretty much just a bigger Seraphine ult, because he can, it's like a skill shot and then just AoE CC. But unfortunately, I don't think Maokai does very well against Gwen in the top lane, so he will have to play really safe, and Gwen does get to set the pace of that match.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Maokai is on a bit of a timer, and there is like the Gwen-Victor combination, which is, you know, pretty crazy late game. It'll be interesting to see if this Gwen ends up team fighting a lot or just plays for the split push, because I don't think there's really a way for Maokai to match her in the split push after maybe like 2 items or something. But at the same time, like Gwen is going to be pretty strong in team fights as well, so maybe you just decide that you can win the 5v5. I don't think either comp has really built towards like a very clear win condition. Like there's a bit of everything, right? You've got like the Victor that can kite back, but then we've got stuff like the Samira, Amumu that want to go forward. On the other side of the team, we've got, you know, this like Kai'Sa, Jarvan that really wants to dive. And then we've got the Zillion who can kind of facilitate that, but could also kite back. So I don't think the team comps are as like defined as they were in the previous games, but it definitely doesn't mean they're bad. And they have a lot of options, yeah.
It's more flexible. Like they're able to quickly adapt and then change their playstyle, change who they target, whether it be turrets, kills, or objectives. Maybe they just want to CS, maybe just want to chill, maybe they just want to scale. And that flexibility does allow them that opportunity.
Yeah, I think this game is likely to be a lot closer than the previous two. Kind of feels like both the other two were like, even if the game wasn't actually over by 20 minutes, it was like relatively decided by 20 minutes. And I think this game is going to be different. I actually think with the comps, it feels like it's going to be very down to the wire, especially with Akshan. Like I swear Akshan just like warps the game and how it's kind of played, you know, because even if you kill all his team, if he manages to get that revive, it just completely changes everything.
Yeah, especially considering this is the last chance they got at making it to the grand final. So both teams, I know they're both shivering right now underneath their desks. They just want this so bad, because everything they've done up to this point, every game they've had, every sweat they have when they played, is all led up to this moment if they can get into the grand finals. But with Burnside, I believe that when they've been handed that L by Botany, I believe that just made them more angry. They just want that win, especially when you come all the way from Christchurch.
Sure, yeah.
All that traveling for an L, not looking good. But McLean's though, I believe they have that passion, they have that fire in them, they have that want in them to get this win. And so this will be a clash between wills, I believe.
You gotta feel like everyone's warmed up to the stage now. And the comps are looking pretty fierce. I'm looking forward to this game a lot. I think it's going to be a lot closer than the previous two. I'm hoping for, well, what do you think the game time is going to end at? I'm going to guess 34 minutes and 27 seconds.
Oh, so accurate, damn. Yeah. I'm actually going to say maybe 20, I think it's 27.
Oh, okay.
I think it's going to be quite an early game, because when both sides are this like stressed, this much pressure is on them, I feel like this is going to amount to them doing more risky plays, more like, just more risky plays, because I think if you play passively, that nerve in you would slowly wear you down.
I can definitely see that. I think, especially in that like final game, if you fall behind, you can quickly become desperate and like try and claw that back into the game. I think that happens with even, you know, professional players, honestly.
Yeah.
Like the mental game, I guess, on stage is not to be underestimated. It's like just as much as part of the game as, you know, gameplay or drafting or anything like that.
You just need to have that mental fortitude, pretty much, because especially in this game right now, if if you're playing in the early game and then the enemy gets ahead by like 1K, it's not looking good. You're gonna feel pretty stressed out. And it looks like we're going to a break now. So yeah.
See you guys soon.
Yeah, and welcome back to the final match between Burnside and McLean's College, and we see that the picks have already been made. So now we're just waiting for the timer to go down to begin.
Yeah, this timer can't go down quick enough. I'm very excited to look at these comps go against each other. Like we were saying before, I feel like it is a lot closer. And now I'm looking at it again. I think the early game from McLean's is really, really strong. I think this Akshan Jarvan can get a lot done in the early game, and if you can snowball the Kai'Sa, it can be very hard to play against. On the other hand, like the Samira always has like a lot of like destructive potential in the early game, right? If you manage to get a couple kills, a couple takedowns in those early skirmishes, you can quickly get out of control.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't believe the CC from McLean's College is going to be able to touch Samira, especially when she has that wind wall around her, because most of their CC does come from skill shots, especially from the Maokai and the Zillion Q. And the only thing they have is the Jarvan knock-up. So it's going to be hard to stop the Samira, especially when she dashes into their whole team and ults.
Yeah, maybe you just speed up this Maokai and hope you can W the Samira before she kind of gets everything. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I believe that... which comp do you think has a better chance of winning it?
I'm honestly not sure. I think it's really close. If I had to favor a team, I would probably go towards McLean's just because it feels like they've found the way to neutralize Calder, but it's like a very big question mark of like how is this Gwen gonna do into the Maokai, because I think it is a good matchup, but it's a good matchup in the same way that like Tryndamere is a good matchup in Aatrox, right? It's like you know, these are champs that are good at neutralizing the Maokai and the Aatrox. So if you can manage to slow down the carry champ for long enough and they never really get to take over the game, then that's kind of enough.
Yeah, and then again, it does give more flexibility to Burnside because that just makes any of their laners, their ADC, their mid lane, their top or jungle, like any of them is able to carry. So,
and now I know you're a Burnside fan.
Nah,
you're not a Burnside
fan? I'm a McLean's fan, okay? I just don't wanna make it too obvious I'm rooting for McLean's, you know? So I'm just saying, you know, Burnside, they're good as well, but McLean's still top dog. I believe they're gonna win this.
We will let the gameplay speak for itself. Should be in the game maybe 30 seconds from now. I wonder if there'll be anything happening at level 1. Because we do have some level 1 champs in here that could maybe do something, maybe like a Flash Maokai W at level 1. Get the game off to a good start.
Yeah, Mumu.
Yeah, the Mumu as well.
That's a pretty good engage for the level 1. So if Burnside looks for a engage, then the Mumu is the key to that.
Yeah. I think the Mumu at level 1, it's like, if you can manage to get that engage off, you can kind of follow up with a fight, but Amumu itself is not that great at level 1, you know? It's like you throw in the bandage and then you're kind of useless after that.
It's like 1 second of CC and you're like in front of the whole enemy. And unfortunately, I don't think that Burnside has that necessary follow-up to win that level 1 engage, so I think they're going to have to play it safe.
Yeah, maybe. I think most of the time teams have just been kind of fanning out level 1, you know, dropping some wards, getting a little bit of extra info. I think if you can get info on the Trundle, it's a pretty big deal. Trundle is like pretty good at early ganking and could definitely turn some of these lanes around or kind of, you know, begin to snowball them in the other direction. So if you can get a little bit of info on that Trundle, I think it could be pretty useful for the early game.
Yeah, it is pretty annoying when you're versing against a Trundle, especially when he has the ability to speed himself up, but also to slow you down. So it's going to be really annoying to get away from him unless you have a built-in dash.
Okay, game number 3. Now I'm guessing this is still Akshan mid and Maokai top, unless they're swapping lanes.
It is a Maokai top and an Akshan mid.
Yeah.
Swap lanes. And it looks like Burnside is looking for that level 1 cheese.
Maybe something going on around mid here.
30 seconds.
Doesn't look like it though.
Yeah, I don't think the Akshan is to be able to do much in this 5v5 if Burnside does indeed try to fight it, because I think all he has is just auto attacks, and I think his Qs.
I think he took E level 1. Yeah, he has E.
Oh well, this guy is just useless. This is level 1 fight, so I think they know not to pick a fight here. They know they can't win.
Gwen gonna leash. Not a huge fan of Gwen leashing in this matchup. I feel like Cold has kind of been the player that you want to play towards, and if you don't leash, you can kind of start to take over this top lane. So
yeah, when you're playing Gwen against a Maokai, you're gonna need all that pressure you're able to build up against him, because if you're able to have that pressure to move the wave how you want it to be moved, like you're able to build it as high as possible or as low as possible, that just gives you more control over the lane and thus gives you more control over Maokai and his decision making.
Yeah, so both top laners gonna leash and the junglers will be pathing down the map. It does make sense. Like, I think if you're Trundle, you have options, right? You can play towards the Samumi, he does have the gank set up, or you can play towards Gwen and kind of make sure that she destroys the Maokai, kind of like what happened in game 1. Jarvan on the other hand doesn't really have a great time of ganking bot. Kind of feels like the only reason you would path bot here is to prevent a dive, you know, kind of slow down that snowball. On the other hand, Akshan goes for a trade.
For trades with Victor, but
I think Akshan does pretty well into Victor until about level 4.
Yeah, he chucked him to half HP and he didn't really take much damage back, so that's a pretty good trade. Even though Trundle was lurking in the mid lane.
If you can get damage done early in this mid lane, it's a big deal. Once Victor hits level 4, kind of has this W and 2 points in E. It's pretty hard for Akshan to just like jump on him for free, but if you can build it significantly before then, you can kind of extend that a bit longer, obviously.
Yeah, Akshan is able to set the tempo of mid lane, but the good thing about Akshan is, especially with his slingshot hook, he is able to escape if Trundle does try to come and gank.
Trundle's looking bot. Has the Amumu gank set up? Kai'Sa
flashes on the get-go. Wow. Unfortunately, Amumu decides to hold on to his flash knowing there is no escape for him there.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. So although Amumu did get the kill, I mean, they still got assist gold onto 2 players, and they got Kai'Sa's flash for free.
It looks like Maokai is trying to look for a trade here, but unfortunately, mana is a big problem for him, and for Gwen, she's just able to auto-attack him for days.
There's a big creep wave, though. Ghosting on him.
Gwen does pop Ghost. Looks like he's going to put everything into this fight here, but I don't think Maokai has enough mana to heal himself back up.
Okay, very close top lane fight.
I think top lane. I think they use both sums in top lane. I think that was a flash from...
yeah, flash for Ghost, I think.
Yeah, I think it was flashing Ghost.
Kai'Sa did manage to live, so it's going to keep up and farm. We'll see if Trundle goes back down there to punish again.
Unfortunately, for Kai'Sa, the kill did go to Amumu. So that just makes Samira not as deadly as she'd like to be.
Yeah. I'd be really looking towards this bot lane at level 6 for the Amumu Samira all-in onto a flashless Kai'Sa. Akshan basing.
It is going to be hard for Jarvan to gank Samira, though, especially when she has got his dash. Because if Jarvan tries to stop her backing by like being behind her, and that's like the only way he's going to be able to knock her up or stop her from running away, Samira is just going to dash through him and back to safety on the tower.
Jarvan is around topside, and Gwen doesn't have Ghost, but she has pretty good vision. So you kind of feel like Jarvan can't really get anything done here. There's actually amazing topside vision right now. A pink and 2 wards and a scuttle crab. So that's basically as good as you can get as a top laner. Normally you're kind of left to dry, but actually there's a lot of support from his team right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're putting a lot of resources in our top lane, just making sure this Gwen doesn't have a repeat of the Darius in that first game. Jarvan is spotted out by the ward, and it doesn't seem like he's going to go for a gank because I think Gwen is just going to escape quickly.
Trundle, have to see where he goes from here. Looks like he's going to path towards bot side. Mumu's trying to get aggressive, punish the Snow Flash Kai'Sa. Zoning her off the wave, which is a pretty good win in itself. Even if you can't kill her, a lot of the time you can just convert that flashless pressure into a CS lead.
Yeah, I'd say that the Samira and Amumu combo is just so deadly for Kai'Sa and Zilean, because if they get anywhere near them, they just get CC chain and they're just locked down with that Amumu. Because I'm pretty sure with the Amumu Q update, he is able to cast it twice now.
Yep. So Akshan and Jarvan potentially looking at the dragon here, or maybe just getting some bot side vision. It feels like it's kind of hard to start this dragon given that Samira and Amumu have the pressure of a bot lane. But it's possible. Akshan is in the river.
Yeah, these games are won by the amount of pressure that bot lane is able to build up, because those dragons slowly stack up and up.
Samira and Amumu making their own journey into the river now, just dropping some wards, allowing themselves to continue to play aggressively here. Trundle also maybe looking for a lane gank onto this flashless Kai'Sa. If they can get another gank here before Kai'Sa and Zilean hit 6, I think that's a really big deal.
As soon as Zilean gets ult, as soon as Kai'Sa gets ult, a gank in the bot lane is going to be useless. Because it's going to be impossible to catch them. Because even if you do grab a kill, Zilean's ult is going to revive them back.
Jarvan is down here for the counter gank. Trundle has not been spotted yet, but he is spending a lot of time here.
Yeah, and still in the mid lane,
Jarvan is
like
behind the tower.
Keep fighting.
Akshan may look to move bot as well. They know something's up here. Yeah, Jarvan just waiting in the wings. It's a very good counter gank.
Is here.
I think Kai'Sa might be able to bait this.
Oh, Jarvan dashes in. Unfortunately, doesn't knock anyone up. But the Zilean speed, it does goes through, and unfortunately, it looks like Burnside is just going to run away.
Okay, I think that's a pretty good spot to be in for McLean's. You've managed to get this Kai'Sa through this like flashless pre-level 6 period where you could probably get reganked. So getting through that without dying is pretty nice, I think.
I think that's the problem with the bot side right now, because McLean's jungle and bot lane, they don't really have that much CC during a gank. So, but Burnside does have that CC in Trundle, in Amumu. So a kill potential is a lot easier for Burnside compared to McLean's.
Victor still hasn't based. Maybe gonna try to get a full item before basing. Probably just hasn't had a convenient time. Should look to base before this Herald though. You definitely do not want to contest this Herald with the Doran's Ring Victor.
Yeah, I think Akshan is just putting so much pressure on him to stay that like, as soon as Victor backs, he's gonna lose 1 or 2 waves and he's gonna lose 1 or 2 plates because Akshan is just that aggressive this early.
But he still has the TP. He's gonna base and TP back to mid now. Shouldn't lose too much. Maybe gonna lose a couple creeps. Yes, actually, Victor cancelled his base.
Dragon now
stay. Okay, Akshan's starting the base, and then it looks like Victor will clear this wave and start his base as well. Zilean's roaming up, so there's probably going to be a fight here, or maybe a forced Rift Herald.
I don't think the Maokai ult would be a good usage here, because Gwen does have her mist that just blocks any damages from outer the ring.
Gwen is definitely immune. Victor going to TP back to mid here, so he's finally spent his gold. Feels good.
Yeah, that's a painful thing when you're against a Gwen. It'll just keep spamming. Gwen is immune, Gwen is immune. It's like, yeah, we get it, shut up.
Blue side might look to start. I think they can start the Herald here. They know Akshan hasn't based yet, is sitting on a lot of gold, so they probably can force the Herald. It's pretty hard for Akshan to stay with no mana and also probably like 1k gold in the bank or something like that.
Yeah, it looks like this might be a free rift for Burnside unless McLean's looking to fight this, because it looks like they are gathering up, but unfortunately Akshan is way too far and they will be outnumbered for this fight if McLean decide to pick this fight.
So the Herald goes over. Zilean also wasted a lot of time here. That's pretty punishing because Zilean is a champ that needs those levels a lot more than Amumu does. And he's wasted a lot of time here to not really get anything out of it, so pretty punishing. We'll have to see where this Rift Herald is used. None of the towers are really getting low, so there's not really a place that jumps out to me. Maybe the bot lane just to try and snowball this Samira a bit more?
I'd say they might drop it in the top side actually, because that would force McLean's to send a couple of their people up to stop that Rift from wrecking havoc and grabbing so much platings. And because of that, they are at a numbers disadvantage when they're going for Dragon.
Could be the play as well. Dragon has still not been taken. Gwen might look to all in here. Okay, does not go for it. Gets pretty good damage though.
Yeah, I think Maokai just knocks her back if he tries to look for an engage. That's low, it's just crazy.
Maokai is managing to stay pretty even in CS, so definitely a lot better than the Ornn vs Darius matchup that we saw earlier.
Yeah, he's doing a lot better in that 1v1.
A very slow game compared to the other two. Zilean didn't hit level 6 by 10 minutes in the other game, and like, not going to hit 6 by 10 minutes this game either.
Yeah, this is the problem with Zilean, is just being under-leveled. Too much roaming for you guys.
That's weird, he has an XP passive.
Yeah.
Okay, starting the Dragon. Everyone else is off the map, so should be able to get this.
Yep, Samira way too far in the bot lane, and Trundle and Victor just way too far in the mid lane. So it looks like this will be a free Dragon.
Maokai actually walked all the way down for this and isn't basing yet. Probably could have started his base a long time ago. Maybe he's just going to walk all the way back to top instead.
It looks like they really did want to win that Dragon.
Yeah. Okay, Maokai going to go the long way, going to pop all the way back to top. Actually isn't going to lose too much for it.
Yeah, because I think Gwen shoved the wave in. No, she didn't.
Trundle may be looking towards bot again, but Zilean's going to be 6 very soon. And Kai'Sa has flash this time.
Yeah, Akshan is just being invisible in the bot lane river, so Victor's going to have to watch out when he goes into that Pride bush, because if he enters that bush and Akshan's already waiting, that's not going to look good. Amumu dashes in, pops gold. Oh, looks like Kai'Sa does survive, and he does have Zilean all on him, so it doesn't look like he's going to be the target for this time. And Akshan quickly chasing away the Trundle. Trundle flashes through. I don't know if he's going to make it out of here, but the Victor ult does chase away the remaining McLean's players.
Wow. It ends up being a 2-for-1. Kill onto Kai'Sa though, which is pretty nice. Kill onto Victor again, also really nice. It was pretty lucky that Victor managed to, come down and clean that up, because it was looking pretty bad on the engage.
It looks like a 1v1 between Maokai and Gwen. I'm not actually sure who wins this, considering Gwen does only have boots.
Can Gwen even kill this guy? Wow, Maokai is so tanky.
Yeah,
wow.
Especially with that, I think, Balmy Cinder? Yeah, it just burns him down.
Tanks are weak.
Oh, this has actually a lot of damage. It doesn't look like Gwen's to be able to 1v1 him at this point, because Gwen needs that lifesteal item in order to be able to trade blows with Maokai, because Maokai does have inbuilt healing while Gwen does not. She needs it from the Conqueror.
Yeah, so top lane matchup hasn't really returned anything yet, but Gwen is definitely more of a scaling counter pick. You're looking towards that, like 2 items to really become strong.
2 platings straight into the pockets of Burnside. Yeah, despite the kills being equal, it's like around the 1k gold difference already towards Burnside. I think that's just the CSing, especially in the jungle, look, with the 20 CS difference.
Yeah, there is a small CS advantage in the jungle, but Victor's about the same. Got an extra kill, and the platings as well. Victor has actually swapped to the side lane here. They're going to have their bot lane mid.
Yeah, McLean's better watch out when Victor builds his Leandries, because that ult is going to be so much more painful.
So Victor, I think maybe has Leandries here. He's in base right now. Doesn't quite have it yet. Akshan also pretty far from the mid. Oh, not super far, but far enough from the mid. Victor bought a blasting wand? Okay, he's He's got an assortment of items, we'll say that. Not sure I'm a fan,
He did go shopping quite a bit.
Did go shopping. Saw something he liked and he bought it.
Ooh, Gwen does have the Leeching Leer, I believe the item is called. And it does give her a lot of lifesteal, which pretty much means that that Maokai might not win in a straight 1v1 at this point.
We'll have to see who completes their mythics by this dragon in a minute 40, because now we know Victor's not going to. Akshan still could, Kaiser still could, and the mythic already onto Samira.
The Jarvan does also have Gore Drinker, so that just makes his engage that much more painful, because as soon as he engages in the middle of the team, you try your hardest to burst him, you can get half his HP back.
Akshan gonna play a little respectfully here. Knows he has to be a bit careful with this jungler on the top side here.
Especially with second Rift coming up soon, I believe. Oh, 6 minutes now.
Yeah, maybe he'll just give the bot tower and try swap with Maokai. Feels like that would be the best play. You kind of want Akshan on the side of your objective and Maokai on the opposite side with TP. Although right now, no one's catching bot, so
yeah, I think
right now,
wave. Both sides are just content with CSing and just chilling, because I don't think either of them wants to be the guy that throws the whole game by one misplay.
There's a Dragon and a Rift Herald coming up soon, so we might see a fight begin sort of shortly. Kaiser also not going to have the Mythic, but is going for the Dirk, so gets the power spike.
So unless he gets caught. Oh, unfortunately, looks like Gwen just gets knocked back into the whole enemy team of McLean's. What a good pick. The Maokai ult just kept him still, despite the mist being there.
And the Maokai point and click CC. Pretty hard to outplay. This is going to be the Herald for them as well.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Burnside is going to be able to contest this, so they are content with, I think, taking tier 1 mid-turret instead. But with Drake is coming up in 14 seconds, so McLean is going to have to rush this Rift quickly back and be able to contest that in time. Or they're going to have to stay and fight this, despite not getting that free back off.
Okay, so force them off the tower. I think they can still fight the Dragon. Even though they used stuff to kill the Gwen. Gwen used ult, so she's going to be pretty weak here. Kind of feel like it's more of a 4v4 with Gwen being kind of useless, and I'm not sure who used ult in the other. Actually, no one. I guess Maokai used ult.
Yeah, Maokai did use ult, but then again, Gwen.
But Maokai's a lot stronger without his ult compared to Gwen without her ult.
I think Gwen is kind of useless in this fight right now, because the only thing she can dash in is just. The only thing she can do is just dash in and hit them as much as possible, but especially with the mist out. But it looks like Maokai might get caught out. He quickly flashes out.
Amumu gets in.
Drops. Cataclysm goes through. Amumu is not able to pop his ult in time, and McLean just quickly drops them one by one. Fortunately, that is 2 kills for both sides, so it looks like Burnside does take the win because McLean's is way too low to continue the fight.
Yeah, that was pretty close. I'm surprised that more people didn't die, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, it was very close. I guess Zillion managed to ult himself and get out.
The amount of discipline McLean's has is to know that they were at a disadvantage with that fight, with their carry jungle dead, their Maokai CC dead. They were able to not tunnel vision and just back off that fight.
This Victor is kind of starting to take over. He did first pick. So the enemy team, got to see Victor and got to pick everything into him, but still hasn't died, has put out a lot of damage, and is 20 CS up on his opponent, so pretty much can't ask for more out of mid lane at the moment.
Yeah, finally a Victor that went Luden instead of Leandri's, but seeing McLean's comp, they are pretty squishy, with their tanks only being Jarvan and Maokai.
Yeah, I think there's an argument still for Leandri's, because that Maokai, it's pretty hard to kill, but yeah, I actually think the Leandri's might have been a better choice here anyway, because you do have AP from Gwen as well, but it doesn't really matter, honestly, as long as you have a lot of gold at this point.
I think right now they're just hoping to be able to one-shot the Akshan or the Kai'Sa before the fight begins, because that Victor zap does do a lot of damage, especially with that follow-up auto attack with his Q.
Okay, moving down towards mid. Blue side with a slight gold advantage, and also they're spiking pretty hard right now. They have the Gwen Mythic, they have the Victor Mythic. Might have caught Maokai out of...
He quickly panics ults, and unfortunately... yeah, it looks like Exhaust does go through, and Maokai is not able to escape.
Wow.
Curse Sad Mummy goes through, Zillion gets put down, Kai'Sa quickly ults out. Tamira goes for an emotional play ults, but unfortunately Kai'Sa does take her down, and Amumu trying to lock in the Cataclysm. Unfortunately, they are not able to escape, with McLean's taking the win. Gwen on the run, with the McLean's Hounds on the chase.
Wow.
Akshan ults cleans them up, and it looks like McLean's will take this win.
Yeah, Maokai got picked at the start, but they did burn quite a lot for. I actually thought the fight was going to go good after Amumu got the extra engage after, but Kai'Sa, Akshan, and Jarvan just did so much work that fight.
That Amumu ult was pretty good. Like, as soon as he dashed in, Kai'Sa was able to pop her ult as well to get out of that range. So I think that was what allowed McLeans to win that fight. The Kai'Sa just didn't get CC.
There's a lot of magic resist coming through from red side's top side. We've got the Mercs and the Hex Drinker and even some MR on the Maokai as well. You kind of feel like Victor and Gwen should be looking for Void Staffs sort of soon, just because there's so much MR coming in so early in the game, and they don't really need to build armor yet because their AD threat, Samira, is so weak, and Trundle just kind of doesn't do damage.
Yeah, because when you're playing Samira, you really need that snowball or just a really high CS advantage over your enemy laner, because when you get behind a Samira, you're not really going to do much the rest of the game until you get your third item. So right now, Samira is just a sitting duck.
Next dragon is in 2 minutes. Rift Herald's placed top. And they are going to try to get this to crash. They've brought numbers up here.
It looks like Zilean and Akshan is lurking top lane alongside Jarvan. And Burnside might have to respond to this assault.
Looks like they are going to try to defend it, but Kai'Sa has moved up as well. Maybe Samira can just punish by taking the mid tower. So they are going to lose top, but Samira could push in this mid wave, but is instead actually coming up. So they're posturing for a fight right now rather than pushing mid.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Gwen and Amumu alone are able to stop them, especially even though Trundle is there, because I think they're just outnumbered if Samira decides to stay mid.
Yeah, I think Samira actually could have got the mid tower there if she'd really committed to it, but maybe she was like thinking a fight would start up there. Kai'Sa ultimately doesn't end up losing anything from moving off the mid wave. Samira just going to come back to farming. Oh, that mid tower is on 1 HP. Definitely could have got the mid tower. I did not realize it was so low.
I don't even think she needed the wave. I think like she can just take it anytime she wants. You just go up, auto attack it, and it's dead.
Victor's kindly or quietly been just farming up a storm. On the clock. Pretty far ahead of his opponent now.
Yeah, Victor is pretty dangerous now, especially with that Ludens and that blasting one.
I guess he's going, I guess both him and the Gwen are going towards Shadowflame second, but I do think the Void would be better here. There's a lot of MR. Victor has a lot of components as well.
Yeah. It seems like even he doesn't know what he wants to build at this point.
He's just spending his money. I respect that.
Just keeps it flexible, you know.
Jarvan actually went for the full maw. So that's a lot of MR on that target. It's going to be very hard for Victor to kill that guy with no Leandries and no Void.
The Dragon is coming up in 30 seconds, and it looks like McLean's is going to be there earlier before Burnside, so they're going to be able to get vision and have a better setup with the environment before Burnside is able to even get there.
Yeah, if they can get control of this, can definitely make it hard to contest. Gwen is getting a top tower in the meantime. I feel like this Dragon is going to be really big. The teams are very close. I'd be surprised if either team decided that they want to give it, but maybe Blue's side just wants to trade top instead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure even though Gwen and Maokai isn't in the fight, I think McLean's is still able to come out with a win on top of Burnside in this fight, if they do decide to engage.
Maokai's TPing in.
Maokai does TP in, but that does leave Gwen.
Okay, so Gwen managed to keep her TP, which is a pretty big deal.
Especially
actually going to try Force.
Ooh, yeah, the map
doesn't get it.
Samira wind wall is just too much.
Okay, so Gwen has a TP advantage and she can definitely pressure the side lane for a while. Did give up the Dragon, but it's not the end of the world. It's not going to be pressuring for a while, and you can just kind of keep farming.
Yeah, I think both the Dragons right now are highly contested, because previous games we've seen one side just get 3 Dragons, but now it seems both of them are contesting everything.
Yeah, Gwen's got a lot of gold during this time. She's going to be really strong for the next fight. Like, managed to get the top tower, push in a lot of waves, take away the Krugs as well. Going to be very, very strong.
Yeah, but the good thing is, Jarvan has built his Maw now, and he has Sorceress, oh, not Sorceress, the
Merc Treads?
Merc Treads, sorry, which just gives him a lot more survivability against Gwen and Victor, which are their win comp.
Victor, 222 CS right now. We'll see if he builds this Void third, or if he's just going to upgrade that into a Zonya or something. Kind of feel like the Void is sort of overdue, honestly. There's a lot of magic resist. Samira still hasn't hit that 2 items. Might look for a fight here.
Yeah, it seems like both sides recognize that there's pretty much no reason for them to fight. I think they're just trying to grab as much vision as possible so they're able to detect anyone that's a bit out of formation. It looks like Jarvan does dash in, and He doesn't drop his Q. He's not committing. Amumu does ult, but it only catches the Kai'Sa that unfortunately does pop clarity. And with the Maokai engaging, it looks like the Gwen does get exhausted. The damage completely cut, allowing Kai'Sa to survive. Jarvan does ult in, and the Zilean ult just managed to make him survive.
Oh, wow. Is he going to get out? Maybe goes down to Victor? Okay, does end up going down.
Samira does flash in, and with McLean's all on below half HP, they better be on the run. This might be a clip for Samira.
Yeah, that was an insane fight. Felt like the initial engage was kind of fumbled, and then the red side re-engaged, kind of turned it back, but all this time, Victor, okay, I was about to say Victor, putting out absurd damage, puts out some even more, kills the Zilean off the back end.
That Victor ult was just too big. He just sliced all of their HP to below half.
Yeah, I wish I could see the damage graphs for that fight, because I think Victor would have done some disgusting damage that fight.
Yeah, and Samira was able to flash and finish off, I think it was Zilean, fortunately.
Okay.
Yeah,
Victor is building towards the void. Maybe he heard me complaining. Big fan of that.
I mean, with with Void, that does allow Victor's ult to just slice right through Jarvan's magic.
Yeah. I think once Victor completes this item, team fights are gonna start going in their favor. On the other side, Akshan and Kai'Sa are really strong.
I don't know if does Maokai beat Gwen in this fight?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think Gwen just has too much lifesteal.
There's a lot of people around though. This could end up being a bigger fight.
Unfortunately, Zilean was not fast enough to catch the Gwen.
They did get the Gwen ult, which is nice, but I don't think there's really anything they can get off this. There's no objectives for a Wild Dragon, still 1 minute and 35 away.
Yeah, I think bot side has been left unattended for a while now. Yeah,
everyone's just playing ARAM.
Yeah, a lot of CS going down the drain, because it seems like both teams wants to play around mid and top side, because that is where Baron is located.
Victor has been doing a good job still clearing the ball waves like when they're close to the tower. Like, yeah, he hasn't pushed them all the way in, but he has managed to keep himself pretty ahead on CS, so doing a good job of that. Is hitting his item spikes pretty nicely. Dragon in a minute. Right now, red side does have the control. Trundle's actually top side, so maybe looking for a cheese kill on Maokai before this dragon becomes relevant. He's chasing Maokai right now. Looks like Maokai is going to get out.
Yeah, unfortunately, Maokai just make it out alive, but with the dragon coming up in a minute, it looks like both sides will have to have a 5v5 here. Because I don't think Burnside will want to give this dragon over to McLean's, because if they do, that just makes the next dragon a lot more important for them to fight, and that will make them force their hand.
Looks like the control is actually going to be given up here. Red side did have pretty solid control, but they based kind of late, so might end up losing some of this. Gwen has Maokai pushed all the way under the tower, so can easily move down the map. Probably doesn't even need to invest a TP. Okay, they're actually going to force Baron instead, so Victor already TPing the dragon. Red side a bit out of position right now. They have a lot of damage. This Baron could go down before Jarvan gets here.
Ooh, I don't think they're able to burst it down fast enough, because McLean's is already knocking at their doorstep. Even though Maokai is getting zoned out, they might be looking for a pick on him before the team gets here, but...
Okay, Maokai goes down.
And yeah, Gwen does manage to slow down Zilean, but Zilean does exhaust her back and make sure she doesn't get anywhere near her team.
Okay.
Oh, that was a good pick. Unfortunately, Maokai did overstep in his attempts to prevent the taking of the Baron, which unfortunately made him sacrifice his own life.
Okay, now I'm going to turn back towards the dragon. Possibly, actually, I'm not sure if you should contest this or not. Gwen doesn't have R, but the Amumu and the Victor still do. And you've got Maokai dead, and he won't have TP. Yeah, maybe you look to fight afterwards?
I think they're going to have to give this, yeah, because they're just outnumbered, and I think Burnside didn't use much of their game-changing ults.
So it ends up going down. Maokai's not alive for that. Our 2-turn drags. Gold is relatively even at this point. Yeah, slight advantage.
Feel the tension between these two teams. Both teams really want this win. As you can see, like, the kills are pretty much even, the gold difference is pretty much even, and both teams does have 2 Drakes on their side.
Victor forced to flash. That's pretty nice. Potentially punishable in the next fight by Jarvan. Being a flashless Victor versus Jarvan is never fun. 5 people grouped mid right now. Might try and force down this mid tower.
Yeah, Victor is gonna need that Zhonya's if she wants to survive the onslaught from...
He needs a lot of items. He needs the Void, he needs the Zhonya's, he needs Rabadons.
It looks like he's going for a Medjais as well, especially when he's got 9 stacks on his Dark Steel.
I kind of feel like he won't upgrade it just because he doesn't have flash. Like if he upgrades to Magi's right now and dies,
that's just troll.
That would make me cry.
Big troll.
Gwen now building the Void as well. When Gwen hits 16 in Void, she's going to be pretty unstoppable.
Yeah, it seems like Samira and Kaisa would just prefer to just CS in the mid lane, not really looking for a fight here.
Gwen pushing the bot wave.
I like how both sides just prefer to ARAM.
Yeah, there's no objectives for a while here, and everyone kind of feels unsafe on the side lane, so we're kind of just in wave clear wars right now.
Yeah, what's happening lately is just 4 people are in mid or in the jungle somewhere, and both top lanes are just in the side lanes. A lot of CS is going to waste.
Yeah, Gwen must be... Okay, she's halfway to level 16 here, so probably will be able to pick that up before the next dragon in 3 minutes, which is a pretty big power spike. Be interesting to see if Kaisa manages to finish this 3rd item. I think if you can get your 3rd items coming in these next 3 minutes, it's very big. Samira also getting close to her IE here.
Oh, Samira with an IE, that ult is going to shred.
The 3rd drag, obviously not as important as the 4th one, but it does, really start to pressure the enemy team.
Yeah, they're going to have to save that ult for Samira, because as soon as she engages with that IE in a team fight, then all the backline is just going to be gone, because they don't really have instantaneous CC, because the only one that has that is Maokai.
Gwen pushing up the bot wave still. Blue side taking control of this top side river.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like both sides want to go for a Baron. I think they're just content with warding it and making sure that the other team doesn't get it.
Gwen, I think, once she gets... If blue side can get vision in the enemy top jungle, Gwen can probably push pretty far and maybe like force Maokai to respond. But otherwise, maybe look for a play onto this flashless Victor. They have Zilean and Jarvan around. Decide not to go for it. Probably just don't know where the other members of the team are. Samira is managing to crash the mid wave though, and Kaisa's not there, so gonna lose at least a lot of damage here.
Yeah, this might be a Mumu getting caught out, but Samira is there to hold his hand in case something happens. But so fortunately, Trundle and Samira does take the tower. Jarvan looks for engage, locks in Samira and a Mumu inside the Cataclysm. Maokai pops his ult looking for the chase, but the Samira wind wall just blocks it and saves her life. And Gwen TPs and pops ult, looks for an engage. It looks like Kaisa has to flash away from that Gwen, or she gets shredded out. And it looks like McLean's has lost that trade. They're gonna have to quickly go for a reset while...
Yeah, they might force Baron here. It was pretty clever macro play from the blue side here. Manages to get that tier 2 mid without losing much, and now going to force the Baron.
Yeah, they did maintain that momentum they carried over from mid all the way to Baron. And it doesn't look like McLean's is going to be able to stop it because they're just way too slow at rotating and back.
I think they played for the fight after. I don't think you can stop this Baron from going down, but I think you could force a fight afterwards.
Oh! Jarvan stole the Baron, completely turned it around. Amumu drops his ult, and unfortunately that's a double kill, goes to Burnside. I don't know if that was a good trade. A Baron for 2 kills. That makes it 3 kills actually.
Oh, did get an Akshan revive.
Does revive both of them. This back and forth is going crazy right now.
Yeah, wow.
McLean's takes something, and then Burnside takes something, and then McLean's brings it back.
Insane play out of the Jarvan to steal that. Kind of feel like everyone should have just ran out after that point. Just get the dragon and get out. 30 seconds on this dragon though. And Samira's dead. I think you'd rather have Samira dead than Maokai dead on your team. So red side probably favored here with no enemy AD carry up. Maybe even able to pick this Victor.
Yeah, well, with Kaisa still alive, they're able to still have that big bulk of the damage. And unfortunately, Victor will get shredded down and caught out before the spawning of the dragon. This looks like McLean's will now be on soul point.
Yeah.
Burnside isn't going to be able to contest this unless they get that steal like Jarvan had.
They have the Baron and they killed both carries.
Yeah, Maokai TP'd in, and unfortunately, he might have TP'd into his own death because there are a Trundle and a Gwen there, but fortunately, he does have his team to quickly rotate back. This might be a dive here. Jarvan pops ult and locks in Gwen inside the cage, but it doesn't look like Gwen's going to be able to get out. Trundle's on the run right now. McLean's keeping up the pressure, but unfortunately the totem does block the engage.
Yeah, wow. They got kills on both carries and then another kill on Victor again, and if Maokai dies, I mean, you don't really care if Maokai dies, right? He has no shutdown on him.
Looks like both sides are just doing back and forth.
Despite managing to get the 3 kills and losing the Baron, like you'd think that would mean that you'd be able to get Dragon straight after, but after getting picked a couple times, actually end up losing the Dragon and a couple kills as well. Game is still very even, though. That feels like that's kind of it for the Baron. You might be able to get one more mid tower, but you probably don't have time to take either of these tier 2 side lane towers. So I think it's actually going to go back to farming for a while and maybe come down to this 4th dragon.
Yeah, but then again, it is a Cloud Soul, and it's going to be so OP, especially on people like, especially on Jarvan if McLean's does get this, this dragon.
A lot of topside vision for the red side here. Maokai gonna come clear this wave. Gwen is still a while away. Gwen is building towards Zonya, so gonna have that. Victor already has Zonya here, so gonna find it a bit easier to play against the Jarvan now.
Yeah, especially Jarvan with the Death Dance. He's not gonna die for a while. Yeah, it looks like both sides are just gonna settle with CSing, waiting for objectives.
Yeah, I think we might be
to fight for.
We might just be chilling for another 4 minutes.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, if there is a fight, even like with no objectives up, it's the stage of the game where you can get quite a lot, right? Like you can push towers very fast. This stage of the game.
Right now, they're just trying to CS, trying to push a tower, and then the other side just trying to stop them.
Looks like we're maybe seeing another ARAM here. Gwen's still playing the side lane, but doesn't have enough vision to really push any further, so might have to group mid in order to regain control.
Yeah, Akshan's camouflage is so OP because just by him being missing or like just not being visible on the map, that just gives pressure everywhere.
Okay, Gwen actually is pushing up. Control of the mid wave is pretty important at this point in the game. Allows you to make a lot more plays. Although with no objective up, it's not the end of the world if you just give up some control.
Yeah, it looks like McLean's is going to be able to take this tier 1 turret. Because I don't think Birdside's going to be able to mount a defense. Never mind, they are able to clear the wave. I forgot.
Yeah, they are able to keep it, but I don't think it matters too much at this point. I think it's all going to come down to this like 4th dragon fight, who has control over it.
Yeah, this Victor is going to be a huge problem, especially when it's nearly full build. It's one item of full build right now. That's going to be a lot of damage. They're going to have to take him out beforehand. But then again, he has Zonya's built already.
Okay, Maokai basing. Grabs the pink.
Yeah, Shirley's being popped, making sure the...
Yeah, just really don't want to get engaged on right now.
Yeah.
Samira has the GA. I think that's pretty big. Because she's going to go in, probably die, but then get to keep fighting.
Yeah, because if her teammates are able to get a kill, her E is going to reset. She's going to have another dash.
Okay, moving up on the mid wave. Might see something happen here. Probably not, though. It feels like no one's going to do anything for another 2 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like both sides are just content with ARAM, even though Gwen is getting more CS and more XP in the bot lane.
Yeah, it's kind of a hard stalemate to break. Oh, actually found an engage, though.
Victor might have caught out, but he does go golden, and unfortunately, the Zillion does set up a trap. Maokai engages, pops ult, goes for the Samira. Samira gets locked in.
Both carries in trouble.
Looks like Samira is going to have to get taken down.
Both carries go down a minute 30 before drag, so going to lose a tower and probably not going to lose too much more after that, but I think if red side here bases and spends all their gold and sets up control around that 4th drag, it's going to be pretty hard to contest.
Yeah, it looks like McLean's is going to be able to take this momentum all the way to the inhibitor turret, maybe. Because
okay, yeah, actually they could take the mid inhib.
Yeah, with the Victor and the Samira down, no one's able to stop their onslaught.
Okay, they do take the mid inhib. Probably not going to have time to base and spend their gold now.
Yeah, it looks like this crazy back and forth has finally been won by McLean's with that awesome win.
Okay, so they're going to stay on the map, I think, because Baron and Dragon are spawning. It kind of feels difficult to bait at this time, or to base.
I think they prefer Baron.
I'm not sure they can start it, though.
I reckon they can rush it, can't they?
Well, they might try.
Oh, no.
The thing is, they still have a lot of unspent gold. Like, they just want to fight. They took 2 towers, so they have a lot of gold in the pocket. A lot of this gold lead is kind of deceptive right now because it's just sitting in their inventory, kind of unspent. This is kind of the problem with taking that mid inhib there, is that mid inhib doesn't directly translate into anything for a while, and like they didn't really get to base, and they kind of lose a bit of control. It kind of feels like you could have had control and just like done this dragon here, but instead blue side has managed to kind of regain that. Although one nice thing about being on 3 drags is that you can easily just start the Baron, because like your opponent is kind of forced into, you know, contesting you on the drag. Like you can easily make them position for it and then start the drag.
It looks like they're going to try to bait out the Baron with Gwen engaging on the Maokai doesn't look like they do much damage with Amumu dropping ult. Oh, Maokai, Azilian, and Akshan gets one-shotted by Victor.
Oh my god.
Victor just too
I think
much
they could
of a
maybe end
problem.
off this.
This might be GG. That Victor
4-0.
completely wiped out McLean's. With Kaisa the only one alive, it looks like she's gonna have to be able.
She's gonna have to do something crazy here. I think the game is over unless Kaisa can somehow snipe one of the carries.
It might be over. Oh, the minion wave is.
Yeah, there is only one creep.
Single minion.
I don't think Kaisa can defend. Kind of has to try though.
15 seconds on the line. Doesn't look like.
No, it looks like the game is.
Unfortunately, that back and forth has been won by Burnside. Unfortunately, McLean's does go home with a loss.
That was a very close game.
Such a shame for McLean's. That game. That was just so much.
Yeah, I do believe my prediction on the game time was a little closer.
Well, it was kind of close, man. But like, it was pretty close considering both sides were pretty much like on the fence post the whole time.
Yeah, I think it was a much better game than game 1 and 2. Like game 3, really back and forth, very exciting game. Hopefully you guys at home did enjoy it. I think it was it was interesting how it ended, right? Like there was so much back and forth. The Baron steals some kills and then some more picks. And then I think at the end there, after you get those picks, you can just base, spend all your gold, fully control the dragon, and then you're in a great spot. But instead, overextending for the inhib does use up a lot of tempo, so it makes it hard to get a good reset. And then you kind of just end up on the map too long and ultimately get engaged on. And by that point in the game, one fight. That's it.
I think the problem was Victor. Victor was just such a problem. And yep, here we see Burnside is going to be heading to the finals. And unfortunately, McLean's has to take the L. And looks like there's going to be a rematch between Botany and Burnside.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that goes in the finals. They did lose, I think it was 1-2 earlier today.
Yeah, it was 1-2. And it looks like they're going to have the second chance at redemption.
Yeah. So there's one more match coming after this, which is the, what do you call it, the New Zealand HyperFibre League for the whole National League, not just the high school. That'll be pretty interesting to see. I will be commentating that one as well.
Ooh.
You get to go home.
I got to go home, fortunately. I'm so tired.
So we will be going to a break now, and then we'll get getting into that game. So we'll see you guys soon.
Yep.
from the waves, watching every sunrise.
Welcome everyone back to the New Zealand Esports HyperFibre League. I'm back again. My name is Matt Ross, and I've got the prestigious TikTok Shock coming back onto the clock with me. Man, good to have you on the show. You know, you usually cast you as a player, but here you are. We're finally together casting.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be weird, actually. I'm casting players actually that I've alongside before, so kind of feel like I should be down there with them, but I'm happy to be here as well.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, though. A lot of long-time New Zealand names we'll be recognizing in the teams today. But guys, let's catch up together. Let's see how the bracket is looking now as we're moving into the end of the day. It's the final match of the day. Here comes the bracket, and yeah, we've already had one match today, which was Mr. Cresswell's Minions. They went down to Team Ultra Instinct. They took game one, but Ultra Instinct came back to take the series, and they'll be going into the grand final. But we find their opponent today. It's going to be between We Love Cans and Natives Esports. Two quite different names, I'd reckon there. Maybe a bit of a fan of the fizzy drinks or something like that. But Shock, I mean, looking at this, how are you feeling about this? Do you know too much about the teams? Which one is your old teammates playing on?
You're asking the wrong guy.
Oh, wrong guy. All right.
No.
Well, you know what? You know who is the right guy? Is the magical screen, who's going to put up our team breakdowns in just a moment. So we'll be getting a good look at the teams as they get onto the field. They're also representing the two different regions as well. Tempest versus Inferno. It's going to be a really great time. First up, I want to take a look at We Love Cans. We can finally what this lineup is going to be like. There they are. You've got Why Not, Coach Cupcake. He's a coach now. Dante, Claire, and Orphan of Father.
Orphan of Arthur, I think.
Okay, wait, hang on. Really? Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, that's not Farther. Yeah, I can see how I got that wrong. Tell me about these guys. I mean, I recognize tons of these names.
Oh, just off the bat, that's an amazing picture that Weiner has there. But yeah, I think, so Cupcake, Dante, and Orphan of Arthur is Decoy, I believe, have all played in the LCO before, so pro players, or at least ex-pro players. And Weiner as well, I think, also played OPL 2020. I think Claire has been in the high school scene for a while. Different Claire from the LCO.
Yeah, I had to clarify that a few times a few years ago.
I bet.
Yeah, but no, Claire's been around high school scene. And tell me about Orphan of Father. Do you know?
Yeah, so this is Decoy undercover.
Oh, yeah. No, all right,
so
he's got us.
It's a very stacked lineup. Obviously, it's a team of basically just ex-pros, you know, and players that might go pro again in the future. So it's probably you have to say it's the favorite, right? Like, you can't really ignore it. But at the same time, they did lose a game before, I believe, right?
They've technically lost 2 games. One of them was a DQ, though, so, you know, put what weight you want into that. However, the other game, yes, they have legitimately lost one. I did talk to Why Not before the series, and he said, no, that was just, we had a scuffed team that day. Although I've heard that, you know, he's maybe exaggerating that a little bit. That doesn't sound like Why Not to me, but we'll have to find out, because, of course, they've got their opponents to see who they're going to be playing against. It's NZESF Esports. So let's take a look at these guys. You've got OG Jigsaw, Rin, Kyan, Why Not Be Washed? Oh boy, Vendrick, Best AD. All right, so Shock, first up, tell me, have you seen any of these guys in the ladder?
I've seen Vendrick before. Vendrick's been playing solo queue and Halo for a pretty long time. I don't really recognize any of the other names, but I mean, if you can change a name to Why Not Be Washed, you can change a name to anything these days. So I'm excited to see how they do.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, their opponents are going to be pretty hard favorites coming in as ex-pros, but, you know, a lot of high-ranked players coming in here today. And again, you know, it's going to depend on their synergy as well. Not that We Love Cans doesn't have synergy. You know, they've all played together quite a lot together. Natives Esports, they could be looking pretty good. And, you know, they could have been working together pretty hard on the season so far. So, look, I mean, I'm going to pretty much say that I feel like, yeah, We Love Cans are going to come in as the favorites. Do you reckon it's 2-0 kind of favorites, though?
I do think it probably will be a 2-0. I think one thing that plays into it quite a lot is all those players on We Love Cans have stage experience, right? And I think playing on stage for the first time, it's pretty different, right? Like, it takes you some time to acclimate to it, and you'd even see players like over a professional split, you know, finally overcoming their kind of nerves that they have on the stage or whatever. So being expected to overcome that kind of, that like nerve or that anxiousness that you have, like in your first 2 games here, it's pretty rough for Natives Esports.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have to get used to it pretty quickly, right? It's only a best of 3 to decide whether they're going to be going to the grand finals or just eliminated. It's not like the high school matches where, you know, there's a lower bracket or anything like that. It's straight up elimination. You've got to win the series to make it through to the grand finals. Of course, that one's going to be against Team Ultra Instinct, who did put on a pretty good show earlier today. I feel like they'll be a pretty tough opponent for it. In fact, we can take a look at the schedule for tomorrow as well, and on Sunday, which are the grand finals. Of course, we finished up Friday. Now we're hitting up Tempest versus Natives. But moving on to Saturday, it's Valorant tomorrow, Shock. So I know you're a big fan of Valorant as well. I'm sure you've dabbled in it a little bit here and there. But we're going to be kicking things off with the high school match, where it's going to be Westlake Boys versus McLean's. Then the next match was going to be Don't Blink versus Waikato Drafts. I believe that is going to be one of the New Zealand national matches. And then we've got a little bit of Rocket League coming in, just splashing that in there. Rutherford College are playing the losers of the semi-finals before, which was, I believe it was McLean's College. So they'll be playing them. And then we're going to move on back to Valorant, which has One Tree Hill College playing against the loser of the earlier match in the day. So again, another lower bracket kind of situation. And then finishing things off with DNC Gamers versus the... Oh my God, versus the Sussy Man. I can't believe I had to say that, Sean. But DNC Gamers, you know, I've heard a lot about them. You know, they've been hyped up quite hard for Valorant, so we'll see how they go. But then Sunday, of course, it's the big grand final. So if you guys are going down for any of these days, make sure you check out Sunday. We've got Rocket League high school finals to kick things off, and then we'll hit up the high school LOL finals. I know that's going to be a really good one. You're casting that one, right?
I think I'm on the New Zealand LOL final. But
oh, yeah. So we're on that one, which is following the high school one. So definitely check out that one. We're going to see at least one of these teams here playing in that match as well. And then to finish things off, it's Valorant in the evening from 3 p.m. onwards. High school Valorant final, and then the New Zealand Valorant final. And of course, stick around for the awards ceremony as well. It's going to be really good. A lot of these players, like you said, it's their first time on stage. So it would definitely be great to see them picking up their awards as well. So there it is, the schedule for the rest of the weekend. It's been pretty good so far. It's been all day on Friday. You know, it's been a long one. I think every series has gone about as far as it can go. Rocket League went one game short, but then we had a really long overtime. So apart from that, every other game has been, you know, full-on League of Legends 3-game series, and of course really long. You know, you had a long game 3 in that last one, so you know that's going to be. It's been a long day, to put it the least. So I wonder, you know, are we going to have the 2-0 here? It could be a little bit quicker. There are predictions it could be a 2-0. But I don't know. What, you reckon it could go 3 games?
Like, it could. Those players, you know, they're trolls, right? Even if they're going for a clean 2-0, it might not be possible for them, you know? They might have to have a little fun at the same time.
Do you think they actually will? Like, how far will they push the trolling?
I think they'll push it pretty far.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I can totally see that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, are we going to see like role swaps, anything crazy like that?
I don't think we'll see role swaps. I think that we might see some, like, crazy off-meta champs, but I would be pretty surprised to see some off-rolls. I know, like, Why Not's been playing some off-roll in top lane, but I dodge those ones every time.
Do we get the Why Not in Italy?
I sure hope not.
Well, maybe Natives hopes not as well. You know, because that one's a bit dangerous as well. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people haven't seen it. Guys, we are just getting the players ready to come onto stage, so don't worry. We're just having a few delays. They'll be on soon enough. But before we get them on stage, you know, again, Shock, like, are you looking for, you know, who would be the carry coming out of We Love Cans? Because you know these guys the best. Is there a focus point, maybe someone for Natives to target down and, you know, get them out of fights early?
Yeah, so I think the obvious one is Dante, because obviously like Cupcake and Decoy were professional supports. Why not? As a jungler in competitive is like more of a facilitator role. So I think Dante.
All right, Dante it is. But to get a look at him and the rest of the players, let's throw it over to Hark, who will be welcoming the teams onto the stage.
Hello everyone, and it's been a long day, but we still got one game left here to do. Tempest taking on Inferno in the second semi-final of the New Zealand HyperFibre League finals. How have you guys been enjoying this thing? You know, obviously in land, they've been not too special over the last couple of 2 years, but we have a big one here today, so that's obviously something super, super cool. Sweet, I'm going to welcome them onto the stage. Please welcome your first team, Inferno. Give a big round of applause when they come on, guys. And here they come in full force. And their competitors, Tempest. And we will welcome Tempest onto the stage. We're here for a big matchup here. Obviously, one team wanting to go to that grand final and take that championship spot. Welcome, Tempest. A bit of rivalry I've heard between these two teams, and I will get the two captains to shake hands before we jump into the action. Bit of paper, scissors, rock, a bit of humour. That is all from me, guys. I'll let you guys jump into your chairs, get ready for the matchup, and you guys can take it away upstairs.
Why not? Definitely lost that.
Yeah,
I mean, he fully pulled the rock and then turned it into paper.
Dude.
We know what you're doing.
You tried to pull a fast one on him. That was a pathetic paper scissors rock.
But at least he didn't, pull off the turning it into scissors and faking it out for that, right? Like as for the win,
sure,
that would be he left it at a draw. That's all right.
Yeah, it was funny how they didn't even know who their captain was. It doesn't look like.
I mean, I totally expected that. As soon as they called out for the captain, I knew these guys would not have a captain.
No one
yet.
wants to do the interview, right? So they just, hey, you do it kind of thing. Yeah.
But if it was going to be anyone, of course it was going to be Why Not.
Yeah.
Right. Why Not's been around for a little bit of time now, coming out of high school competitions as well, straight into competitive, and the guy's kind of been living and breathing the content and the esports atmosphere. So I can definitely see him being, a bit of the captain role, or at least the guy who has to get up there and talk. So, good to see the teams coming in. Obviously, you have Tempest, We Love Cans coming in, representing the Tempest region, and they looked oh so confident coming in. Honestly, I described their walk-on as almost like a swagger.
Yeah, they had confidence. Not gonna lie about that.
Inferno, though, I mean, they were looking pretty good together. They looked like they came on as a bit of a unit, thumbs up as well. I love it when the players play the camera, honestly. And look at that, we're straight into the draft phase. I love it. So, first up, who are you banning if you're against We Love Cans?
Ooh, I think it depends a lot on what you're going to pick top and also where your players are going, because I think normally red side should ban Aatrox just to make it a bit easier to counterpick that top lane, but there's a lot of other priority picks up. Depends what people play, like Kalista, Maokai, Hecarim, all good options. Okay, blue side goes for the Nidalee Tiger ban. I wonder if they'll go for the Kiana as well. Why not kind of known as like a Nidalee Kiana abuser?
Yeah, I mean, are you going to target someone that hard in the first 3 bans? That's quite a bit crazy. You can also predict it as you go into the first few picks. They're like, oh yeah, he's obviously going to pick it if we leave it up. But we'll see coming into the second ban. Graves, though, seems like a bit more of a general strong pick kind of ban to me.
Yeah, Graves, I think, doesn't really scream anything special. Bud, target ban against Cupcake as well. So maybe they're just going the route of, banning out target picks. The Hecarim ban makes a lot of sense. I think Hecarim is insanely broken on the patch. And also, he's just he makes your comp really simple, right? You just have to hard engage. You don't really need to use your brain anymore. So it's an OP champ for sure. Now, the third ban, will we see another ban put towards jungle support, or will we see something completely different? To Silas, another target ban. I wonder if that means anything special, because normally you don't ban Silas super early, but he is kind of a power pick at the moment. So everything's taken away too.
Yeah, because you're probably not going to see Silas early picked, right? Because you don't want him to be counter-picked. You want to pick him later on when you see what the other team's ultimates are going to be. But yeah, the Seraphine as well stands out a little bit to me too. But first pick coming up, MF as the first one. Pretty strong pick overall. But Blind, are you happy with that one?
Yeah, I think that MF Blind is still pretty good. There's some other ADs up that are strong as well, like the Kalista and stuff. I'm surprised Aatrox wasn't taken. I think that is the best top blind. So normally if you can get a good top blind on blue side, that's pretty good, because most teams just save red side last pick for top lane, and that makes, blind picking pretty hard. So the Aatrox is actually picked up by the red team. Looking at Kai'Sa as well. So both those locked in. We have to see what the answer is into the Aatrox, because people have been trying a lot of range champs with Kennen, Teemo, etc. They've also tried a lot of melee champs. There's Tryndamere, Jax, Camille. There's a lot of different things you can choose, but nothing really destroys Aatrox. Like, it's just a very solid blind. A Mumu with MF would make a lot of sense.
They're really not giving anything away, right? Apart from, you know, we're probably going to be liking team fights when you pick those two up, right? I mean, you've seen it all the time at Worlds, right? With the MF Mumu combo. Mumu popping up all over the place ever since Worlds as well. So, yeah, I mean, again, I don't think NZESF wants to give anything away with a lot of their early picks. They want to save all their counter picks for last, but it will leave them vulnerable to a few of those later phase bans.
Okay, mate.
Shen.
Okay, take the Shen into Aatrox. So I think this is still a losing matchup, but you're just deciding, okay, like I don't care about my 1v1 matchup at all. I'm just going to play for the team, play for the side lanes as well. So I actually kind of like that because it feels like it's better to choose something like Shen and just like not care about the 1v1 than it is to choose something in the 1v1 and then not do something with it, right? So like if you're not confident, you can hard counter the Aatrox, just going for something that plays for the team. I quite like it. The Rel taken as well makes a lot of sense. You can engage with the Kai'Sa. You can also easily cancel the MF ult, so looks pretty good against their comp. We'll maybe see some mid lane bans. Yeah, maybe take away some of the mid lane blind picks to make this 5th pick red really valuable for mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, starting to target them out as well, especially because, you know, red side, they're going to get the last pick. They can save mid lane for the counter pick to last, and they can be pretty happy with that one, especially, you know, they're getting extra bans out, force out the exact kind of pick that you're looking for. Over for NZESF, though, repping the Inferno region. As you can see, the beautiful banner over there by their sides. Going to go for the Kindred bans, so continuing to target out the jungle in bans, which is not too surprising. You know, we've talked about why not quite a lot, and, you know, when you're playing with him in solo queue, right? Like, how is he when he gets target banned a little bit? Can he hold it up?
Look, he's a jungler, and jungler's an OP role, so he does fine. But,
all right.
He does have a small champ pool, but I think like there's still enough junglers open that it's not really going to be a problem. Like, it's only 2 ban. There's still plenty of options open. The Aurelia ban was kind of random. I guess they're worried about it. Okay, so I guess Vex and Cassio were this guy's Aurelia's counters, so he's banned Aurelia because he doesn't want to deal with it anymore. Actually going to see the mid lane blind pick and jungle last pick. So goes for the Ahri. Sylas is banned. Wonder what we're going to take here. Could take something like Victor, but there is a lot of hard engage. Maybe something like Orianna with the MF and a Mumu.
I mean, even with the Shen as well, that's so much potential, right? But you're kind of vulnerable to getting dived on there. You got a little bit of peel with the Shen and a Mumu, but there's going to be Lilia instead. So still not revealing away that mid lane pick just yet, but hovering over what it could be. I mean, Zed, yeah, you've already got a lot of magic damage, even, you know, just from a Mumu alone. Lilia as well, so you can afford to throw in that AD damage in mid lane. But Victor, I mean, it just seems like such a solid pick to throw into the composition.
Yeah. Oh, maybe going to go for the list instead. Okay, so Lux in the list. I think that's pretty interesting. I think list Lilia is a better combo than Victor Lilia, because the thing is, Lilia brings a lot of damage. But obviously they're like both double AP, right? So people normally buy Merc Treads and take Cleanse. Now Lilia Lissandra, it's much better team fighting combo and also stronger earlier. Now this was the last pick.
Jungle Darius.
Okay. That's kind of interesting.
I mean, if you're doing something weird like that, save it till last.
Yeah, I'm surprised you picked Darius into Lilia though. Like, wouldn't you get kited as well? The thing is though, if you, like when there's so much CC on the enemy team, like they got List, Lilia, Shen, and Mumu, you can just go, say, you know, Mercs, Legend Tenacity, Unflinching. Like even though they've got a lot of CC, you can actually get enough Tenacity that's not a big deal. But Lilia's move speed is going to be tough to deal with. I think I'd still favor We Love Can's team comp here. It seems like a bit easier just to execute the 5v5. That being said, if you can get 1 kill, you can get this Lissandra going, or you can, you know, just like make a pick in the team fight and then AoE the rest of them down. I think that looks pretty good. But getting that first kill is going to be difficult given the enemy team's mobility.
Yeah, I think it depends because, you know, Darius in the jungle, he's going to be, you know, less wealthy than a Darius from the top lane, so a little bit easier to kill, right? Like, and, you know, if you can kite Darius, sometimes he gets tanky enough that, you know, he'll just outlive, you know, cooldowns and then be able to get past your CC anyway. But without the gold from the top lane, you're going to be walking into, you know, a few stuns, a few slows, and then you just won't have the health to walk on through. Maybe that's not going to be the case, and I feel like you said, you know, being kited by the Lilia a whole lot, probably not going to be looking to fight in the jungle a whole lot. He's picked a Ghost as well, just to like run them down, almost like a budget Hecarim, just to run into the lane and just ball of stats them. Again, kind of like Hecarim, but it's going to be about catching up to them, right? Because they've got a team comp that is kind of really annoying to catch up, you know, not just Lilia, but the Lissandra as well. Even getting by a Mumu, like, are you going to just walk right through the Curse of the Sad Mum? You get wrapped up in that too, so Yeah, I mean, the jungle Darius, it was saved for last for a reason. It's definitely meant to be a bit of a surprise to the enemy team and kind of surprised us as well. So I wonder if this is going to be kind of the linchpin. It is kind of a why not thing to do, but...
Yeah, I think the Darius does look kind of weird and out of place because it's not super good against the enemy comp, but I do think it's really good with Ahri. So the thing is, Darius like brings a lot of damage, but obviously just like really lacks CC and kind of needs someone to set up for him. So if you can have a supportive mid like, you know, Ahri, Lissandra, Karma, like all those sorts of champs that can just bring the CC for you, it doesn't really matter if they don't do any damage because, you know, Darius has got damage and, you know, damage to spare. He doesn't mess around.
Also, resets are going to be crazy in team fights, right? Not just Darius, but also the Ahri with the dashes. So
yeah.
You know, if they get just one kill, then they can really start popping off on the rest of them as well. So I'm keen to see how that one goes with them because, you know, they obviously came into this with a plan. I think they were planning on the Darius jungle from kind of the start, you know, the way they were kind of saving it. They were banned out pretty heavily, but I wonder if that was just, you know, it didn't matter because they were going to do something weird like the Darius. But, you know, they've also got the Aatrox, right? So again, like a top laner that can kind of look after himself. And especially against a Shen, right? Like, you're not going to need to go gank up there at all. But the question is, like, do you focus the Shen so he's not, like, ulting somewhere else and using it that way? If you just keep tower diving him, his ult's kind of worthless.
Yeah, I think with how tanky the red side team combo is here, where you've got, you know, you've got the Aatrox, you've got the Rel, you've got the budget Hecarim, the Darius, that's what it's called. Yeah, you've got like a lot of these tank stats, right? And the thing is, the enemy team, the only real damage they have is like Lilia and this MF. So if one of those falls behind, you can kind of itemize for the other one and be pretty unkillable. You know, if MF falls really behind, you just build a ton of MR and then suddenly Lilia doesn't do anything, and vice versa. If that Lilia falls behind and MF's the only one that deals damage, you just build armor, CC her, and there's not many ways to kill her. So I could see the game really snowballing out of control, especially if like bot lane or jungle falls behind. So I'd be looking, like, yeah, definitely looking towards those positions to see how the early mid game goes.
Yeah, and because, I mean, what if you are native Esports, right? You know, you're probably looking at least helping out your bot lane because, you know, Shen's kind of a lost cause, and, you know, you can involve him in ganks elsewhere anyway. Mid lane as well is like, Ahri's a little bit annoying to lock down, so, you know, why would you bother with that? So bot lane could be a really solid bet for them, especially because, you know, you already got a Mumu there. If it turns into a team fight thanks to teleport shenanigans, then you've already got team fight potential there. So I feel like, you know, bot lane may end up being a bit of the focus here in the lane, but again, like, who knows what is going to happen when you got a jungle Darius.
We are into game. Okay, so yeah, I think you're definitely right. I don't see much point playing towards the Shen. They're probably going to play towards this MF and Mumu lane and try snowball it. Mid could maybe be ganked, but yeah, like you said, Ahri.
Like maybe with a flash stun from the Lissandra, like, you know, try and guarantee something, but you'd have to do it extremely quickly, otherwise Ahri's just going to dash right on out of there. So let's get into game number one here. Let's see who's going to be meeting their opponents in the grand finals here. Who will be facing off against Ultra Instinct? It all starts here in game number one, and just kind of like I expected, I don't see anyone going for any level 1 brawls, which always is a shame. Like, you know, now that you're on the caster side of things, you know how fun they can be. What's it like as a player, by the way, when you get into a level 1 brawl like that? Do you just hate it?
Oh, level 1 brawl is so nerve-wracking. It feels like the most just coin flip thing ever, you know? It's like there's not really much else you can do with like your abilities and stuff. It really just comes down to the champs at level 1, you know? So it feels very like, if you're the weaker team, maybe you try to take a coin flip at level 1 and try to put the game in your favor. But if you're the stronger team, you kind of want to avoid some of that variance. Don't really want the game to start spiraling out of control. Just play towards like a more standard game.
All right, and speaking of standard games, it looks like that's going to be our beginning coming in here. So level 2 in the bot lane, going to be a whole lot of fun, of course. You know, Amumu generally kind of hates starting with the bandage toss, but, you know, with the MF, there's a lot of harass. But I think, you know, over on the other side, you got Dante and Cupcake as well. You know, once they hit level 2, they can be quite dangerous. So I think this little race over to level 2 is going to be important.
Yeah, both junglers solo started as well, which is pretty interesting. You don't normally see Darius solo start if he's in the jungle. Lilia solo start does make a lot of sense, can easily start the Wolves or the Raptors and just play for her own tempo. But Darius solo start is going to be a bit behind Lilia. I think Lilia will clear a fair amount quicker once she does the Grom and the blue.
All right, bush control gained and then lost very, very quickly there. Here we get a little bit of a look at... God, this is going to be confusing. Why not be washed?
And why not?
And why not, yeah. At least At least it's a short name there for Why Not. And yeah, he's going to be a bit slower, take a bit of damage, but that's all right. He'll get rolling quite hard pretty soon. But yeah, once these junglers get into the ganks, that's when it's going to be really interesting. I wonder like how soon we're going to see Why Not on Darius ganking, because you know his ult it obviously brings a ton of damage to the gank, but like it's not like it's necessary like some junglers who just have to wait until level 6. He can just ghost up into the lane, yank them back with Apprehend, and then suddenly there's a gank success because he'll still bring tons of damage.
Yeah, I think it's going to be kind of hard to find a gank opportunity here because you see the bot lane under their tower, Lissandra not really gankable, and Shen also under the tower. So I think Darius is kind of just going to be content with farming, and Lily is going to match with the full clear, doesn't really want to get involved too early in the game. So probably going to see a rather slow early game here. We do see Rel in the bot river though, starting to give some control, maybe allowing Ari to push a bit further up.
I think they're focusing on Scuttle Crab as well, because, you know, definitely trying to secure that one there. I know Why Not himself really loves that. So going to go secure it and make sure Lilia, who is also on the same side of that. Is that Ghost Pops?
I think it was just a Scuttle Crab.
No, yeah, you're right. Sorry. It's does Ghost even make that sound anymore? I'm not sure, but
I don't know.
Either way, Darius, Why Not still in Lilia's side of the jungle. I believe he's been watered out too, so they know that he's around there. He's just going to be able to like walk on it. No respect to the other jungler, just walk on by. Barely any respect to this mid lane as he's walking on through. Just going to go.
Damn, he just
eating up
drive by.
That's
Stole
the tax.
50 gold. Wow. Yeah. I guess we see who the alpha male is. That was kind of crazy. He just joinked all his XP. I'd not be too happy about that if I were that Ari.
Got every single CS as well. So,
yeah.
All that gold. That's like 60 gold you just
it
lost.
was a lot.
Oh man, I mean that's kind of what we were sort of expecting coming in here. A gank in the mid lane though is going to be dodged around. I don't think the flash has been used, and damage returned as well. Not quite the trade you were looking for.
Yeah, that doesn't feel too good. Did get the gank mid, but ultimately lost a lot of health. Darius probably just going to help Aatrox push in his top wave here. Actually, Aatrox freezing the wave, so might be able to set up a gank soon or just deny Shen a lot of CS. This is a pretty tough spot for Shen to be in because he can't really crash this 1v1, and he doesn't know where Darius is. Lilia not in position to help.
That's the dash. Yeah, after that dash, Shen has no way out indeed, and in comes Why Not. He's got the ghost pop. This should be plenty of damage. Ignite over and gives Shen the first blood instead. Rin gonna be totally happy with that. Yeah, he'll go down to the Darius here, but I think he can be okay with that considering what happened. In fact, Why Not Be Washed has now arrived, but I think Why Not should be able to get out of this one, no real problem. Might take a few hits, but the wave should just be shoved, hopefully crashed into the tower to reset for Shen.
Yeah, I think if you're Shen, you're super happy with the outcome of that. It looked really doomed where you're like weak-sided lane pushing out and enemy jungler on your side, but he actually manages to turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the items, right, Aatrox actually started with a hull as well, so he's like, had less stats going into that, and maybe that was the advantage he was looking for. But yeah, so confident to go into that you go in with that item just to farm up and know that there's not going to be much happening in that lane, apparently.
Yeah. I think the Aatrox might have kind of misplayed it. I think Shen was kind of dead once he'd torn it in. Maybe he could have just let Darius deal with him and just tried to stay alive, but does end up dying. The item difference top now is honestly pretty crazy. Like, you'd expect Aatrox to kind of bully out the Shen, and maybe he still will, but the item difference is pretty crazy. I think Shen might be able to win some trades.
Yeah, and having Balmy Cinder as well is just going to save you so much time in a lot of those minion situations, because Shen just has no wave clear, right? Like, he needs that Balmy Cinder to try and keep up. But yeah, now also just the added health is going to be so nice for him in a lot of these trades. Also the added damage, of course. But I mean, even with the kill, you can still see, you know, the CS is well ahead coming in for the Aatrox, right? Like, he is farming so much better. Probably the reason why he picked up the cull. So he's having a great time up there. But here it is, situations like this where Balmy Cinder helps out so much.
Yeah, managed to pick up all that CS. It's looking pretty good for him. Darius has already got the Merc treads and actually ahead of farm of Lilia, though I think some of that farm was stolen from lanes. Although Lilia got a lot of top farm as well, so yeah, junglers are actually farming pretty well at this point. Going to start the drag. Makes sense they've got mid prior and bot prior, so this dragon is probably going to go down for free. I don't really see a way they can contest this. Just content to keep farming.
Yeah, I mean, might be a little slow, I guess, because, you know, the boots rush on the Darius, but I mean, apart from that, he's already got help, so shouldn't be that long to go down. But the question is, do they maybe try and catch them in on the retreat? Because they surely smell what's going on here. And the smite is there, okay, he does actually have it, but the fight goes in, bandage toss lands, and the Coach Cupcake will go down, but Darius is still here, and he's got his ultimate. Noxie and Guillotine gets another big chunk before going down, but that's a double kill on the MF. The 80 carries going at it, but reinforcements have arrived from the mid lane. Charm lands and hands over a double kill to the Kaiser. Dante picking that up.
Yeah, wow, that fight was pretty wild. There was a lot of kills going back and forth, and it was very close. I think at the end of this, I feel like red team is ahead. Kaiser does have 2 kills and managed to stay alive, so can crash the wave. It's going to get a really nice base, and they also got the dragon out of it, but it certainly wasn't bad for blue team either, but I do think red team came out a little ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, we love cans. I mean, getting kills on the Darius, kills on the Kaiser, you can be pretty stoked about that one. Oh, but into the mid lane, of course. Very, very tricky to go ahead and gank Lysandra, can get out of trouble so easily. They're just going to shove the lane and give the mid laner a chance to go for a recall here. A lot of CS already picked up, a lot of gold to go and spend, but of course, with the dragon down, focus should be on the Rift Herald as well, so they should be looking to ward it up. But oh my, it looks like we had a gank in the top lane, with Shen actually going down this time, not killing the Aatrox.
So Shen goes down and also doesn't have ult, so you kind of feel like Rift Herald will get started here. Doesn't seem like it'll be contestable. I'm not sure where this Rift Herald is going to go. Feels like it should probably go bot. Bot's already taken 1 plate. Obviously, snowballing the Kaiser is very, very nice. Arya's mid-prio here, so can easily just come and make sure that Lilia can't contest it. Actually, might try, but I feel like it shouldn't work. Yep, gonna back off.
Yeah, I mean, knowing that Lysandra can't come and help, you don't want to go against the Darius. I mean, 1v2 even, so yeah. Just leave it alone, especially top lane as well. You know, Shen no ult, so like you said, you know, it should be completely uncontested. As for where it goes, I wouldn't be surprised to drop it in the top lane, right? Like, you know, force Shen to stick around, because then he can't use his ultimate, and then plays can be made somewhere else, right? It sort of depends. And, you know, a Darius and an Aatrox pushing down your lane as a Shen, like, what are you going to do about that? Maybe try and taunt both under the tower? Probably not, so they just won't let you do that. So yeah, I could totally see being dropped top lane, but when is going to be the question.
Yeah, I think they could maybe re-gank Shen again. It looks like the top wave is pushing out. Yeah, could maybe go for 1 more gank and then a Herald. Could be a play. If he does want a Herald bot, it's still going to be quite a while before he can get down there, because you kind of need to wait for a cannon wave to make it super effective, and obviously he just has to clear all the way down to begin with.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on where Why Not goes on that Darius, see where the Rift Herald does end up, but it's not to mention the fact that, you know, plenty of these mid laners here have got some great ultimates, can move in and start roaming if they want to, but when you roam, it's just so crazy, right? Because there's always going to be a Shen showing up. I could definitely see, you know, the natives esports guys sending something down bot lane. There's not really a dragon to go and capture, but now that they've got the Scuttle Crab in the river, they could send down a really quick gank. Although everyone seems to be coming down.
Shen does not have ult quite yet, but it's very, very soon. It's almost up. Probably will be up for this fight.
Oh, Lilia apprehended into the wrong side of the river. Big bullet time, dropping everyone quite low, but it's Claire to get the first kill on the Lilia. It's traded straight back onto him, though, and Amumu will go down, but where's Why Not? He's in the back line, resetting on absolutely everyone, and a big win there coming out for We Love Cans.
Yeah, wow. I couldn't quite tell if just Shen wasn't able to ult there, like because he was, you know, like it wasn't up, or if Aatrox was trying to cancel him. I think it wasn't quite up, which is very unfortunate timing because that fight was super, super close.
Yeah, and you know, you think about the resets for Darius, like you stop one of those with the big Shen shield, and then suddenly he's not going to be able to pop off for the rest of the fight. Same thing with Ahri as well. So yeah, a very scary thing. Unfortunate. I mean, just the threat of Aatrox there could have just been that he couldn't even try to ult, so it may as well save the cooldown, right? Just because, you know, otherwise you're going to get stunned on. But, you know, at that stage, you kind of got to be ready when your team is calling out a team fight's about to start. You want to have that stand united, ready to go, stun or not. So big advantage now, and a sizable gold lead only 11 minutes in. We're looking at almost 4,000 gold lead for We Love Cans. And yep, we're not going to do anything there with the mid lane, unfortunately. Hanging around a little bit too long. And it's just so annoying to gank Lysandra.
Yeah, that 4K gold lead exists, and the Herald is still there. Like, they could still Herald and break one of these towers and snowball even more. This is going to be forced to E.
Yeah, trying to get the flank, but again, it's Lissandra, so good luck getting that. In bottom lane, it is just going to be a battle for the wards, of course. Very important to get rid of those, but that is going to make it so that you're always questioning, where is Why Not? What's he going to be doing? Top lane, you got to wonder, will Stand United be a part of this next fight? It looks like we're rearing up for another battle. You have Claire coming in, Ari coming in from behind to see if they can catch someone on the rotate, but no, they're all gathering around the dragon. So instead, it's going to be a battle in the dragon pit. It's already been begun, and halfway down, in goes Lissandra, looking for a big stun onto Dante, but immediately he gets out of it. Dragon secured by Why Not, but it's a huge battle as everyone is dropping low. Big bullet time. It's a little bit too little and too late, unfortunately now. Although enough damage to finish them off, Claire had to escape, and Dante on the rampage as the Amumu goes down, but I don't think MF can last too much longer, and they do go down. Now it's just Rin on the run here. Big double taunt, could 1v2 the rest of them. Pretty low health bar onto Dante, gets a big shutdown, and that's an Ari without much mana as well. That's the rest of these spells, but yeah, you're not going to chase that one down. Huge shutdown on the Shen of all people.
Yeah, Shen actually smurfed that fight. I think despite the fact that they were down 4k gold, actually managed to come out of that fight slightly ahead, which is kind of crazy. Like, you expect when you're down that much gold that even if you execute really well, it's pretty hard. But I actually think they played that fight better than their opponents, but they kind of got slapped with their wallets there. They just had too much gold.
Yeah, also not to mention the fact that you had an Aatrox not leaving top lane, right? So it was basically a 4v5 when it happened. And oh boy, face checking Darius is never a fun time. This should certainly just be a kill. Don't even need the ultimate, just so much damage.
This Darius is getting pretty strong. 6 kills and already has his tenacity, building more MR. It's going to be pretty hard to deal with.
Changing lanes up to push the Aatrox a little bit further back and try and secure the top lane as well. We haven't seen the Rift Herald drop just yet. Surely it's going to be dropping any moment. It must be about to expire or something soon. So instead, it's going to be a rotator around down to the bottom lane. This should be a free tower. No one really close enough to stop it over on the side of NZESF. So should be a real quick take on it, and in fact they found Rin on the Shen too. He'd have to get a pretty good taunt underneath the shower, but he is trapped and he is in for the battle. Will dash away to safety, but there is no safety from 4 people diving you under the tower.
He just gets 4v1. You'd have to think their team looks to trade something here, but I'm not sure if there's anything they can get. Aatrox is definitely not killable.
Oh no, caught out. Maybe getting a little bit too greedy with the territory there. We'll take a little bit of damage, but Rel's a tanky girl. We'll be able to just walk on out of there. Lissandra, not at the stage where you're really doing all that much damage yet, especially to a tank.
Yeah, I think it's really hard now for Lissandra Lilia to do anything. Like, there's cleanses, there's 3 Merc Treads. Like, Lissandra Lilia, I was saying in Champs League, that's better than, like, Lilia Victor, but it's still not good, right? You definitely don't want to pick an AP champ with Lilia because she's such a good solo AP. And I think their comp actually makes a lot of sense if you have like a strong AD champ here. Like, you've got the MF Amumu Lilia for like really strong engage. You just really want them to be punished for stacking all this tenacity because you know they're going to stack tenacity anyway. So honestly, they hovered Zed in Champs League. Maybe I would have preferred to see that.
Oh yeah, no, that would make sense. A little bit of consistent damage as well to it, adding that extra pressure. But another thing I talked about, as the taunt lands up there, it should just be a trade. Another thing I talked about, right, was Darius not having too much gold, and we're just actually going to catch this out. It looks like the Aatrox could be in a bit of trouble, or actually it's turned around. A big double knock-up from the Rel, followed up by a big wombo from the Ari. Rin might get out of there unscathed, but Lilia, no chance.
Yeah, that was a very bold Rel engage. Manages to just take out the Lilia. This point in the game, it becomes really hard for Lilia to kind of scale back into it because even though Lilia scales really well, it's just too hard for her to enter the jungle. Like you can see there, she just can't really farm any camps anymore because she just gets instantly killed.
Yeah, and it's at the stage where you've got an Aatrox who can just basically hang around right outside your front door, right outside the Rift Gate. A bandage toss into a stun might be enough. It cancels the dash over the wall, so is forced to flash. Will get out alive, though.
Yeah, the dash cancel was really nice. Really nicely timed, but again, it just feels like they're just so far behind. Like, even when their opponents make mistakes, they can't manage to actually get the kill.
Yeah, it really is becoming a bit of a wallet battle, but that's kind of what we were talking about with their team. Between Aatrox and Darius, two champions that absolutely love having a ton of gold, and Darius especially. Look at him, 6 kills. Why not? We talked about him maybe having a little less gold thanks to being in the jungle. Don't think it matters when you've got 6 kills and a huge bounty on your head, right? So he's going to be basically the same problem we were talking about, just outliving your CC cooldowns and then just running you down anyway. So a big problem for them to deal with, and now getting good ward control around this dragon. This should put them on Dragon Soul points. I wonder, though, if we're going to see a contest coming out, because Natives Esports would have to go into so much blind vision to go and contest it.
Yeah, it feels like a real impossible situation, because I don't think you really outscale given your team comp, but also, like you said, face checking with no vision and fighting a team down this much gold, maybe they can make a pick and make it happen.
All right, make this a 1v3 here, but backup has now arrived, and there's Why Not, pops the Ghost, survives through all of the damage. Lissandra drops to Dante in the background, and now you've got Aatrox diving as well. Everyone's falling as the remnants of Natives Esports flee for their lives back to their tower. This is solidly in control of We Love Cans.
Yeah, the game is in a pretty rough spot now, not going to lie. Down 10k gold at 18 minutes and about to be on Dragon Soul point. It feels like the only way to really come back into this game is to somehow force out a cleanse before a fight starts on one of the carries, and then like follow up on that. So like if you can start the fight with, say, a Lilia E into ult, and then, you know, disengage, go back in with the Lissandra R and a Mumu R, maybe you can win through that. But you're really asking for the stars to align in order to win this game. 10k gold down at 18 minutes.
Honestly, even with the stars aligning, I'd see, you know, even a perfect Curse of the Sad Mummy into the best bullet time ever might not even be enough at this stage, right? Because they just have so much health, so much resistance. Yeah, not a lot of it's armor, but at the same time, you've got basically no damage coming from anyone else except the MF. And like you said in draft, if you're building magic resist, kill the MF.
Yeah. That MF, she's going to have a very hard time actually getting her ult off, I think. Just with the Rel, the Darius, and the Aatrox. Even the Ahri, if she has a flank, there's so many ways for her ult to get cancelled. And her team is so behind that there's no real threat to people diving in on her. You know, if you're looking for a flank, here's Ahri. Who do you really have to be careful of? Maybe just a Shen Taunt? It's not really that hard for you to play around because everyone is so weak. So even though MF is fed, I don't really think she can get a good ult off. She's really relying on everyone being CC'd and then just getting like the dream ultimate.
Yeah, it's really We Love Cans game to lose at this point. So Tempest are looking pretty happy for their region's champions. Another fight in the river, and it's We Love Cans running them down. Honestly, at this point, it feels like Amumu is just trying to delay the inevitable, sacrificing his life for that exact cause.
Herald is up here as well. They could use it. They might save it to try... Ooh, actually might force something if they're TPing.
I mean, they have to, right? They have to at least go for the tower, but even that, Natives Esports just have to back off. They cannot contest this even a little bit here. Aatrox dancing around right outside their own base gates. They just aren't able to even leave the base at this point, Shock.
Yeah, I think We Love Cans has enough control of the map that they could maybe just start the Baron here. It's just so much ground to retake in order to come contest this Baron. Like, if you try and walk out of your base here, you're risking just instantly dying. So I think the Baron's gone here, and then after that, it's going to be really hard to hold on.
20-minute Baron though, so it will take some time, but like you said, no one even close to being in position. They will maybe be able to come in at the very last second. The steal, I don't think, is on the line, but they may, no, they're not even going to go for that. As soon as they see the Baron slain, they just back on out of there, don't even try for the team fight. So now, Natives Esports are facing down We Love Cans with the Baron buff running right down the mid lane.
Yeah, I think right now you could probably break 2 inhibs with this Baron. I think, I'm not sure you can, like, you're ahead enough that if you get a fight, you can definitely end, right? Like, if you win a fight at this point, the game is over. But if the enemy team plays respectful, just like clears, I'm not sure you can end off this Baron, but definitely 2 inhibs, I think, is your goal. And that's pretty much the nail in the coffin anyway.
Yeah, and it would, and even the best case scenario is still you're getting starved out on your base as you're clearing waves while they're farming your entire jungle. And Aatrox is about to farm their entire team. 1v3. Here, let's see if he can maybe do this one. Actually, just going to have to get out of there. Oh, going back on in with the blast cone. A surprise, call an ambulance, but not for us, as they turn the fight completely around. The Lilia drops, the Shen drops. It's a double kill for Why Not, and he is not finished at all just yet. Wants another 1v3. Zonias will deny the reset, but I don't think he cares at this stage. Immunity's all around, but it's all about delaying the inevitable. One consolation kill onto Dante, but this might be the game-ending fight you were talking about.
Yeah, that was a straight 4v5, and they still won it 4-for-1, which is pretty insane. Also, Aatrox, like, they literally used everything on him at the start, and he ends the fight pretty much full HP, so...
And then goes back in.
Yeah, like, if you can't get that initial kill on the Aatrox, he has such good, like, sustained damage and healing that it's really difficult. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think the game is probably endable here. Both the carries are still dead, and they've got a lot of waves, so...
Yeah, everyone is respawning though, so they will be able to have one last hurrah here, but it looks about as good as every other team fight they've managed to get throughout the game here. A few cheeky little taunts near the Nexus turrets, but Nexus turrets are falling right behind them. Even if they're chasing down Why Not, this is going to be a consolation kill, and they won't even get that. We Love Cans are starting to fall, actually. Now as the respawns are starting to come down, getting beaten up by the health bars. Claire will be able to escape here alive. Oh, no, maybe not actually. Lissandra gap close. Oh, he doesn't want to go in. Does not want to go
no damage. Wow. Yeah, I guess she's just too behind, but I was surprised that Lissandra Q did not kill her. They managed to hold the base, but it kind of just feels like you're holding yourself in this game at the moment. Like, now they're down even more than 10k gold. The 4th dragon is up in 15 seconds. I think you're just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, 2 inhibitors down, 2 lanes of super minions coming in. You have barely one Nexus turret to speak of. It's going to be an Inferno soul point as well, so this is not a team you want that to happen on. And also that's going to happen. You've got Dante just basically one-shotting people. And yeah, just dominating the game. So I imagine they'll just be picking up this Inferno Drake and saying, all right, we're going to run it down mid, but you know, the good kind.
The good kind. 4th dragon taken, 2 inhibs down. I think if you want to play it super safe, you could wait for the Baron, but it's really unnecessary. I'm pretty sure you can just end the game if you group as 5 bot, or maybe if one person pushing mid. Okay, got the pick they needed. Most likely is going to be the game here, unless MF can do something crazy.
Yeah, maybe a huge Lissandra ult, but no. This is basically the death ball walking in. Nexus turret melts in their mere presence. Bullet time stopped immediately because of course it will be. And the fountain dives, could it be any other way to end the game? We Love Cans, a triple kill onto Why Not and destroying the Nexus, going up game number 1 against Native Esports.
Yeah, very decisive ending, only 24 minutes and a massive gold lead. It kind of felt like after some of those early skirmishes, it was kind of just pretty hard for them to come back in because they've got a lot of individual lockdown, right? They've got a CC, they can burst down one Tiger, but then if they can't get, they kind of don't have anything else after it.
Yeah, and like you said, tenacity galore came out, and also magic resist. We saw how much damage the Lissandra was doing at the end of the game, so very easily counted out against, even perhaps from draft after a few kills. But there it is, game number 1 over to We Love Cans. When we come back after the break, we'll be getting into game number 2. Welcome back, everyone, to the New Zealand Esports HyperFibre League here. We've just got done with game number 1 of We Love Cairns versus Native Esports, and well, let's say it was a quick one.
It was a quick one. Pretty one-sided, massive gold lead. It was still pretty exciting, though. There was a lot of fight, so I'm not disappointed.
We did have some great team fights early on, but it definitely felt like as time went on, We Love Cairns really took a hold of the game. They just became a big ball of gold that just ran over you with their damage and honestly tankiness as well. There wasn't enough to kill them. So for now, it's going to be on Natives Esports to come back, pull off the reverse sweep against a team that just beat them in something like 22 minutes.
Yeah, I think even though the game was pretty one-sided, I think there are a few changes they could make. I honestly kind of like I like the MF Amumu and the Shen. I think the Shen Global is like super nice, makes it really easy to play with. But if you're running the Shen, you have to be really disciplined about when you take fights. So like when they had that one big fight in the river when Shen ult just wasn't quite up, I think that was really bad for the game. I would like to see a much better mid-jungle pairing out of those two. I think like whether it's going to be Lissandra and Lilia or Victor and Lilia, like those are both, in my opinion, not very good. I think if you are committed to running the Lilia, go something with like a Yona, a Zed, you know, even a Set or something, just something that brings like some AD damage so it's not so easy for the enemy team to just itemize a ton of Merc Dreads.
Well, they'll get that opportunity here. Ban-wise, though, do you see anything changing too much? I mean, We Love Cairns seemed like they had no trouble there at all. So for bans, probably not going to see too many changes. But Natives Esports, what are they looking at banning? Maybe the Darius?
Ooh, I'm not sure if the Darius will get banned out. I actually think We Love Cairns should ban Shen. Just because like it's kind of annoying to play around. I wouldn't want to play against it. And I think, like, sure, they could do the exact same thing that they just did. They did win in 22 minutes or whatever, right? But I think taking away the Shen makes the game a lot simpler. From Natives Esports, I think it could be worth banning the Ahri away just because it's a hard champ to actually counterpick. Like, even though Ahri was blinded, and Lissandra is a good matchup into Ahri, it's not like a matchup where you're, you know, cowering under your tower. It's just like kind of a neutralizer, and I don't think it was that good with the Lilia anyway. So I would be down for an Ahri ban maybe in the second phase. I think the first 3 bans were actually good from both teams, so I wouldn't really change that too much. But I think the second phase bans, there's a lot more room for adaptation there.
We are swapping sides as well, so Natives Esports getting second pick here, so won't be able to grab the Aatrox if it does go unbanned, so they could be looking to ban it here in the first phase, but their bans are also just remaining as those target bans. We Love Cairns also just remaining on their own generally good pick bans and not really looking to change anything. And I could see that, you know, you were saying Natives Esports, just a few changes to their draft last game could have been the difference maker, so we could even end up looking at something quite similar where they just go for just a little bit of changes, put some AD in the mid, and then make that change to win the game. So last ban here is to see if they do actually do that. Do We Love Cairns go for the first pick Aatrox if it does remain unbanned? That's the question that Natives have to be asking themselves right now.
Yeah, I wonder if you ban this Aatrox here or not, or if you'll find a play into it. I actually think okay, so Aatrox is banned, so we don't need to worry about that anymore. I wonder what the first pick is here. Okay, actually going to take the MF away. I like that as well. I think one of the only ways you can lose is if they just have like a super easy, just like group 5, don't really need to put any thought into it, just like a super strong Death Ball team fight. I think taking away the MF, it helps break up those Death Ball team fights, and also, like, MF is good at Death Ball team fights as well. So I think that's a smart takeaway.
Yeah, now they can go ahead and just match up what happens in the bot lane, of course. Doesn't give away too much there. Picking the Kaiser here just to swap, trip things around, you know, trip around my words, sure, why not? But yeah, does the support pick come out here as well is going to be the real question. Remember last time, you know, we had something like a Darius jungle as our very last pick, so anything can kind of happen here, but I'd be keen to see if they're going to run something like the Rel again, but Vex is going to be the pick instead.
Okay, I'm a pretty big fan of the Vex. I think it's not the best blind in the world, but it's like, it's still pretty good, right? It pairs well with the Kai'Sa. It's good against the MF. The only thing you need to be careful of is if your opponent plays something that's, you know, very, very strong in lane, like a Victor or something does really well in the Vex, but if your opponent doesn't play that, then Vex kind of gets away unscathed. It'll also be, I really want to see the jungle pairing with it because I'm a bit scarred after last game. Yeah. I don't want to see a Vex Lilia, but if we can get another dive champ like a Jarvan or something here, I think the Natives Esports comp is actually looking really good.
Also, shout out to the Dante fan in the crowd as well. Love seeing the support there. Definitely not embarrassed to be on screen. Don't worry, we're all on there. Annie actually very quickly gets locked in there, so a lot of magic damage to come in here. Do you reckon that's something to do, like would you throw that mid lane against Vex?
Yeah, I think it is most likely Annie mid. The thing that's really nice about Annie is if you don't get engaged on, you can easily one-shot the Vex when she goes in. So if you're Annie in this situation, you can either... You're very versatile. It's like you can either flash ult the enemy team as engage, or if your MF gets fed, you can just peel off either the Kai'Sa or the Vex when they engage on the MF. So I think even though it's like pretty off meta, Annie actually makes a lot of sense here, and Vex doesn't have a strong lane, really, to punish Annie's weak laning, so it's actually a pretty smart pick. I'm a big fan.
The Braum now coming in as well. Do you think that's mostly a reaction to the MF, just to block a lot of the bullet time there, make it not a huge asset at all during the team fight?
Yeah, I think Braum, like, pretty decent against MF and Nautilus. The only question I'd have around this is, normally when you pick Kai'Sa, you want to kind of play through that lane, and Braum is not the best gank setup in the world. Like, it's decent, right? But it's not on the level of, again, like Kai'Sa, Nautilus, Rel. So we might have to see a top laner that we can play through instead, or maybe they're just going to try and make it work anyway. Second phase bans, Kindred and Darius taken away, so not going to see the Darius again. A Shen, okay, the Shen was banned. I think that's a really smart choice. I actually really like the adaptation from both teams. Like, we love Cans, taking away the MF, picking the Shen, or banning the Shen, and then from Native Esports, Vex mid, banning the Aatrox, banning Darius. Big fan.
Yeah, the Shen, you know, definitely felt like it could have been one of the things that did turn it around if it was possible for Natives Esports. So getting it out of there. Viego as well, just one of the remaining junglers that is a strong overall pick as well. And you don't really want him resetting off squishy champions like, you know, Annie, MF either, if you can manage to get into the back line. So just deny it, get it out of there, and then move on with the rest of the game. So the jungle picks are what's going to interest me, Shock, because, you know, after that last game, no Darius, what's going to be played here instead? But Ornn picked up for Natives Esports. That is a tanky lineup.
Okay, so actually deciding to counterpick jungle last, which is pretty curious. I guess what they're thinking is that top lane doesn't have good counters into Ornn. Like, Ornn is a pretty safe blind, and, you know, this is a pretty fearsome comp. You know, you've got the Ornn for engage and then follow up with Kai'Sa Vex. Maybe picking the Vayne. Okay,
Vayne
so
jungle?
I'm guessing this is actually Why Not's Vayne top, and the Decoy will be playing jungle instead. So maybe looking at Jarvan or Gragas or something here. Could be taken away. Trundle. Trundle makes a lot of sense into Ornn as well. Okay. So last pick. Feels like you should pick an AD jungler. You've got a lot of mixed AP damage from Vex Ornn. So I would like to see an AD jungler. Yeah, Wukong would make a lot of sense. Really strong 5v5.
Also, a lot of squishy targets for the Wukong to target down. You know, you catch out any of them. It can be a little bit tricky, but if you get a good flank off, then sure, you can take out Annie, you can take out MF, and, you know, immediately cancel any bullet times as well. So, what is this going to end up as? So, like you said, it could be the Why Not Vayne into top lane. We'll see once we actually load into the game. And then, yeah, it looks like, yeah, okay, so jungle's being swapped over. It's Why Not on the Vayne. So that should be what's going on here. So how do you reckon the Vayne into Ornn? Because you say Ornn's a bit of a safe blind pick. Yeah. Is this one of the few weaknesses that could come?
Yeah, so Vayne is pretty good against Ornn, but it still does require some high execution. I also think another weakness to the Ornn blind is stuff like the Trundle. Like, not directly in your lane, but stuff that still makes kind of your team fighting difficult. I think from the draft, I would actually favor, just like in terms of pure drafting, I think Natives Esports have the better draft here. I still think that the individual skill from We Love Cans is probably going to come out on top. A lot of it rests around this Vayne, because Vayne, when behind, is pretty damn useless, honestly. But she can very easily get ahead against Ornn, so I want to see if Wukong and Vex can make sure to shut her down.
Yeah, but that's the thing as well, is if Vayne does get rolling, right, what can Ornn really truly do against the Vayne, who can do so much damage to you? Even if you are an Ornn, like, you know, building tanky, it doesn't really work against Vayne a lot of the time, so it can be extremely scary. Maybe the Wukong ganks can come, but again, you're ganking a Vayne, like, you know, there's a decent chance that could be turned around with a strong ult, a 1v2.
Yeah, I mean, Vayne is pretty... Yeah, she's got good 1v2. She can definitely kite out, but she does have to push up pretty far in the lane, so she's normally going to be overpushed, and it's gankable. Especially after 6, like, Ornn has the dash and the R, and might have Spellbook as well, so it could exhaust her even. So there is a lot of gank set up there. I think there's definitely, like, windows you can kill Vayne on, but you're right. If you just kind of gank Vayne, like, you know, just sort of randomly, you don't really set up for it, there is, like, a big problem of her turning it around, or even worse, Trundle shows up as well, and Vayne Trundle is definitely going to win the 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, just melting down any tank stats which could give you hope of surviving. And then, of course, just making it harder to catch the Vayne. You drop the VLC media player on top of them, they can't get past, and, if he's playing the right skin, of course. But, it could be a case of maybe just camp them, make sure the cooldown's never up. You see that, final arrow has been used, so you can go up there and deny that 1v2 potential. But again, Vayne's still just a tricky champion to gank, unless, like you said, is pushed up pretty fast. So could be an opportunity through that way. But yeah, I guess it sort of also depends on, just how the 1v1 does go. Maybe Ornn can just handle it.
Yeah, I think Ornn definitely has windows to kill Vayne in the lane, but they're very few and far between. I think if Vayne plays really well, it's very difficult for Ornn to do stuff, but if Vayne makes a mistake, Ornn can take advantage of it. Ornn is a very good champ at punishing your opponents for overextending or just not realizing how strong Ornn's trades are. So yeah, it's a real matchup where I think the higher level the matchup goes in terms of skill, the better it is for Vayne, but the lower in skill it is, the better it is for Ornn. So there is a possibility that Vayne will make a mistake, Ornn will manage to get a kill, but I really think it's bring your mid and jungle up, don't make it a 1v1.
Yeah, and then again, moving to the rest of the map, right, you still have that MF and Kai'Sa is swapped around down on the bottom lane. Two carries which are certainly gankable, right? You've got some decently strong ganking junglers. Wukong's okay, before level 6, but kind of really wants his ultimate to be able to gank, and you actually lock them down for sure. And then mid lane as well, right? Kind of tricky to gank the Vex as a Wukong, or just in general, but Annie, a little bit more gankable. But again, you got to be a little careful. You don't want to be turned around with a 1v2 tippers, right?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of lanes that are gankable here, but nothing that's so gankable above the rest, so that's the only lane you're going to gank. I think around mid could be really interesting because, yeah, Vex and Annie both have CC, and it's a place with a lot of burst, right? If you have a 2v2 around mid with these junglers, whoever gets the drop is going to win because the other person is just going to one-shot. So I think there could be fireworks around mid. Top could be inting as well. It's an exciting match.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's basically down to the matchup once we get to the 1v1 in top lane. I think that's going to be the most exciting place to watch, even before any of the ganks. Level 2, maybe even level 3 could be where things really start popping off, where Vayne really takes advantage of the range. But even level 1, right? Tumble is just such a nice level 1 ability. You're probably not looking to kill Ornn with the Condemn at level 2, but once it rolls around, once you've got all your abilities, then yeah, the threat's really there. Again, especially if your jungler does show up. So let's get into it. We love Cans. One game up in the series, one step away from meeting Ultra Instinct in the grand finals. Natives Esports, they'll have to turn things around to give any hope for Inferno's region to make it to the grand finals. But hey, look, let's just go to the other side of the map. Oh, is that Nautilus down there? Oh, he saw them.
Oh, interesting. So both teams went for some level 1 shenanigans, not the default fan out that we normally see. It is Wynot's Vayne top, by the way, which is both a blessing and a curse. Actually going to come in and maybe take some vision here. Oh, could actually stay here and maybe make a pick. They're going to have to check this together, but Vayne's not here.
It's getting pinged out as well. A few assist pings as well for We Love Cans, right? They know that there could be something going on here. They've gone ahead and used the trinket as well to make sure, all right, they cannot see us. We're not going to get spotted out here. But this is a little bit of a late recall. Okay, they are sticking around. All 5 of them, all of them are going to move in and try and challenge this. What do you reckon?
I think Brawn level 1 is super strong. Ornn can't contest top anyway. I think going for this is really, really smart. Brawn level 1 is pretty much unbeatable. And you have Ornn here as well.
Oh, they didn't even get the vision until the very last second. Lands the slow, forces the flash, and is that going to be it? It looks like it will. They'll deny the red and then get on out of there. Surely they don't try and contest this red here with the smite. Why not sitting in the bush? Yeah, and he does go and actually smites it as well. Yeah. Sorry, it's not why not. He's up in the top lane.
Yeah, wow. Getting that smite, I think, is very lucky for him because if you're committing to staying around there, Like, I really think you need that bush warded if you're the red side here, because Trundle can just wait on that bush and then come out to smite it. But if you ward it, you can have the rest of your team zone him off. And if he doesn't get that red, he's like really far behind.
And they're actually chasing him, making sure he can't go into the other side of the jungle and try and deny anything at all. So we're actually getting a lot of the level 1 brawls that we were sort of talking about before. Oh, he doesn't have smite up, but he does have a red buff and a level advantage, so he can just chase him down. Flashes in, body blocking him, red buff slowing him down, and forces the flash out of the Wukong too. Who's getting out of whose jungle? Meanwhile, Braum's dropping down in some kind of crazy level 1 fight, and there it is. He even gets the kill basically on the tower.
This is kind of an unmitigated disaster, because what happened here is like they invested all their tempo, all their priority into trying to get the enemy's red buff, and then they lost mid priority for it. They didn't get the buff, so like with their mid priority, Trundle can just walk in. And now the game is in a super rough spot. Wukong doesn't even have a single camp done yet, 0-1. Trundle 0-2, they even got a 2v2 kill bot. The game is in shambles and it's only 3 minutes in.
2 kills on the Trundle. He's just going to walk on through the jungle. It's not like Wukong can, you know, go toe-to-toe with some junglers, but a 2-kill Trundle walking into your jungle, he can just challenge whatever he wants. You're lucky if you're even going to get a Scuttle Crab at this point. So yeah, it's going to be catch-up duty for the Wukong, unfortunately, but man, that is, for the team that set it up, a disastrous result for Native Esports.
Yeah, maybe you can look on this Vayne here though. She is very low, actually kind of close to getting solo kill, but does have the ghost. Ooh, might have eat a bit too early. Vayne can actually win this.
No way, right? They just trade in at the health bars, but that's what we're looking at. You know, imagine that a few levels later. A hook into the mid lane has dropped the Vex quite low, but has just managed to, you know, just get them to back off a little bit. Gives a little bit more laning room, but that's also a dangerous thing too. The Nautilus roaming up to an Annie lane, so much lockdown.
Yeah. Vex got chunked pretty hard, so definitely isn't going to be able to take advantage of Annie at all in the early game. And I think when Annie gets 6, is probably going to be able to start taking over this matchup. Like, Vex still has kind of kill potential, but it's going to be hard for her to get pushed, I think. And that's going to be kind of rough, because if you can't get this Vex up towards like shutting down Vayne more, it kind of feels like even though Vayne falls behind, she's still going to just like keep winning that top matchup. Trundle's pushing Wukong out of his jungle with blue buff versus red buff, so it kind of speaks to how big the difference in jungle is right now. If you look at their items, it's already like starting jungle item on Wukong versus Sheen Longsword on the Trundle.
Oh no, and getting killed right next to your tower as well in the jungle. It is a 1-for-1 trade for sure, but man, if I was that Wukong, like, I'm just Alt F4ing. Like, I'm not finishing off this ranked game. They can report me, man. I hate jungle games like this so much.
Yeah, I think like technically that's worth it for red team, but I actually think the mental damage has been dealt by the Trundle here onto the Wukong. It's just, it's a rough game. I wouldn't want to be the jungler here.
No, you've got to catch, especially on a jungler like Wukong, who, like, we were just saying how much he wants that level 6, how much he wants to try and at least get a little bit ahead, but he's no hope of ganking that top lane. At least we saw that Ornn almost got the solo kill on the Vayne anyway, but yeah, I mean, if you're Wukong, I'm not going anywhere near that top lane at all. But Trundle, he's pretty happy to hang out up there and just clear out the bushes and, you know, just run around and do troll things, right? So the Ornn lane going to be still, it's still interesting, right? Yeah, he did bring it. I saw that on the last one. I was really happy.
So Vayne is kind of low here. Could maybe get all into 6, but Ornn is still kind of far off. Bot lane has a lot of pressure. Kai'Sa already starting to fall quite behind and pretty hard to lane now, being so low versus Nautilus.
Yeah, I mean, literally dying level 1 as well, extremely rough. Like, MF getting early gold, those double taps are really going to start to hurt if you're ever anywhere near the minions. So, as you can see, they've got to push back. But that's the thing about MF Nautilus, right? You want to hide behind the minions to dodge the hooks, but then you want to not be near the minions to dodge the double tap, you know, double up, sorry. And so, yeah, you got to be really careful, but it just ends up you being super zoned back.
Yeah, Kai'Sa's starting to fall quite far behind CS. Wukong actually going for an invade, but with no mid-prior, is almost certainly dead here.
Where is he going to go? He's just going to have to try and snow. Oh, I mean, even the cone there, just to confirm that, yes, he did indeed jump over the wall. Annie here wants to get involved in the party, wants a little bit of the kill goal, but of course, you know, jungle tax.
Trundle just comes through, steals that kill away.
He caught it though.
True, yeah, true. I think this is just like, Wukong has a really hard decision to make. It's like, if you play out the game normally, you're probably never going to be useful anyway. So it's like, you kind of want to go for some crazy invade, but at the same time, invading the enemy jungle with no mid priority is very risky because the enemy mid can always collapse on you first. And not only that, they didn't have bot priority either, so the Nautilus is able to come and the Braum can't. Kind of just an impossible situation that Wukong's put into. Probably the best thing to do is to just try keep hunting down this Vayne. Kind of feels like the only point of the map where you really can get something done at the moment.
Yeah, at the very least, if he ever gets to level 6, he'll have his ultimate. At least that has a stun on it, so, you know, that can help out a little bit. But I mean, at this stage, he's struggling to even get to that point. So Dragon should be a no-brainer here because there's no contest from the Wukong. What's he going to do? His Smite probably does 20 damage with his levels. So easy peasy one for them to pick up here. The question is, do we see anything from Natives Esports on the other side of the map? They should assume that there's probably a Dragon going on at this point. Bot lane pushed up. No mid-prio exactly, so they'll be not really able to roam down for that, but yeah, top lane super pushed up because of course it is.
Yeah, Vex is missing from mid, so Vayne playing a bit further back. It's really important for Vayne right here to just not die. Like, you're getting so much on the bot side with the Dragon and everything. All you need to do is just chill and try not to die. If she plays too aggressively, could be in trouble. But she is level 7 versus level 5, so she could push her limits here.
All right. Definitely running the emotes as well for that extra mental damage. This could just be a burst onto Wukong. Of course, you know, you never know when it is just the decoy, so you want to be a little bit careful. But moving the Annie up into the top lane against the Ornn as well. I believe, no, sorry, that's Vayne, right? Like, still just moving up there, ready to push him out of there. Ornn getting a little bit more tanky. We'll be able to, you know, keep pushing waves back with the Balmy Cinder. But, I mean, the Vayne kill potential, it's going to get a little bit more and more. And, of course, the tower chip damage, it's going to start adding up. Trundle, again, just trundling on into the enemy jungle, spots him and just says, nah, I'm just leaving. Sorry, bro.
So Red Team didn't manage to get any trade for that Dragon, which does feel kind of bad. That is kind of the reality of being behind, that you're kind of just forced into AFK farming, but not being able to punish Dragons like that does feel pretty bad. Could maybe still look at this Herald. Annie is leading bot side. Or maybe even looking for the gank.
All right, the dash comes in from the Vex, going in for the kill, but the Tibbers stun is activated, but reinforcements have arrived, immediately flash to get away, and will just force the flash as a trade. At least, you know, as a Wukong, you can be happy with that.
Yeah, it does get Annie's flash, but is it going to be able to convert into everything? Because that's Wukong's window kind of gone, and he's not going to have another one for a while.
Yeah, no Wukong ult is going to be rough to gank, even an Annie, right? So he won't even bring the damage that you'd see, like just a lone Sheen to try and do something with it. And again, yeah, you've already got the advantage here, as we love cans, so why not go ahead and go pick up the Rift Herald here. It should be a freebie. You know that the Vex isn't going to show up, and of course, Ornn's not going to show up. Look at how far he's getting pushed back, and in fact, it's actually going to be a kill potential. One more tower shot, did a ton of damage, but he can't even turn it around onto that. But the bush saves his life by breaking vision, and that's all he needed.
That's very, very close on the top lane. Why not almost died on the Bramble Vest there as well. A bot lane all in.
Yeah, but I mean, bullet time just completely blocked there. Not a huge amount of damage, but it does, again, just force them away from the minions. Also, Kaiser still dropped pretty low anyway, and so now they can just sort of freeze the lane and just continue farming up a whole lot. Now just starting to use double up on, you know, the Braum just to ping it onto the Kaiser.
Yeah, I think even though the kill difference isn't that big right now, the gold is starting to mount up. They're kind of just bleeding across the board. Like, I think they're down CS in every role right now. And it's not the biggest deal yet because Mythics haven't been bought, but definitely that kind of timing, maybe in the Dragon in 2 minutes, when blue team has Mythics and red team does not, it's going to be really hard to contest that. But if you can get a pick before that, you know, maybe you can win a fight. Vex also might be caught out.
Oh yeah, no, Vex running away in the jungle, away to try and back up the bot lane. They're actually being forced back a little bit too. If we can get a look at that, but no, it's a little bit too late as Vex Jigsaw does drop down. But now look at this, a complete surround onto the bottom lane. Kaiser, they don't want to deal with that. They'll take the Braum. They're happy enough with that. This can be translated into anything else they want in the bot lane, likely to be shoving that tower down. And the blue buff as well.
Yeah, whenever you go to dive bot lane, your main objective is just to stop the ADC from farming. Whether that's by killing them or zoning off the tower, it doesn't matter too much. And here, Kaiser, she doesn't die, but she's forced to use everything to get out and loses a ton of waves on the tower. Oh, wow, we're going to actually might be able to kill MF here.
Yeah, actually moving in with the ultimate, getting a ton of damage, but finally the cone comes down to block him out. One more charge will do it. Gets it. A big 480 gold shutdown as well. That could maybe be that ticket back into the game and not feeling so useless.
Yeah, that's a pretty big shutdown. I think it's definitely better than nothing. That's not an amazing shutdown. It's only 450, but like at this point, you're really you're grasping at straws, right? You'll take what you can get. Maybe if you can get a shutdown on this 6-kill Trundle. I don't think I've ever seen a Trundle with 6 kills.
Today's the day for everything, right? First for all. However, it's still dire straits a little bit here for Natives Esports. They do have to deal with Why Not. He hasn't actually got too much damage onto the tower, not even a plate, and a stun is going to trade a bit of damage back, and the horn is sounded. This reinforcement will help him get the kill here, but the stun back over slows the Vex down, but eventually the damage will add up. Jigsaw gets the killing blow as well.
Yeah, look, it wasn't the most cleanly executed thing, but what matters is you got the kill, and they didn't really lose anything for it, you know, even though it could have been done a bit quicker, it's not like anyone died on the other side of the map, and you kind of get a kill for free there. Vayne does look like they're kind of way back into this game for them. Like, Vex and Ornn are actually strong. If they can play towards them, definitely play away from this Trundle.
Yeah, but they're going to have to just try and fight him out of their own jungle. He gets the killing blow before they can even get out of there, and now they're just muscling them out of the jungle now that Nautilus has arrived. They can't go back in. They don't have the damage to kill. Not to mention, Tibbers actually got summoned on someone during all of that as well, and they're starting to push down the mid lane tower. Meanwhile, in bot lane too, Kaiser finally getting pushed out and flashed upon. I'm not even sure if it was necessary with the road cone too, but that's going to be a kill onto Dante. Again, the Kaiser not able to farm anymore, and that CS difference is getting big.
Yeah. Putting Kaiser behind like this, it doesn't make too much of a difference for the mid game, but it makes a really big difference for like that 3rd and 4th dragon. You know, having your Kaiser super weak for that point, eventually Vex and Ornn, they're not going to be able to carry fights anymore, and that's when the Kaiser needs to come online. If she's this far behind, she's just never going to come online pretty much. Right now, Trundle is so fed that his Q is basically like Cho'Gath ult. It's just killing people. It's doing like 600 damage, so it's going to be really hard for Kaiser to ever do anything into this Trundle.
And it's not even going to help, you know, if you're Ornn, you know, you're like, oh, I'm big and tanky, you know, I can survive things like that. Not against Trundle, right? He drops his ultimate on you, and suddenly it's just nothing you can survive against it. So Trundle, 7 kills, could be a big focus target. If you take him out of fights, you know, he has to get up nice, close and personal, puts himself at risk. So, you know, if you can manage to, you know, he gets a little greedy, pick him off before a fight, big shutdown goal, but also shuts down just the majority of the gold coming out from We Love Cans as well. So if you can deny that, then maybe there's a ticket back in there. But again, it kind of has to start soon.
Good vision control, taking control pretty much completely of the top side. Could maybe look to break this top tier 1 eventually. After they get mid-prior, they should be able to move it up and pressure this top tower. Vayne, though, could die on this window. Wukong looking top.
Yeah, Vayne's in dire straits up in top lane there. We can see it on the mini-map as they are getting dived on. Does manage to survive. Ornhorn misses it because he can't see where the Vayne is. Meanwhile, in mid lane, there's going to be a dive from the Nautilus there, but it's turned around as the tower falls. But Why Not's arrived on basically no health. Has the 7 kill, make that 8 kill Trundle, moving in on the backline. A double kill for the Annie to get this team fight on lockdown, locking down the Ornn underneath his tower as well. And Why Not, after everything, will go down, but stayed alive till the end.
Yeah, Wukong manages to trade back another one, but it just feels like too little too late. All this time, like Kaiser can't really farm, can't push out, also can't do anything mid. She's just got no items. This tower's gonna fall, and it's only 16 minutes, and we're already looking at a 10k gold lead.
Yeah, we said this before, right, where this is basically where it becomes not hopeless, but you're kind of hoping for things that are sort of out of your control, right? The enemy team getting too greedy, going too far forward, making mistakes, because if you just play conventionally, that lead is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And what are you scaling into? Oh, also a Vayne. So, you know, it's not even like you can hope for the late game.
Yeah, I don't really see a huge win con for Red Team here. I think the one thing they could maybe do is if they can pick people before the fight starts, it would be good. Like, if you can manage to get a pick without using too many of your ults, you might be able to win the fight. The problem is, most of the way they're going to get their picks is with ults. You know, it's going to be with Vexar, Ornn or Wukong, but you really need those fights to win a 5v5 when you're this far behind. I could maybe see you killing Vayne without investing anything, but Vayne's also just going to be on the side lane rather than in the team fight, so dire straits. for Red Team here.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, it's really, again, on We Love Cans to lose here. The game is in the palm of their hands. The ticket to the grand final is one step away, but here's the kills that you were talking about, finding Why Not, just all on his own, on a side lane, in fact.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't think they really invested anything.
That's the Orn dying to an Annie.
Yeah, Annie's pretty fed. She's got a Medjai's already.
And I guess you're probably not building so much magic resist when you're laning up against the Vayne, but knocking on the front door, Rift Herald coming into the big boy Trundle is just bashing down that tower instead of the enemies. Bullet time immediately stopped. Rift Herald rips the tower down, but we're not interested in that. We're interested in the Trundle demolishing NZESF, almost dropping low enough to die, but it's too little too late. And even the MF in the background gets the double kill. Rift Herald, he might just be charging a Nexus turret shot.
Yeah, I actually think this could be an end. Orn might be able to clear it.
They clear the...
Okay, I don't think they can end anymore, but they did get a tower and the mid inhib already. Mid inhib is, ooh, maybe turning back.
Yeah, hook back in. This is a lot of damage Trundle can get out, but too far to push into the reinforcements that are now respawning. Kaiser might not have had the best lane, but comes in with a full health bar. But the base is in shambles. I would be surprised if NZESF could even leave their base at this stage. That's going to leave free dragons for We Love Cans to just pick up blue buff. Oh, your entire jungle belongs to them now. So it comes back to what you were saying before. Playing standardly, it might feel like the best option, but it's just going to delay the inevitable.
Yeah, with your base broken like this, it's going to be really hard to regain control on the map. It kind of feels like you have to give the next two drags. Normally losing mid inhib is not a big deal because by the time you lose it, you have enough wave clear that it doesn't really matter. But if you lose mid inhib this early in the game, it takes you so long to clear the waves that you just lose complete control of your jungle, and you're not going to be able to contest any drags at all.
And not to mention the Baron. We saw a 20-minute Baron, but maybe a 20-minute victory coming in from We Love Cans, ghosting on up. A Condemn connects the stun. That's a death sentence for the Kaiser. Vendrick will go down, diving the remainder of the team underneath the tower. Also jumping into the fight just to get killed here. Vex arrives finally, and Dante will eventually get taken down by it, but it's honestly just a trade for your life while the rest of your team falls around you. And We Love Cans win yet another one in the bottom lane. Do they go for the win here, Shock?
I don't think you'll be able to end here. I just don't think there's enough champions alive. But it's still a big win. You probably get this bot wave in, maybe get this bot tower, you get the Scuttle Crab, you get the Dragon. There's a lot of gold going over. The one nice thing is that Kaiser did get a 1k shutdown, which does matter. I'm just worried the game might be too far gone for it to matter.
I mean, we saw... If you had 1k more gold on the Kaiser just then, that would have had no effect on the fight, right? Condemned against the wall, unable to do any damage. Oh, the stun over the wall from the Orn onto the Vayne. Why not? It's going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Walks into the Braum. Oh, man. Handing the shutdown gold over to Braum. Always feels good.
Why not? 2 and 5, half of his team's deaths. Not the best game out of him, but you know what? He's drawing pressure.
Yeah, always being in side lanes, saying come along. Oh no, waiting in the wings is going to be the Annie. Immediately jumped on while the rest of the team is going for a team fight. We Love Cans actually melting in front of the Inferno Drake. Did they get the Annie as well? No, they didn't, but here's Trundle as well to come into the party. But this is a 2v5. You've got to get the biggest tippers of your life to win this fight. So We Love Cans probably going down here. And
yeah,
that's a free dragon. That's delaying Soul Point. That's Inferno Drake over to your team, which a lot of your champions love.
Yeah, that was really well played by NZESF here. They managed to get several kills without having to invest too much for it. It's too bad they didn't get the Medjai kill and the shutdown on the Annie, but you're still really happy with this. You get a dragon, it slows down the game a lot. Obviously, you get the objective bounty and you get the shutdown gold, so the game is still not in a good spot, but if you can get another couple fights like that, you're actually back in it.
Ping's now going out towards the Baron, basically as soon as it spawns, mostly to get these wards up here. You definitely want to deny all the vision you can. If you are going for a 20-minute Baron, I would not be surprised. They did it last game. After that last team fight, maybe a little careful, but they could maybe just look to do it with all 5 members, and then maybe it'll be all right. Here it is, clearing out the ward pit. Every tri-bush checked by Claire. Claire walking straight into the Orn. He just dashes right away. Doesn't want anything to do with the little girl. So now Baron begins, and it's on NZESF to stop it.
I don't think they can do Baron here. It seems pretty disrespectful. Getting a fight, though, is definitely possible.
Hook onto the Braum. He's a pretty hard guy to kill, so he'll be able to get out of there, and they're all just being kited away. Below them, though, it's Vex getting chased down by Trundle. Jigsaw falls down, but the damage threat gets into the backline. It gets onto Dante, but Dante turns it around and will not be taken down. Ornn's escape path is blocked off. Just kidding, he had a little blast cone in his pocket. But what's this? Trundle has arrived to run you down underneath your tower. He doesn't care about a tier 2. He probably doesn't even care about the horn knock. No, he does care about that at least.
He does, but I think the game might be ended here. If Norla can stop Ornn's base,
I mean,
the rest of them can just end.
What's he even going to do with a health bar like that? They decided to just turn it around. MF is just meanwhile killing the base along with Why Not and Dante. Nexus turret falls. The next one goes down. What can Braum do against this? He cannot survive against a Vayne, against an MF. The Nexus itself is dropping. MF focusing it down, trying to save them alive. But now the tank has arrived to block them off. The Nexus will not fall. The inhibitor respawned, so it wouldn't go down anyway. They've got to turn around and kill it, but they've got the ace.
Yeah. Wow, that was a pretty exciting 30 seconds there.
Yeah.
A lot of action there. Interesting item build from Misfortune coming out at the end here, right before the Nexus blows up. Oh, don't disrespect. End that game, please.
Hey, look, they've worked hard all season to be here, to get the Nexus down and get the 2-0 victory, putting themselves into the grand final. Give it up for We Love Cans, representing the Tempest region, taking it out 2-0 in 2 dominating games.
Yeah, 2 back-to-back really quick games. I think it was like 24 and 22, so they've set some records here.
Yep, speed running the game, right? They got somewhere to be. Maybe they got dinner to have a little bit later. That is it, you guys. Look, 2-0. That's their spot. They'll be facing off against Ultra Instinct, who represent the Frost region. So it's Frost versus Inferno in the grand finals. That's happening on Sunday, everyone. So make sure you're coming along for that. I mean, there is an entire weekend of games to come along, though. I'm interested to hear, you know, how the boys from We Love Cans are feeling, because I could see on their player cams, right? They look pretty happy with a lot of it. They were laughing, they were having fun. And you said they like to troll, they like to push it a little bit. I feel like they got the job done doing that, while also still getting a massive victory.
Yeah, I think obviously since they won, they're going to be very happy. But I think despite the losses, Native Esports can be pretty happy as well. Like, just to be honest, We Love Cans roster, it's very stacked, right? There's pros, ex-pros. It's a side that if you lose to them, you can feel good about the fight you put up. I think there were signs of life out of Native Esports, and I don't think they should feel like, yeah, they just got like super swept. I think they still put up a good fight.
Yeah, and you can see, you know, when they're going to shake hands, a lot of hugs, a lot of smiles, a lot of laughter. So no disrespect, all having fun, all having a good time. But we have the winning team on stage, standing by with Hark to give us a few words.
Thanks, guys. A big congratulations for taking out that W2. How does it feel to be on stage over the last 10 weeks? You guys have been packing to be here now. It must be surreal.
Yeah, we've been practicing pretty hard for this. Yeah, it's been really good playing with the boys again, playing competitive. It's so good to have a LAN event finally. It's always amazing to have an audience online or in person. Always good vibes. Always nice to see the enemy team in person. You know, handshakes. It's just a lovely time. I think we're all feeling pretty good.
Oh, that's good to hear. Obviously, going to the final, are you guys going to change the strategies or sort of keep them the same? You know, obviously, you guys are looking quite confident out there.
I think we have a pretty flexible team. We can do a lot of different angles, different drafts, different champions. I think we wing it a lot of the time as well, but we have that flexibility and simply just the skill gap to be able to do that.
The skill gap. And any final words going into the grand final on Sunday?
Just shout out all the boys for working so hard. Like, it's an amazing team. We're having a good time. If you guys are in Auckland, please come down to Sky City Theatre. It'll be a wonderful, wonderful event when we 2-0 inevitably on Sunday.
Awesome, yeah. As well as everyone out there, we make sure that you guys to come down and congratulate Tempest as well for taking out and making it through to the grand final. That is going to be it here today, Friday, at the Sky City Theatre. I hope you all guys have had a wonderful day and a wonderful show that we've been able to put on for you guys. Stay tuned though, as we do have more esports action Saturday and Sunday with high school Valorant and some NZEHL Valorant games tomorrow, as well as some more Rocket League. And then Sunday we move to all the championship finals. I've been your host, Hark, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow bright and early at 9:30. downstairs.